Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 94, Martial Intent reappears. Chapter title is a spoiler, highlight it to read it now, or see it at the bottom. Of course this was great. Their Lin family had always been pressured by the Zhu family, and even the younger generation was being pressured by Zhu Yan. Now Lin Ming was able to mercilessly get justice for them, and even challenge Zhu Yan at spear point. To overturn this mountain that had always been suppressing the younger generation of the Lin family, how could he not be feeling great? There that night, 12 more long-range sound-transmitting talismans were used in succession to return news to the Sky Fortune City Lin family branch. The instructions the Lin family head gave were, do not hesitate to use all supplies available to support Lin Ming. We must create the best and most ideal conditions for Lin Ming so that he can defeat Zhu Yan 1 month from now. So today, because of the instructions from the head of the Lin family branch sent Lin Wu to bring Lin Ming resources to support him. This is, Lin Ming looked at a small porcelain bottle and a small jade box in Lin Wu's hand. The head of the Lin family sent an urgent message through 12 long-range sound-transmitting talismans to the family branch. He wants you to train well, and try your hardest to defeat Zhu Yan a month from now. Lin Ming took the porcelain bottle and the jade box. He opened the porcelain bottle. Inside were 10 pills. They were lustrous and round, with a delicate and gentle fragrance. As soon as one saw these, it was easy to tell they were superior medicines. High-level soul-gathering pellet. The main ingredient of an ordinary soul-gathering pellet was a 100-year-old yuan fruit. Its value was no less than a 100-year-old blood lingji. But a high-level soul-gathering pellet was made from a 300-year-old yuan fruit. Its value was at least 7 times more than an ordinary soul-gathering pellet. Moreover, it was not easy to buy. A soul-gathering pellet could not directly increase a martial artist's strength, but it could enhance a martial artist's ability to condense true essence and thus increase their cultivation speed. Although these types of pills' effects of increasing strength were slow, they did not have any side effects, and one could take them constantly. Because of this, of all the pills that martial artists had, the consumption of soul-gathering pellet was the highest. This bottle that the Lin family gave of high-level soul-gathering pellets was worth nearly 20,000 gold taels. The family had really used all their resources. Lin Ming looked at Lin Wu and then opened the jade box. After opening it, he saw neatly placed inside were 2 layers of crystal-clear stones that looked as if they were carved from ice. True essence stones. Lin Ming could see with one sweep of his eyes that this box held 30 true essence stones. 30 true essence stones was not a small number. And these true essence stones were glittering as if they were carved from translucent glass. If compared to those given by the 7 profound martial house, they were somewhat purer. These true essence stones, their value was also not low. Seeing this bottle of soul-gathering pellets and this box of true essence stones, Lin Ming understood that if he received this great gift, it was equivalent to his tacit approval, and that he was willing to become a direct descendant of the Lin family. Lin Wu realized that Lin Ming's look had changed, and he faintly guessed in his mind what he was deliberating. He said with some embarrassment and a hint of apology, "Young cousin, I know that this icing on the cake is not of a timely nature to truly help. I know that when you first came down to Sky Fortune City, not even a shadow of the family was here to help or assist you. Now that young cousin has become a dragon among men, the family only then delivers medicine and true essence stones. It really does not honor you or do you justice, but there is also a reason we do the things we do. The family's resources are limited, there are just too many children of the Lin family. If each generation equally divided the family property, then the Lin family would have already disappeared." Lin Ming understood what Lin Wu meant. Lin Ming's own great-grandmother was the matriarch of the family office, Madame Fong. This relation was passed down to Lin Ming. The children of a large family tended to have many wives, and thus they flourished. The number of heirs and descendants exponentially increased with each new generation. The property had to be concentrated together in order to ensure that the family traditions could continue. The family gave some businesses to the branch family juniors to manage, and to let these distant families earn a salary. This was already a kindness to the branch families. In fact, this was very generous. If it wasn't for Lin Ming practicing martial arts, his family's life could also be very wealthy. To the Lin family with which he shared the last name, Lin Ming felt a little thanks, but he did not have any real sense of belonging to them. But Lin Ming knew that his parents had very traditional and serious mindsets, and they had always dreamed that one day they could return to the main family. In his parents' eyes, recognizing their ancestors and returning to the main family was the orthodox. This was because his parents' status in the family would rise, and they would even receive the respect and veneration of the family head. To the parents, this was a glory, and this glory would be brought because of him. Which parents did not hope for their children to have great accomplishments in the future, and return home with riches and honor? Lin Ming was a rare talent that had never been seen in the last 100 years of the Seven Profound Martial House. His rising star was enough to bring honor to his ancestors, and to give shade to his descendants. Thinking this, Lin Ming accepted the pills and true essence's stones, and said to Lin Wu, "Thank the family head for me. Young cousin is too humble." The Lin family thanks young cousin, and we hope you win for us. Seeing Lin Ming accept these gifts, Lin Wu relaxed and let loose a deep breath. He also had feared that Lin Ming had a cold and lonely heart towards the Lin family. It was only a few more months until the end of the year. Lin Ming was already calculating in his mind. There was a vacation period at the end of the Seven Profound Martial House school year. The Martial House disciples usually went home to celebrate the new year. He himself had to take advantage of this opportunity to visit his parents. His father and mother had worked hard enough for a lifetime, they deserved an easy and comfortable retirement in old age. Bidding Lin Wu farewell, Lin Ming took the pills and the true essence stones with him, and carried penetrating rainbow to the icy pond waterfall once more. Junior apprentice Lin. As soon as the deacon's senior apprentice responsible for the icy pond waterfall saw Lin Ming, his whole face had lit up with a welcoming smile. Junior apprentice Lin is truly basking in the limelight. But, it is just too wonderful, ranking stone rank 62, terrific, and certainly unprecedented. Lin Ming smiled and didn't respond. These last 2 days he had heard far too much similar flattery. What difficulty does junior apprentice Lin want? 9 levels. The highest difficulty in the icy pond waterfall array was the 12th level. The deeper one went, the higher the level one went, the more difficult the array would be. The only person capable of just barely withstanding the 12th level of difficulty was Ling Senator. Even he could only last for an incense stick of time, and then he too had to surface and meditate. Therefore Ling Sen only practiced at the 11th level of difficulty. In 1 month, Lin Ming had jumped 2 levels of difficulty, and gone from the 7th level to the 9th level. This was a truly unbelievable matter, but Lin Ming's ranking spoke louder than words. "Okay." The deacon's senior apprentice said without hesitation, and immediately opened the 9th level of difficulty. Lin Ming swallowed a high-level soul-gathering pellet to help him increase his cultivation speed, and then he carried the penetrating rainbow with him as he dove into the icy pond. As soon as he entered the icy pond, Lin Ming felt once more a bone-chilling cold that was like tiny ice needles piercing him from all directions. The difficulty had kicked up a notch. Of the 7 Profound Martial House's resources, the soul-gathering pellets and true essence's stones couldn't be considered true treasures. Only these 7 major killing arrays could be considered such. Each second and each minute was incomparably precious, he could not even waste a smidgen of time. He only had 2 hours of time. Lin Ming stood on the big rock underneath the waterfall. He kept penetrating rainbow even and steady. In the 9th level of difficulty, the waterfall's pulsing impact had increased tremendously. When Lin Ming had gripped his 8-foot 8-inch spear underneath the waterfall, he immediately felt the huge impact force of the waterfall, as if at any moment his arm would break under the weight. Underneath the effects of the waterfall array, it was not easy to stand, and the water was also freezing cold. The unending flowing water constantly slicked off of the body's heat. Adding an 820 gene spear that he kept horizontally underneath the waterfall, even with his own thick true essence and amazing strength, he could only support this consumption for a blink of an eye. Even if it was Lin Ming, he had to absorb the true essence in a true essence stone to support himself. The absorption speed of true essence went up by 50%. Lin Ming was startled, but he immediately understood. This was the effect of the high-level soul-gathering pellet. An 1800 gold tael high-level soul-gathering pellet, eating one was a true treasure. The effects of this kind of luxurious and amazing pill were especially good. By relying on the true essence stone and the high-level soul-gathering pill that was difficult to buy no matter how wealthy one was, Lin Ming was unexpectedly able to persist in this extremely violent situation. Originally, Lin Ming had thought he could hold his breath for 2/4 of an hour at most, but now, even though his true essence was depleted, he could still rely on the high-level soul-gathering pellet and true essence stone to supplement his body and barely continue. Although Lin Ming felt that the pain was difficult to endure, he was still standing. The advantages were immense in maintaining this condition. Not only did it rapidly enhance his spear skills, but it also tempered his body with true essence and increased the synchronization of the tiny units in his body. Each point of his muscles and organs independently absorbed true essence. His body continually resisted against the severe cold. When a common martial artist practiced martial arts, it was inevitable that their body would have a spot that they did not cultivate. But when every inch of the body was independently absorbing true essence, then this situation would not occur. Lin Ming's one breath had already lasted for half an hour. Because of the biting ice-cold chill, Lin Ming's body temperature had already dropped to an acutely low degree. An average man would have already died, but a martial artist relied on the protection of their true essence to maintain their blood flow. Because of the long time he had been under this condition, Lin Ming's consciousness began to fade away from his body. Slowly, the thunderous sounds of the waterfall began to fade away and vanish into nothing. Lin Ming's mind entered a completely quiet and tranquil time and space. Here, it was as if he could clearly feel the flow and sound of each impact, and he could hear his own slow heartbeat as if it were frozen. This heartbeat beat with the rhythm of a booming drum. At that moment, Lin Ming felt his soul leave his body once more. In his body, he once more felt that elusive state that he had been in before. Because he was unable to consciously control his body, the true essence in his body moved in accordance of its instincts. This sort of circulation route, compared to when Lin Ming was controlling his true essence himself, was far more perfect. Lin Ming didn't know, but this state was the rudimentary form of martial intent. Chapter 95, The Effect of a Heart of Martial Arts. The last time that Lin Ming had entered into this mysterious cultivation state, he had reached the perfect first layer of the true primal chaos formula. Afterwards, Lin Ming had not been able to enter this cultivation state again. But this time, relying on the effects of the high-level soul-gathering pellet and true essence stone combining together, and having stayed in Icy Pond Waterfall's 9th level of difficulty for a long time so that his consciousness expanded, Lin Ming had once again entered this rudimentary form of martial intent. Although Lin Ming's martial intent was imperfect and it wasn't so exaggerated as the sudden enlightenment described in the ancient texts, but it was still able to bring great benefits to Lin Ming. Under this kind of martial intent, his cultivation and level were rapidly rising. Martial intent itself was an evasive state. It had nothing to do with one's own intelligence or qualifications, it was only about one's own conscious will. Lin Ming had an incredible and rare heart of martial arts. By virtue of this, he was able to slowly trace the opening method of martial intent. Like this, 2 hours passed. The time of Lin Ming's appointment was up. Xiedong saw that Lin Ming still hadn't exited by the time his appointment was up, so he entered the array in order to remind him. As he entered the array, he only found Lin Ming was sitting quietly under the waterfall with both eyes shut tight. His breath was long, almost stagnant. He was motionless like the dead. As soon as he saw this, Xiedong's eyes jumped. He had spent many years at the Seven Profound Martial House, and had read a great number of ancient texts that covered a broad variety of topics. He knew that Lin Ming should currently be cultivating martial arts to an extreme degree. In that case, if he cultivated martial arts under these circumstances, his growth would be exponential. No, something's wrong. Even if he cultivated martial arts so fervently, his breath shouldn't almost be stalled. This is definitely not normal. Junior apprentice brother Lin's situation is, Xiedong's eyes were sharp. If he didn't see the thick and rich true essence that emanated from Lin Ming's body, he would have thought that Lin Ming had frozen to death. Is this martial intent? Xiedong suddenly remembered the records about martial intent in the ancient texts. In the legends, certain individuals were able to enter into their own state of cultivation called martial intent. When they cultivated in this state, they could progress 10,000 miles in a day. Ling Sen had comprehended a martial intent. The kind of person that could, usually had a heart of martial arts that vastly outstripped that of a normal man's. Thinking of this, Xiedong was suddenly enlightened. No wonder Lin Ming's strength had progressed so rapidly. Lin Ming had his own martial intent. This was extraordinary. It had to be known that those who had comprehended a martial intent generally had a supreme heart of martial arts, but it wasn't guaranteed that someone with a supreme heart of martial arts could comprehend a martial intent. To comprehend martial intent, one must have the greatest luck. It must come to them, they cannot seek it. At this moment, another disciple had arrived outside of the icy pond waterfall. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. If the array is vacant, please trouble to help me open up the 7th level of difficulty. Hee, my condition recently has been very good and I've made much progress. Today, I think I want to challenge a higher difficulty. This, even though he was responsible for the icy pond waterfall, Xiedong was a bit reluctant. Junior apprentice brother Sun, the array has not yet been vacated. Sun Xing slightly frowned. Time in the 7 major killing arrays was precious. An appointment was always exact, not a minute or a second could be missed, otherwise people would suffer a major loss. Xiedong's prime task was to remind disciples so that they came out earlier. Senior apprentice brother, this is a bit too excessive. What am I going to do if I lose time? Who is inside? Sun Xing asked with some dissatisfaction. It was obvious that this Xiedong favored the opposite party, but he didn't want to show a bad side to him. Xiedong was responsible for the icy pond waterfall. If he offended Xiedong, then he might have trouble in the future. This, inside, is junior apprentice brother Lin Ming. Xiedong said. Lin Ming. Sun Xing suddenly stared with eyes wide open, and he gulped. Lin Ming's name had spread through the entire Sky Fortune City like a heavenly thunderclap that reverberating in everyone's ears in the 7 profound martial house. He was even more famous than Ling Sen, Ta Ku, and the others. If he could really defeat Zhu Yan in 1 month, then he would be the most abnormally monstrous genius that the 7 profound martial house had ever seen in the past 100 years. Who would even dare to think about provoking this kind of person? Sun Xing hurried to hide his discontent. So it was junior apprentice brother Lin, haha, if I may ask the senior apprentice brother, when will he come out? Although he was no longer angry, he was still inevitably anxious. Xiedong said, I'm not clear about this. Junior apprentice brother Lin has probably entered into some strange cultivation state. Well, today I am very sorry for junior apprentice brother Sunday. How about when junior apprentice brother Lin comes out, I have him recompense you for your time. Xiedong did not mention the matter of martial intent. After all, he was not assured of his judgment. Sun Xing nodded in agreement. Most people would be unwilling to abruptly change their appointment time, but since the person who was taking his time was Lin Ming, that was another matter. Sun Xing thought for a moment and then said, since junior apprentice brother Lin is so ardently cultivating his martial arts, I should lend him my time. That, if senior apprentice brother could remember to mention my name later, that would be wonderful. Sun Xing wanted to curry some favor with Lin Ming. To let Lin Ming borrow some practice time could only be regarded as a small favor. Haha, naturally. Xiedong said, he certainly understood Sun Xing's thoughts. In this way, Lin Ming continued cultivating in that special state. That one breath had been extended to 4 hours. As he suddenly woke from that mysterious cultivation state, Lin Ming was surprised. How long had he been cultivating for? As he exited the icy pond waterfall, the sun was already high in the western sky. Was this the afternoon? At least 3 or 4 hours must have passed. Junior apprentice brother Lin, you've finally come out. Xiedong hurried to greet him. I saw a while ago that junior apprentice brother Lin was in a deep cultivation state, so I did not call you. I didn't expect you to stay for 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours? Then I passed my appointment time. Yes, I kept everyone back, but later junior apprentice brother Lin has to repay the time. Like that. I see. I really must thank senior apprentice brother for helping me out. Lin Ming didn't think that there would be a day where he would be given such preferential treatment. He sighed with emotion. In the 7 profound martial house, strength was everything. If you had strength, you had privilege. If you were weak, then everyone would step on you underneath their foot. Haha, it's just a minor matter, it's not worth mentioning. Junior apprentice brother Lin, it appears that a moment ago you entered some peculiar state. I realized that junior apprentice brother Lin's breath had almost stopped. Did it? I did not have much of a feeling of anything. Lin Ming did not have a complete understanding of that ethereal state he had been in a moment ago. He only knew that the cultivation state he was in had been of great benefit to his own cultivation. Xie Dong hesitated for a bit before he said, Junior apprentice brother Lin, if senior apprentice brother did not guess wrong, then that strange state you were in might possibly be a kind of martial intent. Martial intent. Lin Ming was slightly stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a concept. Martial intent. I am not very clear on this matter, but I know that there are very few martial artists who have martial intent. To comprehend it all depends on chance and opportunity. A martial artist with a strong heart of martial arts has a higher probability of comprehending it. Junior apprentice brother Lin has a truly unwavering and incomparably pure heart of martial arts. Not even junior apprentice brother Ling can compare with you. You must know that junior apprentice brother Ling has also comprehended his own martial intent, and that is why he is so fierce. Ling Sen can also enter this sort of cultivation state. Lin Ming was surprised, but then he immediately became aware. No wonder. Although Ling Sen's talent was only an inferior 4th grade, he had been the #1 rank on the 7 profound martial houses ranking stone for a long time. Even the 5th grade talent Zhang Guanyu was steadily suppressed by him. Lin Ming knew that having a strong heart of martial arts was good for cultivation, but Lin Ming hadn't known that besides letting a person be more diligent and persistent in their training, it also had other substantial advantages. If it was solely allowing a person to work harder, then it seemed a bit lackluster and useless. The time of a day was limited. Even if you cultivated as you ate, how much more time would you have over others? Now he knew a bit more. A strong heart of martial arts would let one be able to comprehend martial intent. With this ability, one could greatly improve. Chapter 96, Instructor Hong Shi. Does senior apprentice brother happen to know what senior apprentice brother Ling's martial intent is? Lin Ming didn't know anything about these strange cultivation states, so he asked now to gain a better understanding. I do not know much. I only know that junior apprentice brother Ling's martial intent is named Ashura. I think it is related to concepts of death and slaughter. He can willfully enter this state of cultivation, that's why his strength grows so quickly. He is much stronger than the 2nd-ranked junior apprentice brother Ta Ku. However, his cultivation is actually inferior to junior apprentice brother Ta Ku. Junior apprentice brother Ta Ku has already entered the bone forging stage, but junior apprentice brother Ling is only at the peak altering muscle stage. So that's how it was. It seems there were many types of martial intents, and they varied from person to person. Lin Ming wondered how his ethereal martial intent compared to Ling Sen's Ashura. Would it be better or worse? As he returned to his residence, Lin Ming felt as if his body was as light as a swallow. The 3.5 hours of continuous high-strength cultivation hadn't left him with any feeling of exhaustion. Carrying the penetrating rainbow on his back also felt light, and didn't hinder any of Lin Ming's motions. During my 3.5 hours of training, I wasn't able to break through to the 2nd level of the true primal chaos formula, but I felt I had touched the threshold. If I can enter the ethereal martial intent state again, then I should be able to make a complete breakthrough. When that time comes, my strength will experience a huge leap, and I probably won't be too far off from Ling Sen. Because I cultivate the chaotic virtues combat meridians, strength is my strong point, but strength does not represent the entirety of one's battle prowess. I wonder what Ling Sen's strong point is. Since Ling Sen can enter into the Ashura martial intent state at any time, I wonder when I too will be able to enter into the ethereal martial intent state when I want to. As Lin Ming's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds, Zhu Yan was similarly carrying out a hellish cultivation regimen. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the match he would have a month from now would be his life's most important battle. He absolutely could not lose. Zhu Yan held a long sword, and the sword light was like a bright spider web around him. In front of him, the golden soldiers formed from energy exploded one at a time as they came. From the 7 major killing arrays of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, this array represented metal. This was the Golden Soldier Hall. In the 10,000 killing array and the exquisite pagoda, the enemies one faced in the trials were only illusions. Outside, one wouldn't actually be disturbed or even moved. But the 7 major killing were different, they were true killing arrays. All of the golden soldiers were real forms given shape by energy. In here, if one was not careful, they could be injured. The array itself had a limited conscious and ability to judge the situation in the array. If they judged then the situation in the array was too dire, then it would automatically cease attacking. But in the history of the trials, there have been those that were severely wounded, and even those who were killed by accident. Of course, those who died were in the minority. Therefore the golden soldier was not as effective in improving cultivation as Ling Sen's Ashura. Senior apprentice brother is just too fierce. He was at the 10th level of difficulty, but he also persisted inside for such a long time. It's already been 3/4 of an hour. The array doesn't have any sign that it's weakening, which proves that senior apprentice brother Zhu hasn't yet been injured, nor is he having troubles with his true essence. This Lin Ming actually wants to defeat senior apprentice brother Zhu in 1 month. I think it will be too difficult. This Lin Ming is truly an monstrous genius, but senior apprentice brother Zhu isn't some vegetable to be pushed around. I think senior apprentice brother Zhu will win. This is the 10th level of difficulty. As soon as I entered, I would be killed. Time passed day by day. The ruckus over the match between Lin Ming and Zhu Yan in 1 month did not only not cool down, but the mood and atmosphere was increasingly fierce. During this period, there were some interesting phenomena happening at the 7 Profound Martial House. The set of cultivation methods that Lin Ming had chosen at the 7 Profound Martial House depository had suddenly become the hottest items around town. Underneath the foundation spear technique was written 4 names, and underneath the foundation movement technique was written 3 names. Because of Lin Ming's amazing performance, there were 4 junior disciples of the Human Hall that had decided to take up a spear as their own weapon. However, no one questioned the martial skill that Lin Ming had chosen, the body-tearing bone-shattering fist. This was because these new disciples had not seen Lin Ming use or practice the body-tearing bone-shattering fist. The body-tearing bone-shattering fist was itself above a high-grade earth-step martial skill. Even if it was complete, it would still be extremely difficult to practice, not to mention that it was currently missing 70% of its contents. If Lin Ming had truly managed to cultivate this martial skill, then monstrously evil genius would be inadequate to describe him. As the phenomena of some of the junior disciples choosing the foundation cultivation methods occurred, the depository elder could only nod at them with a forced smile. This stemmed from many junior disciples worshipping Lin Ming. As they said, love for a person extends even to the crows on his roof. These worshippers pursued Lin Ming's cultivation methods and had even chosen his weapon. However, Lin Ming was strong not because of these things, but because of himself. How many junior disciples would choose a spear, and how many would be able to display the true glory of a spear? Early in the morning, the air in the world was rich with a fresh breeze. Lin Ming grabbed the end of penetrating rainbow with one hand. His arms stretched out horizontally to his sides and he closed his eyes. He opened his mind to the mountains and trees, and became calm and free of feeling. He realized he could not use high-level soul-gathering pellets of true essence stones to help comprehend this ethereal, martial intent state. As long as he was able to enter the ethereal state whenever he wanted, then that would be considered small success of Lin Ming's martial intent. In this silent and peaceful state, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. In that moment he had felt the presence of someone. Although he was in the relatively secure 7 Profound Martial House, Lin Ming still kept vigilance. After all, he had made too many enemies. Your alertness is good. A vigorous and deep voice came from nearby and resounded into Lin Ming's ear. A man carrying a spear and wearing red armor appeared like a ghost, and both his feet fell on Lin Ming's spear point. As soon as the man fell on the spear point, penetrating rainbow curved downwards a bit. However, Lin Ming still held the spear end steady. Good arm strength. The person exclaimed. Instructor Hong. Lin Ming asked with a hint of surprise. The man who fell on his spear point was his Earth Hall instructor, Hong Shi. You really gave me good face during the 10,000 killing array. Rank 62 and you challenged Zhu Yan. You really are bold. Lin Ming said, thank you Instructor Hong for the praise. But as for Zhu Yan, I'm not fully confident I can win against him. This Zhu Yan is not a simple character. When he had entered the 7 Profound Martial House, his display of ability was just like Wang Yanfeng. Although he is far inferior to your monstrous talent, he has still been in school longer than you by 2.5 years. In these 2.5 years, he dramatically rose from the same strength as Wang Yanfeng to his present ranking. In another 1 or 2 years, when Ling Sen and those others have graduated, Zhu Yan will undoubtedly be in the top 10 of the 7 profound martial house rankings, and maybe even in the top 5. Your opponent is a future contender for the top 5 ranks in the 7 profound martial house. You have chosen yourself a powerful enemy. Lin Ming naturally knew why Hong Shi was saying all this. He said, "Instructor Hong, I understand Zhu Yan's strength. I also know that to surpass him in 1 month will be decidedly difficult. It was only that when the deacon's senior apprentice brother asked me who I wanted to challenge and when. In my heart I had an intense desire to challenge Zhu Yan. I did not want to suppress this idea, so I decided to follow my nature and challenge Zhu Yan." Haha, good. What a good go with my nature. Those that practice martial arts must follow their nature and desires. Only when you are satisfied with your mind and thoughts will your meridians be cleared, and your true essence flow unimpeded. Your choice is good, it has boldness. Starting today, I will teach you spear skills. If I am your instructor, then I do not want to see any soldier under me lose to others. Chapter 97, 7 Kinds of Martial Intent. Lin Ming listened to Hong Shi's words and his heart filled with joy. Until now, he only had the foundation spear technique, and could only study the foundation. If he were to have guidance, then his progress would be much quicker. Hong Shi said, "I once joined the army for 10 years. I only started learning the spear in my 10-year career. Before that, I used the sword. The spear is the king of 100 soldiers. I have not reached the stage of large success in spear play, but what I have learned, I can teach you. However, before we begin, I have a question. Were you able to comprehend a special cultivation state?" Lin Ming paused. He didn't expect that Hong Shi knew about this matter. He nodded and said, "Yes. I thought so. Your perception is good. This cultivation state of yours can probably be compared to the best among its kind, otherwise with your talent, it would be impossible for you to have such great results in such a short time. This is a benefit of your pure and strong heart of martial arts. But even if you have an extraordinary heart of martial arts, you still might not have that lucky opportunity to comprehend such a cultivation state. This state is called martial intent. Those who have a martial intent are very few. Even in the place like the 7 profound martial house where talents gather, in the last several dozen years there has only been Ling Sen. I did not expect that now there would be you also." "Oh. So few." Lin Ming suddenly understood. No wonder he had never heard of this before. Yes, that is why the existence of martial intent is so mystical and mysterious, because there are too few people who are able to comprehend it. There aren't many descriptions of it in the ancient texts, and not only that, but each martial artist's martial intent is not the same, each has a different effect. Lin Ming said, "Instructor, I don't understand. Since senior apprentice brother Ling has comprehended such a rare skill like a martial intent, and his strength is known throughout the Sky Fortune Kingdom as being invincible within his cultivation stage, why was he not selected as a core disciple? What kind of monstrous geniuses are the core disciples of the 7 profound martial house?" Hong Shi said, "Those of the 7 profound valleys have paid careful attention to Ling Senator. However, for him to be selected as a core disciple, he has to pass a test. Ling Xin was eventually unable to pass the inspection, so he was rejected. He had missed only one step. Test. Lin Ming's heart moved as he heard this. Yes. Some do not conform to the rigid standards of the 7 profound martial house, and wish to become a core disciple through a test. When Lin Sen had faced the test, he had to defeat someone of the same age, or an older core disciple, and also reach the peak 4th stage of body transformation by the time he was 17. Ling Sen was able to defeat a core disciple who was half a year older than him. Unfortunately, his cultivation was unable to reach the peak 4th stage of body transformation before he was 17, and therefore he failed due to this. Is this because senior apprentice brother Ling's cultivation talent was not good enough? Yes. As I said, there are many different kinds of martial intent. Ling Sen's martial intent is Ashura. In the Ashura battlefield, he can experience endless slaughter in battle. With this kind of martial intent, the main function is to enhance a martial artist's instincts, explosive force, and killing ability. However, it is not really that useful to improve a martial artist's cultivation. But, it does provide a few benefits in breaking through bottlenecks. Hongxi said this with a look of regret. A martial artist's combat prowess and cultivation were two different matters. Combat prowess was their strength, but cultivation was judged through stages, for instance, body transformations first stage, second stage, pulse condensation period, and Hotian stage. Cultivation was the most important factor in a martial artist's combat prowess, but it was not the only factor. Martial skills, fighting instincts, combat skills, field experience, the degree of true essence thickness, all of these could affect one's combat ability, therefore one could fight one above their cultivation realm. But, to a martial artist, their cultivation was the fundamental basis for all. If they could not improve their cultivation, then whatever your combat power really was, it would not matter. A martial artist at the first stage of body transformation would never defeat someone at the pulse condensation stage. This was the absolute disparity that was created through cultivation. Moreover, to a martial artist, their lives were inextricably linked to their cultivation. Ling Sen's main strength was his combat ability, his cultivation was actually not very high. If he had no chance of reaching the Xiantian stage, then to the large sects, he had no value whatsoever. Therefore, Ling Sen was rejected. Hongxi said, if Ling Sen's talent were increased half a step, for instance to a medium 4th grade talent, then he would have an enormous chance of being selected to enter the 7 profound valleys. His Ashura martial intent can let a person dance on the edge of life and death for a long time, and it also favors breaking through bottlenecks. This is of value to the 7 profound valleys. Unfortunately, the Ashura martial intent has no advantages in helping one accumulate true essence. Lin Ming asked, Instructor Hong, does senior apprentice brother Ling Sen not have any more chances of being selected to enter into the 7 profound valleys? There is, but it is just far too difficult. One possibility is that he must break through to the pulse condensation period before he is 22 years old. This is the most rigid criteria of the 7 profound valleys. As long as you are able to break through to the pulse condensation period before 22 years of age, you may enter the 7 profound valleys. However, with Ling Sen's current cultivation progress, it is impossible. The second possibility is if Ling Sen is able to comprehend another kind of martial intent. It would be better if this was one which helped increase his cultivation progress. If such a thing happened, then the entire 7 profound valleys would value Ling Senator. A person that can comprehend 2 kinds of martial intent is just too rare. 2 kinds of martial intent. You can also have 2 different kinds of martial intent. Lin Ming was surprised. But it is very difficult enough to cause anyone to lose all hope. In the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, or even the entire realm of the 7 profound martial house and its surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles, there isn't a single one. I have heard about them in the ancient texts, for instance, legends passed down that told of sudden enlightenment. There is a story of a mighty power who was called Emperor Sakya, that had 7 different kinds of martial intent. 3,000 years ago, he meditated under a Bodhi tree for 7 days and 7 nights. In his body these 7 kinds of martial intent actually fused together, and Emperor Sakya underwent a great awakening and achieved supreme enlightenment. He broke the countless shackles of martial arts and reached nirvana to become a golden immortal, piercing through the martial void. As Lin Ming heard Hongxi's story, he felt a great shock. 7 kinds of martial intents. What concept was that? Moreover, these 7 kinds of martial intents had even fused into one. This kind of person was truly a mythical heavenly being. As he listened to the legend of the Bodhi tree, Lin Ming held an ounce of disbelief. To sit in meditation for 7 days and 7 nights and achieve supreme enlightenment, break the countless shackles of martial arts and pierce through the martial void, that just seemed a bit too exaggerated. It had to be known that in the path of martial arts, the higher you went, the more difficult it was. Some people often needed upwards of 100 years to break through a bottleneck. But this Emperor Sakya had actually broken through the bottleneck of martial arts, and rose up countless stages at once. Wasn't this just nonsense? But as he listened to Hongxi's story, Lin Ming began to believe. To combine 7 kinds of martial intent into one, that thought alone was just far too terrifying. Hongxi said, Lin Ming, describe your martial intent to me, so I can determine what sort it is. This will be very important to your future development. Lin Ming nodded and began to describe his ethereal martial intent. Hongxi mulled over this, and then said, "This ethereal martial intent that you have should be a kind that increases your cultivation. Your consciousness leaves your body and your true essence begins to spontaneously revolve according to its own instincts. With this, the true essence can achieve a perfect circulatory path within your body. There are too many kinds of martial intent, and they are different from person to person, and there aren't also many records. This is the first time I have heard of your kind of martial intent. I cannot judge its specific effects, but looking at how your cultivation increases by leaps and bounds, the effect should be very good. Your martial intent should also be superior to Ling Sen's. You maybe even have the possibility to be elected as a core disciple in the 7 profound valleys. Certainly, like Ling Sen, you must pass through the test. This test is difficult, it will depend on your martial intent to go against heaven's will." Core disciple. Lin Ming silently thought. Chapter 98, The Force of Vibration. Lin Ming felt that the 7 profound valleys was like a giant blood-sucking vampire that squeezed out all the cultivation resources in a radius of several 100,000 miles. They caused the martial artists of small countries to be lacking in all cultivation resources, and thus a martial artist found it difficult to enter a tiny step into the Hotian stage. After the 7 profound valleys had opened 7 profound martial houses in all of the various countries under their control, with their superior position, they bestowed resources and they bestowed cultivation methods to the most outstanding talents so that they could use them. But the royal families of these small countries knew this well. Even so, while they dreaded the specter of the 7 profound valleys, they simultaneously hoped for the support and protection of the 7 profound valleys. That is why they were willing to offer their country's resources, bowing to them with both hands. This caused the remaining few resources in these countries to skyrocket in price. In Lin Ming's situation, even if he had talent, with his family's circumstances he did not have the money to cultivate martial arts. Between the parasitic relationship formed between the 7 profound valleys and the Sky Fortune Kingdom, Lin Ming had a fully uncomfortable feeling. If it were not for the 7 profound valley, then if I wanted to practice martial arts, it wouldn't have placed such a big burden on my family. The 7 profound valleys, so detestable, Lin Ming thought. He wanted to say so, but he held his tongue. If I want to reach the higher realms of martial arts, I actually must become a core disciple. Otherwise, I will not have the resources to do so. All will wait until I have the strength to speak out. Well, Lin Ming, the points that I wanted to remind you of have already been mentioned. Your superiority lies in your heart of martial arts, but, in terms of current combat ability, you cannot compare to Zhu Yan. Most importantly, you do not have a martial skill. You defeated Zhang Tsang with the most basic, Flood Dragon Goes to Sea. At first I didn't want you to choose the body-tearing bone-shattering first, but you were very insistent. Now it is too late to learn another martial skill. But what's done is done. A martial artist should freely follow their nature and desires. No matter what, you should not regret your decisions. If you had changed your mind, then your heart would not be satisfied, then it will also not be open. Now, I want to hone your foundation spear skills, and have you use those foundation spear skills to defeat Zhu Yan. However, I will tell you this now. Zhu Yan has already mastered 3 kinds of martial skills. You must be prepared. Lin Ming nodded and said, "Understood, Instructor Hong. Now attack me. Let me take a good look at your spear skills. Then I shall be impolite." Lin Ming flicked his hand and penetrating rainbow jumped into his grip. With a shake of his power, the spear point began to unexpectedly tremble and hum. Dark purple elastic iron was immeasurably tough and resistant, even if it was only a slight tremor, it was enough to twist muscles and break bones. Oh! You can shake dark purple elastic iron so easily. Good strength. Hongxi laughed, and also flourished the long spear that he carried on his back. Flood Dragon Goes to Sea. Lin Ming shouted. Both hands held the spear, and with a sudden movement, he thrusted the spear forwards. As this spear thrust went out, Lin Ming's imposing aura suddenly rose. The airflow around him began to change, as if there was an invisible current flowing around him and converging upon this aura and melting into Lin Ming's long spear. Hongxi exposed a look of appreciation. He leaned a step forwards, gripped his spear shaft and aimed his spear point at Lin Ming's spearhead, and then gave a fierce jab. However, the power of this jab hadn't managed to stop Lin Ming's spear. That spear seemed to be cast from gold and iron, and did not change directions, still thrusting straight towards Hongxi. This was the result of Lin Ming practicing his spear thrust countless times underneath the icy cold pond waterfall. It had achieved the state of being immovably steady. Hongxi's eyes flashed with a glint of light. Good spear. Ho! Hongxi suddenly burst with strength. The true essence in his long spear began to stir. Lin Ming's spear was stiffly swung aside by the brute force. He grasped his long spear and took a sudden step forward, and the spear point approached Lin Ming's throat like a poisonous snake. Hongxi's spear was twice as fast as Lin Ming's. By the time Lin Ming had used one spear move, Hongxi had used two. Hongxi thought that this one move would be the finisher. With his cultivation at the peak pulse condensation of body transformation, to deal with the third stage of body transformation Lin Ming should have been easy. Even if he used 30% of his strength, it should have been a simple task, but he did not think that he would have been wrong. Seeing this spear reflected in his eyes as it came at him, Lin Ming's long spear was out wide, and he would not have enough time to receive it and defend against this move. He immediately reached out with his right hand towards Hongxi's spearhead. At that moment, all of the tiny units in Lin Ming's body began to breathe in unison. True essence began to vibrate in his body, and was concentrated into his right hand. Hongxi saw Lin Ming move his bare hand towards the spear point that was thrusting forwards at high speed, and he suddenly hesitate. This Lin Ming. As soon as Lin Ming's palm touched the spear point, Hongxi felt an intense vibration transmit down the spear shaft and cause his spear to be unsteady. What was going on? Hongxi had naturally heard that before when Lin Ming was fighting Zhang Tsang, he had used his open hand to receive Zhang Tsang's saber at that time. Hongxi had thought Lin Ming had merely predicted Zhang Tsang's attack pattern and had avoided the saber's blade edge, so it had succeeded. But now it appeared that it wasn't so simple. Ho! Hongxi was a master at the pulse condensation stage. With a sudden effort of both hands, he jerked hard and counterbalanced the trembling of the spear shaft. But now, Lin Ming's second spear had arrived. Total annihilation. Hongxi had just enough time to dodge, and he leapt backwards from the strike. Even so, a strong heavenly wind followed Lin Ming's spear as it swept past. This strong wind contained a strange vibrating power. As Hongxi was swept by this strong wind, he felt his heartbeat and blood flow be affected, and a tightness in his chest. This move completely startled Hongxi. He was a martial artist who had reached the large success stage of pulse condensation. His meridians had already been opened and connected, and true essence had tempered his entire body, without a single weak point. In this situation, he had still felt a slight uncomfortableness when Lin Ming's spear wind swept past him. Although he wasn't injured, if it were a viscera training stage martial artist who had been touched by this wind, they might have suddenly spat blood. This kid, what kind of cultivation methods has he been studying? I thought that I would catch him with one move, but he's managed to last 3 rounds. If I can't handle him, how would I have face as an instructor? Hongxi raised his strength by another 20%. He twisted in midair, and his long spear fell down like a wild rainstorm. Lin Ming lifted his spear to meet the approaching enemy, but this time he actually felt an inexhaustible strength contained in Hongxi's spear, as if he was unable to even think of contending with it, and his spear was swept away. The spear point appeared like an invisible ghost at Lin Ming's throat. The approaching icy coldness of the spear point made Lin Ming's hairs stand on end. The fight had ended. Hongxi withdrew his spear and said, "Good young man, your hidden skills are truly deep, no wonder Zhang Tsang was defeated with just a palm, fist, and spear. My cultivation far surpasses yours, but today it seems I can still learn from you." Hongxi looked Lin Ming up and down, sizing him up. He recalled that strange vibration he felt. Where had Lin Ming learnt that from? This kind of fierce fighting style was impossible to be self-taught. It was certainly from studying some jade slip. Thinking back to the 3 jade slips Lin Ming had selected from the depository, they were the foundation spear technique, foundation movement technique, and the body-tearing bone-shattering fist. Hongxi had already seen the foundation spear technique before. In fact, every person who joined that army had to study the foundation spear technique. But even if the foundation spear technique from the army differed from that of the 7 profound martial houses depository, it was only some more concise ways of cultivating true essence. There was nothing different in the spear skills themselves. This kind of scary vibration did not originate from the foundation spear technique, and it couldn't be anything from the foundation movement technique. That meant that. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Chapter 99, Fast Spear. This thought caused Hongxi to suddenly freeze. He remembered glancing at the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist, and recalled that the essence of this body-tearing, bone-shattering fist was vibration. Vibration. Heavens! This boy. Hongxi's Adam's apple spasmed. This kid should not have learned the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. It was impossible. Although true essence vibration was mentioned in the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist, Jade Slip, it had not said how to train this true essence vibration. It had lacked the most essential basic part. The body-tearing, bone-shattering fist was 70% incomplete, and it was also an earth step martial skill. Even an immortal would be helpless to do anything. If Lin Ming was really able to cultivate this ability, then even those evil monstrous geniuses would be nothing but weak and pale in front of him. He would simply be the reincarnation of immortal gods and infernal demons. Boy, that vibration technique you had used a moment ago, where did you learn that from? Hongxi's voice held a hint of trembling. Obviously he was very disturbed and restless. He could not calm down after experiencing something like this. This meant that not only did Lin Ming have a superior heart of martial arts, but he was also able to comprehend his own martial intent. Not only that, but he was a beyond brilliant monstrous genius prodigy with perception that defied the will of the heavens. To this kind of evildoer genius, any talent was simply floating clouds. That these monstrous geniuses could accomplish the impossible with their own hands, what sort of concept was that? Hongxi did not even dare to imagine. Lin Ming truthfully said, "They were some hints that I picked up from the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist, Jade Slip." He had not planned to conceal anything to begin with. In fact, he could not even try to hide it. Sooner or later it would be exposed, unless he never used this skill. But the truth was that even if he was exposed, it was impossible to teach or explain things like martial skills or cultivation methods without the Jade Slip. Only someone who has reached the large success stage of that martial skill or cultivation method would be able to copy it down, so Lin Ming simply did not worry that anyone would covet it. Mentioning the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist would only increase the number of chips in his hand, and cause the Seven Profound Martial House and the Crown Prince to be even more protective of him. This way, he would be even safer. After hearing Lin Ming's affirmation, Hongxi could not speak for a long time. He merely stared at Lin Ming as if he was looking at a monster. Whose mother would dare mention or look down upon Lin Ming's martial talent again? This Lin Ming was the most abnormal talent in the last 100 years of the Seven Profound Martial House. There was only Qin Xingxian who could compare with Lin Ming. Moreover, she wouldn't necessarily be better. Peerless monstrous genius, Hongxi finally gave his evaluation after he was speechless for a long time. Lin Ming, in my Hongxi's entire life, you are the best and most outstanding and talented martial artist that I have ever witnessed. Although your talent is only a medium third grade, you can make up this deficiency with your ethereal martial intent. With just that, you can be considered a fourth or fifth grade talent. Still, that would not be anything special enough to attract the Seven Profound Valley's attention. But, your perception is just too terrifying. You can practice any skill with twice the result and half the effort. In addition, with your pure and strong heart of martial arts, you may even be able to comprehend a second martial intent. In that case, even the Seven Profound Valleys will not be able to hold you. You will at the apex of the entire Sky Spill continent's younger generation. Your future is limitless. What I can teach you is limited. All I am capable of at present is being your teacher. I was prepared to teach you the spear skills that I had learned, but it seems that it is not necessary anymore. You have your own understanding of spear play, and I am afraid that my own comprehension will negatively affect you. All I can teach you now is the basis of spear skills, as well as the spear cultivation method. A moment ago when I fought you, I discovered that your spear is already very steady. You could say that you've reached the boundary where your spear is still like a cast metal statue. But, your spear is not quick. In my 2 spear moves, you were only able to return 1. With this kind of speed, you will be unable to catch up to Zhu Yan. The steady spear that cannot catch up to an enemy's shadow is useless. Lin Ming, just watch. Hongxi turned and punched a tree trunk. The autumn leaves that had already begun to turn yellow and wither immediately began to rustle. and fall down. Hong Shi's eyes flashed with a glint of light. The spear in his hand shot out just like a deadly snake. Cha-cha-cha. Spear shadows covered the sky. Even with Lin Ming's excellent eyesight, he could not clearly see Hong Shi's spear point. He could only use his soul force to catch up to Hong Shi's movements. With each stab of Hong Shi's spear, the spear point pierced a fallen leaf, rapidly turned back, and then pierced another leaf. Like this, there was a string of fallen leaves on the spear point. As the spear shadows flashed everywhere, the fallen leaves began to rapidly disappear with a speed obvious to the naked eye. In the span of a few breaths, Hong Shi had strung together a thick stack of fallen leaves on his spear point. Finally, there was not a single fallen leaf that touched the ground. Lin Ming could not help but exclaim at such wonderful spear skills. It had to be known that Hong Shi's spear point was very wide, the widest part was 4 finger widths wide. But these fallen leaves were elliptical in shape. Only the long axis was over 4 finger widths in length, the short axis was only 2 finger widths. Thus, all the fallen leaves have been pierced by spear point through their long side, otherwise, the leaf would be cut in half. Lin Ming looked at Hong Shi's spear point, and really did see that the several dozens of leaves that were strung together were in consistent order. It was as if they were especially organized to be that way. The leaves were small, and their longest side was only a bit over 4 finger widths, but Hong Shi had managed to accurately pierce through all of the fallen leaves in this area, and did not cut any of the leaves apart. This control of strength caused Lin Ming to feel amazed. Hong Shi's spear was not only quick, but he had great control of his strength. As the saying went, a month to use a stick, a year to train a fist, and longer to practice a spear. The difficulty in wielding a spear was high. It was meant to thrust, the shaft was long, it was hard to grasp and hard to control. If Hong Shi had been doing this with a sword, it would have been much easier. The sword was faster than a spear, and it was also more accurate. But a sword could not compare with the might of a spear. For Lin Ming, this was an eye-opener. Hong Shi said, "Cultivate your spear like this. Practice your spear skills so that you may use several dozen spear thrusts in the time of a few breaths. These several dozen spear thrusts must not be blind, but each and every spear move must be accurate. Control your strength until you can attack and withdraw freely. This fallen leaves are the appropriate practice method. These falling leaves are very fragile. They will be cut apart if you use too much strength or if your aim is poor. If you can have these several dozen leaves completely strung together on your spear point, then your spear skills will have arrived at the small success stage. But you only have 1 month of intensive practice, it will take a much longer time to practice the spear. Do not irresponsibly talk nonsense and bite off more than you can chew. At this moment, do not seek to control the force, but instead you must do everything you can to maximize your spear speed to the limit, so you can chase down Zhu Yan's sword." "I understand." With this brief meeting with Hong Shi, Lin Ming had benefited greatly. "Good. Practice by yourself. This will be enough to have you occupied for some time. Later I will come back to teach you the next move." "Thank you, Instructor Hong." "Hey, no need to thank me. Right now I'm teaching you, but later I won't even be able to stand in line to teach you." Hong Shi laughed, launched a movement technique, and vanished into the forest. After Hong Shi had vanished, Lin Ming watched the yellow leaves on the tree. He shook penetrating rainbow in his hand. His spear speed truly wasn't good. Even if his spear skills were swift and fierce, they would have no meaning if they weren't able to reach Zhu Yan. Bang! Lin Ming punched the big tree, and thick leaves began to fall. Lin Ming looked at these leaves and the spear in his hand began to stab out rapidly. The leaves were shredded apart by Lin Ming's spear. Though he wanted to string these leaves on his spear, it was not a simple task to constantly do this. During the time when the leaves were gently falling, they were often tumbled around in circles. During that brief period of time, he had to thrust out his long spear in the center of a leaf, and have the spear edge pierce through the long axis of the leaf. Only then could he string them on the spear. But as of now, Lin Ming was far from reaching this stage. After several dozen leaves had fallen, Lin Ming had split some in half, and some had fallen to the ground. There was only a few that hung on Lin Ming's spear point. Maybe I should start small. I should not use such a tiny elliptical leaf to practice, Lin Ming thought. The small elliptical leaves were just too difficult right now. He chose another, different tree. This tree's leaves were heart-shaped, and were the size of a palm, regardless of any angle. As long as the spear pierced through the center, he could string the leaves on the spear tip. This tree is good. I'll practice with the one. Day after day, Lin Ming went to spend his mornings tempering his body at the icy pond waterfall. He set the difficulty to the 9th level to push his body to the limit, so that he could experience his ethereal martial intent. During the afternoon he would spend his time training his spear, and in the evening he would train the flow-like-silk boundary, and cultivate his true primal chaos formula. 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Ming's ethereal martial intent was becoming increasingly stable. To enter it at first, he would push his body to the limit, and then by supporting himself with the high-level soul-gathering pellet and true essence stones, he could slowly enter the ethereal martial intent under these harsh conditions. Afterwards, as long as Lin Ming meditated under the icy pond waterfall, he could spontaneously enter the ethereal martial intent state. After cultivating in the ethereal martial intent state for a long time, Lin Ming's true primal chaos formula had finally entered the 2nd level. His true essence became even thicker, and his strength and speed also increased. During that evening, Lin Ming sat alone in his room and meditated for a long time. He adjusted his mind to the most peaceful and tranquil condition he could achieve. Then, slowly, he pulled out the reward he won from taking first place in the entrance exam, the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill. The Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill was created by mixing the bone marrow of a crimson gold dragon with many precious medicinal herbs, and then refining them all together. The Crimson Gold Dragon's dragon marrow was inestimably precious and difficult to find. The other rare and precious medicinal herbs were also high quality and rare. Not only had that, but to refine this pill required a top-tier alchemist. An alchemist of this level usually came from a large sect. It was impossible for a common person to even catch a glimpse of them, let alone ask them to come out create such a pill. Even if they did come out, the fees alone would be overwhelmingly expensive. Therefore the Sky Fortune Kingdom had never produced a Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill. Not even the royal family could buy it, as its value could simply not be measured with gold. Then, Lin Ming took out a lower spirit cure symbol paper that he had prepared in advance. He had trained hard for a half-month to create these 2 lower spirit cure symbols. The first had already been used on the Golden Snake Scarlet Pill, and the second was to prepare this Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill. Normally a martial artist could only absorb a small part of a pill's efficacy, and the rest would dissipate. But the symbols that Lin Ming had drawn up could control and stimulate this pill. With it, the effects of the pill would not dissipate in a martial artist's body, and instead infiltrate and be absorbed. This way, the pill's efficacy would increase by several times. Lin Ming crushed the lower spirit cure symbol in his hand. The symbol paper turned into a bright red flame that immediately flew to the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill and began to integrate with it. In a few breaths of time, a flame-shaped inscription symbol had appeared on the center of the pill. Chapter 100, Viscera Training, Large Success. The Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill was a potent and dangerous medicine. After having its efficacy increased several times over, it could be said to be poison to the body. So even after Lin Ming had completed the inscription symbol, he did not rashly take it. But now, he had entered the 2nd level of the true primal chaos formula. The impure true essence of the Golden Snake Scarlet Pill that he had taken before had already been completely refined into his body. Lin Ming felt that he was ready to take the next step. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming placed the pill in his mouth, and swallowed it. The pill quickly slid into his stomach where it settled down without a response. But Lin Ming knew, this was only the calm before the storm. Once the efficacy of the pill melted, it would immediately attack his insides. That would be the beginning of the pain. Lin Ming had prepared a bath barrel full of water. He jumped into it and began to revolve the true primal chaos formula. The water was able to help him feel relaxed and calm. After half an hour passed, Lin Ming felt a feverish heat begin to form in his stomach. At first it was like drinking a full glass of strong liquor, but before long, it was similar to a lit flame. The heat fled in all directions in Lin Ming's body, and it was like he had fallen into a stove. The surface of his flesh began to steam, and it dissipated along his pores. At this moment, it was as if there was some invisible force shackling this angry heat, and stiffly holding it in Lin Ming's body. This was the effect of the medicinal inscription symbol. If not for the medicinal inscription symbol, the efficacy would dissipate. But, the medicinal inscription symbol was forcefully fettering these forces in Lin Ming's body. Another effect was that this increased Lin Ming's suffering. The golden snake scarlet pill was cold like Arctic ice, and eating it had made him feel like he had fallen into the 9th level of a deep, icy abyss. But this crimson gold dragon marrow pill was hot like fire, and eating it made him feel like he was committing suicide by running into 10,000 raging infernos. The burning pain was difficult to endure. Lin Ming felt as if his entire body was burnt until it was overcooked, and then he felt a pain like there was a hard brush brushing back and forth all over him. This excruciating misery nearly made him collapse. At first, he was able to forcefully revolve the true primal chaos formula, but now, he was actually unable to revolve the true primal chaos formula. Such a debilitating pain was not something a human could endure. Even if Lin Ming had a strong heart of martial arts, he was unable to forcefully exercise his strength under these conditions. The water in the tub began to get hotter and hotter because of Lin Ming. Soon, it began to boil, and emit a massive white cloud of roiling steam. The bath barrel of water was boiling. In the throes of such searing pain, Lin Ming was unable to comprehend the situation he was in. But at this moment, the innumerable tiny units in his body began to spontaneously exhale and inhale to absorb Lin Ming's body heat. The breathing of these tiny units quickly formed into the resonance of true essence. With this resonance, the trapped clouds of hot gas and heat in Lin Ming's body began to disperse due to vibration, and Lin Ming's pain began to lighten. This is also. When Lin Ming had taken the golden snake scarlet pill, the tiny units in Lin Ming's body had also spontaneously entered into the flow-like silk boundary, and their vibrations had dispersed the masses of cold air and energy in his body. As the cold air and energy was shaken up, it was easily absorbed into his body. Under these circumstances, it seemed the crimson gold dragon marrow pill was in the same situation. The countless tiny units in Lin Ming's body had already formed a cohesive resistance against this foreign enemy. This was their instinct. Lin Ming did not need to consciously direct them. Without a doubt, this was an advantage of strength training's flow like silk. The chaotic virtues combat meridians is truly a god-level cultivation method. Lin Ming did not know how many times his heart had already given birth to such grateful feelings. If it were not for the flow like silk boundary, then the crimson gold dragon marrow pill would have been so burningly painful that Lin Ming did now know if he could have endured that long. When that happened, even if Lin Ming had fully managed to absorb the efficacy of the pill, if the toxic heat was retained in his body for too long, then it would cause damage to his meridians, and Lin Ming would need to take a long time to recover from that. But now, under the help of flow like silk, Lin Ming's body was able to absorb just like when he had taken the golden snake scarlet pill, and perfectly refine the efficacy of the crimson gold dragon marrow pill. All that was left over was the absorption and consolidation process. As time passed slowly, Lin Ming had already been in the bath barrel for 2 hours. During this time, the barrel water had been steaming hot. With the refining of the drug in his body, Lin Ming's inner true essence took a new step and permeated through all his organs. This was the large success stage of viscera training. Lin Ming opened both his eyes and exhaled a long breath of steam. This breath mixed with the white steam that filled the room and formed a small whirlpool. With the whirlpool in the air, he kept breathing like this for several moments, and still did not show any signs of slowing down. To breathe like a snake and aspirate like an arrow was already the sign of viscera training's large success, but I had achieved that in the early viscera training stage. Now that I have taken the next step and reached large success of viscera training, my breath is like a vortex. In the memories of that elder, the person who practiced the true chaotic virtues combat meridians to the pinnacle was able to create storms that wreaked havoc with a single breath, and give a shout like the angry thunder of a god. They were truly a power that could pierce the heavens and shatter the earth. After reaching large success in the third stage of body transformation, Lin Ming didn't forget to test out his fist strength. These days, whenever Lin Ming's strength had evolved further, he had checked his fist strength to compare how far he was from Ling's senator. This time was not an exception. It was already late at night. The strength measuring room was empty. Lin Ming randomly picked a strength measuring stone pillar, and then shut his eyes and made a small prayer. He gathered his momentum, and then suddenly let loose a punch. There was a dull sound, and the stone pillar began to wildly rock back and forth. The light beam jumped crazily, past 5 feet, and kept rising. 5,000 genes. 5,100 genes. 5,200 genes. Finally, the light beam stopped at 1/4 to 6 feet. His strength was 5,300 genes. Seeing this number, Lin Ming let out a long breath. His free punch had finally surpassed Ling Sen. The true primal chaos formula had broken through to the second level, and matched with the large success of viscera training, Lin Ming's fist strength had finally passed the critical mark of 5,000 genes. At first, when Ling Sen had demonstrated his strength on the stone pillar for new disciples to see, he had let loose a random fist that was 4,900 genes. But with Ling Sen's personality, that fist he used to display his strength was at least 80% serious. Ling Sen's highest fist strength should be higher than 5,300 genes. But regardless of how near my fist strength is to Ling Sen's now, Ling Sen's superiority doesn't lie in his strength. His terrifying aspect lies in his fighting instincts and killing ability that he had cultivated from his Ashura martial intent. But my superiority is actually my strength. Not only is my strength inferior to his, but my combat prowess is far short. Those who had resolved their determination to pursue the peak of the martial arts path would often run into other powerhouses who would take them as enemies. They would analyze these powerhouses' respective strengths and weakness, to see if they would win or lose if they were in a life-and-death battle. Lin Ming was no exception. 10 more days passed. Lin Ming punched the base of a thick, big tree. The leaves sprinkled down as they fell. Lin Ming flicked penetrating rainbow, and moved his hands like lightning. In several breaths of time, those dozens of leaves had been completely pierced by Lin Ming. But Lin Ming could not be like Hongxi, where the fallen leaves had been so beautifully strung on the tip of his spear. He was able to grasp speed, aim, but not yet control of his strength. Lin Ming simply did not pursue the control of power, what he was pursuing was directly the ultimate destructive power. He let the vibrations of a flow like silk travel up the spear. The true essence vibrations of the treasure spearhead touched the falling leaf, and directly pulverized the falling leaf. He was able to achieve this step because he had reached the large success in viscera training. His true essence had become thicker, his strength stronger, and his speed quicker. During the short time that he had digested the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill's efficacy, Lin Ming had used most of the time shares he had left for the 7 major killing arrays. All he had left was about 6 hours. Not bad. Hongxi said from his side. Not even the disciples that had requested the strict Hongxi were able to make him feel such appreciation. In these last 20 days you have managed to reach the large success of the 3rd stage of body transformation. Your ethereal martial intent really makes one envious. The last time, Hongxi had taught Lin Ming spear skills. After he had taught him how to improve his spear speed, he had left for 10 days. After coming back, Lin Ming had unexpectedly reached the large success of viscera training. This made Hongxi feel genuinely startled. Lin Ming replied, "Instructor Hong, before now I had not taken the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill, I had only eaten the Golden Snake Scarlet Pill. Several days ago I ate the Crimson Gold Dragon Pill. That is why I have had such progress since then." Hongxi listened with a bit of surprise. It turned out that this Lin Ming had relied on just the Golden Snake Scarlet Pill to break through to the 3rd stage of body transformation and defeat Zhang Tsang. Everyone, including him, had thought that Lin Ming had eaten both pills together. This Lin Ming was just too difficult to explain with common sense. Hongxi said, "I would not have guessed that before now, you had only used a Golden Snake Scarlet Pill to break into the viscera training stage. If I'm not guessing wrong, then your body is very suitable to ingesting and absorbing valuable materials. Coupled with your ethereal martial intent, your future achievements really will be limitless. And that's only because your natural talent is poor. If your talent was increased by 2 levels, then I really can't dare to imagine what it would be like. Well, starting today, for 10 days, I will always be accompanying you as you train your spear. Your basic spear skills are already fast, accurate, and stable, but you are still missing one point, and that is change. Although spear play is not as tricky or crafty as sword play, but a spear has many more moves and varieties than a sword. The main attack methods of a sword are nothing but stabs, cuts, and slices. But a spear can do much more. A spear can stab, divide, sweep, circle, dance, and so on. I will not teach you fixed moves and routines. I will only have you achieve faster foundation spear skills through comprehensive practice, so that they are constantly changing. Begin. I will suppress my true essence to be on a similar level to you. I will not show mercy. As Hongxi said this, he flicked his long spear, aimed it at Lin Ming's chest, and thrusted. Hongxi had only suppressed his true essence, he hadn't suppressed his volatile strength. Lin Ming could not compare with Hongxi, whose body was at the large success of the pulse condensation period. Hongxi's spear speed was as fast as lightning. It instantly appeared in front of Lin Ming. Fast. In that moment, Lin Ming had a clear feeling of the spear edge's dense chill wavering in the air. It made the fine hairs on his body stand up. Lin Ming grasped penetrating rainbow and swept out. His spear met Hongxi's reckless attack and they collided. Even though Lin Ming's strength surpassed 5,000 genes, his hand was still shaken numb by Hongxi's strike. The strength of a peak pulse condensation period martial artist was just too abnormal and perverse. If Lin Ming hadn't channeled the vibrations of flow like silk into penetrating rainbow, with just this strike, he would have already been defeated. Chapter 101, Arrival of the Decisive Battle. However, Hongxi was even more startled. Even though he had not used true essence, he had still used his full and complete strength in this strike, but Lin Ming was able to block it head-on. Hongxi had already known that Lin Ming's strength was otherworldly, but he did not think that after achieving large success in the third stage of body transformation, that his strength would undergo such a dramatic rise. This strength must be no less than 5,000 genes. His body was simply like a vicious beast. Although he was surprised, Hongxi's movement hadn't slowed in the slightest. He took advantage of Lin Ming's blowback from his spear strike and aggressed on him. He thrusted his spear out 3 times, and each strike cut off all of Lin Ming's dodging paths. Lin Ming could only raise his spear to defend. Dong. As they collided, Hongxi's spear fell upon the spear shaft of penetrating rainbow. The dark purple elastic iron spear shaft was hammered by Hongxi and forcefully bent like a bow. Lin Ming's feet sank into the ground, and his right foot was trapped in the thick soil. He pushed back with all his strength on penetrating rainbow, and just managed to force back Hongxi's spear. But Hongxi had backflipped into the air, and as he was airborne, his long spear drew a perfect arc, and he did a straight thrust from under his belly towards Lin Ming's throat. The spear came flying at him too fast and too suddenly. With him having recklessly forced back 2 of Hongxi's blows, he had exhausted his true essence, and the blood in his chest was roiling. He was not able to block this strike, and Hongxi's one spear thrust came perilously close to Lin Ming's throat. At that moment, Lin Ming could clearly feel the bone-chilling wind from the spear, painfully flowing against his skin. But in a flash, Hongxi had withdrawn his spear, and the spear point stopped a half-inch away from Lin Ming's throat, not injuring him in the least. What accurate control of force! Even knowing that Hongxi's spear would not pierce him, Lin Ming's breath had stopped in that instant as the spear wind blew against his skin. This spear thrust that was like a bolt of lightning was just too scary. 3 moves. In just 3 moves, Lin Ming was defeated. As Hongxi received his long spear, he said, "Lin Ming, although I suppressed my true essence, I did not suppress my strength. Still, you were able to last until the 3rd spear move, which is already far beyond what someone of your level can accomplish. Your strength really goes against heaven's will. I guess it must be more than 5,000 genes." 5,300 genes. Lin Ming replied truthfully. 5,300 genes. Hongxi clicked his tongue. A martial artist at your cultivation would have been thrown 18 streets away by you. Your strength is truly appropriate to wield the spear. Using a sword would have been a waste. When you had received my 3 strikes, you were actually not at your best level. When you were defending, you had one very weak point. That is your momentum. Momentum. Lin Ming was slightly stunned. Early on, his moment had really been overwhelmed and crushed by Hongxi's swift and fierce spear moves. When you had fought against Zhang Tsang, you had used the most basic foundation moves, Iron Bridge blocks the river, and Flood Dragon goes to sea, to break apart Zhang Tsang's Sunset Cut. This was because your spear carried with it a tide of surging momentum. But a moment ago, because my spear moves were too quick, you did not have enough time to gather your potential. Yes, although the momentum of your spear is strong, but it actually has a fatal weakness, and that is that its start is too slow. Zhu Yan uses a sword, and he has great attainments in swordsmanship. His attacks are extremely swift and aggressive. If you are suppressed by him, then his moves will be faster than yours, and you will not be able to gather your momentum. When that happens, you will be led into his rhythm, and finally be defeated. Hongxi was indeed an instructor of the 7 profound martial house. He had quickly discerned and pointed out another weakness of Lin Ming's. Indeed, no matter how good a skill was, if one did not have time to begin unleash it, then it would be useless. Now you must learn how to gather your momentum while you are attacking. Have you ever heard of some martial skills that are in a set, for instance, something 18 palms, or whatever 9 swords, or something silly like that? Lin Ming nodded. Hongxi said, this set style often starts from the first, weakest move. A move will follow the previous move, and each move will be stronger than the last. You might ask, why would someone waste their energy doing this and not use their strongest final attack on the first move? The truth is, it is not that they don't want to, but that they cannot. This is a question of gathering their momentum. They need to begin at the start, and save up their potential, and finally explode with power in that last move. This is what it means to gather your momentum. Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened. I understand. If you want to learn how to gather your potential, then it is very simple. All you have to do is fight. Starting from today, except eating and sleeping, the rest of the time we shall fight. I want to see how long you will be able to stand it. For the next 10 days, Lin Ming started a hellish combat training routine. Although Hongxi had said that they would fight each other whenever they weren't eating or sleeping, but he hadn't thought that Lin Ming would be able to persist through it. Although a viscera training martial artist had vitality and endurance, and their hearts and lungs were powerful, it was impossible for them to maintain such intense fighting for a long period of time. However, Hongxi quickly discovered that he had once again underestimated Lin Ming. This Lin Ming was simply a perpetual motion machine in human form. His endurance was abnormal and outrageous. His true essence was thicker than other martial artists of his cultivation by several times, and it was also purer. It could almost be said to be growing without end. Even Qin Xingxian, who cultivated the rare and forbidden cultivation manuals of the 7 Profound Valley, was not as exaggerated as this. Hongxi didn't have any words to comment. He only chalked up this sort of bizarre situation to Lin Ming's ethereal martial intent and inborn divine strength. They could fight for an entire 8 hours with only a single breath. Even Hongxi was sweating profusely. His armor had already been tossed off to the side, and he was shirtless. But Lin Ming's entire body was wet and sticky with perspiration, and he took great panting gulps of breath. Every time he exhaled, the hot air would form steam, and every time he inhaled, the air would form a mini whirlpool. Even flying leaves near Lin Ming were blown away. Hongxi noted this phenomenon of nature. This boy, his breath was so long, no wonder his endurance was so good. Were his lungs a pair of bellows? Instructor Hong, let's go again. Although Lin Ming was dead tired, his eyes still shined brightly with fighting spirit. In merely one day, his progress had been beyond astonishing. At the start, he had only been able to meet 3 spears from Hongxi, but now he could take 7 or 8 moves from Hongxi and still not be defeated. One time, he even met 10 moves. These were attacks from a martial artist at the pulse condensation period. By fighting in such a manner, Lin Ming began to gradually discover what it meant to gather his potential and momentum during a fight. If in the past Lin Ming had depended on his strength and superior thick true essence to defeat his opponents, then now Lin Ming's combat skills were gradually catching up. Good. Come again. Hongxi's spirit was also aroused by Lin Ming's hot-bloodedness. In this day of fighting, even though Lin Ming's strength was far weaker than his own, he was still fighting with his full strength. For 10 days, whenever Lin Ming wasn't eating or sleeping, he was fighting with Hongxi. By relying on his second layer of true primal chaos formula, and the resiliency given by his long, bellow-like breaths, Lin Ming was able to adhere to this practice regimen every day. From the beginning, he had only been able to persist up to 3 moves, but afterwards he was able to last for more than 20. Lin Ming's flow of momentum and potential was becoming more and more skillful. He could send his momentum out with every strike of his spear. Even the momentum of his old self was less imposing. Each move he made with his spear was able to constantly accumulate momentum, getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, Lin Ming's movement also made considerable progress. The foundation movement technique was not some sort of profound movement technique. Its movement was very simple and basic. However, Lin Ming was able to forcefully rely on this technique to slowly catch up to Hong Xi's movements. After the continuous momentum of 20 moves had gathered, Lin Ming's spear cleaved downwards. It brought with it a surge of torrential rivers and streams, and hacked towards Hong Xi. Everywhere the spear wind touched was blown away like sand. Good spear. Hong Xi lifted his spear to meet the oncoming blow. Although he was able to block the spear, he was forced back a step by the backlash from the formidable momentum and intense vibrations that ran up Lin Ming's spear. This was the first time that Lin Ming had forced back Hong Xi. A viscera training stage martial artist that could force back. One at the pulse condensation period. Even though Hong Xi had suppressed his true essence, this result was enough to frighten anyone. And Hong Xi was not an ordinary pulse condensation period martial artist. Lin Ming, no matter what happens to your body, I don't think I can ever be surprised again. Hong Xi smiled, and received his long spear. This was only 10 days. If there was perhaps a month, then I don't think I would be able to defeat you without using more of my true essence. Although Hong Xi was praising him so, Lin Ming had no room for complacency. He knew that for a martial artist, the higher one's cultivation was, the more important true essence would be. Someone using true essence versus someone not using true essence, the gulf between them was too vast. Especially in the body of a martial artist, once they had connected their meridians and opened them, then their true essence would be incomparably smooth and unimpeded. Attacks with true essence were the strongest methods of attack. If Hong Xi had used his full strength, then there was no doubt Lin Ming would die in less than 3 moves. Lin Ming said, "I fall far short from instructor." If Instructor Hong was serious, then being able to withstand one move would already be the edge of my limits. Hey! You boy, you want to rely on your viscera training stage strength to wholeheartedly compare with someone at the peak pulse condensation period. That you can force a pulse condensation period martial artist to take a step back is already very good. Are you dissatisfied with that or something? Listening to Hong Xi say it like that, Lin Ming also smiled. His cultivation was simply too low, he was 3 stages worse compared to the pulse condensation period. Moreover, for the boundaries of a martial artist's cultivation, the higher one went, the harder it became, and the bigger the gulf between each realm. Hong Xi said, "Tomorrow will be the day of your match against Zhu Yan. Today we will stop here. You go and take a good rest, and adjust to your peak condition. If you lose, I won't forgive you." Lin Ming grinned and laughed as he said, "At first when I challenged Zhu Yan, I really wasn't sure of my chances. But after practicing with Instructor Hong for so many days, I think my odds are pretty high now." Ha! I'll take this as you having learned something. Lin Ming's large success of viscera training stage against Zhu Yan's early altering muscle stage. Although there was only a difference of half a stage, this was a fight between the apex of talents. A half-stage difference was already amazing, and that wasn't even counting Zhu Yan having spent more time at the 7 Profound Martial House for 2.5 years more than Lin Ming. In this time, he had been able to use the 7 major killing arrays for much longer. Zhu Yan was truly a formidable and daunting opponent. In the entirety of the 7 Profound Martial House, one could say his talent was only inferior to the 3 people, Ling Sen, Ta Ku, and Zhang Guanyu. Time passed quickly, and it was soon to approach 1 month. This was the 64th day since Lin Ming had arrived at the 7 Profound Martial House. Today was also the day of Lin Ming's and Zhu Yan's duel. The location of this duel was the 7 Profound Martial House's martial stage. In the 7 Profound Martial House, there were places that were off limits to outsiders. For instance, those that involved secrets, heritages, and legacies. These were places such as the Depository, the 7 major killing arrays, the 10,000 killing array, the exquisite pagoda, and so on. All of those areas were restricted, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. When the servants of the 10th Prince and the Crown Prince had entered the mountain valley to observe the ranking war at the 10,000 killing array, it was only because the stage was distant and it was hard to see clearly. Outside of these places, the other areas of the 7 Profound Martial House were not so strict. For instance, the lecture hall, Martial House Square, and so forth. When Lin Ming had borrowed a pass card to enter the zither department to look up information on materials, this was also a place that was generally open to outsiders. As long as one had a pass or were of aristocratic status, they could enter these places. The martial stage was also one of these places. The disciples of the martial house occasionally held martial arts contest, and there were a few people that often came to the martial stage to observe from the sidelines. But today, the martial stage was packed to the brim with people. These people were all extraordinary characters. There were the talents and geniuses of the seven profound martial house, the heroes of Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial artists, the nobility and aristocrats of Sky Fortune City, various famous and respected families, and important political figures. Chapter 102, The Focus of All Eyes. Lin Ming was an inestimably rare talent that would appear only every 100 years at the seven profound martial house. His rising star and bright halo was enough to attract the attention of most martial artists. Zhu Yan was also a first-class master of the seven profound martial house. He had the possibility to be one of the top 10 future talents of the seven profound martial house. These two people's match symbolized a duel between the top geniuses of Sky Fortune City's younger generation. If it was just this alone, it would not have attracted the nobility of Sky Fortune City and the political figures to gather here. They did not belong in the circles of martial artists. No matter how strong Lin Ming or Zhu Yan were, this would be of no relation to any of them. The reason this match would cause them to pay special attention was because there was political significance behind it. The news of Lin Ming and Zhu Yan's match had spread out far and wide long ago. Everyone was aware that the 10th prince's mother, the imperial concubine, came from Green Mulberry City's Zhu family. This Zhu Yan also had a very high possibility of being the next head of the Zhu family. Zhu Yan was without a doubt a person of the 10th prince. But Lin Ming had rejected the 10th prince's advances when the 10th prince had tried to win him over a month ago, and instead was in favor of the crown prince. Moreover, according to reliable sources, Lin Ming and Zhu Yan had some sort of enmity between them, and Lin Ming and Mr. Mui were friends between generations. By virtue of these points alone, Lin Ming had an almost absolute possibility of being a person of the crown prince. This match, while being a duel between Lin Ming and Zhu Yan, also symbolized the struggle between the crown prince and the 10th prince. These past few years, the hidden conflicts between the crown prince and the 10th prince had occurred often, but the crown prince had lost nearly every time. Although most of these battles had not genuinely wounded the crown prince's strength, they had without a doubt weakened the crown prince's momentum. It was not a secret that the 10th prince wished to snatch the throne away. In this case, the crown prince had repeatedly suffered setbacks, and all of this perpetuated the notion that the crown prince was inferior to the 10th prince. Therefore, the people who supported the crown prince unavoidably panicked and were flustered, and less people supported the crown prince. Instead, the 10th prince's influence only grew by the day. Many of the nobility and aristocracy came today not to see the contest between Lin Ming and Zhu Yan, but the contest between the 10th prince and the crown prince. The sooner these people supported the man they thought would be the dragon who would ascend the throne, the larger the advantage they could obtain in the upcoming throne battle. Because of the appearance of these nobles, there were special protections at the martial stage, and bodyguards to protect these important guests. Due to too many important people attending, the disciples of the seven profound martial house were pushed far away. This made them angry, and criticized these nobles in their hearts. Lin Ming had already arrived. He stood quietly on the empty martial stage, his body as straight as penetrating rainbow. Faced with the eyes of everyone looking at him, and so many of them being important people, Lin Ming closed his eyes and meditated, his mind calm and tranquil like a still lake. In a battle between two of similar strength, one's state of mind became very important. Even a slight change would affect the outcome of the battle. The best condition for a martial artist's mind before a battle was to be tranquil and still like water, not having even a single distracting thought. Though saying this was easy, a battle usually involved great significance. How could a martial artist settle down and keep their heart still under this condition? In addition to the disturbance from so many other possible factors, there were very few martial artists who were able to achieve this calm and tranquil mental state. However, Lin Ming had comprehended martial intent and had achieved this state. To him, this was as easy as turning his hand over. It was half an hour from the agreed match time. At this moment, a sharp, high-pitched voice suddenly called out. This was the unique sound of the palace court eunuch. The crown prince arrives. Everyone was shocked, even Lin Ming who had been standing on the martial stage opened his eyes. His Highness the crown prince had unexpectedly come. Accompanied by the clear clip sounds of hoofbeats, several snow dragon horses appeared and started to come into view. They were led by a young man wearing a purple gold crown and a silk imperial robe. He wore a pair of Kirin-styled boots, and delicate eyebrows framed his fair face. He had a broad forehead, and a very handsome face. His movements were filled with an innate, distinguished atmosphere. This man was His Highness, the Crown Prince. At the Crown Prince's side was an old man wearing green clothes. His face had a warm and friendly smile, yet it gave off an immeasurably deep and unfathomable aura. This person was the Crown Prince's teacher, the outsider from the Marshal's quarters, Mr. Mui. His Highness, the Crown Prince. Mr. Mui. Seeing these two famous figures come together in unison caused everyone present to feel awe. They cleared a path for these to come forward. Mui looked at Lin Ming with a smile and a nod, and Lin Ming smiled in return. There was much goodwill and friendship between Mui and Lin Ming. But good things came in pairs. Similarly, after a half-quarter hour, the 10th Prince, the Cloud Prince, also arrived. The Cloud Prince's appearance and the Crown Prince's appearance were somewhat similar. His appearance was only more resolute, his eyebrows were like swords that angled towards his temples, and above the center of his forehead was a vague purple cloud hidden under his skin. This was the legendary purple air comes from the east, the King of Air. At the Cloud Prince's side was also a slender young man in silk clothes. This young man was Zhu Yan. As soon as the 10th Prince saw Lin Ming, he smiled with a ha-ha. "Little brother Lin, you've come very early. This is our first time meeting, it's nice to meet you." Though his voice was loud, there was no arrogance in it. Instead, it was very comfortable and pleasant to listen to. Lin Ming silently thought, this 10th Prince is also a character. I refused him at first, but he doesn't seem to bear a grudge. On the surface he talks and laughs joyfully with me, as if nothing had ever happened before. There seems to be some sort of silly misunderstanding between little brother Lin and Zhu Yan. The warriors of my Sky Fortune Kingdom have always resolved their hatred in a martial way. I happen to think that both of you are fine heroes among men. No matter what sort of misunderstanding or unhappiness occurred between you two, as soon as this fight is over, how about we sit down for a chat and see if we can put an end to these hostilities, and turn swords into plowshares. Turn swords into plowshares? I'm afraid Zhu Yan wants to eat my meat and flay me alive. Lin Ming understood that the 10th Prince had said these words because he didn't want to be his enemy. He politely responded, "I did not expect your Highness the Cloud Prince to watch this match. It is my utmost honor and greatest pleasure to see you here." Lin Ming's words were neither arrogant nor servile. He directly responded to the 10th Prince. The 10th Prince only smiled, and no longer said anything. At this moment, Zhu Yan dismounted and slowly stepped up onto the martial stage. As soon as he saw Lin Ming, he confirmed that this boy had made a breakthrough in this month. Large success of the third stage of body transformation. Zhu Yan felt the enormous pressure, but did not feel that anything was wrong. When Lin Ming had challenged him with a deadline of 1 month, Zhu Yan had expected Lin Ming to make astonishing progress during this time. He had probably comprehended some kind of martial intent. Zhu Yan arrived on the other side of the martial stage, and stood distantly opposite of Lin Ming. There was a quarter hour until the decisive battle. Lan Yunue was among those in the crowd. She was distantly looking at Lin Ming and Zhu Yan on stage. Her heart had overturned, and it was like all the good and bad emotions and feelings in her life had mixed together. She was the one who was most unwilling to see this fight happen. Regardless of who was victorious or who was the defeated, each option would be a knife to her heart. Her eyes still reverberated with a phantom echo of those words Zhu Yan had said to her 1 month ago, "He wants me to divorce you." She did not even dare to think what would happen if Zhu Yan were to lose, and how she would face life afterwards. She did not even have a chance to regret. Although Lin Ming and Zhu Yan had already arrived, the battle had not started. Zhu Yan closed his eyes and meditated, adjusting to his own peak condition. To him, Lin Ming was a formidable and daunting opponent. He had to adjust his pre-battle condition to its maximum, and display 120% of his strength. Only half a year ago, Lin Ming had been an irrelevant loser, unworthy of even mentioning. Even if Lin Ming had defeated the child of General Wang Yigao, it was nothing to Zhu Yan. In Zhu Yan's eyes, Wang Yigao was a good-for-nothing playboy that was not fit to be called a martial artist. Zhu Yan had not thought that there would be a day where he and Lin Ming would be standing against each other, and fighting on the martial stage in front of so many important people. Even the Crown Prince and the Cloud Prince had come to watch this fateful battle. And beyond that, Lin Ming's strength had also grown to the point of threatening him. To prepare for this battle today, he had tortured himself for a month, and had even caused the foundation of his cultivation to be a bit unstable by enhancing his strength as much as possible with precious pills. In the face of this battle, he too wished for a calm heart to face critical situations, to adjust his condition in this quarter hour before facing this great enemy. This was a battle he could not afford to lose. The victory and defeat of this battle not only concerned Zhu Yan's future, but it concerned his dignity as a martial artist, and more so, his dignity as a man. As the sundial shadow began to gradually move, it finally became noon. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open. It's time. Zheng. With a loud ringing sound, Lin Ming flourished his spear, penetrating rainbow. It was just like a dark purple flood dragon that shivered as it fell into Lin Ming's hand. At this moment, Lin Ming had not fought, but his indomitable aura had already been released and it billowed outwards. Everyone present, even if their cultivation was higher than Lin Ming's, felt an invisible pressure pushing down on them. This aura, is this really something that a martial artist at the third stage of body transformation can release? This Lin Ming is too strong, his imposing manner and aura are enough to make one feel breathless. Even the disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House were fearfully startled. This Lin Ming's power was rising too fast. They hadn't seen him in a month, and his strength had already risen to another level. Zhu Yan took a deep breath and slowly drew out his treasure sword. This sword in his hand was a low-grade human steppe treasure, one of the best among its kind. Its name was Scarlet Flare, and it had already accompanied him for many years. He had long ago been able to communicate with his sword. Facing Lin Ming, it was impossible to count on his opponent being weak. He could only ask that his own strength was stronger. Fu. With a light sound, Zhu Yan's sword lit with flames visible to the naked eye, substantializing true essence and giving it tangible form. This was a stage that only those a step away from reaching the pulse condensation period could achieve. Generally only those who were at the large success of bone forging were able to reach this realm, but Zhu Yan, who was only at the early altering muscle stage, had already achieved this. Lin Ming and Zhu Yan had not fought, but with just a few random movements, they had already displayed their frightening strength as the pinnacles among talents. This was a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents. The entire martial stage audience was silent, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The audience was silent with bated breath, and they steadily looking, with unblinking eyes, at the stage that held two solitary figures, for fear of missing even a single thing. Chapter 103, Gather Momentum. Layer upon layer of crimson air emanated from Zhu Yan's sword. The meaning of Zhu Yan's name was vermilion flame, and his true essence also shared this fiery property. Therefore Zhu Yan's sword skills were often associated with fire. By virtue of the characteristics of his true essence, if he used martial skills of the fire attribute, then their power would also increase. As the crimson air waves surged from Zhu Yan's blade, the chilly autumn air that had enveloped the martial stage began to turn into a scorching wind. Zhu Yan made his move. Fiery true essence flooded into the scarlet flame sword. Zhu Yan's sword light wove a big net in the air, as if it were a burning cloud of fire that blotted out the sky. Martial skill, limitless sunset shine. Waves of billowing heat flowed outwards and a sizzling, feverish swelter enveloped the entire martial stage as the temperature shot up. The disciples who were standing nearby were forced backwards. The important figures were protected by their guards, who had set up barriers of true essence to protect them. This Zhu Yan, as soon as he started, had used a martial skill. He was using everything he had to win. Surrounded by the burning hot clouds that dyed the sky red, the innumerable tiny units in Lin Ming's body began to resonate together. True essence began to spontaneously vibrate within his body. This was the thick true essence that Lin Ming had obtained from reaching the second level of the true primal chaos formula. As his thick true essence vibrated, the 820 gene spear, penetrating rainbow, also began to tremble, carrying with it a terrifying lethality. This vibration became increasingly strong, and it began to fuse with Lin Ming's aura and turned into howling gales of strong heavenly wind that scattered in all directions. As this crimson cloud front came towards him, Lin Ming stood motionless. Suddenly, he moved his right hand and thrust it out. There was a deafening sound of an explosion. The momentum of the spear was like an avalanche, and the limitless crimson flames were swept upwards by an indefatigable wind and became a flame tornado. At the center of this fire, among the circling embers, was a whirlpool of flames that concentrated at the tip of the spear. This current was suddenly thrown at Zhu Yan. Pa! The swirling eddy was like a rotating cone that pierced Zhu Yan's body. Before those watching had a chance to call out in alarm, Zhu Yan, who had been pierced by this cone of flame wind, had distorted into a shade that gradually disappeared. Afterimage. It's God's shadow step. This Zhu Yan, he actually managed to cultivate such a profound movement technique. Zhu Yan had not publicly fought for over 6 months. The disciples of the 7 profound martial house only knew of his strength through his ranking on the ranking stone. But they were not able to look into the 10,000 killing array, and thus they could not see how Zhu Yan fought, or know what sort of skills and abilities he could use. Zhu Yan was like a phantasmal ghost that faded into the wind. He instantly appeared at Lin Ming's side. No, it was more accurate to say that it wasn't Zhu Yan that had appeared first, but his sword. In that flash, his sword struck out 24 times. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Sword light covered the sky in a tight and deadly net. Zhu Yan's skillful swordsmanship had already arrived at the point of perfection. When he was just 14 years old, Zhu Yan had already been infamous for his swordsmanship in Green Mulberry City. He had later joined the army for 1 year, and then tortured himself practicing for 2.5 years at the 7 profound martial house. In this 3-year period, he had even comprehended his own understandings of the sword. His sword was to the point where it seemed to melt into the emptiness. One could not see his sword, only the sword light. Not even Zhu Yan could clearly see the path of his sword. How could it be blocked? Even the top 40 disciples of the 7 profound martial house rankings and the bone-forging stage masters who came to protect the important personages felt a chill crawl up their spines as they watched this sword light. If it were them exchanging blows, then in the midst of such otherworldly sword light, even they would have been defeated. Lin Ming's movement technique was only the foundation movement technique. How could he dodge? All of these thoughts occurred in an instant. Between the flashes of sword light, they all thought that it was too late. But at this moment, Lin Ming lifted his spear. Penetrating rainbow rushed out like a brilliant black dragon. In that strike, true essence vibrated like a sea of churning water, and scattered in all directions towards these sword lights. Ding 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 ding. In a split second, it was unknown how many times penetrating rainbow hit Zhu Yan's sword. In that moment, Zhu Yan felt as if his sword was cutting at a mountain. Lin Ming's spear carried with it a vibrating true essence as if it were an angry earthquake occurring on a mountain, and forcefully scattered all of the sword lights. Zhu Yan simply could not shake off Lin Ming's spear. If he did not withdraw his sword, he felt that he could possibly stab Lin Ming. But he had a feeling that if he was just a tiny bit slow, then his body would be torn apart by this intense vibration. This strange vibration was putting an enormous pressure upon Zhu Yan's sword, as if it were a fish that was drowning in a quagmire. Seeing even his body being affected by this vibration, Zhu Yan forcefully gathered his true essence and retreated. Dong 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 dong. Zhu Yan staggered and fell to ground. It was difficult to even take a few steps back. His movements had lost all of their previous light and lively elegance. What happened to Zhu Yan? What just happened? Zhu Yan had put out so many sword strikes. How was he driven back by Lin Ming's spear? How did he not stab him? His sword moves are fast enough that they have no shadow. It should be much faster than Lin Ming's spear. Of everyone present, almost no one was able to understand the mysteries contained in Lin Ming's spear. In their opinion, with Zhu Yan's superior movement and sword speed, he should have easily avoided Lin Ming's spear and pierced Lin Ming with his sword. However, what happened was that Zhu Yan had been placed into an exceedingly perilous situation by Lin Ming's spear. Lin Ming was like a calm, unyielding mountain that towered on the stage. He had not even taken one step. Even those guards at the bone-forging stage were unable to understand what had just happened. Hearing all of these people's discussions, Hongxi smiled with a hee-hee. In his heart he secretly thought, Lin Ming, this kid is really a monster. He managed to integrate the body-tearing bone-shattering fist into his spear. If one hasn't tasted this scary spear before, they cannot understand just how terrifying that feeling is. At the start, this father also ate many invisible losses due to that move. Now this boy is also going to give Zhu Yan a taste of what it's like. Zhu Yan managed to stop the rolling blood in his heart with great difficulty, and he was secretly cold sweating. In that moment, he had felt his heartbeat's rhythm change. It was as if the entire blood flow in his body had been blocked by a countercurrent. Just what was going on here? He looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was standing straight, gripping penetrating rainbow in his hand and pointing it at him. In this pose and figure, the eyes that he was looking at Zhu Yan with seemed deep and unfathomable. A feeling gripped Zhu Yan so that he couldn't move for a moment. Fear. Zhu Yan startled. There had actually been a subconscious feeling of fear that had emerged from his heart. Fear was the death knell of a martial artist's heart of martial arts. The dream trial's first hurdle was to test courage to overcome their fear. And this fearful feeling had come from Lin Ming. This boy. Zhu Yan's heart surged with an inexplicable anger. He was unable to accept this. He could not accept that his arrogant and vaunted pride had been trampled upon by this little child that he had regarded as nothing but an ant. Zhu Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light. His anger made him cut apart this feeling of fear. His figure rushed out, and a series of afterimages followed him. As Zhu Yan sprinted forward, a 3-foot crimson flame erupted around his sword. This flame image was created by Zhu Yan pouring a massive amount of true essence into his sword. Since his speed wasn't enough, then Zhu Yan would win through strength. Zhu Yan shouted, and he jumped upwards. He gripped his sword with both hands, and slashed down. Falling star slash. That's the medium-grade human step, falling star slash. It is a martial skill stronger than the limitless sunset shine. By the time the crowd had exclaimed a few words, Zhu Yan's sword had already absorbed all of the surrounding fire essence. The majesty of this sword was like a fiery, burning meteor from the heavens that smashed downwards. Lin Ming's lips curved. Strength against strength. That was his favorite. Lin Ming wielded his spear. Penetrating rainbow scattered sparks into the air as it drew a circular arc on the ground, and a full moon pattern appeared on the hard surface of the martial stage. Lin Ming aimed at Zhu Yan's sword point, and thrusted forwards. To stab a master sword point in the middle of a fight where both parties were using lightning-quick moves was easier said than done. However, for many years Lin Ming had been practicing his accuracy as he deboned, and in that 1 month of crazy spear practice, Lin Ming had acquired a solid foundation of his skills. He could wield his spear like it was his arm. Even if it were a concealed needle or other hidden weapon, Lin Ming could find it with his spear point. Ding! Lin Ming thrusted his spear at Zhu Yan's sword point. This 3-foot scarlet flare sword, how could it compare to the 820 gene penetrating rainbow spear? A screeching, teeth-aching sound of metal bending filled the air as the scarlet flame sword and penetrating rainbow spear met each other. Because of the huge pressure from both of them colliding, they even bent like a full moon. As this happened, Lin Ming vibrated his true essence to counter Zhu Yan's falling star slash. The intense vibrations caused Zhu Yan's blood flow to well up once more. Pang! The scarlet flare sword rebounded, and Zhu Yan was sent flying backwards. But falling star slash was a medium-grade human step martial skill after all. Lin Ming was forced back 3 steps by Zhu Yan's heat wave and momentum. This is the first time Lin Ming was forced back. Not just a retreat, but from the time he came on stage to now, this was the first time he's made a footstep. Everyone had naturally noticed this detail. Before now, Lin Ming had not moved a single step. Words just aren't enough to describe this. Lin Ming's indomitable aura is steadfast like a mountain. To make him move just proves how much pressure there was in Zhu Yan's momentum. The old disciples present said. They were not willing to see Zhu Yan lose. To a famed old disciple losing to a rising new student, they felt as if they were in the same boat. Big brother, do you think this match between Lin Ming and Zhu Yan looks somewhat similar to the one he had with Zhang Tsang? Zhu Yan wasn't stabbed or pierced, but he is still under a tremendous influence. Ta Ku said to Ling Sen as they watched the match. They were standing at a corner of the martial stage. Lin Ming's spear thrust has a mystery inside. Before, I read some ancient texts and they have recorded that martial artists who had reached the large success of spear skills are able to comprehend rules of the world, and understand certain laws. They can place these laws into their spear, and form spear potentials. Swords and sabers also have similar concepts. This kind of master does not need any weapon when facing the enemy. As long as they depend upon these potentials, they can completely kill their enemies. Lin Ming's spear skill reminds me of these records. Big brother, the more you talk, the iffier you sound. Lin Ming is how old? How could he possibly comprehend this spear potential? Of course he can't, otherwise he simply wouldn't need a spear to deal with Zhu Yan. All he would need is a thought to kill his enemy. Lin Ming's spear hasn't even bumped Zhu Yan, but Zhu Yan has still been affected. This point really looks like spear potential. As Ling Sen and Ta Ku were talking, Zhu Yan was once again fighting Lin Ming. Zhu Yan no longer used martial skill, he didn't even use his magnificent and beautiful sword lights. All he used were simple, straightforward sword moves. However, even like this, he felt as if his sword was being pressed down by an invisible strength, and every stroke he made was restrained. In contrast, Lin Ming's moves were becoming increasingly fierce. He was gathering his momentum. Chapter 104, Amazing Spear. This was the greatest harvest from the days that Lin Ming and Hong Shi sparred against each other. This was to use move after move, and gather one's momentum, and after accumulating all of the residual momentum, to have that last strike erupt out and sweep all away. Lin Ming's spear seemed much slower than Zhu Yan. When Zhu Yan made 3 moves, Lin Ming only made 1. But what was incredible was that Lin Ming's one spear was able to block all 3 of Zhu Yan's sword moves. This made one have very contradictory feelings. Those martial artists whose cultivations were too shallow could not understand the complex mysteries and profound principles in these two young men's fight. They would only feel like Zhu Yan was making useless moves, and in every 3 moves he made, there might not even be one that was useful. On the reserved seating area, a nobleman over 30 years old was watching Zhu Yan and Lin Ming's fight, and shaking his head. This Zhu Yan is just too mediocre. His sword moves are just too gaudy. All he has is looks without substance, it's not very practical. These kinds of sword moves look nice, but have too many flaws to connect. Wei, what do you think? This noble himself was only a second-grade martial arts talent. He was over 30 years old, and was at the early 3rd stage of body transformation. He had some small insights into martial artist, so he asked his guard this question. My lord, Zhu Yan's sword has indeed lost its light and sublime feeling. This subordinate does find it strange. The sword light that Zhu Yan had displayed before was truly swift and fierce. Even if it were this subordinate facing that sword light, I would not have full confidence to grasp it. This guard was also over 30 years old, and he was at the early 5th stage of body transformation. However, when he saw Zhu Yan display his sword skills before, he could not help but acknowledge his skill. If he were against Zhu Yan, his assurance of winning would only be 30 or 40%. You cannot defend against that sword light. The noble smiled, but thought otherwise in his heart. Wei, you think too little of yourself. These years in the 7 profound martial house, besides Ling Sen, Ta Ku, and a few others, the people there have been getting worse and worse with each generation. In the past, the martial arts of the 7 profound martial house were able to fight those a stage above them as if they were having a simple meal. But you just look at this Zhu Yan. If I remember correctly, he is in the top 30 rankings of the ranking stone, and the sword in his hand. The noble was prepared to elaborate on a few more of these martial arts insights, when the smile on his face suddenly froze. On the stage, Lin Ming and Zhu Yan's fight had already reached the edge of the platform. As Lin Ming thrusted out his spear, Zhu Yan moved sideways to avoid. Because Lin Ming's spear hit nothing, it continued thrusting until it hit a thick column at the edge of the stage. He withdrew his spear, but at the same time, an incredible scene took place. After being struck by Lin Ming's spear, that thick stone column broke apart with an explosion from top to bottom. Along with the crashing sounds, numerous stone fragments rolled down like peas, and finally turned to a small pile of rubble. This stone column was completely destroyed. It was as if that stone column was held together by tofu. What is going on here? The noble's eyes were looking straight out. He had clearly seen a moment ago that Lin Ming's thrust had not hit, and he had only withdrawn his spear. But before he had withdrawn his spear, that spear had lightly scratched a spot on the surface, and that had actually caused the 20 feet high stone column to explode into a pile of crushed rocks. And the biggest crushed rock was only the size of a fist. It was not only this noble, but everyone present, including Ling Sen, Ta Ku, Mui, and other masters were all equally shocked. Some people even subconsciously rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had seen an illusion. Was that really caused by a spear? To crush a stone column was actually very easy. Many of the masters and experts present had this strength, but to have a spear do it to a stone column and have the biggest rubble piece only be the size of a fist, none of those present were able to achieve this. Even Mui could not. Although he could send out countless sword lights in a flash and cut the stone column apart, resulting in almost identical effects, his sword actually could not create such an effect with just a touch. Even the normally stable crown prince had lost his composure as he saw these scenes. Teacher, this is, what kind of spear skill? The crown prince had a certain understanding of martial arts, but he had never seen a martial skill like this before. Mui shook his head. Your Highness, I am not sure. As the last piece of crushed stone stopped rolling, the entire audience was silent at the martial stage. They were shocked and shaken by this scene. But the various masters of the 7 profound martial house, like Ling Sen, Ta Ku, and several other old deacons, saw this pile of rubble and had a faint, blossoming suspicion in their hearts. Although it was reasonable, they did not even dare to believe this suspicion. This skill, could it be? Zhu Yan looked at this pile of rubble closely. His right hand gripped his sword tightly, and because of excessive force, his knuckles began to turn white. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. You've cultivated the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Zhu Yan had specially gone to the depository before to look at the martial skills that Lin Ming had chosen. Now, he finally understood the reason why Lin Ming was able to contain him. This was because he had managed to cultivate the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. That he could keep hold of Zhang Tsang's saber with his empty palm, and use only that fist wind to push back Zhang Tsang, was because he had relied on this body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Zhu Yan also suddenly understood that it was the true essence vibration that was described on the jade slip of the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. This was what had caused his insides to lose their normal rhythm, and cause all of his body's blood to want to flow in reverse. How could this Lin Ming possibly have managed to learn the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist? Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Those present were stunned. For most of them, this body-tearing, bone-shattering fist was just an unknown cultivation method. And listening to such a vulgar name, it couldn't be any sort of amazing or powerful martial skill. However, to the disciples of the 7 profound martial house, the name of body-tearing, bone-shattering fist struck their hearts like a savage earthquake. Before Lin Ming had become famous, most people had never heard of this incomplete martial skill. However, after he had defeated Zhang Tsang and become the 62nd ranking disciple of the 10,000 killing array, the cultivation methods and martial skills he had chosen also became famous. The pair, foundation spear technique, and foundation movement technique, cultivation methods that normally no one would ask for had suddenly become 2 of the most wanted manuals overnight. But the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist had been left behind. It was inevitable that people would see what was wrong with this cultivation method. Low-grade earth step cultivation method. Loss rate, 70%. Seeing these 2 points, even the fanatical fans of Lin Ming mania would not be so stupid or empty-headed to choose this manual. The body-tearing, bone-shattering fist was only deemed as a low-grade earth step manual because it was lacking the most important beginning section, so its rank was unable to be judged by the elder who was responsible for ranking these cultivation methods. Nobody actually knew its true ranking. It had to be known that the higher a cultivation method was, the more difficult it was to practice. If the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist was complete, it would be far more difficult to cultivate than Zhu Yan's falling star slash and limitless sunset shine. Without the heaven-defying perception of a monstrous genius, it would be a ridiculous dream for anyone in the body transformation stage to want to practice an earth step martial skill. Much less, this martial skill was incomplete. Not only was it incomplete, but the beginning of it was incomplete. For most martial skills, if the later sections were missing, the beginning portions could still be practiced. But if the beginning was incomplete, then a martial skill would have no value at all. Otherwise, how would the 7 profound valleys possibly place an earth step cultivation method like the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist in the 7 profound martial house's outer pavilion? That place was simply a garbage disposal for their unwanted jade slips. The people who saw Lin Ming choose the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist had disagreed with him. Even if it was a crazy fan of Lin Ming's, they had not thought he would perceive anything from meditating on this cultivation method. But Lin Ming, even in this situation, had relied on this cultivation at the third stage of body transformation to learn this body-tearing bone-shattering fist that not even the hidden and mysterious Sciention experts of the seven profound valleys were able to understand. Was this really a human? Throughout the entire history of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, or even the entire history of the Sky Spill continent, this Lin Ming had the most terrifying perception to ever exist. This fellow, he was simply the reincarnation of a heavenly god or devilish demon. No wonder Lin Ming had made such astonishing progress in just a few short months. With this kind of godlike perception, any talent was simply floating clouds, just nothing but trash. The 10th prince had already been made aware of what sort of manual this body-tearing bone-shattering fist was. He did not need his subordinates to explain it to him. The 10th prince had enough achievements in the martial arts aspects to know what it meant to be able to cultivate such a skill. He looked towards Lin Ming's form on the stage, and his face began to darken, becoming increasingly somber and terrible. He had not thought that he had underestimated Lin Ming. This young man was actually terrifying to such a degree. The 10th prince's heart had a faint premonition. If he truly became enemies with Lin Ming, and was unable to annihilate him before he grew, then Lin Ming would become the biggest barrier on his road to snatching the throne. As the fight had progressed to this stage, victory or defeat had already become secondary. It was possible that even if Lin Ming lost to Zhu Yan in this battle, his reputation would even be more resounding. It would spread throughout the entire capital. Facing Lin Ming, who was like a reincarnation of some divine being, even though Zhu Yan's heart of martial arts was strong, he had completely lost the courage to fight. Zhu Yan knew that even if he defeated Lin Ming today, in just a few months, it would be reversed and he would be defeated. He had annoyed an enemy which he absolutely should not have stirred up. Kill him. Zhu Yan's heart suddenly gave birth to this idea. Before Lin Ming grew, he had to kill him. This was the only solution. However, to assassinate someone in the seven profound martial house was too tough and too difficult. Moreover, once they were discovered, regardless of whom it was, the seven profound martial house would take their life as recompense. On the contrary, if he killed someone during a battle, even though it was serious and flagrant violation of the seven profound martial house's regulations, it was not a crime worthy of death. After all, in matches where both parties' strengths were similar, there were occasions that could cause death. Chapter 105, Torrential River Rope. Even though I will be punished, it is far better than being surpassed by Lin Ming in the future. Moreover, a dead genius is no longer a genius. The seven profound martial house will not kill me over someone who is dead. With the 10th prince secretly helping me, the worst that will happen is I will be dismissed from the martial house and banished or exiled to the frontier. But to Zhu Yan, being banished didn't mean anything anymore. As for being dismissed from the martial house, although it was a pity, it was absolutely worth it as long as he could kill Lin Ming. This was the only chance he had to assassinate Lin Ming. But, did he really have the ability to kill Lin Ming? In his heart, Zhu Yan lacked confidence. I still have my strongest martial skill. But, this martial skill has an enormous toll on the body. I can usually only display 60% of its full might, but if I recklessly stimulate myself to force out 100% of its abilities, I might damage my meridians. If I damage these meridians, it will be difficult to connect and open them, and become a great barrier when I want to break through to the pulse condensation period. But since it's come to this point, I have no other choices left. Zhu Yan's face flashed with ferociousness as he triggered all of the true essence in his body to the limit. The scarlet flare sword in his hand began to issue out a shrill, keening sound. Zhu Yan's going to go all out. What a terrifying true essence force. I'm afraid even a martial artist at the bone forging stage does not have such terrifying true essence. After everyone realized that Lin Ming had perceived the secrets of the body-tearing bone-shattering fist, through meditation, no one doubted Zhu Yan's strength again. That Zhu Yan could exchange blows for such a long time with a monstrous genius like Lin Ming was testament to his extraordinary skill. Lin Ming faintly smiled as he felt a heavy murderous intent emanating from Zhu Yan. You want to go all out? Then I'll follow you. From the very start of the fight until now, Lin Ming had been gathering his potential. Even though he had been using his full strength with every strike, he had been saving his momentum. To constantly use moves and save momentum, this was the key to gathering one's potential in a fight. Now all of Lin Ming's potential was poured into the penetrating rainbow spear, waiting for this last, final strike. This fight today is the most important fight in my life so far. And Zhu Yan, he is also the most important opponent in my life so far. In the 7 profound martial houses entrance examinations dream trial, he was the cause for the flaw in my heart. Today, I and Zhu Yan will put forth our strongest moves, and I will defeat him to complete my perfect heart of martial arts. As Lin Ming walked forward step by heavy step, the hard floor tiles underneath him cracked and exploded into flying shards. Lin Ming's right arm was flat and smooth, and lay upon penetrating rainbow. This was the most basic spear stance, iron bridge blocks the river. Yet in Lin Ming's hands, even such a simple stance gave off a boundless feeling of vigor. The dark purple penetrating rainbow was calm as if it were a cast iron statue. It was like a rope that stretched across a torrential river. No matter how the river flowed and surged, it was unable to shake that rope a single inch. Unmovable no matter the force, iron bridge blocks the river. It's the foundation spear technique, stance, iron bridge blocks the river. Heavens! I finally get to see senior apprentice brother Lin Ming's iron bridge blocks the river in action again. A little girl half a year younger than Lin Ming clenched her fists in excitement. Her face was ruddy with joy. She had just entered the human hall. To many of the lower disciples in the human hall, Lin Ming and his iron bridge blocks the river stance were a legend. Many of the lower disciples from the human hall came from a humble birth and background, and their worth was meager. In the 7 profound martial house, because they were the most basic and lowest of disciples, they did not have any nice cultivation methods to choose from. Although they had the glory and honor of being a disciple of the 7 profound martial house, they did not entertain high hopes for the future. However, Lin Ming, who had also came from a humble birth, had used the foundation spear technique to defeat Zhang Tsang, a master of the earth hall. And he had used the iron bridge blocks the river stance. This was a miracle. In Lin Ming's hands, the simple, minimalist, iron bridge blocks the river stance had become tranquil and immutable like a mountain. Any magnificent or exquisite martial skill was broken by a single spear. Alone strength to shatter 10,000 styles. The only person in all of the 7 profound martial house who could use the foundation spear technique to resist Zhu Yan's finishing blow was Lin Ming. Facing Lin Ming's iron bridge blocks the river, Zhu Yan's complexion became filled with unprecedented dignity. This was the most important match in his entire life. Even if Lin Ming used the foundation spear technique, he would not look down on a single fine hair of his. Against such a monstrous genius of perception, any cultivation method in his hands could be turned into a divine miracle. Ha! Zhu Yan shouted. The silk clothes that covered his upper body began to burn up in flames from the searing air waves that were condensed by his true essence. The charred fragments of his clothes fluttered down to the floor. Zhu Yan ripped off his robe like a slip of paper and tore it to shreds. He revealed a toned, muscular upper body, but because of the high amount of true essence that converged on him, his skin was red like a fiery demon. The scarlet flame sword in his hands combusted into a brilliant, shimmering flame. Zhu Yan could not yet feel the fiery true essence damaging his meridians, but the pain was like countless flame needles that gripped him. However, this pain had actually filled Zhu Yan with a bloodthirsty excitement. Zhu Yan's still body suddenly soared upwards into the sky. Whistling flames in the air formed together into phantasmal illusions. Zhu Yan gripped his sword with both hands and lifted it high above his head. His spine curved like a drawn bow. Fire true essence began to gather all around Zhu Yan. It condensed together and turned into a blood-red lotus that began to quietly bloom in the air. Red lotus purgatory. The entire space seemed to flash black for a moment. This strange red lotus swallowed that dark light, and it was as if it contained not just true essence, but had also gathered the blazing sun. Facing Zhu Yan's killing move, at that moment, Lin Ming's mind was calm like water. His ears had lost all outside noise, whether it was the sound of burning flames, or the cheers and shouts of the audience. In his vision, he only saw Zhu Yan. In his heart, there was only the penetrating rainbow. All of his momentum had gathered into penetrating rainbow. The strong true essence violently vibrated. Lin Ming thrusted out his spear, and it was like throwing down a mountain. Lin Ming's spear and Zhu Yan's red lotus purgatory frantically collided. There was a loud, deafening detonation like a rumbling thunderbolt. That intense collision of true essence sparked a fierce shockwave, along with a ka-ka-ka sound as the martial stage was destroyed. Large broken pieces of tiles flew off everywhere in the air. A silhouette wrapped in crimson flames flew outwards and loudly hit a column on the martial stage. Along with a breaking sound, the stone column was smashed apart from the center. This silhouette was Zhu Yan. At this moment his entire body was bathed in blood. He was unconscious on the ground, life or death unknown. And Lin Ming was not feeling good. He was injured in the impact of that terrifying strike, and he had flown backward several dozen feet before using penetrating rainbow to steady himself in the air and fall on the ground with the support of the spear shaft. His blood began to roil, and he almost spat out blood, but by revolving the true primal chaos formula, he was just able to press it down. What a ferocious move. If I had not learned to gather my momentum and set all of it aside for a final blow, then just that move a moment ago would have defeated me. The best case was both of us being wounded. The aftermath of the impact broke through my protection of vibrating true essence and only almost made me cough blood. This was thanks to my true essence from the large success in viscera training, otherwise that strike would have injured my internal organs and caused me to be severely wounded. Zhu Yan's last move had gone all out and overdrawn his strength. His injuries this time will not be light. Zzz. As the fragments of flame still burned, the entire audience was dead silent. This was the pinnacle of battle. Even two peak-bone-forging martial artists could not be so intense. Zhu Yan was already a top-tier talent, but Lin Ming had actually jumped up half a realm to defeat him. Did Zhu Yan die? That last move of Zhu Yan's was an absolutely desperate one with his life on the line. Red Lotus Purgatory is not a martial skill Zhu Yan can use. He has overdrawn his true essence. Overdrawing true essence will harm one's cultivation. For Zhu Yan to do that in order to win this match, his obsession runs too deep. But even so, Zhu Yan was defeated. This Lin Ming is truly terrifying. There were many masters and experts present, they had naturally seen how the final fight had played out. Even several elders of the martial house were present. They had seen the murderous killing intent contained in Zhu Yan's final move. I find it strange. Even though Lin Ming's perception is good, his martial talent is bad. It should be impossible for him to progress so quickly, and yet in these last 2 months his cultivation has leapt up an entire realm. How was this possible? This seems to be because Lin Ming has comprehended some kind of martial intent. Martial intent? What's that? Well, I have only heard about it. I don't know the specifics, but it should be powerful. 2 of the low-level human hall disciples were having a casual conversation, however their conversation had been overheard by one of the top 50 disciples of the ranking stone. His eyes immediately widened. What did you just say? Martial intent. Lin Ming had comprehended a martial intent. Ah, yes. That low-order disciple said with a look of bewilderment. Who told you that? That heavenly abode disciple was suddenly all excited. This made the low-order disciple feel a bit of fear. Facing a top 50 ranking disciple of the heavenly abode, it was impossible for them not to feel pressured. This matter was said by the deacon of the Icy Pond Waterfall, senior apprentice brother Xie Dong. Xie Dong, the heavenly abode disciple, gulped. Although Xie Dong had not reached the pulse condensation period, he was a deacon who had worked at the 7 Profound Martial House for many years. His experience was vast, and it was impossible for him to be so wrong. This Lin Ming had actually managed to comprehend a martial intent. The perception of a monstrous genius, a pure and strong heart of martial arts that was a cut above everyone else, and he also had a martial intent. It was just too terrifying. At this time, the medical personnel of the 7 Profound Martial House hurried on stage to apply medicine to Zhu Yan. But Lin Ming had already stepped down from the martial stage. His true essence had already been depleted from the fight, and at present his combat strength had fallen by several levels. He might not even be able to hold off a normal 3rd stage of body transformation martial artist. But still, there was a hidden aura on Lin Ming's body that emanated. Along with his formidable strength and monstrous perception he had just displayed, this made those people looking at him feel bursts of pressure. This was the dread that came from seeing a powerhouse. When Lin Ming stepped down, several of those nearby pulled back. Even the martial artists that had been famous for a long time made way with respect. And those low-order disciples who had idolized him, only worshipped him Lin Ming with more fanaticism. Mr. Lin Ming. Congratulations. Crown Prince Yang Lin stood up from afar and warmly greeted him. Among his words was just the right amount of veneration. This was the respect he demonstrated to a powerhouse, and had disregarded his status. Chapter 106, Rise to Fame. Crown Prince, Your Highness. Mr. Mui. Lin Ming greeted with a smile. Haha, little brother Lin. Your growth is more and more astonishing. Mui's heart filled with many emotions. He had thought that he already overestimated Lin Ming, but now he discovered that Lin Ming kept exceeding his expectations time and time again to create miracles. Mr. Lin Ming. If you do not mind, how about coming to my palace? I will host a banquet for you as a welcoming reception. Yang Lin said with warm enthusiasm. Lin Ming let loose a light breath and said, I'm sorry, Your Highness, but in the fight just now I exhausted myself too much and must take some time to restore myself. I also attained some faint insights in this battle and would like to go back to digest them. I must decline the Crown Prince's kindness with thanks. In a few days, I will certainly pay a personal visit. That is also good. When Mr. Lin Ming decides to pay a visit, send a sound-transmitting talisman to inform me and I shall wait patiently for you. 10th Prince Yang Jin watched the Crown Prince and Lin Ming speaking to each other from a distance, and his face began to darken. At this point, Yang Jin received a message via True Essence. Your Highness, Lin Ming has accepted the Crown Prince's invitation. Your Highness, Zhu Yan's wounds are too severe. We must take out the Millennium Stone milk, otherwise Zhu Yan's internal injuries will leave behind scars that will affect his future cultivation, said one of the medical personnel that had treated Zhu Yan. His last move had overdrawn his true essence, created damages within his body and destroyed parts of the meridians that hadn't developed yet. In addition, he was struck by Lin Ming and sent flying. The degree to which he was injured could be imagined. The medical personnel of the Seven Profound Martial House naturally used high-quality medicines, but these medicines could not actually be regarded as the best. The 10th Prince shook his head and said, Don't use it. Early on he had expected that this fight would be exceptionally intense. This was because Zhu Yan and Lin Ming had a grudge between them, and this fight would have no pulled punches. It would be normal for one of them to have severe injuries. Therefore he brought a special type of wondrous and precious medicine that could cure wounds, called the Millennium Stone Milk. This was found in the Millennium Limestone Cave, and flowed from a stone stalactite that contained the aura and spirit of the world. It took over a dozen years to gather a small vial of this liquid. Each drop was worth nearly 10,000 gold taels. This stone milk could not only bring back those near death, but it also had advantages for the cultivation of martial artists. The 10th Prince had originally planned to give this to Lin Ming if he had been injured seriously enough to affect his cultivation. If he used this Millennium Stone milk to win over Lin Ming, he believed that Lin Ming would not refuse. After all, the one who had a grudge with Lin Ming was Zhu Yan. The 10th Prince had neither bitter hatred nor enmity towards him. The 10th Prince thoroughly believed that the strongest bonds between humans were not things like friendship, affection, or love, but solely personal benefit. But now, the one who had been severely wounded was Zhu Yan. Not only that, but Lin Ming had displayed an unprecedented and monstrous perception. This made the 10th Prince feel a very heavy headache. He simply didn't know how to deal with Lin Ming. To assassinate him, he dared not and could not. And winning over, he could not win him over. If he showed goodwill, they would not appreciate his kindness. Moreover, his situation with Zhu Yan was tricky. If he continued to support Zhu Yan, then without a doubt, he would be standing opposite to Lin Ming. This was something that the 10th Prince absolutely did not want to see. Sky Fortune Kingdom was a country that advocated the use of force. Lin Ming represented not only his own strength, but the glory and prestige of all martial artists. He was a genius of a century within the Seven Profound Martial House. This title was too amazing for a martial artist. If the Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial artists saw that this person had pledged his loyalty to the Crown Prince, then where would they look, what would they think? If he could discard Zhu Yan and trade him for Lin Ming, the 10th Prince would absolutely 100% do this. The key, however, was that even if he discarded Zhu Yan, Lin Ming may not help him. This gave the 10th Prince a headache. This Zhu Yan, he gave him a lot of trouble. Bidding the Crown Prince farewell, Lin Ming immediately went to pay a visit to Hongxi. Hongxi's guidance was very important in defeating Zhu Yan this time. If he did not have Hong Shi teaching him the training method of piercing leaves, then his attack speed would have been a lot slower. He also would not have known how to save his momentum during a fight. At Zhu Yan's final strike, he might not necessarily have been able to hold it down. This fight played out so beautifully. Hong Shi did not begrudge his appreciation of the fight. Thanks to instructor's teachings. Haha, this is not because of my teachings. If you had a different instructor, you could also have one. I heard that you have some new comprehensions. About the heart of martial arts. Good. Your results today are essential to your heart of martial arts. Hurry up and go back to ponder them, don't uselessly talk about it to me here. Okay then, instructor. I will go first. After Lin Ming left, the people gathered at the martial stage began to disperse. Some martial artists had been discussing the fight with excitement. That single spear touch on the stone column had caused that 20 feet high stone column to turn into rumble from top to bottom. And the foundation spear technique had managed to defeat the Red Lotus Purgatory. These scenes were enough to make those martial artists exhilarated and excited. His large success of the third stage had the strength of someone at the bone forging stage. If Lin Ming reached the bone forging boundary, how would it be then? And most importantly, he was only 15 years old. He had been at the Seven Profound Martial House for only a mere 2 months. Before then, Lin Ming had come from a humble birth and did not have many resources he possibly could have used. If he had the key cultivation methods and resources of the Seven Profound Martial House, then his achievements would have been unimaginable. If he could keep this rate of growth, then that really would go against heaven's will. Before, there were people that had paid attention to Lin Ming. After all, he was the first-place new disciple. But at that time, most of them had thought that this was only because Lin Ming's luck was good, and he had managed to eat some valuable material. But now, they knew that Lin Ming had the unprecedented perception of a monster. He had depended on his cultivation at the third stage of body transformation to cultivate an earth step cultivation method, and moreover, that cultivation method was incomplete. With such a genius born, along with the 6th grade talent Qin Xingxian, this generation might be the most amazing one in all of Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial history. The martial artists were excited, but those noblemen and dignitaries were more concerned with what Lin Ming politically represented. Without a doubt, Lin Ming would rise. Becoming a super master was only a question of time. And a super master had immense weight and influence within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. For instance, Mui was a visiting official of the Marshal's quarters, and at the same time he was the teacher of the Crown Prince. He had a high and lofty status within Sky Fortune City. Even if the Emperor saw Mui, he would have to treat him with a certain amount of respect. Not only did Mui not need to bow, but he also didn't need to be asked to sit. Although a Hotian master did not have the strength or power to kill an army of 100,000, they were able to go in and out of fortified places without any resistance at all. It was not an exaggeration to say that if there was not a Hotian master at the royal palace, then the emperor might not be far from death. Because of the frequent wars between nations, it was possible that the emperor would be assassinated by the enemy masters. Lin Ming was very likely to become such an amazing character like this in the future. This was someone that all of those dignitaries present had to woo and curry favor with. In fact, many of them were already calculating how to show goodwill to Lin Ming. As everyone departed the martial stage, the news of the fight began to rapidly spread. Not only did Lin Ming become Sky Fortune City's most dazzling and splendid star, but this news had already spread over the nation, such as, a genius only seen once a century at the Seven Profound Martial House, the future Sky Fortune Kingdom's #1 master, and other such titles. The overwhelming blessings and aura of fame were all focused on Lin Ming. 15 years old, entered into the top 30 rankings of the Seven Profound Martial House's heavenly abode. Cultivation at the third stage of body transformation, with strength comparable to a martial artist at the bone forging stage. Had perceived an incomplete earth step martial skill by himself, and had integrated into his own spear skills. It was even reported that Lin Ming had comprehended the extremely rare martial intent. Each of these achievements could be considered legends by themselves, but Lin Ming had actually gathered all of these legends unto himself. He was at the height of power among the Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial arts world. The local storytellers would write Lin Ming's famous history into their stories. In these stories, the storytellers would improvise and give exaggerated accounts to increase the hype. They even said that when Lin Ming was born, a brilliant sunset glow covered the sky. He had climbed a mountain when he was 7 to capture a tiger. When he was 9, he went swimming in the sea to see sharks. Although these stories were all blown ridiculously out of proportion, the audience listened with gusto. After all, things like storytelling were naturally more exaggerated, and gave people a fresh feeling. Suddenly, Lin Ming had become the idol among countless young martial artists, especially those who had come from a humble birth like he had. Who said you could not cultivate if you didn't have money? Lin Ming was their example, Lin Ming was their goal. And in Green Mulberry City, as news arrived to the Lin family by a sound-transmitting talisman, all of the Lin family seethed with excitement. In Sky Fortune Kingdom, there was great importance attached to family honor. A family of heroes and masters, even if declining, was respected by the world. For instance, Marshal Qin Zhao's family. Even several hundred years later, if the Qin family was on the decline, they would still be a family that had produced an ancient hero, and in the family's blood would flow a hero's blood. The Lin family was also like this. There was not a single family that didn't wish that their family would have such a day where their family would flourish by their own hands. Before, Lin Ming had obtained the title of first place among the new disciples in the 7 profound martial house, and this was already the great honor. It was like those scholars that went and became officials, bringing honor to their ancestors. However, compared to the miracle that Lin Ming had created, this reputation of 7 profound martial house's #1 disciple was nothing at all. To be the peerless talent that hadn't been seen in the several hundred years of history at the 7 profound martial house along with other glorious titles, was enough to have the Lin family be recorded in the annals of Sky Fortune Kingdom's history. If Lin Ming became a legend in the future, then the Lin family would also become the family of a hero, and would be admired by the world. And the one Lin Ming had defeated was the Zhu family's #1 talent, Zhu Yan. This caused the Lin family, who had been constantly suppressed by the Zhu family, to feel proud and elated. On the same day, everywhere at the Lin family was decorated with lanterns and rainbow streamers. They held a large banquet inviting all guests to attend and celebrate. This was the most important day in the entirety of the Lin family's history. The head of the Lin family burnt incense and prayed to the ancestors. All these celebrations and ceremonies were more grand and wonderful than the New Year's celebration. The Lin family servants all obtained a heavy red package filled with money. The rice farmers who leased land from the Lin family were all exempted from rent for 3 years. These people naturally knew why they obtained such luxurious gifts from the Lin family. Lin Ming's name had already spread throughout the entirety of Green Mulberry City. At this time, Lin Ming was meditating on a sea jade platform at the 7 profound martial houses. He was unaware of everything happened outside, as he was immersed in comprehending the faint feeling he had in his heart of martial arts. When he had fought with Zhu Yan, Lin Ming's heart of martial arts had improved a bit. Chapter 107, The Pass of Desire. With Lin Ming's current fame in Sky Fortune City, there were many major powers that wanted to show their goodwill to Lin Ming. However, because of the regulations and customs of the 7 profound martial house, they could not disturb Lin Ming's cultivation unless he left the martial house or contacted them on his own initiative. Under the jade stage, the lake was tranquil and shimmering deep green, as if it were a huge liquid emerald. As it was late in autumn, the rows of weeping willows surrounding the lake were already a dry, golden yellow. As the gentle autumn wind blew across the lake's surface, the leaves swirled into the air like a golden moth before fluttering gently downwards. What was surprising though was that there was not a single leaf that fell into the lake. Lin Ming sat cross-legged on the sea jade platform. This platform was the illusory magic array that was used in the entrance examination's dream trial. It was only open during the beginning of spring and fall when the 2 exams were conducted. However, it was not the start of fall anymore, so it was closed to the martial house disciples. However, Lin Ming's status was special now, so he was specially permitted to train and feel his heart of martial arts. During the entrance examination of the 7 profound martial house, when Lin Ming was in the sea jade platform's dreamland, he found that there was a flaw in his heart from the pass of desire. In the pass of desire, Lin Ming had seen a Lan Yunue, 10 years older. She had been exquisitely elegant, and humming a nursery song. She had been coaxing their child to sleep. When Lin Ming had seen this scene, he had nearly lost himself in the illusion. Lin Ming knew that he no longer had any connection to Lan Yunue. Even when he would pursue the pinnacle of martial arts in the future, his path would no longer cross with Lan Yunue's. But Lan Yunue's betrayal was still a knot in his heart. This so-called knot was a place in the heart that the mind could not reason with. In a martial artist's journey, they not only cultivated their bodies, but they also cultivated their hearts and minds. They had to be true to themselves, and follow their desires, whether it was love or hate. Otherwise, what was the point? If they tortured themselves to cultivate, and practiced martial arts day and night, and felt the desolation and loneliness at the same time, and yet had to bear everything in life patiently even as they suffered countless humiliations, then what exactly was the point of practicing martial arts? Why not just be a normal, common person? A martial artist had a proud heart. They would not keep things in their heart such as losing an important contest or fight. Things like that could not frustrate their proud hearts. However, there were some things that would, such as when Lan Yunue had betrayed Lin Ming and followed Zhu Yan. Such a malicious act had severely impacted Lin Ming's pure heart, and no matter how strong and clear his heart of martial arts was, it would inevitably leave behind a knot in the heart. This was what the common folk spoke of when they mentioned spirit. As long as the spirit was smooth, then they would have clear thoughts and ease of mind. Their true essence circulation would not be impeded and their meridians would be able to link together easier. On the other hand, if their spirit was bad, then their mind would be blocked, and they would be depressed. Not only would their true essence not move, but it would be trapped in their body and become an anger that would psychologically attack them. Not only would they not be able to cultivate, but they would also damage their own health. If their arrogant heart was too strong, then they might even go mad. If their thoughts were clouded and their hearts uncomfortable, the cultivation of a martial artist would easily be restrained. During the essential period of breaking through a bottleneck, the knot would change into a demon that haunted their hearts. This would cause the martial artist to fail, and become forever immersed with their obsession before finally turning into an idiot. There was only one solution to clear this knot, and that was to rely on their own strength to destroy the knot and cut off the evil spirits in the heart. Their minds would be clear, their breath smooth, and true essence would easily flow. For instance, like in the competition, Zhu Yan had been defeated by Lin Ming. He had lost his dignity and also sustained a serious injury. His meridians had been damaged and it would affect his future efforts to break into the pulse condensation period. That event would cause Zhu Yan's proud and arrogant heart of martial arts to be severely frustrated. Even if he wanted to stand up and recover his pride, hiring an assassin to kill Lin Ming was useless. He had to one day rely on his own strength to defeat Lin Ming, and overcome these demons in his heart. However, this was already impossible for Zhu Yan. Not only did he experience a severe wound that would seriously influence his future cultivation, but even if he were completely cured, later on the disparity between him and Lin Ming would only increase. In contrast, Lin Ming had defeated Zhu Yan at his strongest state and cut off this knot in his heart. His heart of martial arts would only improve yet again, and although he could not achieve a perfect level, the time it took to pass the dream trial was reduced again. This time, it only took half an incense stick of time. This time, he only needed half the time of Ling Sr. As he awoke from the martial arts dream world, he closed his eyes and recalled what he had experienced in the pass of desire. Lin Ming's cheeks were an odd color. He no longer dreamed of Lan Yunue again, but had instead dreamed of Qin Xingxian. Not only that, but he had also dreamed of several girls that he didn't have too many impressions of. For instance, the talented, young inscription girl, Wang Yuhan, who he had met at the Inscription Association. There was also the cunning, rude, and totally unreasonable elder senior sister who he had met at the zither department when he was looking up materials. However, as soon as these two girls had appeared in Lin Ming's dream land, they had instantly disappeared. Lin Ming now knew that the pass of desire didn't necessarily show women that he liked in his heart, but also those that were capable of arousing the latent desire in his heart. Desire didn't include only love, but also lust. A human's nature was that of an animal. An animal only existed for two goals, one was to survive, the other was to procreate. To survive, eat, and reproduce, that was lust. Therefore the ancient scripts had recorded that the nature of man was food and s*x. This instinct was imprinted in the very bones of every living human. Therefore the heart had evolved a wide range of potential desires. Some desires were suppressed by one's own truth of morality. The pass of desire was able to find these infinite lusts of the heart and magnify them, and finally cause someone to be lost inside of them. As they say, there was no man in the vastness of heaven and earth who had no wants or desires. Many martial artists practiced martial arts to satisfy their desire. Because they strove towards this goal, their martial arts cultivation would leap 10,000 miles every day. However, after they had fulfilled their desires, their strength of cultivating martial arts would plummet. This was always a contradictory process. There were martial arts sages, who in order to overcome the passive passion, had even castrated themselves. There were certain marvelous and ancient skill manuals that had written in their introduction, in order to cultivate this art, one must first castrate themselves, and so on. This was because in order to reach the large success stage of these cultivation methods, they had to overcome the passive passion. But if their heart held any lust, then their demons would overcome them and they would perish in the beautiful dream land, becoming a useless idiot. Because of these reasons, some of the eunuchs of the palace had rapid advancement when they cultivated martial arts. This was because they no longer had that lustful desire, and their energy would be locked into their body and converted into strength and true essence. Lin Ming was aware of these reasons, and did not persist in the passive desire. After all, from ancient times until now, there was never a martial artist who did not have even a tiny flaw in their heart of martial arts. As he peacefully meditated on the sea jade platform, Lin Ming revolved the true primal chaos formula, and quickly entered into the ethereal martial intent state. His bond passed into a state of unconsciousness, and the true essence in Lin Ming's body began to circulate on its own instinct. Its speed began to run faster and faster, moving in lines that were more and more perfect. Lin Ming was observing from an outsider's perspective. He felt that as the true essence flowed in his body, it was also much quicker than before. Lin Ming was indescribably happy. Because of the improvement in his heart of martial arts, his ethereal martial intent had also stepped up a level, and the cultivation speed was enhanced even more. Like this, he would not too far away from reaching small success of the true primal chaos formula's second level. With one breath, Lin Ming let his true essence revolve by itself for 3 hours. Finally, Lin Ming opened his eyes. The day was getting late. He suddenly remembered the Crown Prince's invitation, so he lit a sound-transmitting talisman and sent it to Mui. Sky Fortune City, the Crown Prince's palace. At this time, the sun had just set, and the Crown Prince's palace front door was happily covered with decorations. A stream of luxurious horse-drawn carriages had formed a long line. All the celebrities and important figures of Sky Fortune City had gathered in their splendid attire at the Crown Prince's palace. The floor was covered with hundreds of meters of red carpet, and there were also hundreds of beautiful maidservants that carried around fine food, refreshments, and fruits that they shuttled between the numerous visitors. Exquisite and playful music flowed through every corner of every hall. Today, the Crown Prince Yang Lin had hosted a grand banquet at his palace. Although the Crown Prince had said this part was only a simple congregation, all those with a discerning eye knew that this banquet had great political significance. This was because this banquet's main guest was the rising star Lin Ming, who was in the limelight of all of Sky Fortune City. For this banquet, the Crown Prince's palace had done careful preparations and cleaning. The garden was refurbished, and the blue stone tile floor was spotless as if it were just cleaned. It was bright and appealing. The palace had also filled the fountain springs with clear water. The blue water sparkled under the moonlight as it shot up. It was truly beautiful. The Southern Martial Marquis has arrived. As soon as the herald announced this, a fat, middle-aged man wearing a brocade gown walked into the main hall of the Crown Prince's palace with his entourage. Although this man appeared bloated and fat, his steps were steady and his breath was even. His lazy gaze occasionally gave off a feeling that made the hearts of those watching him palpitate. This middle-aged man was one of the 10 great generals of Sky Fortune Kingdom, the Southern Military Marquis. The Sky Fortune Kingdom had several dozen generals in total. However, those that had genuine power and authority within the palm of their hands, and also had enormous prestige and fame within the army, were only 10 people. These 10 people were given noble titles. The Southern Martial Marquis was the youngest of these 10. This year, he was 69 years old. Southern Martial Marquis, he also came. Yang Lin heard this announcement and felt a great happiness surge in his heart. Although he had delivered an invitation to the Southern Martial Marquis, it was actually only a show of good etiquette. He did not actually believe that the Southern Martial Marquis would show up. Although Yang Lin was Crown Prince in name, but as an official, his power and influence were far inferior to the 10th Prince Yang Zhen. When the elderly emperor died and the throne would change, it was unknown as to whose hands the throne would fall into. This was the critical period of time when people would choose who to support. If they chose the right person, their life would be filled with a lifetime of wealth and success. But with the wrong person, they would crash into the abyss and be beyond redemption. However, the true attitudes of those people were elusive. The two princes mostly had their own trusted subordinates, or were like Zhu Yan and had been inextricably tied to 10th prince by their family. Most of the others already had enough status to avoid this conflict and adopt a moderate approach. They had already rapidly advanced their careers and simply did not need to partake in the Game of Thrones changes to increase their fortunes. To adopt a moderate stance and not favor any party was the most sensible option. No matter who came out on top, their status would not be affected. The military was especially so. Since ancient times, if the military intervened in the battle for the throne, then it would become an extremely sensitive matter. Therefore the 10 great generals normally did not attend the banquets held by the princes. This was because there would be spies in the banquets who would be reporting on them. Although the 10th prince did not assume that all those that attended the banquet were partial to the crown prince, he would remember these people. In the future, if he won the struggle and seized the throne, even if these people did not intervene, he would not trust them after he mounted the throne. There were a limited number of positions to be a royal courtier of the emperor. The number of talents and geniuses would be unlimited. Who would not entrust these heavy responsibilities to their own trusted subordinates? Therefore, that the Southern Marshal Marquis had come today was really a happy surprise for Yang Lin. However, the Crown Prince knew that the reason the Southern Marshal Marquis had come today was mostly because of Lin Ming. He wanted to meet Lin Ming and get to know him. The Southern Marshal Marquis was also once a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. When he was young, he was also known as a martial nut. He certainly would want to know someone like Lin Ming. This Lin Ming, he has not grown up and yet already has such rallying appeal. If he is willing to help me, my succession to the throne will be much smoother. Chapter 108, Grand Banquet. Thinking of this, Yang Lin began to worry somewhat over the outcome. Before, Lin Ming and Zhu Yan had hostilities against each other, and fearing that Lin Ming would be framed and assassinated, thought that perhaps he might serve as his backer. But after not seeing him for a month, Lin Ming's strength had grown too quickly. With his growing influence, he now had the support of the 7 profound martial house. There was no one would dare to easily move against him. He would certainly become a grand character in the future that wielded great power. With such capital in his hands, he didn't need to attach himself to anyone. Haha, it's been a while since I've seen your highness the Crown Prince. As soon as the Southern Marshal Marquis saw Yang Lin, he gave a hearty laugh and a ceremonial bow. Although he did not need to accept the Crown Prince's invitation, if he saw the Crown Prince, he still had to give proper greeting due to customs. After all, the Southern Marshal Marquis was still only a marquis. Above that was a duke, and above the duke was a prince. But the Crown Prince's status was also above a prince. Even though there were so many different levels of nobility, a title was just a title, it had no real power and was only nominal. The influence of a person in the Sky Fortune Kingdom had little to do with their title, but was affected by their position, strength, and military authority. The Southern Marshal Marquis held enormous influence among the army. Even Yang Lin had to greet him politely. Yang Lin rushed up to the Southern Marshal Marquis and hurriedly said, "Southern Marshal Marquis, don't be a stranger. Feel free to enjoy this grand banquet that I've set up. There is no need to be overly courteous. The Southern Marshal Marquis is one of the 10 great generals of my Sky Fortune Kingdom and whose cultivation is at the pulse condensation period. This prince has always wanted to be good friends with the Honorable Southern Marshal Marquis. For the Southern Marshal Marquis to come here so unexpectedly, this prince is very surprised. Haha, I have been busy with military affairs these past few days, but I could not shirk your highness' invitation." The Southern Marshal Marquis casually explained. Yang Lin would of course not pursue the matter, and welcome the Southern Marshal Marquis with a seat of honor. Army Major of Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces, Lord Wang, has arrived. The herald announced another arrival. As soon as he heard this, Yang Lin's eyebrows rose. The leader of Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces, Wang Gan. That sly old fox, he also came. Yang Lin was startled. Wang Gan's arrival had even surprised him more than the Southern Marshal Marquis. Before this he hadn't even delivered a written invitation to Wang Gan. He came uninvited, and also at such a sensitive time. There were so many spies staring at him, and this Wang Gan dared to come to the banquet. Was he not afraid that Yang Zhen would know this? The truth was that out of today's guests, Wang Gan's status wasn't anything too high-ranking. The position of army major was underneath that of a general. The Sky Fortune Kingdom had several dozen generals, and almost 200 majors. Moreover, Wang Gan didn't even have a title and he was not an aristocrat. Although Wang Gan's status sounded insignificant, Wang Gan's military status was in the top few. He was even more important than some of the top generals. This was mainly because his position was too important, Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces Army Major. Since ancient times, the military has always been very sensitive to the struggle for the throne, and the Royal Guard Forces were a step from the sensitive of the sensitive. Almost all of the palace coups were through the Royal Guard Forces and the Imperial Palace Guards. Because of this, Sky Fortune Kingdom's Royal Guard Forces did not have a commanding general. Instead, they had 4 different majors, each in charge of the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north. With the authority of Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces so decentralized, the 4 army majors were able to restrict each other. Wang Gan was the army major of the Eastern Royal Guard Forces. He certainly knew how sensitive his status was, therefore he had always been cautious and had always maintained a balanced distance between the princes. Anyone who could stand in this position were themselves a sly old fox. Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces Army Major was not the same as the Southern Marshal Marquis. Even if the Crown Prince failed to succeed the throne, the Southern Marshal Marquis was still a general as before. With his prestige and fame as one of the 10 great generals of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, not even the 10th prince would dare to move him. But Wang Gan was different. He was only a small-time army major, and he commanded the Royal Guard Forces. If he did not do well, then the 10th prince would remove him, and even press charges of homicide against him to get rid of him. Wang Gan actually came. Even if he wants to meet Lin Ming, it shouldn't. I think, Yang Lin suddenly remembered. 2 months ago, on the date of the 7 Profound Marshal House's entrance examination, he had conveniently sent a sound-transmitting talisman to help Lin Ming. The one who had framed Lin Ming, he was certain it had been a son of Wang Gan. Initially Lin Ming had been an unimportant person, so this matter was only in passing to Yang Lin. He not simply not placed this in his heart, and thus forgotten about it. So that's it. Wang Gan had probably been feeling very upset these days. Thinking of this, Yang Lin silently laughed in his heart. Wang Gan had indeed been truly full of suffering these days. He's just had too much bad luck, even lying down he would be hit. When he had discovered that the boy who had come into conflict with his son was the current #1 rising star of the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, Wang Gan wanted to cry but had no tears. Just who did he piss off to have this happen to him? 2 months ago at the 7 Profound Marshal House entrance examination, his son had framed Lin Ming, and caused the Crown Prince to send a sound-transmitting talisman to the Public Security Department. This made Wang Gan feel a bit frustrated. After all, this was something that his good-for-nothing son had done, and the Crown Prince should not go so far as to implicate him. But he absolutely would never have thought that the problem could come from Lin Ming. This fellow had changed, and had become a rare talent that was only seen every 100 years at the 7 Profound Marshal House. He would surely be a great character in the Sky Fortune Kingdom who could control wind and lightning at his command. This kind of character, as long as he wanted, could absolutely promote someone to the nobility or even a general. Once Lin Ming grew up, if he wanted to get rid of anyone, it would be as simple as turning over his hand. Wang Gan knew that his son's conflict with Lin Ming was not so simple as fighting, but that Wang Yigao had gone to the degree of wanting to kill him. Wang Gan had asked himself, what would he do if he had experienced this? He would never let go. So how could he not be afraid? He couldn't even sleep in peace these past days. But Lin Ming lived at the 7 Profound Marshal House, and because of the regulations of the 7 Profound Marshal House, he did not have any chance at all to contact Lin Ming. Not to mention him, but not even those high nobles could see him. Therefore the only chance he had to see Lin Ming was to come to the Crown Prince's grand banquet. He really wanted to choke his son to death himself. The day that he had heard the news, he had dragged out Wang Yigao and overwhelmingly beat him before locking him in confinement for 6 months. Mentioning Wang Yigao had almost had a nervous breakdown. The first time that he had been defeated by Lin Ming was when Lin Ming had hit his servant. At that time Wang Yigao had regarded Lin Ming as ant. Being bitten by an ant, he would just crush him underneath his foot and kill him. Therefore he had brought a bunch of ruffians to finish off Lin Ming, but the result was that he had his name written in reverse. When Wang Yigao had returned, he had been punished to a 2-month confinement. He could not drink or eat meat, and could not go to the brothel. It had simply ruined Wang Yigao's life. He came out of confinement wanting to get revenge, so he had pestered him at the 7 Profound Martial House's entrance exam. At that time, Lin Ming was nothing but a C** to Wang Yigao, just a bit more formidable than an ant. But he could still crush him underneath his boot. However, that time Wang Yigao had been beaten even worse. Not only had his body been pummeled, but his face had been hit. And the most miserable part was that he had even punished even more by Wang Gan, and had been sent to half a year of confinement. Slowly, over time, Wang Yigao had become used to not having wine and meat, and also not having women. He began to diligently study the martial books daily. However, as he was doing well, Wang Yigao was somehow dragged out again and beaten again for a round. This beating had been truly ruthless. Each strike had caused Wang Yigao to almost faint. Finally, he learned why he had been beaten up. The name of Lin Ming had already become a nightmare to Wang Yigao. Even if he borrowed the courage of 10,000 men, he still would not dare to bother Lin Ming anymore. A family's discipline was always rough. Wang Gan had severely hit Wang Yigao, but the truth was this was to protect Wang Yigao. He wanted to give an explanation to Lin Ming. Since Wang Yigao had wanted to beat Lin Ming to death before, if he wasn't beaten up horribly himself, then Lin Ming might not be so forgiving of this matter. Greetings to your Highness the Crown Prince. I have come uninvited, I beg your Highness for your forgiveness. Wang Gan deeply bowed, with a hint of fear and trepidation. Haha, Major Wang is too polite. That Major Wang can come today really causes this prince to feel very happy. Please feel free. Yang Lin did not say that he knew the reason Wang Gan had come today was to see Lin Ming. Thank you, Your Highness. As time passed, noble after noble came to the banquet. The Crown Prince's grand banquet had presented an unprecedented prosperous atmosphere. All these celebrities and famous figures came from various quarters. They were dressed in magnificent formal clothes and carried elegant wine glasses as they chatted in soft tones. Every action and movement they made showed the etiquette of the aristocrat. These people were all influential figures within Sky Fortune City. Big sister Jingyun, you also came. Murongzi had spotted Bai Jingyun in the crowd. Originally she was a bit impatient since she had been bothered by some playboy, but her perturbed face suddenly morphed into a joyful smile. She moved her feet and like a small fish she appeared in an instant at Bai Jingyun's side. Even the gorgeous but tedious formal dress she had on did not affect her movement. At such an elegant banquet, her actions were unobtrusive, and made people feel as if it were a kind of passing cloud and flowing water. Little sister Murong, I didn't think that your Murong family would also be here. Murongzi and Bai Jingyun were the two dazzling girls that had attended Lin Ming's last 10,000 killing array assessment. These two were the proud women of the 7 Profound Martial House. Murongzi was 17 years old and ranked 28 on the ranking stone. Bai Jingyun was 18 years old and ranked 22 on the ranking stone. They were collectively referred to as the 7 Profound Proud Pair. It could be said that 1,000 myriad graces were set in their bodies. With these two heavenly ladies gathered in the same place, they attracted the immediate attention of numerous men. These two were much like arrogant peacocks, they were simply cranes among the chickens here. I remember that your Murong family rarely comes to the Crown Prince's banquets. Bai Jingyun paused slightly, and then laughed as she whispered, are you here to look for a date? Gosh. Big sister Jingyun, don't tease me, these playboys are no good. Murongzi had the qualifications to say this. With her talent and strength, in addition to her flawless looks, in the entirety of the Sky Fortune City, she was only inferior to Qin Xingxian. There were truly few sons of the aristocratic families that could match up to her. Zhang Guanyu's talent and looks were nice, but he was famous for being a flowery playboy. He also practiced the acacia power, who knew how many women he had played with at this point. As for the 10th prince and the Crown Prince already had a wife. With Murongzi's proud nature, it was impossible for her to settle for being a concubine. That said, the outcome of the battle between the Crown Prince and the 10th prince was not clear, so the Murong family naturally would not dare to rashly marry off anyone. Haha, of course it's not them. The one I'm talking about is, Bai Jingyun spoke to this point, when the voice of the herald suddenly sounded out from behind the door. The 7 Profound Martial Houses. Lin Ming, Mr. Lin. Chapter 109, The Acacia Faction. Haha, of course it's not them. The one I'm talking about is, Bai Jingyun had spoken to this point, when the voice of the herald suddenly sounded out from behind the entrance. The 7 Profound Martial Houses. Lin Ming, Mr. Lin. Upon hearing this announcement, almost all of the people in the hall looked at the entrance. Many of them had already begun crowding towards the front. Following the lead of 2 gorgeous maids, Lin Ming slowly walked into the hall. Although he had changed into decent clothes for today's event, it was still a far cry from the high-class and magnificent clothing that the nobles and other celebrities had worn. Still, because Lin Ming had been practicing accumulating his momentum these past days, even ordinary clothes on him were especially dazzling in the crowd. Lin Ming thought back to what the herald had just called him and had a queer feeling in his heart. Mr. Lin. He really wasn't used to be calling that. Lin Ming didn't have a position in the government, nor did he have a title. He was a common person with a common background. One could say his only status was as a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House. But the herald did not dare to address Lin Ming by name, so he had added the title of Mr. That's Lin Ming. He's quite handsome and intelligent. He's only 15 years old. How extraordinary. Lin Ming was undoubtedly the star of the party. He was the rising supernova that everyone came to see. Brother Lin, welcome. Before Lin Ming could give a ceremonial bow, Crown Prince Yang Lin stepped forwards and hugged him. Brother Lin, there is no need to be overly courteous. Come, let me introduce you. Yang Lin knew that most of the people who came here wanted to get to know Lin Ming's thoughts, and he would be introduced to them one at a time. But the first one to be introduced was of course the Southern Martial Marquis. Brother Lin, this is Sky Fortune Kingdom's South Martial Marquis, General Wu. He's one of the 10 great generals of our land, and he guards the southern borders of our Sky Fortune Kingdom. He's a martial artist at the pulse condensation period, and he has performed many great services for our country. The Southern Martial Marquis name was Wu Yuanshuan. He had repeatedly accomplished many great deeds and honors at the southern border, thus he was bestowed the title of Southern Martial Marquis. Lin Ming greets General Wu. Lin Ming knew that these sort of senior generals that patrolled the borders were usually aloof and high-standing characters. He maintained the necessary etiquette towards someone like him. Haha, little brother Lin, you are too polite. If His Highness the Crown Prince does not accept your bow, then how could I? Little brother Lin and I are fellow apprentices, but I already graduated from the 7 Profound Martial House over 40 years ago. Time truly passes too quickly. The Southern Martial Marquis voice was clear-cut and loud like a morning bell. Those present were able to hear every word enunciated clearly. Little brother Lin is a young and promising talent. Your fame has already spread all throughout Sky Fortune Kingdom. I've long wanted to meet you. As soon as I saw you today, I knew you were a dragon in human form. With such a great cultivation at 15 years of age, your future is limitless. General Wu praises me too much. Lin Ming still has a long way to go. Lin Ming was not used to such praise, so he was polite in response. Haha, little brother Lin is just too modest. I heard that little brother Lin has already entered the heavenly abode. After entering the heavenly abode, you might receive some missions from the military. If little brother Lin wishes, you may come and stay with my army at the southern border. With little brother Lin's strength, you will inevitably perform countless good deeds. Lin Ming's interest was piqued as he listened to the Southern Martial Marquis. There were some disciples who went on military missions after entering the heavenly abode. At the end of each mission there were also rewards. The rewards didn't come from just the 7 Profound Martial House, but also from the royal government. All disciples who went on missions had the possibility of being able to enjoy promotions, therefore there were some martial house disciples that were bestowed nobility before they had graduated. Lin Ming was not interested in things like titles or gold. But, the rewards from the 7 Profound Martial House were quite worthwhile. For instance, there were true essence stones, high-quality treasures, top-quality pills, as well as cultivation time at the 7 major killing arrays. True essence stones and time at the 7 major killing arrays were necessary for cultivation. As for high-quality treasure, if it was a top-quality treasure spear, then Lin Ming would definitely be enchanted by it. As for top-tier pills, they were also very precious. If Lin Ming wanted to raise his strength quickly, he had to have these top-tier pills. However, these kinds of pills could not be purchased in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even though Lin Ming could receive many gifts from influential people, these pills were still impossible to come by so easily. The Southern Martial Marquis wants to win me over so that I will go to the army and undertake missions, but this is also good. Until now I've only fought in matches, but I haven't been in many actual life or death situations. If I enter the army for a while, I will be able to experience these and grow in strength, and there are also rewards to be had, so why not? Thinking of this, Lin Ming said, Lin Ming thanks General Wu for thinking so highly of him. If I have the appropriate mission, then Lin Ming will certainly go to the southern border. Haha, that's great. I already feel like old friends after meeting with little brother Lin for the first time. Come, let's have a drink. As Lin Ming and the Southern Martial Marquis conversed, Bai Jingyun and Murongzi were also carrying on their intimate conversation from early. I was thinking that the one you should date is him. Bai Jingyun signaled with her eyes. She had been talking about Lin Ming. Him? Big sister Jingyun, don't go speaking such nonsense. Murongzi's cheeks turned red as she blushed. He's younger than me, how could it be possible? Murongzi was 17 years old. Lin Ming was actually only 15 years old. Bai Jingyun smiled slyly, listening to little sister's meaning. If he wasn't 2 years your junior, then you would find him agreeable. Murongzi's mouth went crooked. I never said that. If big sister makes fun of me again, then I'll be angry. Haha, little sister, unless you are like Miss Qin Xingxian, and decide to pursue that far-off Xiantian realm, or even higher, then in the future you will be married. We martial artists have a long youth. Let alone several years younger, even if it was 10 years, or even a few dozen years, that wouldn't mean anything. Pursue the Xiantian realm. Murongzi was slightly stunned. To the mortals of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the Xiantian realm truly was a far-off and distant dream. Although she was a proud and arrogant woman in Sky Fortune City, she was self-aware that it was impossible for her to reach such a remote realm. It was only a pipe dream. Much less her having no hope. Even several of the core disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House had no chances either. But Qin Xingxian was different. Her 6th grade martial talent was simply too shocking. That Lin Ming, perhaps he might pursue the Xiantian realm? Murongzi asked. It's possible. Lin Ming and Qin Xingxian are two different kinds of talents. Qin Xingxuan's natural talent for cultivation is simply too monstrous. As for Lin Ming, besides his natural talent, he is a monstrous genius in every other category. It's hard to tell who the better genius of the two is. If discussing combat prowess, then Lin Ming would naturally be stronger. But if discussing how far their achievements will be in cultivation, then perhaps Qin Xingxian has higher hopes of reaching the Xiantian stage. Lin Ming's martial talent is only a 3rd-grade talent. The flaw in such a talent simply cannot be made up. I think that Lin Ming is more likely to stay in the Sky Fortune Kingdom and accomplish great deeds. He might even become the next state marshal. The next state marshal? Murongzi thought absent-mindedly. That was a prestige that exceeded even the emperor. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, many of the common people did not even know the emperor's name, but there was no one who did not know the name and legends of State Marshal Qin Shao. Even with Murongzi's status, she still held a high degree of respect in her heart for a figure such as State Marshal Qin Shao. As Murongzi looked out of sorts, Bai Jingyun suddenly smiled and said, "Little sister, look at Lin Ming, he's already surrounded by so many girls. If you don't go now, you won't have the opportunity." Murongzi followed the sounds and turned her head. Indeed, there were many young aristocratic ladies that had already intentionally or unintentionally approached Lin Ming, and were talking happily with him. "Mr. Lin Ming, I heard that your spear is over 800 genes. Is it really?" A young girl vapidly blinked at him with watery eyes, sending somewhat lascivious looks at Lin Ming. The girls that intentionally approached Lin Ming didn't necessarily have any evil thoughts in their hearts. After all, their ages were young at mostly 15 or 16 years old, and they had simple minds and pure thoughts. These ones had come under the suggestions of their parents. But there were also those who approached Lin Ming purely because of the worship in their hearts. The Sky Fortune Kingdom was a country that held martial artists in the highest esteem, and with the extraordinary title of being the 100-year talent of the Seven Profound Martial House, he was the idol of all people. 820 genes. Lin Ming replied with a smile. Haha, that's amazing. How do you hold it? Can I see your hand? Well, all right. Lin Ming said. He helplessly held out his hand. At this time, another charming young lady had come over. She said, Mr. Lin Ming, your palm reading is very good. I'm a fortune teller. The girl winked at him with an attractive eye. Can I take a look at your palm reading? Before Lin Ming could think of a good way to refuse, the girl had already taken his hand in hers and was carefully looking at it. The girl's hand was cool, and had the unique softness of a woman. She's unexpectedly direct. Bai Jingyun said with a faint smile. Humph, what a nympho. Murongzi curled her lips in disdain. She drank the wine from her crystal glass as if she were a noble peacock. Bai Jingyun sniggered. She knew of Murongzi's pride. It was impossible for her to do the same acts as these young girls, she simply could not cheapen herself to that level. Little sister, with this kind of boy, if you don't take the initiative then you won't have an opportunity. Then why don't you go? Murongzi pouted. Me. Hearing Murongzi's question, Bai Jingyun's face gradually fell. She was silent for a moment, before she sighed and lightly said, my marriage is not up for me to decide. Why? Murongzi didn't understand. Although the children in Sky Fortune Kingdom had to obey their parents in marital matters, but her and Bai Jingyun's statuses were unusual and not like others. With their strength and talent, they had the right to speak and determine their own marriage. Big sister, you are too submissive. If you say you don't want to marry, how will they force you to? Bai Jingyun bitterly smiled, it's not as simple as you think. The one that had been chosen for her was a direct disciple of the Seven Profound Valleys Acacia faction. Let alone her Bai family, even if it were Sky Fortune City's royal family, they did not have the qualifications to refuse. The Seven Profound Valleys' 7 founders had left behind 7 different legacies, these were the 7 factions. For instance, there was the Sword faction, Zither faction, Array faction, and so on. The Acacia faction was also one of the 7 legacies. Their faction cultivated the Tao of Yin and Yang. Almost all of their cultivation methods were associated with the intimate relations between men and women. To marry a disciple of the Acacia faction, it was truly like jumping into a fiery pit. Murongzi felt that Bai Jingyun didn't want to discuss the matter any further. At this moment, the herald announced yet another arrival. The Crown Prince's Grand Mentor, Mr. Mui, and the Marshal's quarters Miss Qin. Mui and Qin Xingxian. Lin Ming was slightly stunned. He had not seen Qin Xingxian for a long time. He remembered the strange illusions of Qin Xingxian that he had seen on the Sea Jade platform, and his face took on an odd color. The Sea Jade platform was able to infinitely magnify the hidden desires in one's heart. Lin Ming truly did have a certain attraction towards Qin Xingxian. Chapter 110, The 7 Profound Decree. Today, Qin Xingxian was wearing an elegant, pure white evening dress. This dress was much simpler than others. The back was not open, nor was it too low, it only exposed her creamy and fragrant shoulders. Although her innocent and beautiful figure was not full, her curves were still outlined. The dress was very long, and it followed behind her like a deep spring flowing recklessly to the ground. This was Lin Ming's first time seeing Qin Xingxian in such splendid attire. He was pleasantly surprised. This girl, she just always seemed to come in different flavors. First he had run into her at the lecture hall of the Zither department, and she had carried a virtuous air about her as she was surrounded by a gang of fellow female students. Now he saw her at this banquet, and she exuded a natural air of elegance and grace. He wondered if he would see her in the military in the future, and how she would look if she was wearing a military uniform. Qin Xingxuan's appearance had immediately attracted the attentions of everyone present. The sensation that she caused was almost as much as Lin Ming had. However, although the sons of the aristocratic families kept their eyes on Qin Xingxian at all times, no one overreached their bounds to go over to her. Qin Xingxian was simply too abstract an existence for them. To take advantage of her, they might as well take advantage of a princess. Teacher. Yang Lin immediately walked up to greet them. Haha, I came late. Mui said with a faint smile. His eyes swept the crowd. Ho ho, little brother Lin, we meet again. Mr. Mui. Lin Ming felt relieved. He extricated himself from the group and walked over to Mui, and as a result, those aristocratic young ladies dared not follow him. Mui glanced at those young ladies, and meaningfully smiled. "I'm not bothering you, am I?" Lin Ming helplessly said, "Mr. Mui, please don't tease me." Haha, although the tradition in Sky Fortune Kingdom is to be married at 18, there are plenty of 16-year-olds who are fathers. Once a few more months have passed and you are 16 years old, you should consider it, really consider it. I don't plan on marrying that early. Since he had bid farewell to Lan Yunue, Lin Ming had decided to rigidly dedicate himself to pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. Thus, he had not planned on any early marriage. Surprisingly, Qin Xingxian spoke up at this moment with a mischievous smile. She said, "Lin Ming, the words from your mouth don't match the words of your heart. I remember that when you first passed the dream trial, you spent a very long time at the pass of desire. I wonder which lucky girl it was that you dreamed of." Qin Xingxian unintentionally mentioned this matter. In her opinion, if there was a girl that Lin Ming liked, as long as he proposed, even a princess would joyfully consent. As Qin Xingxian asked this, Lin Ming felt a rare blush spread up his face. He almost looked like a tomato. Dream of which girl? This was really too hard to say. "That's enough, Xingxian, don't tease little brother Lin too much." Well, after the banquet ends, the crown prince would like to see you." "Oh. All right." Lin Ming did not decline. He had already anticipated this matter. Since he came to this banquet, he had already indicated that he had no plans to reject the crown prince's invitation. Lin Ming and the two chatted for a while. Because of Qin Xingxuan's presence, there was not a single girl who came forwards again. Let alone a common aristocratic young girl, even Murongzi had lost all of her self-confidence in front of the beauty of Qin Xingxian. At this time, the herald made a sudden announcement, the chief steward of the palace, Elder Wang. Elder Wang. The crown prince was slightly stunned. Why would he come here? Elder Wang rarely left the palace. If he left the palace, it was usually to pass on an imperial decree. Was it that his father the emperor wanted to confer a rank and title to Lin Ming? As the crown prince was wondering, Elder Wang had already entered the hall. He wore a decadent and opulent yellow brocaded robe, and carried a fly whisk in his left hand. His right was raised slightly, and he held a shiny, golden token. There were 3 characters written on it, 7 Profound Decree. 7 Profound Decree. Was this a command from the 7 Profound Valleys? The crown prince was surprised. This was a command. Even higher than an imperial decree. Although Elder Wang was the head steward of the imperial palace, he was also responsible for some matters of the 7 Profound Martial House. When Elder Wang was 6 years old, he had entered the palace. Because his martial arts talent was outstanding, he was later sent to the 7 Profound Martial House. He was a eunuch, and thus pure at heart, and his martial arts advancement was good. Now, he had already reached the peak pulse condensation period. He was the head eunuch who managed matters at the imperial palace, and at the same time was one of the masters who protected the imperial palace. Usually when the 7 Profound Valleys handed the royal family a decree, it was passed through Elder Wang. Elder Wang looked at Lin Ming and smiled. He said, "Little brother Lin is lucky. Yesterday, the martial house master requested core disciple status for little brother Lin. The 7 Profound Decree was just sent out this morning, and has the conditions for the test in it. The martial house master is not at the martial house, so I am passing on the decree for him. I just found out that little brother Lin was attending the banquet at the crown prince's palace, so I hurried over here to catch you. I wonder if little brother Lin has any intention of becoming a core disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House." As Elder Wang said this, everyone present was amazed. Core disciple. Although they had expected Lin Ming to become a core disciple sooner or later, they hadn't expected it to be so quick. For someone from the Sky Fortune Kingdom to become a core disciple had great significance. If, in the future, he requested to be sent back as the martial house master of the 7 Profound Martial House, or as a 7 Profound envoy, then it was equivalent to being the overlord of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. However, the core disciple test was not that easy. In the past, even Ling Sun had failed. And could Lin Ming, whose natural talent was 1 grade less than Ling Sun, succeed? The people present doubted this. Besides natural talent, Lin Ming could be considered a monstrous genius in any other area. However, what the 7 profound valleys held in the highest regard was one's natural talent. Lin Ming replied without any hesitation, "I want to be a core disciple." If Lin Ming wanted to walk on the path towards the pinnacle of martial arts, he had to enter a sect, otherwise he would not obtain the resources he needed. Not to mention things such as the 7 major killing arrays, true essence stones, and top-tier quality pills, but to step into the Xiantian stage from the Hotian stage, one had to have the heaven-opening pill in order to rid the contaminated Hotian qi from one's body. Only the largest sects had a miraculous pill such as this. In the mortal world, its value could not be measured in gold. "Very well," Elder Wang smiled. He laughed in his high-pitched and melodious voice, and said, "Then I shall announce the contents of the 7 profound decree. Lin Ming, listen at command. Starting from today, the Martial House Core Disciple Test has officially begun. If Mr. Lin can achieve the peak-altering muscle stage by the time he is 16, or if he can achieve the bone-forging stage by the time he is 18, then he may become a core disciple. Otherwise, he will fail the test. In addition to these requirements, the Martial House Master has agreed to provide Mr. Lin with some incentives. Starting from today, if Mr. Lin can enter the top 10 rankings of the 10,000 killing array within 3 months, then he may obtain the medium-grade human step treasure long spear, the heavy profound soft spear. If he can defeat Zhang Guanyu within 4 months, then he may obtain one 500-year-old blood Lingji. If he can defeat Ta Ku within 5 months, then he may obtain one blue miracle pill. If he can defeat Ling Sen within 6 months, then he may obtain one bottle of body spiritual ichor. The above rewards can all be obtained together. Lin Ming, do you understand? Elder Wang folded up the 7 profound decree and smiled as he asked Lin Ming. The medium-grade human step heavy profound soft spear, a 500-year-old blood Lingji, a blue miracle pill, and the body spiritual ichor. Even though those present already knew that the 7 profound martial house had a deep and extensive history, after hearing these rewards, they were all still left gasping for breath. For instance, the medium-grade human step long spear could not be regarded as the best rewards for the 7 profound martial house, but in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, it was actually priceless. An ordinary medium-grade human step treasure like a sword or saber was around 10 or 20,000 gold taels. But this medium-grade human step treasure spear was worth at least several times that, and most importantly of all, even if you had the money for it, one wouldn't be able to find one. Weapons like the spear and the bow needed to be both rigid and elastic. These types of demanding requirements meant that these weapons were the most difficult to create, and even more so to make a treasure weapon. Even most generals would not have a treasure-long spear. Instead, they would use a weapon like Lin Ming's that was made from dark purple elastic iron. There were some generals that did have a treasure-long spear. However, the spear shafts did not contain any elasticity, and thus their price was much lower. Although most people present hadn't heard the name heavy profound soft spear before, but solely with the word soft in its name, that would mean that it was not a rigid spear, but an elastic one. For a human step treasure elastic spear, its worth was unimaginable. Also that 500-year-old blood Lingji. The majority of blood Lingji were 300 years old. If they were not picked at that time, then they would wither and die. A 400-year-old blood Lingji was already very rare and precious. 500-year-old Lingji simply couldn't be found anywhere in the world of mortals. Only the largest sects would know how to raise them through their own mysterious and mystical cultivation methods. This kind of blood Lingji was able to supplement the qi in one's body and blood, and would make a martial artist's blood stronger and more vigorous. Even their strength would increase. These were the wondrous medicines that martial artists who pursued strength dreamed about. As for the blue miracle pill and the body spiritual ichor, those present weren't very clear on what they were. But if they arranged above the treasure-long spear and the blood Lingji, then they definitely were also priceless treasures. But, although the rewards were tempting, those present did not actually envy Lin Ming. Because to obtain them was difficult beyond anyone's imagination. Reach the top 10 rankings of the 10,000 killing array within 3 months. Defeat Zhang Guanyu within 4 months. Defeat Ta Ku within 5 months. Defeat Ling Sen within 6 months. These tasks were as difficult as ascending to heaven. And each was more challenging than the last. The first task was the most straightforward and simple, but it was already a myth in the eyes of many. Lin Ming had only been at the 7 profound martial house for 2 months. 3 months added to 2 months was 5 months. To reach the top 10 of the ranking stone within the first 5 months, if these people had heard someone say this in the past, they definitely would have thought that person was crazy. It had to be known that the higher one's rank was, the more arduous it was to climb, and the fiercer the competition was. The top 10 and the top 30 were two entirely different concepts. Could Lin Ming really do that? If it was to enter the top 10 rankings in the 10,000 killing array within 3 months, then some people might believe that. There were those who had recognized Lin Ming as a great talent that would have grand achievements in the future, so they had a little hope for that. But, to defeat Zhang Guanyu within 4 months, defeat Ta Ku within 5 months, and defeat Ling Sen within 6 months. This matter was simply too preposterous. The existences of these three were simply on a completely different playing field from the rest of the disciples of the heavenly abode. Zhang Guanyu and Ta Ku were powerhouses of the bone-forging stage. The fourth-ranking disciple was only at the peak-altering muscle stage. Their strength was simply too different to comprehend. Zhang Guanyu was known as the fastest disciple of the 7 profound martial house, and Ta Ku was known as the strongest. But Ling Sen was the most terrifying. He was versatile and excelled in all aspects of combat. To defeat Ling Sen in half a year was simply impossible. Those present were not ordinary people, they already had a great deal of information on Ling Sr. It was not wrong that Lin Ming had a martial intent, but Ling Sen also had a martial intent. Chapter 111, Wang Gan's Calculations. While they both had comprehended martial intents, Lin Ming's talent was only a medium 3rd grade, while Ling Sen's was an inferior 4th grade. Ling Sen was older than Lin Ming by 5 years, and he had trained at the 7 profound martial house for 5 years longer. His strength approached that of a pulse condensation period master. In order to overcome this gap, in half a year, Lin Ming had to somehow train his strength to also approach that of a pulse condensation period master. And this was assuming that Ling Sen's strength would not further progress. But Ling Sen was a top-tier genius. How could he possibly not rise even higher in this half year? Some of those present knew the specific details of when Ling Sen had attempted the 7 Profound Valleys core disciple test in the past. The 7 Profound Valleys had required that Ling Sen reach the peak of the 4th stage of body transformation by the time he was 17 years old. But, they had required that Lin Ming reach the peak 4th stage of body transformation when he was 16 years old, or to enter the bone forging stage by the time he was 18 years old. From this alone, one could tell that the difficulty of Lin Ming's test was much higher than Ling Sen's. This was most likely because Lin Ming's talent was lower than Ling Sen's, therefore the 7 Profound Valleys had set a higher threshold for qualification. If others could follow this reasoning, then Lin Ming could too. In this series of tests, only the first one was necessary to becoming a core disciple of the 7 Profound Valleys. To achieve the peak of the 4th stage of body transformation when he was 16, for Lin Ming this wasn't a goal that was too difficult. What was truly difficult were the other 4 tests. These rewards were provided by the 7 Profound Martial House's Martial House Master as an incentive. They were only extra rewards. Whether or not he could obtain them depended on his own ability. They did not affect whether he became a core disciple. Of course, if he had these rewards, then Lin Ming would complete the first test earlier. In this series of 4 rewards, the most difficult one to accomplish was defeating Ling Sen within 6 months. If he managed to do this, then he probably would have attained the other rewards. To defeat Ling Sen in 6 months, I bet the 7 Profound Martial House's Martial House Master isn't expecting me to get very far. Lin Ming knew where he stood on this. He knew that with just his ethereal martial intent, his flow like silk, and his foundation spear skills, there was no possibility in surpassing Ling Sen in just half a year unless he took top-quality pills again. But, he would need to totally consolidate and refine the pill, otherwise it would cause the true essence in his body to be impure. When a new disciple enters the heavenly abode, they will also hand out pills. But these pills are far inferior compared to the golden snake scarlet pill. They probably won't have much of an effect. As Lin Ming thought of this, Elder Wang laughed and said, starting from tomorrow, little brother Lin may use the 7 Profound Martial House's 7 major killing arrays for 10 full days. You will also be given 20 true essence stones per month. These are personally gifted from the Martial House Master. It seems he's very optimistic about you. Little brother Lin, if you do not have any questions, then please accept 10 full days at the 7 major killing arrays. Lin Ming was absolutely delighted. This was treatment that only the top 3 disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House would be favored with. 10 days all day, that meant 120 hours. He could almost practice whenever he liked. Elder Wang, I don't have any questions. Good. Then I will be leaving first. Everyone, please continue to have an enjoyable evening. Elder Wang flicked his fly whisk and put away the 7 profound decree. Without speaking to anyone, he left the hall. Those in the hall began to discuss what had just occurred. The 7 profound martial house core disciples really had it rough. Big Sister Jingyun, don't you think that the test is a bit too harsh? To have Lin Ming and Ling Sen actually fight, that is just too difficult. Lin Ming is so young, and Ling Sen, Ta Ku, Zhang Guanyu are all 20 years old. How could he win against them? Murongzi said this somewhat angrily. Lin Ming's talent was already so heaven-defying. If the 7 profound valleys would not take in such a person, then what kind of person would they take in? Bai Jingyun said, who said they were intentionally making it hard for him. The test did not require that Lin Ming defeat Ling Senator as long as his cultivation reaches the peak-altering muscle stage while he is 16, then he will become a core disciple. Lin Ming is only 15 years old, he still has more than a year. If his martial intent suffices, then it is definitely possible to increase his cultivation by a stage. Are you worried for him? Murongzi pursed her lips. What I'm more worried about is, if he becomes a core disciple, then he'll be a pair with Qin Xingxian. As Murongzi said this, Bai Jingyun understood. After all, Lin Ming and Qin Xingxian were both a young boy and a young girl. Their ages were also similarly appropriate. Although Lin Ming's background was ordinary, if he had enough strength, then his background would mean nothing whatsoever. The Crown Prince laughed with a ha-ha and smiled. I already knew that Brother Lin would become a core disciple sooner or later, but I had not thought that the 7 profound decree would be sent down so quickly. This prince proposes that we all have a drink and celebrate our good Brother Lin creating yet another miracle. The Crown Prince lifted his wine glass and tossed it down his throat. All of the guests present lifted their glasses and toasted Lin Ming. Because of the arrival of Elder Wang, the banquet atmosphere had reached a new high. Lin Ming's status was becoming increasingly prominent. Even if he could not become a core disciple, Lin Ming would still be bestowed a noble title, and would most likely become the same type of character as Qin Shao. But if he did become a core disciple, then Lin Ming had the possibility of becoming the next 7 profound envoy or the next martial house master of the 7 profound martial house. These characters were the same as being the overlord of the land. They could control anything in the Sky Fortune Kingdom and do anything they want, they would be omnipotent. The attitude of those present grew increasingly eager and fervent towards Lin Ming. The nobility were thinking of how to curry favor with Lin Ming, and the aristocratic young ladies were hoping to obtain Mr. Lin Ming's favor. In that regard, Lin Ming was feeling a bit overwhelmed. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a long, close-fitting robe and a hat arrived at Lin Ming's side. He respectfully called him, Mr. Lin. You are. Mr. Lin, I am Major Wang Gan of Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces. Wang Gan said and formally bowed. Lin Ming's status was soaring, but he was still only a common person, and he was also his junior. Wang Gan was an army major, and he was also several dozen years old. With his status, he didn't have to bow to Lin Ming, but he did so in order to appear as humble as possible. Major Wang Gan of Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces. Lin Ming was slightly surprised, but then he suddenly remembered Wang Yigao. Lin Ming naturally had not forgotten the repeated disputes he had with the frivolous dandy idiot. Wang Yigao was weak and an absolute mess, but he did have the influential background of being from the army major's household, so he had kept trying to suppress Lin Ming at every opportunity. If not for Mui's earlier help, then he might not even have entered the 7 profound martial house. He hadn't thought that this person who appeared would suddenly be Wang Yigao's father. Lin Ming didn't even have the tiniest favorable impression towards this Wang Gan. If he was a good father, then he wouldn't have raised such a horrible son. Lin Ming did not believe that Wang Gan didn't know of Wang Yigao's abusive actions. If one was poor, then they would even be killed in jail by Wang Yigao. This Wang Gan probably pretended that he never saw such things. Thinking this, Lin Ming's expression darkened. He said, I know you. In the past I personally experienced how cruel your son's methods are. The reason you came today is about your son's matters. As they say, if a son is not taught well, it is the father's fault. Does Mr. Wang not know how domineering and vicious the actions of his son usually are? Lin Ming's tone was bad. He reprimanded with a clear meaning. Wang Gan can come prepared to offer any sacrifice today, but being rebuked by Lin Ming in such a manner made him want to hang his head in shame. After all, he was an old man, and Lin Ming was still just a child. But he could only nod his head in agreement and said, "Mr. Lin is right. I've already punished that evil and vicious child to half a year in confinement. I have also handed down the family discipline upon him, and now that little evil boy is. That's enough, you don't need to go any further." Lin Ming had already correctly guessed what Wang Gan had come here today for. "You came today because you want me to forgive this matter." Lin Ming and Wang Gan weren't loud, but there were many masters present, and they were able to clearly hear them speaking. Wang Gan's tone was incomparably depressed. He had completely lost all of his face. Wang Gan lowered his voice and said, "Mr. Lin, I have already been made aware of the actions that my evil and useless child had done to hinder Mr. Lin. The incident at the Marshall House entrance examination was wholly at Zhu Yan's instigation. About the sins of that evil boy, I am the clearest. As for the two previous matters, I have already hit that evil boy bad enough that he cannot get out of bed for several months. Mr. Lin is a dragon among humans. My evil child is just pathetic trash. Dragons do not live with snakes and tigers do not fight with dogs. It's not worth Mr. Lin's time to waste any effort over that useless playboy. If Mr. Lin is still unbearably angry, then I shall hand that evil child over to Mr. Lin's judgment. Whether you beat him to death or until he is crippled is all up to Mr. Lin's mood. Also, I have prepared a small gift of 60 true essence stones. I hope that Mr. Lin will accept them." As Wang Gan said this, Lin Ming couldn't help but acknowledge him. This sort of government official was like a slippery snake that had his own effective methods. He held his own, and then made a final concession. And it was a large gift of 60 true essence stones. Lin Ming also believed that if he kept pressing, Wang Gan would absolutely hand over his son to him to let him punish at his own discretion. But for this kind of person, if he was pushed into a corner it would only serve to create an enemy. There was not the slightest advantage. Also, he never had plans to kill or maim Wang Yigao to begin with. For 60 true essence stones, Lin Ming didn't mind forgetting this matter. "Good, I'm not too sentimental about this. I will take the true essence stones and consider this matter written off." Lin Ming was direct, but these words let Wang Gan feel a little surprised. He certainly knew what sort of value 60 true essence stones held towards martial artists. To collect so many true essence stones, he had paid a high price. But normally martial artists, especially talents like Lin Ming, were often haughty and distant in their manner. Even if they wanted the true essence stones, they would insincerely reject it, before finally begrudgingly accepting it. But Lin Ming was actually very direct in his manner. Although this was only a small detail, but it actually made Wang Gan feel much more relieved, as he had a new understanding of Lin Ming. They say that this Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was purer and stronger than others. Today I saw that Lin Ming acted casually and not overbearingly. He was not hypocritical, he did not humiliate. He did not have arrogance or an overly proud heart. He is understanding and his conscience is clear. He is very suitable to cultivate martial arts. After Wang Gan expressed his gratitude towards Lin Ming, he looked him deep in the eye, bid his farewells and left. He boarded his carriage and quietly rushed towards the palace of the Cloud Prince. He understood that within a few quarter hours, the name list of everyone who attended the banquet would be at the Cloud Prince's table. Wang Gan was a centrist. Since he attended to banquet today, he had to visit the Cloud Prince and offer a clear explanation for why he did so, otherwise in the future he would very possibly be regarded as a dissident. That would be greatly unfavorable towards him. At the same time as he explained, Wang Gan would also have to distance the responsibility from his own son. He would point towards the matter that happened at the beginning of fall and say that it was instigated by Zhu Yan, and say that his good-for-nothing son was only used as a proxy. Note, about Lin Ming's time limit to reach the peak of altering muscle, it wasn't very clear in the ROS due to annoying Chinese phrasing. It basically says that he has to reach it before the age of 17, but the way it's worded is something equivalent to him having to reach it during 16. He has a few months left until he's 16, then the time limit for fighting Ling Sen is while he is 16, but before 17, which is the time limit. Sorry about that confusion. Chapter 112, crazy Zhu Yan. In order to avoid the eyes and ears of the crown prince, Wang Gan circled around the Cloud Prince's palace a few times. He had wrapped himself in a cloak and entered the palace through the back door. Like this, he had come to the Cloud Prince to especially explain why he had been at the crown prince's banquet, and also to report on the evil doings of Zhu Yan. The 10th prince probably wouldn't like to hear about Zhu Yan, but Wang Gan had his own spin to add to the story. He did not directly explain why he went to the crown prince's palace and attended his banquet. Instead, he began by borrowing the 10th prince's status in the army, and reporting to him about military affairs. He recommended to the 10th prince a brave father and son pair that had performed many meritorious military services. From this, he went back and forth on the greatness of such a father and son pairing, and then woefully sighed to himself about how his own household had suffered such misfortune and raised such a useless child. He then slowly edged in the matter of several months ago, where his good-for-nothing evil child had provoked Lin Ming, and then accidentally dropped Zhu Yan's name. How could the Cloud Prince not know the meaning behind Wang Gan's story? When he heard Wang Gan mention Zhu Yan time and time again, the 10th prince's expression fell. He hadn't known that Lin Ming and Wang Gan's son had such a conflict on the day of the entrance examination, and that the instigator of this accident was Zhu Yan. Major Wang, you've worked hard today. Please head back to rest as soon as possible. The Cloud Prince said with a blank expression. Yes, then I will excuse myself. Wang Gan's goal had already been achieved. Although the position he had in Sky Fortune City's government was not too big or too small, it was actually a very sensitive and important middle-level commanding role. Wang Gan had to be constantly cautious in order to preserve his own head, and he had done that very well. Sky Fortune City, Zhu family branch. Zhu Yan was wearing white pants. His hair was disheveled as he lay down on the bed. He had a dejected look as he peered outside the window. His eyes passed through the layered windows of the complex as he stared at the brilliantly illuminated palace of the Crown Prince. He knew that today the Crown Prince was holding a grand banquet at his palace, and the star of that party was Lin Ming. Thinking of Lin Ming, Zhu Yan clenched the bed sheets. The fine and expensive bed sheets were torn apart in Zhu Yan's grip. In that fight several days ago, he had seriously injured himself. The Red Lotus Purgatory was a martial skill that he hadn't been able to fully utilize yet. In doing so, he had overdrawn the true essence in his body and damaged his meridians. Zhu Yan's cultivation was insufficient, and he had barely used it. In addition to the enormous load on his body, he had been pushed back by Lin Ming's spear. The result was an even more severe injury on Zhu Yan. The wounds of the flesh were easy to cure with good medicines and pills, but damage to the meridians was very hard to recover from. This kind of wound would become a major hindrance when he was breaking through to the pulse condensation period. Damn it. Pang. The velvet pillow under Zhu Yan suddenly exploded. The countless snow-white feathers fluttered around the room like snowflakes in winter. Ah. Lan Yunue jumped in fear as she covered her mouth. Zhu Yan was moody, and this caused her to feel not even the least bit of security. One moment he was quiet, and the next moment he would be filled with anger like a raging beast. Lan Yunue's scream caused Zhu Yan to suddenly look at Lan Yunue. As soon as Zhu Yan's eyes fell on her, Lan Yunue's breath caught in her chest. The look Zhu Yan gave her made her feel as if she was being submerged in an icy bath. She thought that Zhu Yan might even kill her now. There was a pause before Zhu Yan suddenly asked, "Do you regret?" What regrets? Lan Yunue panicked. She took a deep breath, and tried to sound as calm as possible. You know what I'm talking about. Lin Ming's present achievements were already several times more dazzling than Zhu Yan. Without a doubt, his achievements in the future would far outstrip Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan believed that with Lan Yunue's pragmatic heart, she would inevitably regret to the extreme. The Crown Prince is hosting the grandest of banquets. He is there. If you regret, then you may go there and look for him. That sort of banquet, there are all sorts of celebrities and famous, influential figures. The aristocratic young ladies there wear magnificent and expensive attire, and their manners and poise are elegant. Isn't that what you've always wanted? You may go now. Zhu Yan's calm voice brought an icy chill with it. It caused Lan Yunue to feel fearful and apprehensive. She knew that today, Zhu Yan was walking on the edge of a cliff. If she really did say she regretted, she did not know what he would do in his rage. Lan Yunue was on pins and needles. She clenched her lips and said, I no longer have any qualifications to regret anything anymore. Zhu Yan evilly smiled, and revealed the corners of his teeth. You are very honest. At least you weren't hypocritical and said you didn't regret. Good. You truly do not have the qualifications to regret. Such being the case, take off your clothes. What? Lan Yunue subconsciously grabbed her own collar in surprise. Zhu Yan, we are not married. Marriage? Lan Yunue, you do not understand your position and identity. Do you think that you are a princess? The reason I have not made an advance on you is because I respected you. But you must at least have the qualifications that are worth me respecting. Have you ever had me for even a moment in your heart? Now prove it to me, take off your clothes. Zhu Yan, Lan Yunue felt an impending sense of alarm and subconsciously leaned towards the door. Before this, Zhu Yan's disposition had already been dark, with a sense of high-risk danger. But the truth was that Zhu Yan had never made a move on Lan Yunue. In fact, most of the time he had been the very image of a gentleman's gentleman. But today Lan Yunue did not doubt that Zhu Yan would rape her. Because of his failures and frustration from his defeat in the match, as well as his future setbacks, he had already become similar to a wild, angry beast. Zhu Yan saw Lan Yunue's petty actions and his voice lowered in anger. Although I am injured, I am more than enough to deal with you. I advise you not to move towards the entrance. If you take another step towards the door, I don't mind personally moving. Zhu Yan, Lan Yunue bit her lip. Tears had already begun to form at the corners of her eyes. She grabbed the collar of her clothes, and her knuckles and already turned white from the excessive gripping. Her voice trembled as she said, You lost to Lin Ming in the match, and you think that by abusing a woman that Lin Ming had liked, you will be able to retaliate and vent your anger against him. Is this your heart of martial arts? Zhu Yan, why must you use this method to psychologically comfort yourself? Does this make you feel better? What did you say? Zhu Yan's face had completely sunk. Every word Lan Yunue said had punished his heart and poked his sore spot. The reason he wanted to move on Lan Yunue today was exactly because of this repression that he could vent or retaliate against. He hated everything about Lin Ming. He urgently needed to find somewhere, anywhere, where he could be just a tiny bit better than Lin Ming. He would take complete possession of the woman Lin Ming used to like, in order to rid his heart of its demons. But his thoughts had been bluntly revealed by Lan Yunue. To look for a sense of superiority in a woman's body, this made Zhu Yan feel extremely pitiful. Therefore, he became angry out of his shame. He revolved his true essence, and was about to pounce on her. But at this moment, a voice sounded behind the door. The old servant's voice resounded from outside, Young master, the 10th prince has come. Zhu Yan frowned. The true essence that he had begun to circulate gradually calmed down. Lan Yunue was strained to her limit. Her body was up against the wall, and she slowly slid down against the floor. Her back was covered in nervous sweat. In this past month, the name of the 10th prince had been her nightmare. At that time, with just a few words, he had almost caused Zhu Yan to renounce their engagement and divorce her. But now, hearing the 10th prince's arrival, it actually made her feel incomparably relieved. Zhu Yan rose up and began to dress himself silently. To see the 10th prince, he would naturally neatly dress himself and greet him in the hall. Only someone whose wound was too heavy or was terminally ill would meet in their bedroom. However, as Zhu Yan was putting on clothes, there was the sound of disorderly footsteps outside. The door opened, and the 10th prince stood at the entrance. He had a few followers with him, and his face was calm, showing neither joy nor anger. Greetings, Your Highness. Zhu Yan bowed. Lan Yunue also stood and bowed, before she moved back to a corner of the room. According to customs, when an official bowed to the prince would dispense with the ceremony with a show of words. However, the 10th prince had not said anything, and Zhu Yan had bowed. You know Wang Yigao? The 10th prince suddenly asked. This question made Lan Yunue feel completely senseless. Zhu Yan immediately understood that the 10th prince was referring to the matter that happened at the beginning of fall. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the 10th prince to mention such an unimportant person like Wang Yigao so suddenly. Because Lin Ming had become famous, Wang Yigao had been held accountable and confessed to his father, which was then passed to the ears of the 10th prince. Yes. Zhu Yan admitted. He knew that the reason Lin Ming favored the crown prince might be because of this matter. He had not mentioned it at his own initiative, but now it was known by the 10th prince. Very good. Now I know why it was so easy for my third elder brother to win over Lin Ming. You might not have known, but the one who had rescued Lin Ming from Wang Yigao was my third elder brother. This is simply icing on the cake. How much more timely could that help have been? You have been under my command for 2 years already, and you still have not even had half a minute of merit, and yet you already have given third elder brother such a great present. You may know that the 7 Profound Valleys has already started Lin Ming on the core disciple test tonight. As long as he passes, then he will be a core disciple. Zhu Yan's heart maliciously twitched. Core disciple. This was unthinkable. In the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, only Qin Xingxian was a locally born core disciple. As for the others, they were children of the mystical martial arts families. Zhu Yan, do you know what the value of a martial house core disciple is to me and my third elder brother? The 10th prince's expression was a bit grim. A core disciple of the martial house would enter the 7 Profound Valleys in the future. Afterwards, they would either stay at the 7 Profound Valleys, or be sent back. In the second case, they would be appointed as either the 7 Profound Martial House's Martial House Master, or as a 7 Profound Envoy. If Lin Ming stayed at the 7 Profound Valleys, that would be alright. But if he was sent back to become the Martial House Master or a 7 Profound Envoy, then that was extraordinary. The Sky Fortune Kingdom was a vassal state to the 7 Profound Valleys and under their jurisdiction. The Martial House Master and the 7 Profound Envoy had a status that surpassed even the Emperor. If Lin Ming was appointed as the Martial House Master or as a 7 Profound Envoy and publicly supported the Crown Prince, then there was no hope for him to ascend the throne. And if he failed to ascend the throne, then the price would possibly be his life. Zhu Yan clenched his fists so hard that his nails dug into the meat of his palm. Core disciple. How was this even possible? If Lin Ming someday became the Martial House Master of the 7 Profound Martial House, or a 7 Profound Envoy, then to kill him would be as simple as crushing an ant. Thinking of this, he felt as if he were sinking in a bottomless well of despair. This enmity, could it ever be fixed? Lan Yunue was slumped up against a wall, and her face had lost all of its color. Core disciple. Lin Ming, he wanted to become a core disciple. In the future he would be the 7 Profound Martial House's Martial House Master, or he might be a 7 Profound Envoy. To her, this kind of existence was nothing but simply fanciful legends. It was simply too remote an idea for her. At this moment, the 10th prince also noticed Lan Yunue. He had thought that Lan Yunue was a maidservant, but after noticing the fine clothes Lan Yunue was wearing, he realized he had been mistaken. You are Lan Yunue. Chapter 113, The 10th Prince's Decision. At this moment, the 10th prince noticed Lan Yunue. He had thought that Lan Yunue was a maidservant, but after noting the fine clothes Lan Yunue was wearing, he realized that he had been mistaken. You are Lan Yunue. Lan Yunue regained her composure and bowed to the 10th prince. Lan Yunue greets His Highness the Cloud Prince. The 10th prince looked up and down at Lan Yunue. He sneered derisively and said, "Good. What a charmingly pitiful and pathetic appearance. No wonder Lin Ming was so utterly crazy for you. It's such a pity. If you were still friends with Lin Ming, then I might have been able to find you some value in you. But now, looking at you only makes me sick to my stomach." The 10th prince spoke mercilessly, disregarding her feelings. Lan Yunue paled. How could a girl withstand such cruel words being said to her? Leave. The 10th prince dismissed Lan Yunue with a wave of his hand. Lan Yunue bit her lip as she fought back the tears that were pooling in her eyes. She bowed, and excused herself. As Lan Yunue walked out, the 10th prince stepped back. Finally, the only ones left in the room were the 10th prince and Zhu Yan. The 10th prince glared at Zhu Yan, and coldly said, "Do you want revenge?" Zhu Yan remained silent. However, the blood that dripped to the ground from the nails that dug into his fist had already answered the 10th prince. Very good. You should know that Lin Ming will soon become a core disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House. You also know what sort of status the 7 Profound Martial House has in Sky Fortune Kingdom. There is only the slimmest chance that you will have an opportunity to avenge yourself. But no matter how uncertain your chances, there will still be opportunities. It's impossible for Lin Ming to stay at the 7 Profound Martial House forever. As long as he comes out from there, then there will be a chance to assassinate him. Your strength is insufficient. You will look for a suitable powerhouse that can handle him. I will secretly provide you with money and treasure. As long as the reward is enough, there will always be some wandering powerhouses who will be tempted. These wandering masters are never in the same location, and it is difficult to find out who they are, even for the 7 Profound Valleys. But from an outsider's view, I will sever all contact with you, and the Zhu family will expel you from the family. Zhu Yan, I hope you can understand my reasoning. The Zhu family has already been bound to me. I must inherit the throne, otherwise, not only I, but the entire Zhu family will suffer complete and utter annihilation. Zhu Yan's heart pumped fiercely. To distance himself from the 10th prince and even be expelled from the family. He knew why the 10th prince did what he did. Assassinating Lin Ming carried too high a risk. Once it was found out by the 7 Profound Martial House, then the 10th prince and the Zhu family would be finished. Therefore he had cut off all relations. Like this, even if the assassination of Lin Ming failed and became known to the 7 Profound Martial House, it would have nothing to do with the 10th prince and the Zhu family. What the 10th prince and the Zhu family would do was to show goodwill towards Lin Ming on the surface, while plotting against him. To outsiders, such a ruthless move would simply seem like the 10th prince and the Zhu family were making concessions towards Lin Ming. In order to show goodwill towards Lin Ming, a brave soldier had to take the fall, so that Lin Ming would not take the 10th prince as his enemy. It could even be that the 10th prince would manage to win Lin Ming over from the crown prince's side, or at least make it so that Lin Ming was not so heavily invested in the crown prince. A two-pronged approach. This was the best plan. However, his own political future would be ruined. He would lose his family, lose his power, lose everything he had, and become a wandering avenger with nothing left to lose. Once he failed, the price would be his life. But he didn't have the power to make a choice. The family would not hesitate to sacrifice their son in exchange for their own benefit. Zhu Yan, it's already come to this point, there's no turning back. This is the only way. I cannot just give up and admit defeat because of a single Lin Ming. I have to continue fighting, and the Zhu family has to preserve itself. But Lin Ming is just too terrible. If he becomes a 7 Profound envoy or the martial house master, then I have not even a smidgen of hope. I must either win Lin Ming over, or remove him from the equation. About your matter, I have already talked to Mother and she has agreed. Either tomorrow or tonight, you will go on your journey and arrange an assassination plan. I hope that you do not disappoint me again. If you succeed and don't leave behind any hints that you were involved, then after I mount the throne and the situation has stabilized, then I will give you what you want. Give me what I want. Zhu Yan sneered in his heart. Indeed, at that time you will silence me so that you can rid yourself of a witness to your crimes. Even trusted subordinates would be eliminated once they outlived their usefulness, or be cast aside when they were no longer needed. Much less, the 10th prince's natural disposition was to be overly suspicious and believe nobody. How could he tolerate such a danger by his side? Would he ever have peace eating or sleeping? Assassinate a core disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House. This accusation alone was enough to have the 7 Profound Valley sentence the 10th prince to death. If I fail, I will die. If I succeed, I will die. You deprive me of my wealth, destroy my future, and also want to take my life. Yang Zhen, you are too ruthless. And my dear, sweet aunt, you also participated in this idea. To help your son struggle for the throne, you have used such a cruel method on your nephew. Good. Very good. My Zhu Yan's fate, I will take in my own hands. Zhu Yan's eyes flashed with a cold brightness. At this moment he vowed that all those people who had worked against him or offended him would all be killed. I want strength. I want limitless strength. Strength to kill Lin Ming, strength to kill Yang Zhen. To dominate everything and control the life and death of all. Pang. The 10th prince opened the door and left the Zhu family branch complex with his guards. Lan Yunue sat in the hall and watched as the 10th prince walked away, feeling helpless and lost. Zhu Yan's bedroom door was slightly ajar, leaving a small crack open like the jaws of some wild beast lying sideways. Lan Yunue could not muster up the courage to step into that room, but she was also unable to leave. She could only stand in that empty and vacant hall, waiting. After a quarter-hour passed, Zhu Yan finally emerged from the room. Lan Yunue reflexively stood up. Zhu Yan turned around and casually flung a light piece of paper towards Lan Yunue. Lan Yunue subconsciously glanced at it. She had been expecting this. It was the contract paper they had signed when they had become engaged to each other. Tear it. Zhu Yan exclaimed. What the? I'm sorry. Lan Yunue's hands froze. Our engagement is dissolved. From this point on, I am expelled from the Zhu family. Expelled. Lan Yunue was completely shocked. How could this be? Zhu Yan said, when you and I were engaged, the only reason you did so was because of my status, power, influence, and money. Now, I no longer have these things. There is no longer a reason for you to stay with me. This engagement contract is now nothing more than a joke. After Zhu Yan said this, he flicked his finger and the contract in Lan Yunue's hand was torn into fragments by true essence. At that moment, Lan Yunue's mind blanked. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, it was a shameful matter for a girl to become divorced after she was engaged. It would be difficult to remarry again. When wealthy people looked for a wife, they would never settle for such women. If they did, it would only be as a concubine. You can go now. Zhu Yan had completely calmed down. He turned and walked away, not giving Lan Yunue even a last parting look. His heart was only filled with immeasurable hatred. The Zhu Yan of the past had died in that bedroom. How could he possibly have the thought to consider Lan Yunue's feelings? As Lan Yunue stepped out of the Zhu family branch complex, she wandered onto the street in a daze. It was over. Zhu Yan and her were completely over. She suddenly discovered that she did not feel the sadness and gloomy misery of a young girl that was left by herself. Instead, she felt a kind of peaceful solace as she let out a sigh. Along with that torn engagement paper, those incomparably depressing and weary days had ended. The late autumn night wind was thick with moisture, and it was chilly as it blew on the body. Sky Fortune City's nightlife was as vivid as ever, as happy and buoyant sounds filled the air. Among the wanton and luxurious brothels, the vivid red lanterns hanging high in the air, and the dim lights, Lan Yunue could hear the sounds of women chatting away. Looking at the noisy world around her, Lan Yunue suddenly smiled. It was a bittersweet smile, filled with relief. She remembered her childhood, when she and Lin Ming would play with bamboo dragonflies on the moist spring grass. She remembered when they would go out in the rain to pick the small wildflowers together, or step across the slippery stones of a creek and dip their toes into the cool spring. Little fish would come up and nibble on their toes, giving them an itchy feeling. Because Lin Ming grew up in a restaurant, he knew how to prepare a delicious meal in a short time. He would catch a pheasant, pick some wild herbs and wild fruits, and bring his own clay pots to cook a variety of tasty foods. One time when she was sick, he ran several miles in the pouring rain to grab some clear mountain spring water so that he could boil her some nutritious medicinal porridge. However, she could no longer go back to those days. Before she had realized it, tears were already streaming down her face. She regretted. But what she regretted was not that Lin Ming had become Sky Fortune Kingdom's most dazzling superstar, or that she missed her chance to become the wife of the next state marshal or the 7 profound envoy. No, what she regretted was that she had discarded that simple, pure happiness for nothing but useless luxury and empty vanity. She walked aimlessly. Her frail and attractive body was wrapped in a simple blue long dress. Under the shining red lights of the lanterns, she was covered by a misty and lonely shadow. She was like a desolate blue butterfly that flew in the cold autumn wind. She did not want to return to the 7 profound martial house. With her talent, she had already lost the support of precious herbs and medicines. In her life, she could no longer achieve a high martial arts cultivation. She did not want to return to Green Mulberry City. She did not have the face to go back. She did not know how to face her own parents or how to face her neighbors. Most importantly, she did not want to see Lin Ming again. She did not want to bid him farewell. Lin Ming was sitting in a carriage drawn by snow dragon horses. He was completely ignorant to how Zhu Yan and Lan Yunue's destinies had changed, and how Zhu Yan was completely filled with hatred towards him. He knew that Zhu Yan's enmity towards him had not been resolved. He also guessed correctly that Zhu Yan would wait for an opportunity to retaliate against him in the future. However, he could not kill Zhu Yan. For better or for worse, Zhu Yan was also an official disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House. To kill him would be challenging the authority of the martial house. "Mr. Lin, please get off," a servant of the Crown Prince respectfully said as the carriage stopped. Lin Ming drew back the carriage curtains. He thought that he would meet with the Crown Prince in his palace study. He hadn't thought that they would have left Sky Fortune City and arrived at the base of Zhou Mountain. This location actually wasn't too far from the Seven Profound Martial House. As Lin Ming debarked from the carriage, he saw that they had actually stopped in front of a mansion. The mansion was not luxurious, but the inside was very elegant in its construction. There were small bridges that hung over flowing streams and winding rock corridors. It didn't look much like a mansion, it was more reminiscent of a garden. "Haha, Brother Lin, do you like this place?" Lin Ming slightly hesitated. He already had a dim guess of what Yang Lin wanted to do, and that was to give this residency to him. If he received this residency, then he would become a person of the Crown Prince. Chapter 114, Yang Lin's Gift. Lin Ming had no interest or reason to be involved with the struggle for the royal throne. However, the Crown Prince and Mui had shown graciousness towards him. If not for the Crown Prince sending a sound-transmitting talisman to help him on the day of the Seven Profound Martial House's entrance examination, then Lin Ming would not have been able to participate. Not only that, but he would have been miserably put in jail, and even disabled. Lin Ming was a considerate person who returned good deeds and favors that others did for him. Being selfish and ungrateful was not part of his nature. If he ever did such a thing, then that would be a true betrayal of his heart. He frankly asked, "Your Highness, how can I help you?" Yang Lin did not expect Lin Ming to get straight to the point. It was quite refreshing. He smiled and said, "Brother Lin, you are a straightforward person who speaks his mind. Then I will also be blunt. Right now in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, it is time for a new person to inherit the throne. There are two possible candidates that can do so, me and my 10th younger brother. I was pushed into the position of Crown Prince. As such, now that I've ridden the tiger, I can no longer back down. Now, my Queen Mother's life, and my younger sister's life are already linked with mine. I have to fully commit myself to this throne struggle, whether or not I ever wanted to. I know that Brother Lin is a martial artist who detests political intrigue, but Brother Lin need not worry. If Brother Lin is willing to help me, then I will not have Brother Lin do anything. All I need is Brother Lin's support. With Brother Lin's status as a core disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House, it will already be of great benefit to me. If I must step back 10,000 steps and say it, even if I lose the struggle for the throne, my 10th younger brother would still never dare to touch Brother Lin." Lin Ming responded, "Crown Prince, Your Highness, I am afraid that you've misunderstood. I do not fear the 10th Prince's retaliation, nor do I fear any assassination attempts. It is just that I might not stay in the Sky Fortune Kingdom in the future." "Oh. I see." Yang Lin sighed in his heart. Lin Ming really did have lofty ambitions. He was similar to Qin Xingxian. A small country like the Sky Fortune Kingdom could not accommodate him. Lin Ming said, "Your Highness, but I can guarantee that unless that I am too far from the Sky Fortune Kingdom, if I hear news of the struggle for the throne, then I will hurry back as soon as possible and lend Your Highness a helping hand." Yang Lin happily said, "I'm very grateful towards Brother Lin." Yang Lin brought Lin Ming to take a tour of the residency, which was in fact a manor. The manor also had an attachment of hundreds of acres of farmland. There were droves of livestock, poultry, and massive ponds for fish and shrimp. Inside the manor were male servants, guards, maids. All of the expenses of the manor were self-sufficient, and there was even a surplus. In the bedroom of the manor were some money and valuables. There was a sandalwood box on the table. There were rows of true essence stones neatly lined within. These true essence stones were pure in color, and were obviously of superior quality. There were more than 100 of them. Even if Lin Ming were to cultivate daily with these, this number of these true essence stones would be sufficient to last him half a year. The pure color of the true essence stones implied that the amount of true essence within was many times more than an ordinary one. This gift, it was quite generous. In the box that held so many true essence stones, Lin Ming also discovered a plain ring. The ring looked like it was made of aged bronze, but it exuded a faint hint of true essence fluctuations. This is. Lin Ming's eyes locked onto the ring. He sent his soul force out to see what was so unusual about it. Yang Lin smiled and said, "Brother Lin has good eyes. This is a low-grade human step spatial ring. It is a gift from my teacher, Mr. Mui, to his little brother Lin." Spatial ring. Lin Ming's mind blanked. He had heard of this kind of ring before. There was a small pocket dimension inside, and it could be used to store many things. It was also said to be unstable. The truth was that after several hundred years, the space inside would collapse upon itself, and the items inside would also be destroyed. A spatial ring, according to its size and the degree of its stability, could be divided into many different grades. Although this spatial ring was only a low-grade human step treasure, its true value was as good as a medium-grade human step treasure. This was because it was far too difficult to create a spatial ring. It was easier said than done for a martial artist to crack open a fissure in space. Even if it was only a small, unstable space that lasted a few hundred years, it would not be easy. Those spatial rings that had vast inner spaces and were very stable were inestimable in value. Mr. Mui gave this to me. Teacher said that the reason he obtained this spatial ring was because of Brother Lin. When Brother Lin had just entered the 7 Profound Martial House, you may not have known, but the 7 Profound Martial House's Elder Su and Wang Yanfeng's father were old friends, and thus Elder Su was unsatisfied with you being named the first-place new disciple. Therefore, Mr. Mui made a bet with him. He bet that Brother Lin would enter the heavenly abode before Wang Yanfeng did. Finally, Brother Lin entered the heavenly abode, and Elder Su lost. This spatial ring was the gambling stake of that bet. So that's what happened. I remember Elder Su. After I defeated Wang Yanfeng, this Elder Su came on stage to look for trouble. Yes, that's him. So Brother Lin, please accept this spatial ring. Consider it an apology from Elder Su. Well, then I will ask Your Highness to thank Mr. Mui for me. Lin Ming hesitated, then received the gift. Since he had already decided to lend the Crown Prince a helping hand, he would no longer be hypocritical in his actions. Not to mention, this spatial ring really was quite handy. Later he could use it to deposit all those piles of inscription technique materials that he had stocked up. Haha, Brother Lin, do not worry. There is also something in the spatial ring. Brother Lin can take it out. As long as you send your soul force through the spatial ring, you will be able to. Oh. Lin Ming did as the Crown Prince had said, and penetrated the spatial ring with his soul force. He could feel something like a piece of clothing inside. As soon as he took it out, he saw that it was a purple gold-colored flexible armor. The flexible armor appeared to be woven from thin metal wires. It was soft to the touch, and above the flexible armor was a scarlet blood symbol. These blood symbols were complicated and mysterious. They shined with a dazzlingly bright light. Lin Ming peered closer and found that the blood symbol had actually seeped into the texture of the metal wires, and had become a part of the flexible armor. These blood characters were obviously written on after the flexible armor was created. To have the strength to force these characters through the metal weave, this bold handwriting style definitely belonged to the master of a master. Yang Lin said, "This flexible armor is named the Purple Gold Flexible Armor. By itself it is a medium-grade human step treasure. These blood symbols were drawn by a peak Hotian master who specialized in charms. He had to consume his own blood essence in order to draw this. It is able to weaken true essence attacks." Weaken true essence attacks. Ling Ming was surprised. True essence was a type of energy that naturally circulated inside the body. It could easily penetrate through flexible armor. This flexible armor was unexpectedly capable of weakening true essence attacks and was also a medium-grade human step treasure. Its value could be imagined. Yang Lin said, "Brother Lin is in a very sensitive position now. I fear that you may suffer assassination attempt, so I gift this armor to Brother Lin. Even a normal Hotian master would find it difficult to break through this armor. Well, although I say it's so great, at most this flexible armor can fend off a sneak attack and delay for some time. If facing off against a true Hotian master, I'm afraid that there would be no meaning for Brother Lin to put on this flexible armor." Although a Hotian master could not break through the flexible armor, that didn't mean that Lin Ming could just wear it and challenge anyone he saw. As soon as a Hotian master hit the body with all of their strength, that attack strength would be transmitted through the flexible armor and would be enough to burst all of a person's organs, much less this flexible armor only weakened true essence attacks and was unable to completely negate them. This flexible armor was priceless. For Yang Lin to give this to him, he must have paid an enormous price. Lin Ming hesitated slightly, and then decided to take it. He really was in a very sensitive position at the moment. This flexible armor could also be considered a lucky talisman. Thank you, Your Highness. Haha, Brother Lin is far too polite. In fact, I want to thank Brother Lin. Whatever I can give, to be honest, my 10th brother can give more, all of which is superior to what I can offer. Yang Lin candidly said. Lin Ming and the Crown Prince walked further inside until they reached another room. This was the master bedroom of the manor. The master bedroom was very luxurious and exquisitely decorated. In the middle of the room was a large mahogany bed more than 10 feet wide. It was enough for 4 to 5 people to comfortably sleep in. At this time, 4 maids had already prepared the bed for Lin Ming. They respectfully stood at the 4 corners of the bed. Of these 4 maids, their ages were around 16 years old, and it was hard to tell which was more beautiful. They had obviously gone through a careful selection process. The maids were usually the daughters of poor people who were sold as children. The most beautiful among them would be selected, and sent off to train in how to serve. They were even taught the fine arts. In the future they would be sent to the palaces of the nobility to work. Once a maid was purchased, their body belonged to their master, and their master could use them as they pleased. This was especially true for those personal maids that lived in connection rooms and served the daily tasks of their master. This was equal to being a concubine. This kind of maid was usually responsible for the governance of the house. Besides waiting in their master's bedroom and doing some cleaning, they did not need to do anything else. Their monthly expenses and status were very high, and was a position that the outer maids much admired and envied. Many maids wanted to join in on this. After all, for them, becoming a concubine or even an aunt was the best result. Otherwise, when they were sold out to be married, it would be difficult for them to find anyone decent. That was why most of the time, when a maid heard they would be sold, they would often cry in extreme distress. The 4 maids saw Lin Ming arrive, and their hearts were filled with trepidation. Some of them even had trouble breathing. The butler had already told them who this young man was. He was the most dazzling star of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, who was called a genius of the 7 profound martial house that only came by once every century, and even had the possibility of becoming a core disciple. The butler had already given them strict instructions to serve him tonight in any way possible, and that they had to perform everything perfectly and splendidly. If they could give this Sir Lin a good impression, then in this life they might have a chance of transforming from a sparrow to a phoenix. Therefore this evening was very important to them. As a maid, to be able to serve this legendary and handsome young man as a personal maid was the good fortune of their life. The bedding had been neatly spread, and there was not even the slightest crease in the sheets. The furniture and curtains had all been spotlessly cleaned, the incense burner was new and the floor was sparkling bright. Lin Ming saw these 4 fresh and juicy maids. He looked around and saw the fine mahogany furniture, the expensive spice purple gold incense burner, the woven silk sheets, and was unable to restrain a sigh. These were all the comforts and enjoyments of life that riches and fame could bring. Yang Lin said, "Brother Lin, if you are tired, then let's rest here tonight. I will also accompany Brother Lin and stay in the guest room." Lin Ming knew that Yang Lin offered this so that he would feel relieved and rest without fear of assassination. As the current dynasty's crown prince, Yang Ling surely had martial arts masters who served as his royal guard, otherwise the 10th prince would not need to assassinate Lin Ming, he would simply kill the crown prince and be done with it. Lin Ming looked at the 4 maids that were like little timid white rabbits, and saw the hope and fear that intermingled in their eyes. He shook his head slightly and said to Yang Lin, "No, I will return to the 7 profound martial house. This manner is not to Brother Lin's liking." "Not really," Lin Ming said with a faint smile. He continued, "Here, life is too comfortable and luxurious. The quiet and simple days of the 7 profound martial house are much more suitable for cultivation." Chapter 115, Zhang Guanyu. This Brother Lin is too assiduous. Sometimes proper rest is needed. A bowstring stretched too taut isn't necessarily a good thing. Some degree of relaxation is also good. Since Brother Lin has decided to go, then I will call the guards to protect Brother Lin on his way back. The crown prince quickly called his royal guard to keep Lin Ming safe as he returned to the martial house. When Lin Ming left, the 4 young maidservants were relieved, but they also felt a faint disappointment. Their entire manor of several hundred people had been busy at work for the past few days meticulously cleaning the entire manor, but Lin Ming had only taken a look, and hadn't even sat down. However, this manor now belonged to Lin Ming. Regardless of whether he slept here or stayed here, they had to keep everything clean and spotless every day. What? Challenge me in 4 months. In a sumptuously decorated hall, on top of a soft silk mattress, an exceedingly handsome young man lazily reclined against a headrest. This young man's hands were greedily hugging an enchanting beauty of great assets. At the foot of the mattress, a young, beautiful maid was slowly massaging his legs, and on the other end, a charmingly pretty woman was plucking crystal grapes with her slender fingers, and gently placing them into the young man's mouth. This man was the 3rd-place master of the 7 profound martial houses ranking stone, Zhang Guanyu. Besides the core disciples of the 7 profound martial house, he was the only gifted genius with a 5th-grade martial talent. Not only that, but Zhang Guanyu was an outstanding talent who was raised by the Allied Trade Association 1. In the future, he had the possibility of becoming the president of the Allied Trade Association. The Allied Trade Association was a large organization that was heavily invested in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, and even in several nearby countries. It had existed for a long time, it was even older than the Sky Fortune dynasty. With such a great organization, its history and strength were profound and unthinkable. Zhang Guanyu's martial talent was only inferior to Qin Xingxian within the entirety of all the young martial artists of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. With the important position that he occupied, it could be said that he was a favored son of heaven. Beautiful women, wealth, power, all of these were easily within his reach. However, even with the vast resources of the Allied Trade Association and with his own gifted talent, he still hadn't produced any amazing results. On the 7 profound martial house ranking stone, he was only 3rd, below Ling Sen and Ta Ku. Ling Sen had his Ashura martial intent. His strength was formidable and disgustingly abnormal, being below him was understandable. But Ta Ku was only a superior 4th-grade talent. Although he did have inborn divine strength, his talent was inferior to Zhang Guanyu, and the resources at his disposal were far inferior. It was unjustifiable for Zhang Guanyu to be suppressed by Ta Ku. Ultimately, it was decided that Zhang Guanyu's heart of martial arts was too weak, and he excessively wallowed in debauchery. When he had passed the dream trial, Zhang Guanyu's results had been horrible. But even knowing this problem, the Allied Trade Association had no way to force Zhang Guanyu into abstinence. This was because a martial artist had to follow their heart and soul. If they were forced to go against their nature, their heart would be suppressed, and their cultivation would be hindered. Facing this situation, the Allied Trade Association did have a backup plan. That was simply to let Zhang Guanyu practice the 7 profound martial houses Acacia faction's cultivation methods. However, the Acacia faction's high-level cultivation method manuals were only passed down to core disciples. If Zhang Guanyu wanted to study them, he could study the branch methods. At this point, his family's deep history demonstrated just how far their hands could reach. The Allied Trade Association relied on its wide-reaching network and nefarious methods to forcibly create an opportunity and persuade the 7 Profound Valleys Acacia faction to pass on a part of its core cultivation method manual so that Zhang Guanyu could practice it. Zhang Guanyu had already been practicing this cultivation method for half a year now, and his cultivation had already been greatly increased. The new and improved Zhang Guanyu was like a fish in water. He had S*X every day, and his cultivation steadily grew. He led a dreamy life of revelry and carnal pleasures with unsurpassed comfort. Tonight, just as Zhang Guanyu had been planning to enjoy the company of 2 pretty concubines, he received news from the 7 Profound Martial House that Lin Ming would challenge him within 4 months. This caused his libido to be reduced, and the flames of anger in his heart to rise. This 7 Profound Martial House, it was as if they were taking him as some sort of sharpening stone. Haha, yes, Elder Wang visited the Crown Prince's palace to directly pass on the 7 Profound Decree to Lin Ming, and inform him of the 7 Profound Martial Test. The requirements of the test are that he achieve the peak-altering muscle stage when 16 years old, or to reach the bone-forging stage when he is 18 years old. In addition, if he can enter the top 10 rankings of the 10,000 killing array within 3 months, defeat you in 4 months, defeat Ta Ku within 5 months, or defeat Ling Sen within 6 months, then he will have an extra reward. And these are truly rich rewards. The one who spoke was a man over 20 years old. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, he was one of the 7 core disciples of the 7 profound marital house. His name was Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu came from a martial arts cultivation family, and he also practiced the cultivation methods of the Acacia faction. He and Zhou Yu had a good relationship with each other due to this. Humph. Since they want to use me as a sharpening tool, fine, I will break this sword. This Lin Ming has become too arrogant these days. A mere piddling third-grade talent little boy dares to claim without any justifications that he is the genius of a century in the 7 profound martial house. These years, although Zhang Guanyu's strength was inferior to Ling Sen and Ta Ku's, he still had the esteemed reputation of being the second most talented individual in the younger generation of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. And that first-place spot belonged to Qin Xingxian. However, Qin Xingxian was just a woman, and because of that, he did not envy her at all. Zhang Guanyu never envied women, because as long as he conquered a woman, then their own talent became his. And if he could not conquer them, then that was unimportant as long as that woman was not conquered by other men. If it was so, then Zhang Guanyu could bear it. But this Lin Ming was different. In these past days Lin Ming had stolen the spotlight from him. All the attention of the major powers of Sky Fortune City and the common martial artists was on him. Who would remember someone like Zhang Guanyu? What did Zhang Guanyu count for? Although he was third on the ranking stone, and had a talent above almost everyone else, what the people cared about most were not talents, but results. In the streets and alleys of Sky Fortune City, as long as a person mentioned the younger generation of the 7 profound martial house, it would all be about the name Lin Ming. Just hearing this name made Zhang Guanyu feel unhappy. And now, even more directly for Lin Ming's test, the 7 profound martial house had listed out such ridiculous conditions. They had actually planned on using him as a stepping stone for Lin Ming to rise up further as a mythic genius. This aroused Zhang Guanyu's wrath. It was always him that stepped on others, when was it others' turn to step on him? Well done. What a 7 profound martial house master. Since you dare to use me as a human stepping stone, then I will step on that person you have so kindly chosen and trample him underneath my feet mercilessly. This is just right. I have already cultivated the divine Acacia power to large success of the first layer. I'll have you look at the disparity between a 3rd-grade talent and a 5th-grade talent. Zhang Guanyu's face flashed with a hideous look. He gripped the breasts of the charming woman in one hand, and pulled the woman who was feeding grapes towards him. The women gave a surprised shout and the 3 of them tumbled together onto the bed. The curtains closed, and Zhang Guanyu smiled evilly as he started to rip off the clothes of the 2 concubines. Since his heart was burning with anger, he naturally had to vent it somewhere. Zhang Guanyu's method of venting was very direct, and that was to vent it on a woman's body. Listening to the tender and lewd sounds of the women in bed, Zhou Yu only shook his head, turned around, and left. He had known Zhang Guanyu for a long time, and had some understanding of Zhang Guanyu's level of maturity. Zhang Guanyu would never resign himself to willingly be some other man's stepping stone. But now, since the 7 profound martial house has pushed Zhang Guanyu into opposition with Lin Ming, then Zhang Guanyu would naturally take some measures to deal with Lin Ming. Zhang Guanyu was a person with a very arrogant heart and an even stronger possessive nature. He was the kind that wished to possess all the beauty and fine things of the world. He would not admit defeat just because of the unlimited potential of Lin Ming's future achievements. Although Zhang Guanyu was a lustful playboy, lascivious, and extremely arrogant, he still grew up around an abundance of gifted individuals. He was raised up in the sophisticated and complex environment of the Allied Trade Association, and was still able to rise to the top. The main reason for this was Zhang Guanyu's top-tier talent, but regarding intelligence, he had never been a fool. Zhou Yu knew better than anyone that if Zhang Guanyu despised anyone, then that person would surely die a miserable death. Zhang Guanyu was scary. In this world, there were 2 types of martial artists that were dangerous to provoke, the crazy, and the mad. The first was a martial crazy, like Ling Sen, whose individual strength was terrifying. But the latter was a mad lunatic like Zhang Guanyu, whose natural disposition was an insane paranoia, and would easily take one's life. The strong fear the unreasonable fear the suicidal, and the suicidal fear the crazy ones. Zhang Guanyu was a crazy one. If someone stabbed him with a knife, he would not dodge or evade, but take the pain from the blade and then rip out their throat. Dealing with such a psycho, the average man simply wouldn't dare to fight with him. Zhang Guanyu might confront Lin Ming before 4 months pass, but I don't know what means he'll use to do so. Zhou Yu's face showed a trace of an interested smile as he pondered this. Lin Ming wanted to be a core disciple, but it wasn't so easy. First, he had to overcome the hurdle known as Zhang Guanyu. By the time Lin Ming returned to his room at the 7 Profound Martial House, it was already late at night. He took out the spatial ring and carefully looked at it. He had already deposited some gold and true essence stones inside. Although the inner space of the spatial ring was unstable, as long as the ring was not destroyed, it wouldn't suddenly collapse. A martial artist would be able to sense when the lifespan of a spatial ring was coming to end, so there would never be sudden situations where everything in the ring would disappear. Lin Ming had already accrued more than 200 true essence stones. He had true essence stones gifted from the Crown Prince, true essence stones gifted from Wang Gan, and also true essence stones that he received as a reward for entering the heavenly abode. There were also nobles who also wanted to gift true essence stones to Lin Ming, but he had rejected them. If Lin Ming received their gifts, then he would owe them a favor, and he didn't want to tangle with any of this in the future. The true essence stones he had now were already more than enough to use. He also had an abundant amount of time at the 7 major killing arrays. However, if Lin Ming wanted to surpass Zhang Guanyu in 4 months, that would be very difficult. He had thought of a new way, and what Lin Ming had thought of was the body inscription symbol. Of the inscription symbols from the realm of the gods, there were 4 kinds. These were object inscriptions, medicinal inscriptions, body inscriptions, and soul inscriptions. Of these 4, each was more difficult to get started on than the last. As for the soul inscription symbols, Lin Ming was not clear on them. By now Lin Ming had learned the preliminary inscription symbols of object inscription and medicinal inscription. The plan for body inscription symbols needed a higher reserve of true essence. In the past, Lin Ming's true essence was insufficient. But now that he had reached the 2nd level of the true primal chaos formula, and his cultivation was at the large success of viscera training, he finally had some confidence to be able to draw up this kind of body inscription symbol. 1. Formerly referred to as the Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 116, Maddening Materials. Body inscription was a type of inscription drawn onto the body. It was able to increase a martial artist's cultivation speed or enhance their battle prowess. As with objection inscription symbols, there was a limit to how many could be placed. The amount differed depending on the grade of the body inscription symbol as well as the physical condition of the martial artist. For body inscription symbols, the most one could draw were about 4 or 5. With his match against Zhang Guanyu approaching in 4 months, he had to draw up a body inscription symbol within a month in order to display its greatest effects, otherwise the quality of the effect would be lessened, or it might even be a complete waste of time. However, to draw up a body inscription symbol in a month was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Although Lin Ming had the memories of the soul fragment, in order to successfully create one, it would still take a long time and also use up a massive amount of rare and precious materials in order to practice. Practicing it was simple. What was difficult was finding a way to collect all of the incomparably rare and precious materials that were needed for the body inscription symbol. The degree to which these materials were rare and precious caused Lin Ming to shudder in fear. In the elder's memory, of the simplest body inscriptions, there were 2. One was the essence gathering symbol which could increase the speed of cultivation, and the other was the strife seal which could increase a martial artist's combat prowess. However, even if it were these 2 simplest body inscription symbols, the list of materials that needed to be used would make anyone go nuts. Just the 5th level vicious beast blood, a single tail of this precious fluid would cost 30,000 gold taels. Lin Ming needed to buy 2 taels, which would mean 60,000 gold taels. And not only that, but it simply wasn't something that could be bought by just anyone. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, there was no one who was able to match up against a 5th level vicious beast. For a 5th level vicious beast, perhaps only a peak Hotian master would be barely able to deal with it. These kinds of martial artists usually came from a large sect or an aristocratic martial cultivation family. The blood of a 5th level vicious beast would only flow out from a large sect and then into the smaller countries. To these small countries, its price would be frighteningly astronomical. Then there was star obsidian. This material came from a meteorite that fell from the sky. The high temperature in the atmosphere would condense This iron essence could only be naturally formed by the power of the heavens and earth, and beyond that, not every meteorite would have star obsidian. Only those meteorites that were above several thousand genes would possibly be able to produce 1 or 2 genes of star obsidian. The lowest market price of a single gene of obsidian was 150,000 gold taels. And it was extremely difficult to find. Fortunately, Lin Ming only needed 2 taels. Lin Ming estimated that if everything was bought at the lowest market price, and he bought these materials whenever he could find them, then the total of these materials would need at least 300,000 taels. This was simply a dream within a dream. Of the materials he needed, many were like the 5th level vicious beast blood and star obsidian. They just didn't have a market price. So that meant that more gold would have to be spent. The amount he would need might even go up to 500,000, or even 700,000 wouldn't be strange. And even if he managed to somehow obtain 600,000 or 700,000 taels of gold, he would be incredibly lucky to obtain these materials in a couple of years. If his luck was garbage, then he might not be able to find these materials even if he looked for 10 years. On the list of materials, the most basic ones would be considered precious valuables within Sky Fortune City's Inscription Association. And one also needed points from the Inscription Association in order to buy anything. The last time Lin Ming went there, he had already used up most of his points, and didn't have many left. Without points, these so-called basic materials would not be sold at any price. These would be the treasures of the Inscription Association. Looking at the list gave Lin Ming a throbbing headache. It was simply impossible for him to find all of these, he could only rely on the Crown Prince. This was one of the benefits of joining a major power. The Crown Prince's subordinates were numerous, and they had wide channels and networks they could work through. They could do him a great favor in helping him. Yet even if the Crown Prince made every effort, he would be limited in obtaining the materials. Thinking of this, Lin Ming shook his head and ruefully smiled. I joined the Crown Prince as one of his subordinates, and still haven't done a single thing, yet I actually want to make a sudden demand to find such a large amount of materials. And these precious and rare materials can't even be found in the city. Even if they were the relatively basic materials that I need, the Crown Prince would not be able to purchase them easily. Lin Ming knew that the Crown Prince was not wealthy. Even though the Crown Prince's palace looked opulent and grand, the palace had to hire several hundred people and pay them for their work. There were also several other expenses. In addition to the banquet, the Crown Prince gave gifts, rewards, and other such expenditures in order to win over others and raise his own influence. The annual amount of money that he spent was probably around 200,000 to 300,000 gold taels. For instance, when the Crown Prince had given Lin Ming a gift of more than 100 pure true essence stones, the cost of that had been several tens of thousands of gold taels. The manor that was situated near Sky Fortune City along with 100 acres of fertile farmland, servants, maids, and so forth would cost at least 100,000 gold taels. In addition, there was also the purple gold flexible armor. Added up altogether, it must have been more than 300,000 gold taels. Because the large expenditures, the economic situation of the Crown Prince might even be inferior to those famous inscription masters that had been working a long time. For example, Mui, Wang Xuanji, and those kinds of people, they had a high income, and their spending was low. After amassing money for many years, they were overflowing with riches. The Crown Prince used a very large amount of money. Depending on just his salary from the government, this would be utterly inadequate. The Crown Prince's income mostly came from his estate, farms, and also stores. The estate and paddies were things like the manor that had been bestowed upon Lin Ming. But as for shops, Lin Ming actually knew that the Crown Prince didn't have many. This was because the biggest and busiest shops of Sky Fortune City were firmly grasped in the hands of the Allied Trade Association. Compared to the 10th Prince who constantly campaigned in all directions and plundered countless lands, the Crown Prince was very poor. Because he was poor, he could not win over others, and thus the Crown Prince's influence was suppressed by the 10th Prince. The cost of all the gifts that the Crown Prince gifted me should total to around 300,000 gold taels. For the Crown Prince to suddenly hand so much over to me, he probably doesn't have much money on hand at the moment. I just received so many gifts, yet now I also want materials, it just isn't too appropriate. However, I have to ask for these materials, otherwise I will never be able to collect them on my own. Originally, finding the materials for the medicinal inscription symbol already took a very big effort on my part, and this body inscription symbol's materials are much more precious. I just don't have any way left but to ask the Crown Prince to help me find them. As for the money, I will find a solution, but first I should return the manor to the Crown Prince. With the two body inscription symbols, the essence gathering symbol and the strife seal, in addition to my ethereal martial intent, flow like silk ability, and the chaotic virtues combat meridians, I will have the confidence to face Zhang Guanyu 4 months from now. But I'm not sure if I can reach Ling Sen in 6 months. This Ling Sen, the stronger I am, the more I can sense just how terrifying he actually is. But provided that the Crown Prince can help me find the materials I need for the inscription symbol, there are certain materials I listed that might only be found in a sect. With just the Crown Prince's connections, how many would I be able to find? Inscription Association, Inscription Hall. Lin Ming had just stepped into the Inscription Association and was immediately discovered by the young reception lady who had received him last time. The young lady's eyes lit up, and she immediately put down the task she had been working on. She quickly walked over to Lin Ming, her breath somewhat rapid. These days, there were many people in Sky Fortune City that knew the name Lin Ming. But although they were able to recognize Lin Ming's name, and they didn't know what he looked like. However, this young reception lady had once been responsible for Lin Ming's Inscription Master examination and had his information. The Inscription Association of course knew that the dazzlingly bright star of Sky Fortune City and the #1 genius of the 7 profound martial house was exactly the young man who had participated in the Inscription Master examination. This was an amazing character. Mr. Lin. The young receptionist lady greeted with a sweet smile. She bent her small waist in a courtesy bow towards Lin Ming. Her beautiful figure combined with the secretary clothing had a flavorful appeal. "Oh, it's you. I'd like to speak to the association president," Lin Ming said. He recognized this young reception lady. "Very well. Please follow me." The receptionist lady felt her palpitating heartbeat began to race. She was incomparably excited that Lin Ming had remembered her. "Sorry for troubling you. It is my honor to serve Mr. Lin." The young receptionist lady went straight to the inscription room. At this time every day, the association president would be at the inscription room. This was the time that he would teach his granddaughter. For Wang Xuanji, no matter how much time he spent on his martial arts cultivation or inscription technique, it would be difficult for him to have a breakthrough. Because of this, he had invested the majority of his efforts into his granddaughter. The young receptionist lady opened the door to the inscription hall. This was the second time Lin Ming had been here. The first time was when he had taken his examination here. At this moment, Wang Xuanji was sitting on a green jade platform. He was directing the fingers of a young girl at his side. This young girl was wearing the white robes of an inscription master. Her appearance was delicate, like fine, white dust. She was Wang Xuanji's granddaughter, Wang Yuhan. After Wang Xuanji noticed some people had arrived, he turned his head to look and was shocked. "Mr. Lin." "President Wang." Lin Ming smiled and bowed in deference. "Oh. Mr. Lin is an infrequent visitor. It's been a long time since you last came. I did not think that Mr. Lin would not only be talented in inscription techniques, but also talented in martial arts. To be only 15 years old and be able to defeat the 32nd ranked disciple of the 7 profound martial house, your future is truly limitless. President Wang praises me too much." Lin Ming was not surprised that the Inscription Association was already aware of his situation. Wang Yuhan also stopped her inscription technique that she was working on. She had a complicated look as she stared at Lin Ming. She was already extremely talented, with a 4th grade martial talent and a 5th grade soul talent. With this talent, her qualifications already surpassed that of Bai Jingyun and Murongzi. In the aristocratic circles, those young juniors that wanted to marry Wang Yuhan were no less than those ardent fans of Bai Jingyun and Murongzi. But compared with this young man in her eyes, she simply felt too ashamed to even step out in public. The difference between her and Lin Ming's inscription technique was already miles apart, it was simply comparing the heavens to the earth. She didn't even want to think about the difference in their battle prowess. Wang Yuhan had devoted most of her energy into practicing inscription techniques, but in the martial arts aspect, she also only paid attention to cultivating. This was because inscription techniques required a deep amount of true essence, and therefore one had to have a high enough cultivation. As for fighting skills, Wang Yuhan knew nothing of those from the start. Let alone those monstrous geniuses of the seven profound Marshall House, she would even lose to someone at the same cultivation level as her. How the hell did this fellow practice? She had been practicing inscription techniques since she was 8 years old, and in her life she had always prioritized her cultivation and specialized in inscription techniques. Even if it was the monstrous talent Qin Xingxian, she could compare with her in terms of inscription techniques. And recently she had progressed very fast, perhaps she might have even surpassed Qin Xingxian. But in contrast to this Lin Ming, Wang Yuhan was completely at a loss for words. Even if he started practicing inscription techniques from his mother's womb, why would his level of skill be so bizarrely abnormal? She was still working hard at training the basics of finger movements, but he had already been able to use the bright Buddha plucks the lotus. Mr. Lin comes today, is there matter you need to discuss? As Wang Xuanji asked this, Lin Ming did feel somewhat embarrassed. For better or worse he was a registered inscription master of the Inscription Association. However, after registering and obtaining some materials, he hadn't returned. And now that he finally came back, it was also for materials to use for inscription symbols. Chapter 117, Guest Inscription Master. Lin Ming said, President Wang, I came this time because there are two matters that I wanted to inquire about. The first is that I would like to purchase some materials, and the second is that I would like to register as a guest inscription master and provide services to customers while gaining points. There were 3 types of inscription masters that could work at the Inscription Association. They were subordinate inscription masters, registered inscription masters, and guest inscription masters. A guest inscription master only had to hang his name up on a public board. However, the first 2 had to complete some tasks for the Inscription Association, such as solving some difficult problems for their colleagues, or creating some sort of special inscription symbol for their customers, and other such tasks before they could obtain points. Now that Lin Ming needed to draw up a body inscription symbol, he was pushing the envelope in terms of his cultivation and skill in the aspects of inscription techniques. He needed to set aside a certain amount of special time in order to practice and improve his inscription technique. However, if he wanted to practice this sort of high-quality inscription technique, it required a substantial amount of money. Especially since he needed to do so with many precious materials, and even if he was able to buy these materials, he wouldn't be able to find them in such a short amount of time. In order to save money in the past, Lin Ming hadn't used materials to practice and had instead only stimulated his true essence to visualize the drawing process. But such a method had a very low efficiency, and Lin Ming wasn't able to afford the time that he needed in order to do so. Then he had remembered that he could come to the Inscription Association as a visiting inscription master, and be able to solve many different inscription-related problems. This was the best method of cultivating his inscription technique, and the best part was that the precious materials would be provided by the customer. Doing this, Lin Ming no longer had to worry about economizing or saving his time. Every day he would be able to encounter different precious materials and different problems. The materials needed would also be provided for free. After successfully drawing up or fixing whatever problem was at hand, he would also be awarded points. What way could possibly be more suitable for practice? However, not everyone would dare to practice in such a manner, because there had to be at least a 90% guaranteed success rate. Lin Ming decided on this method of practice, and also had a general idea of how to acquire the materials he needed. He also didn't plan on concealing his status as an inscription master any longer. At first, Lin Ming did not have strength or status, but yet he was still able to draw up rare and powerful inscription symbols that were worth 2,000 or 3,000 gold taels. To someone with power, meeting such a weak person was like seeing a chicken that was able to lay golden eggs. Some people might have tried to capture him for their own benefit, and lock him in a dungeon where he would be forced to create inscription symbols all day. That was why Lin Ming had hidden his status as an inscription master at first. But now, Lin Ming was a famous character in Sky Fortune City who had a great deal of influence. With the dual protection of the 7 profound Marshall House and the Crown Prince, not even the 10th Prince dared to publicly move against him. Since Lin Ming now had such a preeminent status, he no longer worried about needing to conceal his identity as an inscription master. Guest inscription master? Wang Xuanji asked, slightly stunned. Normally only a great inscription master would ask to occupy such a lofty post. This was because if there was a problem, such as if they failed to draw up the inscription symbol, the Inscription Association had to compensate the customer for their precious materials or treasure. Without a deep background, no one would dare to do this job. To become a guest inscription master, they had to undergo the strict inspection of the Inscription Association. Those who could pass the inspection were only top-class characters among inscriptionists. Lin Ming did have exceptional talent and strength in inscription techniques, but that was only in comparison to his contemporaries. Last time, he had drawn up an inscription symbol with a true essence amplification rate of 32%. Among his peers, this result was truly monstrous, but to become a guest inscription master, it was still lacking. The crux of the issue was that Lin Ming was simply too young. A guest inscription master had to face many different kinds of problems and questions, some of which were quite difficult. It was a job that required a great depth of experience. However, experience was something that was accumulated over the years. If Lin Ming repeatedly failed, not only would that damage the reputation of the Inscription Association, but the amount of materials and treasure that the Inscription Association would have to compensate would be enough to give them a headache. Mr. Lin, the problems that the Inscription Association generally needs to solve are not so simple. Because the materials are often very rare and difficult to obtain, the guest inscription master must be able to guarantee at least an 80% success rate. They must be assured that they can solve these complex problems with a high success rate. Even in the entire Inscription Association, there are very few individuals who are competent enough for this position. Wang Xuanji tactfully reminded Lin Ming. He wanted to persuade him without any difficulties. With Lin Ming's present reputation, the Inscription Association had to flatter him as much as they could. Lin Ming smiled and said, "President Wang doesn't need to worry. I suppose, if I fail 3 times in a row, then I will offer to quit myself. As for the loss of materials and treasure, I will also take responsibility for compensating them." This, Wang Xuanji frowned. He would be able to stand the loss of reputation from failing 3 times, but the point was, Lin Ming was still a child. If they let a young boy draw up an inscription symbol and it failed, how would they explain this to the customer? But considering Lin Ming's present status, Wang Xuanji didn't directly decline him. He thought about it for a moment, and then nodded his head in agreement. 3 times. By now, Wang Yuhan opened her mouth and suddenly said, "Mr. Lin, may I ask if you have found the right assistant?" Assistant. An inscription master would normally have 1 or 2 assistants. This was because there were many materials that could not be immediately used after they were purchased, they needed to be processed in certain ways. For instance, for some rare and precious plants, the juice had to be extracted, or some ores had to be grinded into fine powder, or the active ingredient had to be extracted from certain solvents. All of this would normally be done by an assistant. In the past, Lin Ming had done all of these things by himself. The position of an assistant was not a simple or easy job. There were many precious and expensive materials, the slightest mistake meant that they would have to be discarded. This was why only inscription apprentices would usually take up this task. Lin Ming truthfully said, "I have no assistant." Wang Yuhan looked to her grandfather, bit her lips, and asked, "Do you mind if I be your assistant?" The young women of the Sky Fortune Kingdom were traditionally reserved and polite. If a girl offered herself up as a volunteer to a young boy as an assistant, there might be some suspicions and it could be easily misunderstood. Lin Ming's current status was especially sensitive these days. No one knew how many young girls of Sky Fortune City wanted to marry him, the number could only be called countless. As such, Wang Yuhan had to muster up a lot of courage in order to ask this question. However, she remembered that Lin Ming's drawing techniques when he drew up the symbols and lines were clearly different than those of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Wang Yuhan also dropped her girl's modesty. She wanted to experience the schools of inscription techniques outside of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, and this was the best opportunity. Lin Ming hesitated. With an assistant he would be able to save a lot of time. With Wang Yuhan's ability, she would do perfectly well in handling materials. Thinking this, Lin Ming nodded and said, "Then I will be relying on Miss Wang. I don't know if Miss Wang has had lunch yet. If Miss Wang had already eaten, then we may begin as soon as possible." Wang Yuhan's eye twitched. This Lin Ming was quite resolute and vigorous, he actually wanted to begin immediately. I've already eaten. Good. Lin Ming, Wang Yuhan, Wang Xuanji, and the young reception lady all went to the inscription hall. It was lunch break for the guest inscription masters, and not many people were in the hall. But, there were still several customers waiting, so that when the lunch break ended, they might be the first one to have their problems solved. According to the rules of the Inscription Association, a customer only had to provide their own materials and treasure, clearly state their problem, and then they could return at a later time. But most customers would rather wait here and personally watch as the guest inscription master solved their problem. This was because whether it was a precious materials or a treasure, they were often very valuable, so they worried over the outcome. Many people here had already waited a long time. As they saw the Inscription Association's president, Wang Xuanji, enter the hall, their spirits immediately lifted. Was President Wang planning on personally taking action today? It had to be known that Wang Xuanji rarely personally stepped out these days. If someone could force him to take action, this character had to be at least a duke or a prince, or a cultivator at the peak Hoqian stage. When he utilized his inscription technique, with the end product being made by Wang Xuanji's own hands, the effect would usually be far better than a normal inscription master. If Wang Xuanji was willing to personally take up the task, this would be their great fortune. Several people looked at Wang Xuanji with shining eyes, their faces filled with a fervent eagerness. Seeing Wang Xuanji walking towards them, they hurried to welcome him. A martial artist in his 40s had already stepped up, and asked, "President Wang, I didn't expect to be able to meet you. Would you be able to take a look at this armor?" The martial artist said as he held up an ancient-looking, plain black war armor. This war armor looked to be made from the highest quality steel. After many years, there were only minor scratches on the surface of the armor, in particular the chest area. There was a half-meter line that ran up the edge of a diamond-shaped pattern. Because of this scratch, the diamond pattern was damaged. This diamond pattern was the signifying mark left behind after placing on an inscription symbol. Because this war armor was damaged, that inscription symbol mark was ruined. If the inscription symbol mark was ruined, then the effects of the original inscription symbol would deteriorate, or even become completely invalid. It was possible to damage treasures, especially those treasures that were in the armor class. Because they accumulated damage over time, in addition to the attacks from a top-level master, then it might even break. This martial artist hoped that the Inscription Association was able to repair this inscription symbol. But, to repair an inscription symbol that was already placed on a treasure was a very difficult task. This diamond rune was an inscription symbol named the superhuman strength symbol. It was a very complex inscription symbol, to repair it would not be easy. Even Wang Xuanji felt that this job was very problematic. However, this kind of work was very appropriate for Lin Ming. Because the original inscription symbol had already shattered, even if Lin Ming failed, it couldn't get any worse than it already was. And the armor would not be broken. At most, it would be a loss of materials. If the materials were lost, then the Inscription Association would be able to compensate the exact same materials. But if the treasure was broken, then there was no means to refund the customer with the same armor. Wang Xuanji glanced at Lin Ming with a faint smile. He was sure that Lin Ming would not be able to repair the superhuman strength symbol. This was because Lin Ming's school of inscription technique did not belong that of the Sky Fortune Kingdoms. This superhuman strength symbol was one of the numerous and complex symbols that were produced from Sky Fortune Kingdom's school of inscription techniques. If one did not understand its composition or drawing plan, then it would be impossible to know where to begin. If Lin Ming was a guest inscription master, he would also encounter similar issues down the line. If he couldn't solve something like this, it was better if he quit early. Therefore, even though Wang Xuanji knew the answer, he still sent a true essence sound transmission and asked, "How about it, does Mr. Lin have a plan?" At this point, Lin Ming had sent his soul force into the suit of war armor and was feeling the internal structure of the inscription symbol. It was very difficult to detect the structure of an inscription symbol with soul force. If one didn't understand the structure of an inscription symbol, it was impossible to know where to begin. Lin Ming slight frowned, and eventually came to a conclusion. This diamond-shaped inscription symbol should be some kind of inscription symbol with an effect of increasing the rate at which true essence was gathered. As for its internal structure, Lin Ming didn't know anything about it. After all, there were many differences in the inscription technique system between the Sky Fortune Kingdom and the realm of the gods. Chapter 118, Repairing the Superhuman Strength Symbol. Lin Ming's level of inscription technique was fierce, but he was not omnipotent. Since he had never seen this inscription symbol before, it was impossible for him to fix this. However, after pondering it for a moment, he sent a true essence sound transmission to Wang Xuanji. "President, I'll give it a try." Since he had achieved the third stage of body transformation and his control of true essence had become stronger, Lin Ming taught himself how to use true essence to send a sound transmission. Wang Xuanji was surprised. Had Lin Ming seen the superhuman strength symbol before? Even if he had, this superhuman strength symbol was an unusually complex one that was developed through Sky Fortune Kingdom's School of Inscription Techniques. Even a great inscription master might not be able to draw it. Lin Ming was only 15 years old, how could he be familiar with its method of creation? Lin Ming was indeed excessively talented, but Wang Xuanji still believed that there was no way that Lin Ming would be able to fix this superhuman strength symbol. This is quite interesting. I'd like to see if Lin Ming is capable of repairing this superhuman strength symbol. Wang Xuanji revealed a smile as he thought this, and then said, "Good, then give it a try." Lin Ming nodded, and that in the inscription platform. As the middle-aged man saw Lin Ming sit down, he was dumbfounded. Scared, he quickly said, "President Wang, this is..." The man couldn't understand, and he didn't know Li Ming, he only thought of him as an apprentice of the Inscription Association. Did Wang Xuanji really intend on letting such a young apprentice repair his armor? Was this not a joke? Wang Xuanji said, "It's all right, it's only letting him try. If it doesn't work then I will personally help you with your problem." But the middle-aged man painfully looked at those materials that he had carefully prepared. It really wrenched his heart. In accordance to the rules of the Inscription Association, if the customer came to the Inscription Association requesting a service, they had to supply materials as a reward, and they also had to supply the materials required for the request. If they didn't have the materials ready, then they could be provided by the Inscription Association as long as the customer had other materials that were similar in value. Although he was a martial artist at the peak pulse condensation period, to put out so many precious and rare materials so suddenly really caused his heart to feel like it was being torn in half. These materials cost 7,000 to 8,000 taels of gold. The middle-aged martial artist had used more than a year of time before he was able to collect all of the materials he needed. This armor was a medium-grade human steppe treasure that was his family heirloom. It was far too precious for him, otherwise he would not have put up so much gold and so many materials. Wang Xuanji laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. These materials that you brought, if he fails, then I assure you your armor will still be repaired." All right. With Wang Xuanji's guarantee, the middle-aged man decided to let that little kid Lin Ming do as he wanted. He only hoped that what he did wasn't so bad that not even Wang Xuanji could fix it. But just where the hell had this little kid come from, that Wang Xuanji would let him fool around like this? Of Sky Fortune City's inscription apprentices, besides Wang Yuhan and Qin Xingxian, he hadn't heard of anyone else. With such a complex, superhuman strength symbol, what results could he have from just fiddling around with it? The middle-aged martial artist's heart was full of puzzlement. Lin Ming took the armor in his hand, and immersed his soul force into the superhuman strength symbol. With the unsurpassed, overbearing soul tactic, soul law formula, he was able to condense his soul force into the thinnest string and send it into the inscription symbol, constantly perceiving the structure of the superhuman strength symbol. He carefully wrote down every line and symbol structure that he could sense. At this time, because of the high degree of soul force that he was condensing, Lin Ming's face was filled with unprecedented focus. When he had been in the kitchen of the Great Clarity Pavilion, he also had this expression. Regardless of whether it was the vulgar and barbaric strength that he needed for deadening, or the delicate soul force control he needed to create the countless fine and complex lines and runes of inscription symbols, their essence was all the same in Lin Ming's hands. One kind was used to ascertain the skeletal structure and tendons of a beast, and the other was used to draw the foundation symbols and foundation lines of inscription symbols. What he was doing was using these principles he had learned to crack open the complex nature of symbol structure. Wang Yuhan stood behind Lin Ming, quietly gazing at his profile. She could clearly feel Lin Ming's focused and sharp eyes. This look, whether intentional or not, revealed his intense spirit and dedication. It caused this youth to have an imposing aura that didn't seem to match his young age. Wang Yuhan couldn't help but acknowledge that this sort of aura was very fascinating and swoonsome. Some puppy love girls would be easily attracted to this aura, and they would sink into it. Could he really repair this superhuman strength symbol? Wang Yuhan couldn't believe that. Even though Lin Ming had created a number of miracles over and over again, this one was just far too difficult, and bordered on the impossible. Lin Ming was not from the school of Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription techniques, and he was only 15 years old. At such a young age, it was just unthinkable that he could have achieved the pinnacle of two different schools of inscription techniques. Lin Ming kept studying the inscription symbol for a quarter of an hour of time. During this quarter hour he had not budged a single inch. The middle-aged man seemed to become increasingly impatient. At this moment, Lin Ming opened his mouth and suddenly said, "President Wang, I want to ask you. If you were to repair this inscription symbol, how much of its effects could you restore?" Wang Xuanji hesitated, then smiled and stroked his beard. This kid, did he want to compare with him? Wang Xuanji said, "If this old man repairs the superhuman strength symbol, I can probably restore at least 80% of its original effects." The superhuman strength symbol is a kind of supplementary inscription symbol. Once it is engraved on the armor, although it cannot directly increase the defensive power, it can increase the user's true essence gathering speed. The effect of this superhuman strength symbol was probably originally around 36 to 37%. If I repair it, the final effect should probably be around 30 to 31%. The effectiveness of a repaired inscription symbol could not match its effect when it had first been drawn. Even if it was Wang Xuanji who personally repaired it, the truth of this would not chance. "Oh, I understand. Then no matter what means I use, as long as the final rate of the armor's true essence gathering speed increases by at least 30%, then I have succeeded." Ho! This kid sure had enough self-confidence. Wang Xuanji watched Lin Ming with great interest. He dared say that to have the final effect be at least 30%, there weren't many who could accomplish this in the entirety of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, or even several of the surrounding countries. What was this kid planning on doing? He laughed and said, "If the guest inscription master could restore 28%, then that would be good. If you can restore the effect to at least 28%, then you would be considered qualified." Lin Ming nodded. He touched a ring on his ring finger, and the following scene left everyone shocked and dumbfounded. They saw Lin Ming leisurely pull out a long spear from the spatial ring. The spear shaft was 8 feet, the spearhead 8 inches, and the body of the spear shaft was a dark purple color while the edge of the spear tip was dark red like blood. This spear was the penetrating rainbow. By now, even Wang Xuanji and Wang Yuhan were confused. He was repairing an inscription symbol, just what would a spear do? "Young man, what are you doing?" The middle-aged martial artist looked on with fear and apprehension. Heavens! Drawing out such a long spear, and it looked like this spear was forged from dark purple elastic iron. Although it wasn't a treasure, it was certainly very sharp. He could only hope that this young fellow wasn't planning on using that sharp spear to poke his armor. Lin Ming looked at the middle-aged martial artist and said, "I will destroy the superhuman strength symbol and draw a new one." Destroy. The middle-aged martial artist could hardly believe his ears. If it wasn't for the presence of Wang Xuanji, he would have beaten the little sh*t until his mom didn't recognize him. "You're insane." Once an inscription symbol was placed on a treasure, it was very difficult to destroy. This was because the inscription symbol's structure was imprinted deep within the treasure. As for the symbol mark, this was only manifested on the surface. For instance, for this superhuman strength symbol's diamond mark design, it was only a brand that symbolized who the inscription master was, and was merely a decorative effect. Lin Ming's flame design was the same, it was only an image that was drawn depending on the personality of the inscription master. If this decorative brand was ruined, it still would not destroy the complex internal structure of the inscription symbol deeply buried in the treasure. If someone really wanted to destroy this inscription symbol, they would normally need to have an alchemist or refiner who was familiar with controlling flames to burn it away. This had a high cost and it also took a long time, because the fire had to burn through the cobweb-like structure of the inscription symbol. To do this would not only destroy the inscription symbol, but would also lightly damage the treasure. But the most critical point was that it would affect future effects of inscription symbols that were placed on it. That was why in most situations, if the inscription symbol brand was damaged, one could only repair it. In truth, repairing was much more difficult than starting anew, but it was far better than destroying the inscription symbol. Lin Ming simply didn't understand the structure of the superhuman strength symbol or know its plan, so naturally he couldn't repair it. The approach he adopted was to destroy the superhuman strength symbol, and then draw a new one on. Lin Ming didn't know how to control fire, therefore in order to destroy the inscription symbol, he could only take out the penetrating rainbow spear. Boy. If you keep speaking such nonsense, then don't blame me for being rude. The middle-aged man was ultimately a martial artist at the post-condensation period, and he was also an aristocrat. He had a certain status within Sky Fortune City. Although he was respectful to Wang Xuanji, to a baby boy of unknown origin like Lin Ming, he certainly could be rude. At this moment, Wang Xuanji let out a light cough. This light cough was like a thunderclap to the middle-aged martial artist's ears. The middle-aged martial artist shook, and then he immediately calmed down. Wang Xuanji said, "Your treasure is ranked as a medium-grade human step 1. Even a post-condensation period martial artist would take time to destroy it, so why are you so nervous?" The middle-aged man said, "I'm sorry, it's just that this armor is my family's heirloom, so I am a bit anxious." Wang Xuanji was a martial artist whose cultivation was at the early Houtian stage. In terms of achievements in inscription, he was second to none. In front of someone like Wang Xuanji, the middle-aged man did not dare act rashly again. Wang Xuanji looked to Lin Ming as he waited for an explanation. Lin Ming was also an inscription master. How could he now know the taboo of destroying an inscription symbol? Lin Ming said, "President Wang, I dare to do so because I have a degree of certainty. Although I cannot guarantee that the treasure will not be damaged, but the damage won't be too great. Also, I have a means to repair it. The damage won't be too great." To use such a heavy long spear and brute force to destroy an inscription symbol that had already merged into one organic whole with the armor, and he could still say, "The damage won't be too great." Wang Xuanji frowned, and remained silent. If Lin Ming destroyed the inscription symbol in the armor, then not even he would be able to repair it anymore. Lin Ming said, "With my cultivation, to destroy the inscription symbol in the armor won't take a short time. If President Wang feels that something is wrong at any time, then you can feel free to stop me." Wang Xuanji nodded, he could. Even if there was no true essence concentrated in it, this medium-grade human step armor was still incomparably hard. To destroy the inscription symbol would take a period of time. The middle-aged man also resigned himself to his fate. He decided that once he discovered something was amiss, he would immediately take the armor. At worst, the armor would simply not be repaired. Lin Ming placed the armor on the inscription platform, and then stood 10 feet back. He gripped the spear in his hand and held it out. Everyone present watched Lin Ming, wanting to see exactly what it was that he would do next. Chapter 119, Flowers in the Storm. Lin Ming placed the armor on the inscription platform, and then stepped 10 feet back. He gripped the spear in his hand and held it out. Everyone present watched Lin Ming, wanting to see exactly what it was he would do next. To destroy the inner structure of an inscription symbol by brute force, it was best to use an engraving knife. This was because the structure of the inscription symbol was like a spider web. Lin Ming had taken out such a large spear, how would that possibly be convenient? At that moment, Lin Ming pointed his spear, flicked his wrist, aimed at the inscription symbol and fiercely thrust it out. The piercing, howling sound of the spearhead was heard throughout the room. Not only that, but the spear thrust also contained an indomitable momentum. It continued forth like a galloping horse, followed by a surge of unrelenting, but a murdering rage and a violent killing anger. This spear could easily pierce through a steel plate. The middle-aged man's eyes jumped. He subconsciously wanted to say stop, but at this moment, Lin Ming instantly withdrew the spear. That terrifying momentum was also restrained at that moment. The spear point was just above the armor, but it hadn't actually pierced it. The middle-aged man wanted to say something but the words caught in his throat. He stared with wide eyes at Lin Ming's spear point, startled. What kind of abnormal control of strength was this? To thrust a spear forward with momentum like a herd of horses, and yet still be able to instantly restrain it so that the momentum did not overflow, yet the spear point still stopped at the exact right location. It had to be said that this was a heavy long spear made from dark purple elastic iron. Its weight should be no less than 800 genes. Just who was the young boy? With such strength at this age, this definitely wasn't a nobody. But though this youth had astonishing spear skills, just what was he planning on doing? A spear thrust, and the spear point suddenly stopping, but this spear didn't actually damage the inscription symbol in the armor. How was this related to inscription technique? Did this young boy actually just want to show off his impressive spear skills? Let alone the middle-aged men, even Wang Xuanji did not understand the meaning behind Lin Ming's spear. He could only marvel at Lin Ming's spear skills, but because he also knew Lin Ming's identity, he didn't find this too surprising. At this moment, Lin Ming thrust out his spear a second time. It was the exact same as a moment ago. The spear would stab out with nigh unstoppable momentum, and then just as it was about to contact the armor, it would suddenly stop. Next, Lin Ming began to repeatedly and quickly thrust out his spear. The spear thrusts were becoming increasingly fast and the momentum grew with each stab. Gradually, this momentum rolled into a strong heavenly wind, but Lin Ming's spear point was still like a delicate falling raindrop. This was another spear skill of the foundation spear technique, flowers in the storm. The middle-aged man was becoming increasingly alarmed with each growing second. This young man only looked to be around 15 or 16 years old, and yet he already had such strength at such a young age. The only one he could think of with such strength who also used a spear would be that dazzling youth of the 7 profound martial house that had recently become the rising star of Sky Fortune City. It shouldn't be. Lin Ming already had such abnormal, heaven-defying strength. If he also had such insights into inscription technique, then it would be too preposterous, he would simply be the reincarnation of some demon king. What was this young man doing? Lin Ming had already continuously thrust out his spear for several dozen breaths of time. The number of times his spear thrusted out should have been several hundred by now. With such high-speed spear moves, and the over 800 gene-penetrating rainbow, it was quite a heavy load on the muscles. If not for his solid foundation and freakish strength, as well as the fact that true essence had already thoroughly tempered his body, then he would have already damaged his muscles. Slowly, Wang Xuanji discovered the profound and mysterious principles that were implicit within Lin Ming's every thrust. He used his soul force to probe the armor, and to his disbelieving amazement, discovered that true essence infiltrated into the armor with each stab. And what made Wang Xuanji most surprised was that when he had used his soul force to track that infiltrating true essence, he found that the foreign true essence flowed along the structure of the inscription symbol, and with a strange and unfathomable power, began to actually disintegrate these structures. How was he doing this? Wang Xuanji drew a deep breath, he was too shocked to speak a single word. With each attack, the true essence turned into fine silk threads that flowed within the structure. To him, this was already unimaginable, but then those fine silk threads actually disintegrated the inscription symbol structures with an inscrutable and enigmatic power. How could such slender streams of true essence have such a mystifying might? Lin Ming was, of course, using the chaotic virtues combat meridians, flow like silk technique. Not only did chaotic virtues combat meridians focus on overwhelming strength, but it focused even more on controlling strength. Strength training's flow like silk was a method of controlling strength. The so-called strength referred to the strength of the human body, this also included the force of true essence. After reaching the small success of flow like silk, this silk-like true essence would be at one's command. But this silk-like true essence didn't really have much of an effect. Because the tiny true essence threads didn't have much offensive power, in order to give it striking power, there was only one way. That was vibration. Wang Xuanji discovered that this strange strength which was disintegrating the inscription symbol structures was exactly this true essence vibration. This vibration was able to ignore defense, and be transmitted internally into any object. The true essence would turn into countless filaments, and each filament would vibrate as it passed through an object. As this vibration acted on every little structure, these tiny threads would create a truly terrifying amount of destruction. This was why when Lin Ming had thrusted out his spear at a stone column on the martial stage, that column had been instantly pulverized into an immeasurable number of small stones. This was because Lin Ming's cultivation of flow like silk was not thorough, the true essence silk threads were too few, and the frequency at which they vibrated was too low. If he managed to achieve the perfect stage of flow like silk, then the filaments of true essence threads would number in the trillions, and once these countless threads entered into the particles and molecules of an object, the frequency of vibrations would rise to a new, alarming level. In that situation, if the spear thrust touched the stone column, then that stone column would simply turn into fine dust that would scatter into the wind. Of course, Lin Ming was still very far from such a distant realm. If he actually managed to ever reach such a dreamlike boundary, then he would be able to eliminate every trace of the inscription symbol within the treasure without damaging the treasure at all. Rather than as it was now. With so many spear thrusts, the treasure must have sustained some damage. Wang Yuhan also realized that Wang Xuanji's face was colored in shock. She could not help but use a true essence sound transmission to ask, "Grandfather, what is Lin Ming doing?" Wang Xuanji sighed a lonely breath, and said, "Use your soul force to feel the inscription symbol structure of that armor, and then you'll know what he is doing." Wang Yuhan wondered what sort of discovery she would make by probing the armor with her soul force. She sent out her soul force and penetrated into the armor. Although Wang Yuhan's soul force was relatively weak, she had a vague feeling of what was occurring inside the armor. Surprised, she covered her mouth. "Grandfather, how is this possible?" Wang Xuanji shook his head and could only said with a rueful smile, "This is also the first time that I am seeing this technique. I could only guess that this effect is from a special kind of true essence manipulation method. This manipulation method is able to turn true essence into countless tiny threads, and each thread in turns is controlled to vibrate against the inscription symbol structure and disintegrate it. This is extremely demanding of one's control of true essence. I cannot begin to imagine how this is done." Wang Yuhan no longer inquired further. She only diligently closed her eyes and felt the energy changes within that treasure. This time when she looked, those filaments of true essence were like the intelligent gossamer threads of spider silk that broke apart the inscription symbol structures. She could only feel a convoluted, esoteric feeling. It was like a large door had been placed in front of her that contained all the myriad of infinite mysteries of the world. However, no matter how hard she tried to look, she could not see clearly. To have the feeling of all the mysteries between heaven and earth at her fingertips, but still be unable to touch them, this caused Wang Yuhan to be excited but also unbearably anxious. After a little less than half an incense stick of time had passed, Lin Ming had already let out 600 or 700 spear thrusts in a single breath. Although he had amazing physical strength, and he also had the true primal chaos formula supplementing his true essence, there was still a light sheen of perspiration on his forehead. At this time, Lin Ming finally stopped. He withdrew his spear, turned his right hand, and the penetrating rainbow disappeared back into the spatial ring. As for the treasure armor, besides some superficial white marks on the surface, there weren't any other damages. He had finally finished. Although flow like silk was incomparably exquisite, the structure of the inscription symbol and the armor had already blended together as one. Lin Ming had inevitably damaged part of the internal structure of the armor. This part was the true essence array that the refining master had placed within the treasure at its creation. This kind of damage would not lessen the defensive capabilities of the armor. However, in the future, if a martial artist concentrated their true essence in the armor, there would be some hindrance. But even so, it was enough for Wang Xuanji to be surprised. If it were an alchemy master who was familiar with controlling fire that had done this, it would still be impossible for them to achieve such an effect. After eliminating the old inscription symbol, Lin Ming didn't immediately start on drawing a new one. Instead, he sat in meditation and revolved the true primal chaos formula, restoring his true essence to its optimum condition. The true primal chaos formula had a very formidable effect in supplementing true essence. As soon as an incense stick of time had burned, Lin Ming had already made a complete recovery. He took out a piece of paper and began to write a list of materials that were readily available. Recently, Lin Ming had been in constant contact with Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription technique network, and as such, was already very familiar with the names of various materials. It was a different situation from when he had confused the materials from the Sky Spill continent and those from the realm of the gods. After he was done writing up the list, he handed it to the young reception lady of the Inscription Association and said, "If I could trouble you to prepare the materials from this list." "Oh, of course." The young reception lady responded as she received the list. At this moment, Wang Yuhan hurriedly said, "I'll go together with you." She was now Lin Ming's assistant. Getting materials ready was one of an assistant's key jobs. The Inscription Association was home to the largest and richest reserve of materials in the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even if Lin Ming had listed a few difficult-to-find materials, they would still be very easy to prepare. The inscription symbol that Lin Ming planned to create today was a simplified version of the Ice Frost Guard. This type of inscription symbol was used specifically for armor. Not only could it increase the true essence gathering speed of martial artists, but it could also provide a slight boost in strengthening the defense. If this was the original version of the Ice Frost Guard, then one could also use the inscription technique, Ring of Frozen Ice. This technique would activate during an attack, and would send out a freezing circular Wave of true essence, which would affect an opponent's movement speed by drastically reducing it. However, the original Ice Frost Guard required a number of materials that were very rare and precious. There were several materials that not even the Inscription Association would necessarily be able to find. Not only that, but today was Lin Ming's first attempt at drawing the Ice Frost Guard. If he tried to draw up the far more complex original version, then he would have a greater risk of failure. Hence, he decided to draw up a simplified version. With Lin Ming's current cultivation and level of technique, the simplified version of the Ice Frost Guard was relatively easy. 15 grams of star rock ground into powder, and mix that into half a cup of third-level vicious beast blood. Mix well. Take juice extract from crushed black bone grass and add that into 3 times the amount of cold spring water. Lin Ming sent Wang Yuhan a true essence sound transmission and rapidly listed out the materials he needed and how he needed them processed. Many of these material preparation instructions were exceedingly complex and detailed. Chapter 120, Ice Frost Guard. Lin Ming sent Wang Yuhan a true essence sound transmission and rapidly listed the materials he required and how he needed them processed. Many of these material preparation instructions were exceedingly complex and detailed. However, Wang Yuhan had a deep history of inscription technique learnings, and her memory was quite keen. Lin Ming spoke what would seem like an endless string of unintelligible garble, but Wang Yuhan only nodded and said, "Understood," before proceeding to prepare the complex materials. Wang Yuhan was very skillful at processing the various materials. Each time a material passed through her hands, it was like a magician that was working his magic with smoke and fire. The materials changed to a glossy color, and this tedious procedure, under Wang Yuhan's dexterous and pale fingers, was filled with a beautiful aesthetic sense like passing clouds and flowing water. In terms of processing materials, Lin Ming felt that Wang Yuhan's skill at this task was above his. The majority of inscription apprentices' first contact with inscription techniques was with handling and processing materials, but Lin Ming had actually skipped this step and gone straight to the top. Assisted by Wang Yuhan, Lin Ming's inscription symbol plan proceeded much more smoothly. Lin Ming began to revolve the overbearing soul tactic, and with a turn of his hand, a drop of chilly deep blue liquid rose into the air. Lin Ming began to wave his fingers, and the drop turned into a series of strikingly brilliant rainbow lights. As the first foundation line was drawn, Lin Ming waved his hand again, and a second drop of liquid floated up. The stunning rainbow light shined once more, but this time, a faint afterglow from the first foundation line was left behind in the eyes of those watching. Wonderfully stunning runes appeared in the air one after another, as they constantly superimposed on each other. In the times that the runes flowed into the air and mixed, Lin Ming rarely failed. Wang Yuhan had already finished processing all the materials, so she was standing on the sidelines staring with her large and beautiful eyes, unblinking as she stared at Lin Ming's every move, lest she miss even a single detail. But to Wang Yuhan, it was impossible to learn a foreign inscription creation method by only watching. Inscription techniques involved a very fine and complex control of soul force, and not only that, but if there was even a single slight error in the foundation symbols or lines, then it would cause a massive change in its effects. These details were things that could not be seen with one's own eyes. Wang Yuhan naturally understood these things, but she still hoped that through watching, she would be able to obtain some inspirations. Of her grandfather Wang Xuanji's skills, she had already learned everything that there was to learn. The only things that he couldn't teach her were due to her low martial arts cultivation. However, Lin Ming's inscription technique was different. It was from a completely different school of thought from the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Beyond that, it was a much more mysterious and profound technique. While she did not dare to dream that Lin Ming would teach her these mystical inscription technique methods, it was still a rare opportunity to look in from the sidelines. As time passed bit by bit, Wang Yuhan became increasingly startled. Lin Ming did not even pause for a second in his drawing process. It was as if each movement was born out of his most basic instincts, and each movement was fluid at his fingertips and without any hint of hesitation. These actions may have seemed simple, but Wang Yuhan was an expert who had been exposed to inscription techniques since birth, and she could tell that in these random drawings of Lin Ming, there were 7 or 8 changes in the intensity of soul force. These rapid changes were so fast that unless one went through a long and grueling period of practice, it was simply not possible for them to be imprinted in the body's reflexive memory like this. As a quarter hour passed, there were already several dozen runes that were floating in midair, and became an increasingly complex inscription symbol as they layered upon each other. Generally, only a senior inscription master or even a truly accomplished elder of inscription technique would be able to draw this. A beginning inscription master simply didn't have the true essence reserves to support such a demanding process. But Wang Yuhan wasn't too surprised about this. Lin Ming's strength had already touched upon the realm of a martial artist at the large success of bone forging stage. In consideration of that, to have such a thick and pure true essence was nothing unusual. After another quarter hour passed, there were more than 70 symbols that had accumulated in front of Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming finally withdrew his hands, and all the glittering airborne symbols began to coalesce and converge upon each other like rays of shining light that were drawing together. For a brief moment, the inscription hall seemed as if it was filled with a number of wondrous stars, and eventually, they all blended together into a single symbol. Lin Ming added a single stroke, and the inscription symbol turned into a flame-shaped pattern, and gently fell like a feather onto the armor. With a chi-chi sound as the symbol touched down, a flame mark appeared on the armor. At this moment, something amazing occurred. There was a slight jitter as if the armor were shivering, and then with the flame mark as the center, blue-colored waves began to proliferate and ripple outwards. The plain black war armor gradually began to change to an ice blue color. Wang Xuanji's eyes widened. Could an inscription symbol actually change the color of a treasure? In his lifetime, Wang Xuanji had read an immense number of ancient texts. He knew that in these texts, there were certain inscription symbols that because they had a rich, strong power and affinity towards one of the 5 elements, once that inscription symbol was placed on a treasure it could change its color. For instance, a fire attribute inscription could cause a treasure to be burning red, an ice attribute inscription could cause a treasure to be icy blue, and a metal affinity inscription could cause a treasure to glitter. However, this was only records that were in the ancient texts. Because Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription technique was limited, although there were some inscription symbols that contained a hint of elemental power, such as the water parting symbol, or the gold bell symbol, Wang Xuanji had never heard of an inscription symbol that could change the color of a treasure. Today would be his first time witnessing such a miracle. The middle-aged martial artist only saw that his armor had turned a frosty blue. He didn't know the reason why or what it meant. At this time, Wang Xuanji excitedly stepped forward and took the armor in his hands. He let his true essence flow into the armor to feel the effect of the instruction symbol. With this test, Wang Xuanji took a deep, disbelieving breath. The true essence gathering effect was increased by 30%. On a normal treasure, a 30% increase wasn't too impressive. However, this treasure had been slightly damaged. If the treasure was wholly complete, then the increased effect range would have been at least 36%. Even if Wang Xuanji had personally drawn up an inscription symbol himself and placed it on an untarnished treasure, the best he could manage would be 42%. 36% to 42% was only missing 6%. This Lin Ming was only 15 years old. But in terms of inscription accomplishments, in comparison to himself who had been steeped within the art of inscription for nearly 100 years, was there only such a small disparity between them? This caused Wang Xuanji to feel a deep sense of frustration. And not only that, but this inscription symbol that Lin Ming had drawn had also spontaneously created an icy layer of cold, protective film around the armor that was able to increase its defensive capabilities. Although the increase was not too high, it was still extremely rare for an inscription symbol to produce 2 different results together. In Sky Fortune Kingdom's School of Inscription Techniques, there were no more than 30 different kinds of inscription symbols that could accomplish this, and the value of each was more than 3,000 gold taels. He was a monstrous genius of inscription, while simultaneously having been able to comprehend a martial intent. His perception of the Tao of martial arts could only be called heaven-defying. There were simply too many dazzling halos that were concentrated on his single body, that even the gods would be jealous. Wang Xuanji tossed the armor to the middle-aged martial artist and said, "Give it a look." The middle-aged martial artist poured his true essence into the armor, and a moment later, a pleasantly surprised expression crossed his face. As the owner of the armor, he was naturally familiar with the condition of his armor. "Satisfied?" Wang Xuanji casually asked. "Satisfied. Satisfied." The middle-aged martial artist quickly nodded. He looked at Lin Ming, and this time there was a touch of respect in his gaze. The middle-aged martial artist was not an inscription master, and didn't have much of an understanding about inscription techniques, so he only knew that this young boy was amazing. But amazing to what extent, he didn't have a clear idea. "This is President Wang's apprentice." A famous teacher has a truly outstanding disciple. Terrific. Extraordinary. My apprentice. Wang Xuanji said with a self-deprecating smile, I'm not able to teach such a fierce apprentice. President Wang is too modest. However, this little friend is truly the most talented young inscription master that I've ever seen. The middle-aged man said a few words of flattery. After all, he could tell that Lin Ming was an inscription master with an overabundance of talent. Flattering him would only benefit him in the future. However, at this point, Wang Xuanji said in a tepid tone, if you have nothing else, then you may go. The incoming words of flattery that the middle-aged man was about to say caught in his throat. He embarrassedly smiled and said, then I will not disturb you. I will come back another day to give thanks. The middle-aged man apologetically smiled and then left. At this moment, Wang Xuanji was not in a very good mood. He had painstakingly invested all of his efforts and care into Wang Yuhan, in the hopes that he could raise Wang Yuhan into the most preeminent inscription master that the Sky Fortune Kingdom had ever seen. However, he did not know where the hell this little boy Lin Ming had come from. Seeing him in action simply caused Wang Xuanji to feel a great sense of defeat. Let alone Wang Yuhan, in a couple of years, even he might be surpassed by this abnormally devilish boy. He had spent the greater part of his life studying inscription techniques, but was he really so inferior in talent? Wang Xuanji's heart inevitably produced such a thought. Lin Ming did not know what sort of thoughts Wang Xuanji was contemplating. He took a short rest, and then prepared to solve the second problem. The second client was an aristocratic family's young son, around 20 or 30 years old. He already bore witness to Lin Ming weave his wonderful inscription technique, so after seeing Lin Ming call him, he hurried over and talked about his problem as he laid out a pile of materials. Seeing this pile of materials, Lin Ming was quite happy. These were all rare and precious materials. His choice of becoming a guest inscription master was right. With so many rare and precious materials at his disposal to practice, his inscription technique would be able to progress by leaps and bounds. Before long, he would be able to draw up the body inscription symbol. For the entire afternoon, Lin Ming solved a number of different problems. In order to avoid interfering factors, Lin Ming was given a separate room at the Inscription Association. After he obtained the materials, the door would shut, and only Lin Ming and Wang Yuhan would be inside. Wang Yuhan was responsible for preparing and processing the materials, and Lin Ming would then begin to draw up the inscription symbol. Drawing inscription symbols was very consuming of one's soul force and true essence. A low-level or intermediate inscription master would usually be completely exhausted after drawing just one inscription symbol. A high-level inscription master or an elder inscription master would usually be able to draw up 2 to 3, or sometimes even 3 to 4. But Lin Ming, in this one afternoon of time, had continuously drawn up 5 different inscription symbols. And now, he was even planning on creating his 6th. This gave the already apprehensive Wang Yuhan even more worries. She was only responsible for handling materials, and that was taxing enough on her true essence reserves. It left her feeling weak. But this Lin Ming fellow was just a tireless machine. In fact, after each inscription symbol drawing was completed, Lin Ming did have a very high rate of consumption. After every one he would begin to revolve the overbearing soul tactic to nourish his lost soul force, and he would also revolve the true primal chaos formula to supplement his true essence. Chapter 121, The Vanished Blood Symbol. Relying on his pure soul force and deep reserves of true essence, Lin Ming was able to continuously persist throughout the entire afternoon. During this time period, he reached the limit of his ability several times. But, this was also a method of practice. Without being pushed to the limit, it would be difficult to progress. When his true essence neared complete consumption, Lin Ming never begrudged himself to pull out a true essence stone and then enter into the ethereal martial intent state. Under the state of ethereal martial intent, the true essence throughout Lin Ming's body would spontaneously move at a pace several times faster than normal, with a near-perfect path of circulation. Under this cultivation state, his advancement was very fast. Gradually, the sun began to fall down below the western horizon. The light that once peeked into the room began to dim down. Wang Yuhan lit a lamp. Seeing that Lin Ming was still sitting in meditation and regulating his breathing, she hesitated several times as she debated whether or not to disturb him. After a while, Wang Yuhan could not bear it anymore, and she finally said, "Mr. Lin, we should eat a meal." "Oh." Yes, of course, you eat first. Just bring me back something nice. I'm almost done adjusting my condition, and then I will finish this inscription symbol drawing first. Drawing another one. Wang Yuhan was at a loss for words. This would be the 7th one. To draw up 7 inscription symbols in the afternoon, and not only that, but each one being very complex, with dozens of symbols and lines that needed to fuse together, not even a top-level inscription master would be able to persist through such a task. Wang Yuhan no longer compared herself to Lin Ming, but placed Lin Ming as a level of character similar to her own grandfather. Shaking her head, Wang Yuhan headed down to have dinner. After eating dinner, she came back, and sure enough, Lin Ming had begun already drawing the 7th inscription symbol, and was almost halfway done. Wang Yuhan moved to the side and set down the plate of food that she had brought up. She quietly watched every movement of Lin Ming, earnestly committing them to memory, and occasionally she would even subconsciously reach out her hand, and follow Lin Ming's movements. Although she knew that even if she copied these movements, it was to no avail of discerning the deep mysteries within them. As time slowly passed, Wang Yuhan looked at those gorgeous and brilliant inscription lines, and then turned to Lin Ming. She watched as his fingertips danced in the air, and shimmering lights followed his incomparably smooth control of true essence. She also saw the fine beads of sweat that covered his face, and his incomparably focused expression. Gradually, Wang Yuhan entered a state like she was lost in a trance. Her vision unconsciously moved from Lin Ming's face to his fingers and back again. At that moment, she felt like she had been infected by the young boy's dedicated focus. Wang Yuhan finally snapped out of her daze as Lin Ming let out a light foo sound. The several dozens of inscription symbols and lines began to condense into one, and with that sparkle of light, Wang Yuhan managed to regain her composure. She was somewhat flustered, and her pretty face blushed. 7th. Lin Ming let loose a long breath and completely collapsed back into his chair. Now, he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Mr. Lin, the food is getting cold. Oh. Lin Ming propped himself up and received the plate of food. He took big gulping bites as he ate. Wang Yuhan was sitting somewhat cramped at the side, quietly gazing at the hourglass in the room, watching the sand fall, grain by grain. In the foundation lines, when drawing up the rock pattern, it is better to add a fold-shaped structure. Lin Ming mindlessly remarked after finishing half of his meal. Wang Yuhan was slightly stunned, and then felt a great happiness followed by an overwhelming exultation. Lin Ming was teaching her inscription techniques. This kind of inscription technique was from beyond the borders of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, and moreover its degree of exquisiteness and subtlety far surpassed anything that the Sky Fortune Kingdom School of Inscription could ever hope to achieve. By now Lin Ming had recovered some of his true essence. He readily drew out a rock line pattern in the air, slowing his tempo as much as he could so that Wang Yuhan had time to clearly see the changes in soul force. In particular, when drawing that folded pattern, he lowered the speed to a bare minimum. Lin Ming knew what the driving reason was behind Wang Yuhan's request to serve as his assistant. She had accompanied him for an entire afternoon, helped a great deal, and also expended much of her own true essence and soul force. Yet, the things she could learn were extremely limited. She was a girl who was also the beloved granddaughter of the Inscription Association's president. Such a proud girl had actually dropped her reservedness to act as his assistant for this afternoon. If Lin Ming didn't return the favor, then he would have felt bad about himself. Therefore in the free time that he had while eating his meal, Lin Ming continuously taught Wang Yuhan several foundation lines. Although just learning these basic foundation lines was far from being able to use them in any sort of practical application, Lin Ming believed that with Wang Yuhan's aptitude towards inscription, along with her unceasing efforts to strive towards greater heights of inscription technique, that she would inevitably be able to derive a great deal of inspiration from this in the future. "Thank you, Mr. Lin," Wang Yuhan said with a heartfelt expression of gratitude. "I want to thank you instead. Will Mr. Lin be coming back tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? I should come back sometime in the afternoon. In the morning I have to practice at the 7 Profound Martial House." Because of the core disciple test, the 7 Profound Martial House had promised that Lin Ming would be able to use the 7 major killing arrays for 10 full days. Time at the 7 major killing arrays was extremely valuable. It would be a waste if he didn't use it because he was practicing inscription techniques instead. "Can I also be your assistant for tomorrow?" Wang Yuhan asked with anticipation. Lin Ming brightly smiled and said, "Of course you can." That evening, Lin Ming returned to the 7 Profound Martial House and began to digest what he had learned by practicing today. In the afternoon, Lin Ming had spent 3.5 hours to draw up a total of 7 inscription symbols. The materials for these inscriptions were all precious. Lin Ming had many faults in drawing up the inscription symbols, which caused some of the materials to be wasted. However, he hadn't yet encountered a situation in which the inscription symbol would go out of control and then collapse with an explosion. As long as the whole thing didn't come tumbling down in a fiery explosion, some errors could be tolerated. According to the regulations of the Inscription Association, customers had to pay the reward with materials. The total price of the service was twice that of the materials used. Sometimes they also needed to pay certain fees for services rendered. Of the materials that were left over, 60% went to the guest inscription master, and 40% went to the Inscription Association. Lin Ming took a few materials that he could use for himself and exchanged the rest with the Inscription Association for points. At the rate I'm earning points, I'll probably have enough points after 10 more days to buy some of the materials I need from the Inscription Association. As for the rarer materials, I'll need to wait until my inscription technique improves further, and only then will I have a chance of getting them. The materials for those 2 body inscription symbols are just too difficult to collect. Through the process of earning points, I can also cultivate. I've been creating inscription symbols continuously and using many different types of materials. Not only is my inscription technique progressing quickly, but even my soul force is slowly growing. The true primal chaos formula is also improving. I can feel that I'm faintly approaching the small success stage of the second layer. I hadn't actually thought that I could practice so many things in a single manner. My consumption of true essence stones is really fast. In just one day I've already used 3. This is simply burning money away. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, true essence stones, according to their degree of purity, ranged between 500 gold taels to 1,000 gold taels. The true essence stones that the 7 Profound Martial House handed down to its disciples were probably the most inferior ones, at 500 gold taels. But the more than 100 true essence stones that the Crown Prince had gifted to Lin Ming actually belonged to the lustrous top-grade pure essence stones, which had a value of 1,000 gold taels each. True essence stones were very scarce in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. It was extremely difficult to find a massive amount of them. In turn, it was difficult to trade true essence stones for gold. Even the wealthy aristocratic families would find it difficult to afford such an expensive price. 4 or 5 true essence stones together was equal to a treasure. Lin Ming had over 200 true essence stones on hand and he used them every day like he was eating candy. There weren't many people in the entire Sky Fortune City that were able to do as he did. I'll probably use up the true essence stones I have in 2 months. I'll have to have the Crown Prince help me buy them. At worst I'll just reimburse the money. After becoming a guest inscription master, Lin Ming found a way to cultivate that was also able to make money. He estimated that in a single month he would be able to make more than 200,000 gold taels without a problem. Of course, this was on the premise that there were enough rich martial artists that were seeking his services. A normal guest inscription master would be able to perform 1 or 2 tasks every day. This was because even if they could continue to do more, they would not be in an optimal condition to do so, and it would be difficult to draw a perfect inscription symbol and thus harm their reputation. These inscription masters usually worked 20 days every month. It was a good result to make 20 or 30,000 gold taels at the end, assuming that they did not fail. But Lin Ming was able to draw up inscription symbols 7 or 8 times a day. In 1 month he could work the entire 30 days. He was simply a freak of nature. After he bathed himself, Lin Ming stayed in the bathtub and entered into the ethereal martial intent state. He let the true essence in his body revolve on its own as it followed its perfect path of circulation. Like this, Lin Ming sat for 2 hours. Because the true essence circulation continued at high speed, the water in the tub began to heat up and give off a white fog. Soon, the entire bathroom was filled with a dense cloud of water vapor. Every time Lin Ming let loose a breath, his breath stirred a whirlpool in the air. At midnight, Lin Ming awoke from his ethereal martial intent state. The countless tiny units in his body began to stir, and the vibrating true essence overflowed from his body like a gushing tide. The mist in the room suddenly disappeared. However, because the mist had been in the room for a long time, the entire room was dripping wet, and even Lin Ming's clothes were soaked. As he stood up from the bath, Lin Ming inadvertently glanced at the purple-gold flexible armor that the Crown Prince had gifted to him. With a glance, Lin Ming suddenly froze. This is... Lin Ming grabbed the purple-gold flexible armor. He looked at it, startled, and felt a great shock in his heart. How did the Peak Hotian master's blood symbol that he had drawn with his own blood essence disappear? Today, he had been to the Inscription Association. For safety concerns, Lin Ming had worn the purple-gold flexible armor. It was fine then, but after taking a bath, he discovered that the blood symbol had disappeared. It was more accurate to say that most of the blood symbol had disappeared. There was still a tiny corner of the blood symbol that remained, but even that was already completely blurred. This vague feeling, it was similar to ink being soaked by water. Could it be that the mist from the bath had infiltrated into the blood symbol and ruined it? If so, then that Peak Hotian master was simply too horrible and unbelievable. Or, had the Crown Prince been cheated? Was this flexible armor itself a fake? No, that couldn't be right. When the Crown Prince had given him this armor, he had personally proved it with his own soul force, and had truly found that it contained the vital blood essence of a formidable master. Moreover, it was written with a supremely exquisite technique in the flexible armor, penetrating it, and had already become part of the treasure. That blood symbol was just like an inscription symbol that was placed on a treasure. Only by using some sort of special method, for instance having an alchemist use fire to burn it away, or using the flow like silk technique like Lin Ming did, could one remove it. Otherwise, it was basically impossible to separate it without completely destroying the treasure. So what the hell had just happened? Chapter 122, The Magic Cube Reappears. Lin Ming could not understand. Was it possible that sometime today, someone had tried to ambush him with some secret, arcane ability that was blocked by the blood symbol, and thus the blood symbol disappeared? That should be impossible. If someone really did have such profound abilities, and they could cause the blood symbol to disappear in a situation without him knowing, then it would have to be someone that was at least of the CNT on stage. But that kind of person could simply kill him with a flick of their finger, and those major characters weren't people that Zhu Yan or the 10th Prince could possibly hope to request. Lin Ming really couldn't understand what was going on. Instead, he decided to put away the flexible armor, and then go to bed. That night, perhaps because of the overconsumption of his soul force and true essence, Lin Ming slept very soundly. He blurrily stumbled in an endless realm of jet-black space that was incomparably vast. It was as if he was floating in the dark, starry night within the infinite cosmos. Countless fluttering transparent ghosts floated around him, and in these transparent ghosts were countless points of light, as if they were mirrors shining back on him. The points of light varied in size, from smaller than a grain of sand to spheres the size of his palm. They followed a strangely mysterious pattern of movement. At the center of all these bright lights was an orb of luminescent light, a foot in diameter. This orb of light emitted a dim, creamy white halo, which gave off a very warm and soft feeling. This was the space within the magic cube. Lin Ming was surprised beyond measure. How did he arrive back at the magic cube? After the first time that he had entered the magic cube had entered into his body and hidden there. He had been unable to summon it or even touch it again, so why was he suddenly able to enter into it today? Although this was a dream, after realizing that this was the space within the magic cube, Lin Ming's consciousness instantly sobered, but he was still unable to retreat from the space of the magic cube. Of course, Lin Ming was not prepared to leave now. His gaze fell on the soul fragments that shined like liquid stars. He looked at them with some excitement, and even more solemnity. At first, it was a soul fragment that had brought him so many opportunities. Had it not been for that soul fragment, then even if he had comprehended an ethereal martial intent, then he would have at most stopped at the Hotian stage, and would have been unable to progress to the Xiantian stage. Without a doubt, these soul fragments contained an inexhaustible supply of buried legendary treasures. But, they also contained a hidden murderous intent. If he was not careful, then Lin Ming's consciousness would be swallowed by the soul fragment, and he would forever be beyond redemption. Was every soul fragment an ownerless soul? Could there be certain fragments that still contained a spirit mark that hadn't been erased yet? A human soul was composed of two parts. One was its memory, and the other was a spirit mark. If the spirit mark was erased, then only the memory would be left over and it would be an ownerless soul. An ownerless soul only had instinct, and didn't have intelligence. If the spirit mark was not erased, then the soul fragment would have its own independent consciousness. If he swallowed this kind of soul fragment, then Lin Ming simply had no way to deal with a soul fragment that had a spiritual mark. Even if he managed to suppress it, it might even cause him to have a split personality and be constantly disoriented. Lin Ming stood among the vast, starry black space for a long time. He was not in a hurry to do anything. He skeptically stared at the palm-sized, shining light fragments, not daring to go near them. As for that large ball of light that was dead center in the middle of all the other light fragments, Lin Ming definitely avoided it. He very much suspected that the large orb of light he saw was formed from that mysterious woman that he saw in the dreamland. This is. As Lin Ming gazed at that large ball of light, he suddenly discovered that there was something unusual about it. On the ball of light suddenly appeared a faint blush, as if it was colored with blood. Blood. This sudden idea turned Lin Ming's mind cold. The blood symbol on the purple-gold flexible armor was also formed by blood. He remembered that when he had worn the flexible armor, the location of where the magic cube was sleeping, hidden within him, was over his heart, which was probably the same position as that blood symbol had been. Was it possible that was the flexible armor's blood symbol absorbed by the magic cube? The magic cube had absorbed the blood essence of a Picotian master that had been in the flexible armor. This sudden dawning caused Lin Ming to feel incredulity. Perhaps it was precisely because of this absorption of blood that he was able to enter into the space of the magic cube once again. The magic cube was able to absorb blood essence. The discovery made Lin Ming happy and worried at the same time. He was happy because he had discovered some secrets of the magic cube. What he worried about was, this secret gave him an ominous and evil feeling. This magic cube was obviously not some friendly object. But anyway, now that he was back in the magic cube again, this was a prime opportunity. Of course, this also meant danger. Lin Ming stood in the magic cube's ocean of star space for a long time. Which one of these soul fragments should he choose? With so many soul fragments, casually selecting one would just be testing exactly how much luck he had. If he obtained one that was useless, then it would have all been in vain. Lin Ming watched one soul fragment after another, but he was unable to see what was inside. These countless soul shards were like tens of thousands of jade stones. Some of these jade stones might have the purest quality white jade, and some might have nothing at all. And in some, there might even be a devil lurking inside. This soul fragment is too bright, it's too similar to the stars, I shouldn't touch it. This one is too small, it's even tinier than a grain of rice. The first time I was here I chose a soul fragment around this size, but now that my strength has improved, I should be able to choose a larger one, but just how much larger? Why is this red? This gives off a very demonic and evil feeling, as it was stained with blood. It seems full of evil spirits and dark influences. Perhaps this soul fragment's master. I'm afraid that before his death he was most likely a murderous devil that slaughtered countless people. This type of person has too deep an obsession, I shouldn't touch this one. There's also a golden red color. What sort of principles would make a soul fragment a golden red color? Facing such an important choice, even the normally resolute Lin Ming became indecisive. If I had to choose one then, Lin Ming finally locked his eyes on a mung bean-sized soul fragment. This soul fragment wasn't too bright, and it also wasn't too large or small. He cautiously approached this soul fragment, and carefully made sure to avoid contact with any other soul fragments. As he approached, Lin Ming suddenly wondered what would happen if he probed the soul fragment with his soul force. With that in mind, Lin Ming attempted to revolve the overbearing soul tactic and use his soul force to sense the soul fragment. A martial artist's soul force and spirit mark were connected. If misused, it would be vulnerable to attack. If a soul was damaged, then it was very difficult to cure. At least, in the entirety of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, Lin Ming hadn't seen anything that could help repair a soul. Lin Ming's idea was to investigate the soul fragment with his soul force and see if he could obtain some valuable information. It even might be possible to attempt to read some memories and to take a look at these memories to see if they would be useful before deciding to swallow that soul fragment. However, as Lin Ming's soul force came into contact with that soul fragment suddenly turned into a stream of lightning that flew into Lin Ming's soul. Lin Ming simply didn't have any time to react. With a whish sound, the ownerless soul fragment had already submerged into Lin Ming's sea of consciousness, aimed at Lin Ming's spirit mark, and launched a violent attack on his psyche. Lin Ming hadn't expected this result. He just felt as if the tip of a knife was repeatedly and maliciously stabbing into his brain without hesitation. This kind of severe, body-gripping pain made his vision go dark, and he almost fainted on the spot. My cultivation is already so much stronger than before, but this pain is still so irresistibly overwhelming. It is such a small piece of soul consciousness and yet it's actually so strong. The power of a soul had no relations with true essence, it only depended on the soul itself. Lin Ming had used the overbearing soul tactic during the long period in which he had used inscription techniques, and his soul force had naturally grown. But the ownerless soul fragment that he had chosen now was larger and brighter than the first soul fragment he had absorbed. So to swallow this soul fragment up was 10 times as hard. Lin Ming's sea of consciousness once again became a battlefield. The deep pain within his brain was just like countless insects that were chewing through his mind. A multitude of complex and confusing scenes emerged in his mind. Lin Ming grasped his head, bore the soul-wrenching pain and revolved the overbearing soul tactic, holding fast to his quickly ebbing consciousness. With his previous experience, Lin Ming was much calmer this time. The head-splitting pain also caused him to fall into a dazed stupor, but Lin Ming knew that once he fainted and lost his self-awareness, then he would without a doubt die. As long as he was able to force his way through this period and exhaust that ownerless soul, that he would win. However, this soul fragment's inherent soul force was far superior to the last one's. Lin Ming clenched his teeth, defending the last pure and bright bastion of his mind. The first time I did not know the overbearing soul tactic, and only depended on my heart of martial arts to endure. But this second time, my soul force is much stronger and my heart of martial arts is more complete. How can I lose here? Ha! In Lin Ming's sea of consciousness, there was a giant storm that was raging as the ownerless soul fragment constantly consumed itself in its battle with Lin Ming's spirit mark. Gradually, the shining rays began to dim down. The aching pain came flooding in like a limitless tsunami. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and could only hang on as this agony coursed through his mind. After an unknown amount of time, this aching feeling finally weakened as it began to slowly die down. By now, Lin Ming's whole body was soaked in sweat and cold to the touch. After a long time, that ownerless soul fragment had gradually lost its instinct and turned into complete pure soul energy, and then slowly integrated into Lin Ming's sea of consciousness. Opening his eyes, Lin Ming was surprised to find that he had already left the vast, starry space within the magic cube. He was back in his simple log cabin, staring at the wooden ceiling. Seeing such a familiar scene let him feel at ease. Reviewing the memories in his mind, Lin Ming felt another headache creeping up. This kind of feeling was as if he had gone through several days of sleepless nights, and thus his mind hurt. Array formations, array patterns, array diagrams, charms, this was probably an array master. After clearly examining these, Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. His luck was just bad, he had actually taken in the memories of an array master. An array master was truly strong, that was without question. One only needed to look at the 10,000 killing array, the 7 major killing arrays of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, the exquisite pagoda, and the sea jade platform to see just how inconceivably strong an array master was. One of the 7 founders of the 7 profound valleys was one who especially studied array methods. If he was able to create a massive array like the exquisite pagoda and sell it to the Sky Fortune Kingdom, its cost would be at least 10 million gold taels. However, it was impossible for Lin Ming to arrange this array. The major arrays of the 7 profound martial house were created through a collaboration of several Xiantian masters working together. The total quantity of true essence needed was truly terrifying. But without using such a large array, a normal array only had a very limited benefit. Although he was slightly frustrated, Lin Ming did not lose heart. This soul fragment had a very rich memory, it was not solely array methods. Moreover, about arrays, it may be temporarily useless to Lin Ming now, but that did not mean that it would be useless in the future. Chapter 123, 3 Kinds of Martial Skills. In fact, in a sense, an inscription master was also one kind of array master. An inscription symbol could be called an array formation, except that the inscription symbol was on a much smaller scale and the total amount of true essence needed was also correspondingly low. However, for a large-scale array formation, one needed to be at least a Hotian stage master in order to begin studying it. Lin Ming took a cursory glance at these array formations in his mind. It seemed that not even a Xiantian master would have any hope in arranging these. If I want to learn array formations, I don't know in what year or what month I'll be able to do so. Lin Ming shook his head and completely sealed up all the memories. In the space of the magic cube, there were tens of thousands of souls. It was simply impossible to always choose one that was useful. It all came down to his own luck. After he placed away the array-related memories for the time being, Lin Ming endured further headaches and continued to read the memories of the soul fragment. True solar fire law, it requires godly strength to practice, and it is also incomplete, useless. Collapsing moon sinking star, this is a top-tier martial skill, but my cultivation is far from being able to use it, useless. Valiant dragon's roar, this is also a top-tier martial skill, but I still can't learn it. Lin Ming kept searching. The soul fragment's memories were very rich, however, there were very few things that were useful. The majority of cultivation methods and martial skills required a very high level of cultivation or power in order to begin practicing them. These are, woman, feelings, sects, conspiracies, these are the life memories of a great person within the realm of the gods. But these things are also useless. Lin Ming had sealed away the memories of the array formations. As for these life memories of the realm of the gods, Lin Ming simply discarded them all. Well, Lin Ming's heart jumped, and his spirit immediately rose and the headache he was feeling calmed down a little. Heretical God Force. Is this a martial skill? Cultivation method. Lin Ming sunk his mind into this memory, and to his surprise, the heretical God Force memory was fairly complete. Most importantly, if he wanted to cultivate the heretical God Force, it did not have any mandatory requirement for cultivation. Even someone at the body transformation stage would be able to practice it. The secret legacy manuals of the Sky Spill continent were divided into 3 different kinds. The first kind was a cultivation method manual. This was used for martial artists to accumulate true essence and enhance their cultivation. The cultivation method manual was the foundation of all, and was also the rarest of all the secret manuals. A sect didn't need to have good martial skills, but they must have a good cultivation method manual. The second kind were martial skills. Different martial skills would utilize the true essence and strength of human body in various ways in order to attack an enemy. The third kind were movement skills. These movement skills were similarly a utilization method to coordinate true essence with the strength of the human body, and thus enhance one's speed. But Lin Ming saw that this heretical God Force actually didn't fit any of those 3 categories. Using heretical God Force's mystical ability, it was possible to greatly enhance one's strength for a short time, and true essence would also increase. Heretical God Force was not a cultivation method, but it also wasn't a martial skill or movement ability. It was actually able to make a martial artist's martial skills stronger, and their movement abilities quicker. In that elder's memories of the realm of the gods, this heretical God Force was one of the rare auxiliary secret techniques. In all of those secret techniques, this heretical God Force is one of the most precious. Lin Ming was pleasantly surprised. Although most of the memories weren't useful, but if there was actually one that was incomparably precious, then it was worth it. Lin Ming continued to examine the heretical God Force. This secret technique was divided into 6 different stages. The first stage was able to enhance a human's strength and true essence by 50%, and the second stage could enhance one's abilities by 100%, the third 150%, and so on, until the final 6th stage, which could enhance one's original strength and true essence force by 3 times. Of course, 3 times the strength and true essence force also corresponded to 3 times the consumption rate of strength and true essence. But to Lin Ming, this wasn't an overtly major problem. With the true primal chaos formula, and a solid foundation of basic skills, his endurance had always been extraordinary. Although this heretical God Force is not a martial skill, in terms of its actual combat efficiency, it is much stronger than any martial skill. Even if I can only cultivate it to the first stage, I can increase my strength and true essence force by 50%. If I used my foundation spear technique with this, and also coordinated my momentum, then if I met Zhu Yan again I would easily be able to defeat him. And what is most abnormal is that this heretical God Force does not conflict with martial skills. If I opened this heretical God Force state, then I would still be able to use a martial skill, and the martial skill's power would be increased. Solely with this heretical god force, there was value in me choosing this soul fragment. Excited, Lin Ming began to sift through the rest of the memories, even though there weren't many left. Although there were still many cultivation methods and martial skills left, there weren't any that were complete or that were suitable for a martial artist at the body transformation stage. Lin Ming didn't keep his hopes up that he would find something. But just as he was about to finish skimming through all the memories, Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Top movement ability, golden rock shattering the void. This movement skill originated from ancient times, when a mighty and powerful being of the realm of the gods happened upon a cataclysmic battle between a golden-winged rock and a true dragon. That golden-winged rock had a height of several tens of thousands of miles, and its wings were like endless hanging clouds that hid the sun, moon, and stars. That mighty and powerful being had bore witness to the entire battle between the golden-winged rock and the true dragon. Afterwards, the golden-winged rock had shattered the void, and disappeared out of sight. According to these images, that mighty one had retreated into meditation for 60 years, and finally created the movement ability known as golden rock shattering the void. To cultivate this set of movements, one had to start from the most basic stage of body transformation, and go step by step until they reached the highest level. After one reached the perfect stage of this ability, they could travel 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye, and roam through the endless void as if they were taking a leisurely stroll in the yard. To start practicing from the most basic body transformation stage was Lin Ming's good tidings. At his current stage, this was exactly the right time to start practicing golden rock shattering the void. However, it was a pity. The golden rock shattering the void movement ability was ultimately incomplete. The golden rock shattering the void consisted of 12 stages, but in the memories of the Elder's soul fragment, there were only 8 remaining. Losing 4 sections of the stages was by no means soul-crushing, as that mighty one originally didn't have the complete manual of the golden rock shattering the void movement ability. Otherwise, Lin Ming knew that the most precious secret skill would not be the heretical god force, but the golden rock shattering the void. But still, Lin Ming did not feel any regret. Although it was incomplete, that wouldn't affect Lin Ming at the moment. Because his cultivation was too far off to even think about practicing those later stages, he would only need to wait until he reached that realm before looking again. After he obtained the golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming kept looking through the few remaining memories. Lin Ming didn't think that he would find anything of value, but to his surprise there was actually a minor martial skill that he was able to practice. This martial skill was called the pulse-cutting palm. It did not require an extremely high cultivation, and it was also quite simple and easy to learn, but the corresponding power was not that high. Pulse-cutting palm would only be used when an opponent had consumed most of their true essence, and their strength was severely weakened. This was because in order to display the function of the pulse-cutting palm, one had to use a certain concealed energy to infiltrate true essence into an opponent's body using a special method. If the opponent's total remaining amount of true essence in their body was more than what was sent into their body, then that true essence would be consumed by the opponent. Just on this attribute alone, the pulse-cutting palm was far too tasteless. It could only be used to deal with a far weaker opponent, or someone that had already consumed too much of their strength and had lost the power to resist their enemy. But, it stood to reason that in order for that mighty elder to retain such a weak and cowardly martial skill, the pulse-cutting palm had to have a certain special function. This function was that the infiltrating true essence could cut off an enemy's meridians and dry up their acupuncture points. This kind of destructive damage was virtually irreparable. The only possible method was using certain special and exceedingly rare materials that were in the memories of the mighty elder. But these valuable materials were only found within the realm of the gods. After a martial artist reached the bone-forging stage, they would begin to open up the meridians. Once all of the meridians were opened, they would be connected to the pores of their body, and true essence would be able to access the meridians and flow through them unimpeded. This was the pulse condensation period. However, if one's meridians were severed, then it was impossible to step into the pulse condensation period for one's entire life. Not only that, but their cultivation would gradually reverse, becoming worse with each day, until it was completely lost. Even a man's virility was closely related to their meridians and acupuncture points. For instance, conditions such as impotency were closely related to the meridians that passed near the kidney. If these meridians and body points were ruined, then it would greatly affect a man's virility, and they might even become sterile as a result. Even martial artists above the pulse condensation period, whose body's meridians had been completely connected, would not be spared from the power of the pulse-cutting palm. Their cultivation would fall below the pulse condensation period, and suffer the same fate as anyone else. This pulse-cutting palm could only be described as extremely insidious and ruthless. Without a doubt, the special aim of this martial skill was to maliciously harm others, because when dealing with an enemy that had already lost all their strength to resist, killing them would be simple. But in using this pulse-cutting palm, it would utterly destroy their martial arts. And what was even more ruthless was that it would cause a man to lose all of their functions as a man. It was simply better to die than live in this pathetic state. This pulse-cutting palm is damaging enough. Although it cannot increase strength, it is an incomparably ruthless and sinister move to deal with others. Not only will it sever a person's meridians, it will also sever all their future descendants. To cause a martial artist to lose all their cultivation and their manhood, it is worse than killing them. If I have the time, then I'll study this. It will be useful for dealing with some enemies that I can't publicly go against. It will be much safer in the future if I ruin their martial arts. But for now, I don't have much time, so I'll put this on hold. Lin Ming completely sealed all the memories that he didn't need, and discarded all of the unnecessary life memories. After filtering everything, there was only the heretical god force, golden rock shattering the void, and the pulse-cutting palm. The special technique and movement ability were incomparably precious. As for the pulse-cutting palm, although it couldn't be considered so amazingly precious, it did have its own special role. Now there are only 4 months before Zhang Guanyu and I will fight each other. I was originally only going to draw the body inscription symbol and place it on my body, and continue perceiving the flow like silk state through meditation. With the enhanced true essence gathering of the body inscription symbol and the help of my ethereal martial intent for cultivating, I should be able to break through to the altering muscle stage before the battle. But now I also have to practice the golden rock shattering the void, and the heretical god force. Although this secret technique and movement ability are formidable, if I do not adequately practice them, then they will not enhance my cultivation and only be a waste of time. Only 4 months left, my time is too tight. Break into the 10,000 killing arrays top 10 in 3 months, defeat Zhang Guanyu in 4 months, defeat Ta Ku in 5 months, and defeat Ling Sen in 6 months. Of these 4 tasks, entering into the top 10 ranks of the 10,000 killing array is the simplest. As long as I can rush through to the top 10 of the 10,000 killing array, the 7 Profound Martial House will award me a medium-grade human step-long spear treasure, the Heavy Profound Soft Spear. This is a medium-grade human step treasure, and it is also the rarely seen elastic spear. If I have it, then my combat prowess will rise much higher, and my chances of defeating Zhang Guanyu will be that much better. Although Lin Ming currently had the penetrating rainbow spear on hand, it was still a half-treasure after all. When concentrating his true essence into it, there was no smooth feeling. Chapter 124, Violent Wind Tunnel. In the northwest reaches of Zhou Mountain, there was a natural mountain valley. The entrance of the mountain valley faced the north, and spanned 1,000 feet. As it extended inwards, it became increasingly narrow. The entire mountain valley was in the shape of a funnel, and it continued into the hillside until the width was only about 10 feet or so. When gale winds blew from the north of Zhou Mountain, they were blocked by Zhou Mountain and formed a tremendous wind pressure and air current that flowed down the funnel-shaped valley. As it went inwards, and the mountain valley became narrower, the speed and pressure of the wind increased with each step. Before the 7 Profound Martial House was established, this mountain valley had been named Gale Valley. Inside the valley were large rolling stones that blew everywhere, and humans and livestock found it hard to stand firm. After the 7 Profound Martial House was established, the Xiantian masters, who had decided to use the local environments, set up a large array in this crazy wind valley. Not only did this raise the speed of the wind, but the wind current and direction became unpredictable. Undercurrents were everywhere, and there were even strong heavenly winds that could harm the body. This was one of the 7 major killing arrays of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. This was the Violent Wind Tunnel. The Violent Wind Tunnel was primarily used by martial artists to practice their stability and footwork. To a martial artist, solid footwork was the most basic, entry-level martial arts. To begin on the path of martial arts, one had to first practice their balance. Even Lin Ming, who had not received a formal martial arts education, had to begin by practicing the basic horse stance. However, Lin Ming came to the violent wind tunnel today not to practice his stability, but to practice his movement abilities. To practice one's movement in the violent wind tunnel was something that a common disciple would be unable to imagine. This was because no matter how fast one was, it was impossible to hide from the wind. No matter how astonishing one's speed, in the violent wind tunnel, the person would always be pinned down and hindered by the fast wind. To practice one's movement, a disciple would usually choose the boulder slope array of the 7 major killing arrays. The boulder slope had innumerable rocks flying around. A martial artist would use these to practice their dodging skills and movement speed. Before, Lin Ming had gone to the boulder slope to take a look, and saw that the boulder slope truly was a good place to practice one's movement. However, it was not suited to the golden rock shattering the void. When one practiced movement in the boulder slope, the truth was that the main aspect a martial artist trained was their reaction speed, strength, and true essence body coordination. If these points were practiced well, a martial artist would simultaneously have extremely quick speed and nimble movements. However, it was hard to find a movement ability that could achieve both extreme speed and flexibility. For instance, swan feather fall, heaven passing ladder, cloud hanging rope, and other such movement abilities stressed speed and light work above all. These skills were fastidious about keeping the body as light as a swallow. Once true essence was revolved, they could leap several dozens of feet high and easily catch a flying bird. This speed was very fast. But then there were movement abilities like 7-star drifting cloud, lost steps, 6-foot step, and 7 despairing steps. These movement abilities stressed flexibility and dodging. For instance, in 7-star drifting cloud, one's feet traced the pattern of the Big Dipper, like treading on clouds, and their footwork was light like treading on clouds. After the large success stage was reached, one could take 7 steps at once, and it would be impossible to tell which step was first or last. Within these 7 steps one's speed would be able to reach the extreme. These movements focused on dodging, they were very effective in close-range fights. If a movement ability had a superiority in one movement aspect, then it could be considered a top-grade manual. If a movement ability could be superior in both aspects, then that would be a best-grade manual. However, that kind of movement ability would only be passed down to the core disciples of the 7 profound valleys. But after Lin Ming read the general outline of Golden Rock Shattering the Void, he realized that even achieving the pinnacle in both of these aspects of movement was still quite ordinary. The truth zenith of movement abilities not only needed to achieve the summit of both of these aspects, but most importantly, they had to integrate the concept and law into its movements. To be able to integrate one kind of concept perfectly into one's movement was already considered extremely precious and rare, even in the realm of the gods. But that mighty elders, Golden Rock Shattering the Void, actually managed to integrate 2 concepts, the concept of wind and the concept of void. The Golden Winged Rock was also known as the 9-day Leviathan Rock. It was a wind attribute god beast that was the ancestor of 10,000 winds. The legend said that the Golden Winged Rock ate flood dragons as food, and its degree of formidability was similar to the true dragon and true phoenix. This wind attribute god beast's concept of wind was undoubtedly the best. As for the concept of void, that was instantly comprehended by the mighty elder that had created the Golden Rock Shattering the Void, when he had seen the Golden Winged Rock pierce through space and enter the limitless void. The concept of void was an extremely illusory ideal. At the moment, it was too far away from the current Lin Ming, he could only touch upon the concept of wind. And the best place to practice the concept of wind was of course the violent wind tunnel. What? Junior apprentice brother Lin would like to enter the 7th level of difficulty. The deacon's senior apprentice brother who guarded the violent wind tunnel stared at Lin Ming with wide eyes. He thought that he had misheard for a moment. The violent wind tunnel was divided into 12 different sections, and the individual difficulties of each section could be adjusted. The 7th level was a difficulty that the Earth Hall disciples that were around rank 100 on the ranking stone would use. Now that Lin Ming had entered into the upper echelons of the heavenly abode, he should have started at the 10th level of difficulty. It had to be known that Zhu Yan had used the 10th level of difficulty to practice. The top 10 disciples of the heavenly abode often used the 11th level to practice. As for the highest 12th level, no one was actually able to withstand the raging winds inside. Even Ling Xin could only persist for an incense stick of time. If today Lin Ming had decided to enter into the 10th level of difficulty, or even the 11th, then the deacon would not have been so surprised. But what kind of existence was Lin Ming? He was a potential future core disciple who would challenge Ling Sen, Ta Ku, and Zhang Guanyu, and yet he had chosen the 7th level of difficulty. This really puzzled the deacon, so he asked, "Junior apprentice brother Lin, the 7th level of difficulty is usually used by the lower order disciples. Is junior apprentice brother Lin cracking a joke with me?" Lin Ming smiled and said, "I'm positive I want to open the 7th level, not a joke." "All right." The deacon's senior apprentice brother shrugged and opened the difficulty to the 7th level. After all, the time was his, it was his choice what difficulty he wanted to set. At lower difficulties he could also save true essence stones. After the path to the violent wind tunnel opened, Lin Ming instantly entered. As soon as he entered the violent wind tunnel, Lin Ming immediately heard the sound of roaring, rumbling winds as if there was thunder inside. Especially in nearby regions, there were some people who had opened the 10th level of difficulty and above. The fierce roar of that wind was like an army of 1,000 soldiers roaring as they charged forwards. Just by listening to that sound, one could imagine the horror inside. But Lin Ming was only at the 7th level of difficulty in the violent wind tunnel, and it was a relatively calmer environment. With his cultivation, he could easily walk in the violent wind tunnel. Lin Ming arrived at the middle area of the violent wind tunnel. This far in, the wind speed was modest. He stopped, closed his eyes, and began to fully feel the bone-chilling cold mountain wind as it blew upon him. The word concept sounded vague and intangible. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, if a martial artist wanted to comprehend the concept of wind, he would not know where to start. What was the concept? It wasn't something that one could easily grasp. But after Lin Ming swallowed that soul fragment, he had attained a clear understanding of what a concept was. Of course, to comprehend it, one had to rely on oneself. The concept was in truth a law. It was a force of nature. Once it was comprehended, one could control a core of power. In the wide world, everything had its own inherent laws. For instance, water would flow to the lowest valley, fire would rise to the highest peak. Yin and yang supported and restrained each other, and life and death and so forth. These were the most basic of laws. Extend the law deep into the soul and control the origin of all things. This was what a concept meant. For Lin Ming to comprehend the concept of wind, he did not need to resist the wind, but to harmonize and conform to the wind, and feel the power of it. If Lin Ming utilized his true essence, coupled with his formidable physical strength and the support of penetrating rainbow, he would easily be able to resist the 10th level of difficulty, and even challenge the 11th level of difficulty. However, these things held no significance for him. He had chosen the 7th level of difficulty. After coming to a complete stop, Lin Ming stopped resisting the force of the wind, and allowed his body to completely relax. Then, without any anxiety, he was sent flying by the fierce winds. Lin Ming continuously adjusted his body in the air, adapting to the wind and borrowing its strength. However, from the very beginning, he had no way of crossing the threshold. Lin Ming heavily collided against the rocks. Even though his body was physically strong and he was protected by true essence, he still felt his dizzy as his blood surged inside him. Lin Ming stood up, integrated with the wind once more, and was once again thrown up by the wind, hitting the wall. He continued this experiment again and again, and hit the rocky wall again and again. Lin Ming had already lost count of how many times he had hit the wall. He suffered multiple bruises, and was covered with cuts and wounds. His face had multiple abrasions and his clothes were ripped to shreds. He was almost naked, it looked quite awful. Lin Ming had already informed Wang Yuhan that he would not be going to the Inscription Association today. In one breath he had made an appointment at the violent wind tunnel for 8 hours. He would use the entire time to feel the power and majesty of the wind. This was a completely masochistic method of cultivation. Even though Lin Ming had stocked up fully on medicines, he still ended up with such an embarrassing appearance. I really was negligent. I didn't think that my clothes would be ruined like this, and I didn't bring any spare clothes with me. Lin Ming forced a smile and shook his head. He prepared to ask the deacon's senior apprentice brother to fetch some clothes for him. At this point, it was approaching the afternoon. The deacon's senior apprentice brother was bored and in a very blasé mood as he sat in meditation. From time to time again he would pay attention to Lin Ming. Lin Ming had made an appointment for 8 hours, from morning until dusk. With such a long time, he had only opened the 7th level of difficulty. What was junior apprentice brother Lin thinking? Could he not handle a higher level? Or was he going inside to play? Playing around? No, that's impossible. Junior apprentice brother Lin simply doesn't have the personality of a 15-year-old boy. What is he doing in the violent wind tunnel? The deacon's senior apprentice brother thought about this for a long time and still did not understand, so he decided to forget about it. Those high-status people really give me a headache. Time in these 7 major killing arrays is just so precious, many martial artists are reluctant to come even once every several days. Occasionally when they do come, they might even bring several companions with them, and each person would use half an hour. But then this junior apprentice brother Lin has 10 full days he can use every month, so he doesn't treasure such valuable time and made an appointment for 8 whole hours in one go. I can't believe he only opened the 7th level of difficulty, even though we are both people it still irritates me. Ah, so exasperating. The deacon's senior apprentice brother was sighing with emotion, when at this time, Lin Ming emerged from the violent wind tunnel and asked, "I'm sorry senior apprentice brother, but could you help prepare me a spare set of clothes?" At the moment, Lin Ming was in less than rags, he was almost naked. If he practiced any more, there would just be no way for him to go back to his cabin. As the deacon looked at Lin Ming who had suddenly appeared in rags and his dirty body covered with countless wounds, the deacon's senior apprentice brother could only stare dumbfounded, his jaw dropping low enough that an egg could be stuffed inside. He didn't respond for a long time, until he finally recognized that this young dirty man with a beggar's appearance was Lin Ming. This chapter 125, Masochistic Cultivation. Chapter 125, Masochistic Cultivation. The deacon's senior apprentice brother was totally confused. Were there monsters inside of the violent wind tunnel? No, that was impossible. The violent wind tunnel was used daily. How would there be monsters inside? Or had he made a mistake with the difficulty level? He turned around and looked at the array formations panel board. It was indeed the 7th level of difficulty. But why would junior apprentice brother Lin's appearance be so shabby? What happened inside? Could it be that junior apprentice brother Lin's footwork technique was not steady? That was also impossible. He remembered on the martial stage that junior apprentice brother Lin had been steady like a towering mountain. It was impossible for there to be anything wrong with his footwork technique. In this case, Lin Ming simply couldn't explain. He said, "Senior apprentice brother, could I trouble you to reduce the difficulty by a level, and open up the 6th level of difficulty?" At the 7th level of difficulty, the wind velocity was just too fast. The time Lin Ming was airborne for was too short. Just as he was about to feel the origin of the wind, he would immediately smash into the wall. So he hoped to reduce the difficulty by a bit. To comprehend the concept of wind, he did not need to resist the strength of the wind. The force of the wind also did not matter. You want to reduce the difficulty? The deacon's senior apprentice brother was becoming a bit paranoid, but he hadn't figured out how to open his mouth and ask Lin Ming. Lin Ming once again entered the wind tunnel, and through numerous trials, he began to feel like he was starting to be able to sense the concept of wind. He wanted to use this opportunity to step into the threshold of the wind concept in one fell swoop. After his 8 hours of practice time had ended, Lin Ming had already hit the wall at least 10,000 times. If it wasn't for the top-quality injury medicine he had brought, the impact of so many hits would have already left him with several internal injuries. At this point, there wasn't a single spot on Lin Ming's body that wasn't bruised. When he swapped clothes and stepped out of the tunnel, the deacon's senior apprentice brother was completely confused. Standing by the deacon was a disciple of the heavenly abode. He didn't recognize Lin Ming in his current ragged condition. He only thought, which wonderful low-order disciple is this? You couldn't even think to open up a low level of difficulty. Was there a need to be so masochistic in your practice? Junior apprentice brother Lin, what in the world were you doing in there? The deacon's senior apprentice brother asked. Practicing. Lin Ming faintly smiled. Having given a perfunctory answer, he didn't wait for the deacon to ask him another question, and left. The disciple that was still waiting there asked, Junior apprentice brother Lin. Which Lin? Lin Wu. That's not right, although Lin Wu is a little weak, he's not that bad. The deacon sent an ill-humored look at the disciple and snappily said, Junior apprentice brother Lin Ming. Lin Ming. Haha, senior apprentice brother, your joke is too funny. If that Lin Ming can actually end up like that in that level of difficulty in the violent wind tunnel, then I'll walk in reverse from now on. You can walk however you want to. Next time if you don't believe then look yourself. The deacon's senior apprentice brother was disinclined to bother with the disciple. He began to close the formation array. It was about time for him to get off work. After Lin Ming returned to his cabin that night, he prepared a boiled bathtub full of medicinal herbs. As soon as he stripped his clothes, he jumped in and soaked inside the bathtub for 2 hours. The wounds on his body began to slowly mend themselves. As he sat in the tub and meditated for the night, by the next day his flesh had absorbed the potency of the medicinal herbs and his bruises had disappeared. The cost of that bathtub full of medicinal herbs was around 7,000 taels of gold. Before, the amount of gold that he had spent on raw materials would have been enough for him to practice for 7 or 8 years. But presently, that bathtub of medicine had already been completely used up. This caused Lin Ming to sigh with emotion. If one wanted to cultivate martial arts but didn't have money, then no matter what talent they had it would be useless. Yesterday, he had gone through 8 hours of masochistic practice. Lin Ming had finally touched upon the concept of wind, but still hadn't managed to cross the threshold. He was still far from being able to grasp that wind concept. With such an esoteric and profound, golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming hadn't expected to be able to cultivate it within a short time. Still, just practicing it a little was infinitely enjoyable. Today, Lin Ming did not go to the violent wind tunnel. He needed a period of time to let his body fully assimilate the experiences he had obtained yesterday. Therefore he lit a sound-transmitting talisman and passed a message to Wang Yuan. Today, he would be going to the Inscription Association. In the past few days, a modest affair had happened in Sky Fortune City. The Zhu family had announced that because Zhu Yan had violated the family rules, his punishment was that he had been expelled from the family. Not only that, but the 10th prince, the Cloud Prince, had drawn a distinct line between him and Zhu Yan. This matter had been dealt with in a very low-profile manner. However, all the major powers had taken note of this event. Everyone knew that Zhu Yan and Lin Ming had a grudge between them, and some of the even more informed ones knew that this was related to Lan Yunue. According to some reliable sources, Zhu Yan and Lin Ming were deep love rivals involved in a messy love triangle. They had many small battles, and their conflict became increasingly intense. At this point, the Zhu family had expelled Zhu Yan from their ranks, and the 10th prince had drawn a line with Zhu Yan. Just what was the meaning of this? Many people thought that the Zhu family and the 10th prince had done this in order to show a measure of goodwill towards Lin Ming. In order to woo Lin Ming to their side, they had directly expelled a talented person from their main family. But wasn't this just too crude and reckless? Although Lin Ming was amazingly strong, he was obviously close to the crown prince and on his side. If the 10th prince was unable to win over Lin Ming and had still expelled Zhu Yan, then wasn't this double penalty simply giving an enemy one's own wife as well as losing one's own soldiers? What was the reason behind the 10th prince's actions? After Lin Ming heard this news, he also felt it somewhat incomprehensible. Did the 10th prince make this decision in order to show goodwill? Was it necessary? Zhu Yan was expelled from the family and he also left the 7 profound martial house. I must be careful of him. He is living a gloomy life but he knows how to bear the suffering. This would greatly strengthen his toughness. Later, he will certainly try go against me somehow. My strength is growing and I am not afraid, but my parents are in Green Mulberry City. I must inform the Lin family about this and have my parents protected. Unfortunately I did not kill him when I could on that stage, and now I've left a future trouble. A cold chill crept into Lin Ming's eyes. Although he had not bothered pursuing when Wang Yigao and Wang Yanfeng had tried dealing with him using cruel methods, but that did not mean he was a soft-hearted person, especially when faced with the possibility that something could endanger the safety of his loved ones. Thinking this, Lin Ming sent out a sound-transmitting talisman to Sky Fortune City's Lin family branch, exhorting them about his parents' situation. That afternoon, Lin Ming had decided to go to the Inscription Association, which was why he had made an appointment with Wang Yuan. As he was walking down the road, Lin Ming suddenly stopped. He had run into a person. Lin Ming already had an impression of this person. He was a pulse condensation period martial artist who worked under the Crown Prince, Liao Wenyuan. The Crown Prince had helped Liao Wenyuan in his career and had shown him kindness. Before Liao Wenyuan had gained fame and fortune, a young Crown Prince had helped him. That stroke of graciousness had been unforgettably valuable. That was why even though Liao Wenyuan now had a title and a rapidly advancing career, he had still decided to enter into the turbid waters of the struggle over the throne, and was willing to assist the crown prince in ascending the throne. Mr. Lin. Liao Wenyuan cupped his fist in a polite greeting towards Lin Ming. Senior Liao is too polite, this junior should be the one bowing to Mr. Liao. Lin Ming cupped his fist and returned a courtesy bow towards Liao Wenyuan. Lin Ming didn't find it surprising that he met Liao Wenyuan here. These days, he had felt eyes on him as he walked down the streets, as if people were intentionally or unintentionally following him. But, these people did not have any murderous or dangerous intent, they were obviously sent by the crown prince. Lin Ming's status was extremely sensitive. As soon as he took even one step out of the seven profound martial house, there would be people immediately following him and protecting him in the shadows. It could be said that if the 10th prince wanted to kill him in Sky Fortune City, it wouldn't be much easier than killing the crown prince himself. The crown prince was apparently aware that he was often visiting the Inscription Association these days. Haha, I didn't think that Mr. Lin would know my name. To be truthful, I am a rather crude person and I'm not too comfortable with these courtesies. If you don't mind, I will be rude and call Mr. Lin, Brother Lin instead. Lin Ming smiled. Brother Liao's words are frank and straightforward. Truth be told, I also do not like etiquette and honorifics. Haha, that's great. Brother Lin, today I came to especially look for you. You may or may not know, but Zhu Yan has been expelled from the Zhu family. Liao Wenyuan had sent these words via True Essence sound transmission. Lin Ming nodded, and also changed to speaking with True Essence sound transmission. You must be careful of Zhu Yan. I know, but I also find something strange. Why was the Zhu family so ruthless? This ruthlessness is because of Brother Lin. You have a possibility of becoming a 7 profound envoy or the martial house master. With that status, whether it is the Zhu family or the 10th prince, they do not dare to annoy you. But to them, Zhu Yan will at most be a pulse condensation martial artist in the future. A pulse condensation period martial artist is an acceptable loss, so they drove him out. Later, Zhu Yan will hate you and try to assassinate you. If this happens, then Zhu Yan will take the blame and the Zhu family and the 10th prince will not be implicated. So it's like that. Well, when it comes to the internal struggles of the large families and royal powers, not even family will be spared. Lin Ming had no interest in things like the royal power struggle and large family interests. Yes, that's why since ancient times a ruler must be crafty, otherwise it would be impossible for them to accomplish anything. Liao Wenyuan paused and sighed. He was thinking of the humanity and righteousness of the crown prince, who unfortunately had insufficient determination. Ah, that's right, Brother Lin, you had previously asked His Highness the Crown Prince to look for some materials, we have already begun to search for them. However, there are some things that the Sky Fortune Kingdom does not have. The Crown Prince has already sent people to the neighboring countries to look. The Hulua Nation's trade fair has things from all around, it should be possible to find some materials there. But to collect all the materials, it will take a long time. As for the matter of the manor that Brother Lin wishes to return, His Highness the Crown Prince has said that he has already gifted the land to Brother Lin, how could he take it back? Brother Lin, please feel relieved about that matter. Hulua Nation was one of the larger countries under the governance of the 7 profound valleys. Regardless of military forces, or the number of masters they had, all of it surpassed the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Hulua Nation's trade fair was famous and very well known within the surrounding area of 100,000 miles. It was only that it was too far from the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even if one rode a snow dragon horse that could cross 2,000 miles in one day, it would still take a dozen or so days to arrive there. With the time it took to get to Hulua Nation, coupled with the time it took to find the materials, and the fact that some materials couldn't necessarily be bought, it was wrong to depend solely on the Crown Prince to obtain the complete list of materials for the body inscription symbol. Lin Ming said with heartfelt appreciation, "Please thank the Crown Prince for me. I, Lin Ming, will always remember this favor." Haha, Brother Lin is far too polite. As soon as I ran into Brother Lin, I knew that Brother Lin was a man worth knowing. Rest assured, the Crown Prince has some savings that he's accrued over the years. He can easily bear the burden of buying some materials. But the one who has a burden is really Brother Lin. Brother Lin not only has amazing martial arts skills, but also has a thorough understanding of inscription technique. This really makes anyone feel disbelief. Brother Lin, you really make me want to throw away what I thought the word genius meant. Chapter 126, Zhang Guanyu moves. Lin Ming smiled and shook his head. Brother Liao flatters me. It is only because I have a fierce master that I have such achievements. That's right, since Zhu Yan has left Sky Fortune City, then what happened to Lan Yunue? Did she leave with him? Although he already had nothing to do with Lan Yunue, Lin Ming still inquired. Zhu Yan might have gone crazy by now, he might take out his anger on Lan Yunue. Liao Wenyuan smiled and said, Brother Lin, feel relieved that Lan Yunue is all right. But, she has already withdrawn herself from the 7 profound martial house. Presently she is still within Sky Fortune City. His Highness the Crown Prince has already sent some people to secretly protect her. Oh. Lan Yunue has left school. Lin Ming was a little stunned. The Crown Prince was really very thoughtful, he had even taken Lan Yunue into account. There truly was a substantial advantage in joining a major power. There were a lot of matters that he didn't need to worry about, there were naturally people that would help manage them. Liao Wenyuan said, that's about everything I have to say. I will walk first. Brother Lin, please continue whatever it was you were doing. Thank you, Brother Liao. Haha, that's what I should be doing. As he bid farewell to Liao Wenyuan, Lin Ming continued to walk to the Inscription Association. In order to buy the materials he needed, it was actually a bad idea to only rely on the Crown Prince. He had to look for another way. If I can draw up an inscription symbol that even the Hotian martial artists of the Sky Fortune Kingdom will want, then I can have the Hotian martial artists help me look. That way, it would be possible to find the materials I need in a shorter period of time. This was the plan that Lin Ming had thought of before, and was the only means he could think of. With the improvement in Lin Ming's inscription technique, he might just be barely able to create an inscription symbol that would move the heart of a Hotian stage martial artist. But this method would draw a bit too much publicity. Inscription Association. Mr. Lin. A pleasantly surprised Wang Yuhan said after seeing Lin Ming. She had already been waiting in the inscription room for some time. Miss Wang, I'm very embarrassed. There was a small matter, so I was delayed. Because he had entered into space within the magic cube, Lin Ming's soul force consumption was extremely fierce that night, and he didn't wake up early like he usually did. Then after that he went to the Violent Wind Tunnel to practice, and time had dragged on a bit too long. There are already quite a few visitors waiting. Wang Yuhan said as she pointed towards the hall. Lin Ming looked. In the hall, there were already 7 or 8 people who were patiently waiting there. Usually at this time, there would only be 2 or 3 people. The last time, Lin Ming had repeatedly gone through requests. No matter whether it was repairing an inscription symbol or drawing one up, he managed to smoothly complete the task each time. And what was most pleasantly surprising to the martial artists was that the inscription symbols Lin Ming had drawn up had a much better effect than a normal inscription master. Usually to achieve this effect, only a few of the top inscription masters of Sky Fortune Kingdom, like Wang Xuanji, were able to do so. But what kind of character was Wang Xuanji? Most people simply could not move him. Even if they wanted him to, his price was not something that most martial artists could afford to pay. But Lin Ming's price for work was very cheap. His service wasn't actually much worse compared to those top-level inscription masters. As a result, many visitors had come because they had learned this. I heard that the guest inscription master is in his teens. I don't know whether this rumor is true though. A visitor thoughtlessly said. Today he had brought a medium-grade human step treasure. He had already had this treasure for over half a year, but hadn't found an appropriate inscription symbol. He did not even bother glancing at common inscription symbols, but the price for the top-tier inscription symbols were just too high and not to his liking. He cultivated cold attribute true essence, and therefore wanted an inscription symbol that matched his true essence attribute. And then yesterday, he had overheard that a new guest inscription master had come to the Inscription Association and drawn up an Icefrost Guard inscription symbol. After being placed on, the armor had actually changed to an icy blue color. That was why before the dawn had even risen. He had lined up here and had already waited most of the day till now. However, he wasn't even the slightest bit impatient. The earlier he came, the earlier in line he would be, and he might be the first one that the inscription master helped. The first inscription symbol that an inscription master made was the best. This was because at that time their soul force and true essence were at their most abundant state, and it was also easier to obtain the best result. As the day dragged on, the chances of getting the best possible result would decrease. It's true, when my friend came, he saw with his own eyes that the inscription master was just a youth. What's wrong with the world? Is inscription technique not difficult to learn? He's already at this level. In a few years him surpassing Wang Xuanji would be as simple as eating a meal or drinking water. The children these days are becoming increasingly fierce. A few years ago there was Qin Xingxian, and half a month ago there was a Lin Ming. Now, there's also an inscription genius. Where did this boy come from? Why have I never heard of him before? He shouldn't be someone from the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Our Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription technique isn't that amazing. In certain places in the mainland, there are families who engage in special occupations. For instance, array master families, alchemist families, inscription master families, refiner families, and so forth. These families have already inherited legacies of over 1,000 years, and they are much more formidable than the Sky Fortune Kingdom. They would screen the soul talent of each generation's outstanding descendants, and have a pair of a high-talent male and female marry. The child they give birth to would have the possibility of having a high-grade soul talent. Gradually, in these families, even having a 5th-grade soul talent isn't strange. In addition to their glorious and long history and the many inheritances and legacies that they have accumulated, their level of inscription technique must be many times more formidable than the average inscription master. A knowledgeable old man slowly said this as he stroked his beard. The truth was that nothing he said was a secret. Not only were there families with particular professions, but martial arts were the same. There were martial arts families with grandiose histories that had existed since ancient times. For instance, of the 7 profound marital house's current core disciples, besides Qin Xingxian, the rest had come from martial cultivation families. Lin Ming was thought to be such a person by them. As the group of people was talking, a young receptionist lady came over, and politely told them, "The guest inscription master has arrived. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. We may begin now." Allied Trade Association, Sky Fortune City Headquarters. In a luxurious room in the midst of a renovation, Zhang Guanyu reclined on a bed. In his hand he held a delicate eggshell-like porcelain bowl that was threaded with fine gold slivers. In the small golden bowl was a creamy liquid. This thick and fragrant liquid was milk. But it was not goat's milk or sheep's milk or something like that, but was a woman's breast milk. In most nobles' mansions, they raised a number of wet nurses. These wet nurses would squeeze out their breast milk and the nobles would enjoy this delicacy. Human breast milk was considered to be the most nutritious of all milks. Whether a baby grew well had much to do with breast milk, and how long they were on breast milk before they were weaned off. Because of this, it was popular within the aristocrats of Sky Fortune Kingdom to raise wet nurses in their mansions. Normally, the women that had the occupation of a wet nurse were those that had just had a child, or their child had died, or they were sold off. Most of these women came from the countryside, and usually only the women with poor appearances would come and be a wet nurse to help out with their family's expenses. The saying was that a woman with big buttocks would easily give birth. Therefore, the women that were able to squeeze enough breast milk were usually somewhat plump. In addition, they had mostly been doing farm work in the countryside since they were children. Their skin had already been thoroughly exposed to sun and rain, and was rough. Most were not attractive. Zhang Guanyu, this person, had very loose lips. He felt that this kind of woman wet nurse seriously affected his appetite. Therefore the wet nurses he raised had to be pretty and beautiful women beyond all else. These kinds of beauty were usually the concubines of other wealthy individuals. Their age was usually 20 or so, and their looks were charming and pleasant. The Allied Trade Association had a huge influence. Some respected families would offer their concubines on their own volition in order to flatter Zhang Guanyu. But, there were also some that were compelled by Zhang Guanyu. In those cases the families would have to obediently offer up their concubines. As for the children that these concubines had given birth to, the families could only have their own wet nurses replace them. Some concubines were in delicate health, and their breast milk was scarce. However, this didn't matter to Zhang Guanyu. In fact, Zhang Guanyu liked this kind. He felt that such breast milk was the sweetest, as well as the most rare and precious. Sometimes, a concubine that Zhang Guanyu had an appetite for would be directly sent to his harem. Zhang Guanyu had an interest in all the various flavors of beautiful women, even a person's wife was no exception. Have you found her? Zhang Guanyu lazily asked, slowly sipping on his bowl of breast milk. Informing the young master, we have found her. The one speaking was a middle-aged man of over 40 years old. His breath was long and his heartbeat was powerful, he was at the viscera training stage. We shall go. Zhang Guanyu said and tossed down the rest of the breast milk in the bowl. He excitedly licked his lips, his appearance quite fierce at this moment. Young master, to do this, the middle-aged man hesitated. Are you afraid to offend Lin Ming? Young master, Lin Ming has already risen to a core disciple status within the Seven Profound Martial House. If he continues to rise in the future, and becomes a Seven Profound Envoy or the Martial House Master, if we have offended such a person, it would be very difficult to manage. Your meaning is, I should lie down with both hands tied, and let him step on me. And even befriend Lin Ming. Is that right? Zhang Guanyu's voice suddenly cooled. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, Young master, this subordinate does not mean that. Humph. The Seven Profound Martial House has pushed me to stand against Lin Ming, it is impossible for me to live in peace with him. Do you want me to admit defeat? Even if I admit defeat, do you think Lin Ming will receive my kindness? The Seven Profound Martial House wants me to be Lin Ming's stepping stone, but what they do not know is I am not a stepping stone. I am a caltrop. Whoever steps on me will die. Zhang Guanyu's heart of martial arts was an arrogant heart. He could understand that some people were stronger than him from the start, but he could not bear to see a young man compared to him, and chase after him and then surpass him. Not only that, but Lin Ming was younger than him by 5 years. Because Lin Ming had stolen his thunder, he had already become extremely unhappy. Not only that, but the fight in 4 months would definitely attract the attention of everyone within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. If he lost in that situation, it would be a shameful disgrace. Zhang Guanyu's arrogant heart could not accept such a matter. The truth was, Zhang Guanyu had complete confidence in winning the match 4 months from now. But even if he won, he felt that Lin Ming would eventually surpass him. At that time, Lin Ming would challenge him again to defeat him. In this way, the result would still be the same. Zhang Guanyu had a premonition that once he was defeated by Lin Ming someday, then he would forever be surpassed by Lin Ming, and would be unable to stand up from this catastrophic failure. This would frustrate his arrogant heart. This knot, he would never be able to untie. And that was because he could never surmount Lin Ming again. Zhang Guanyu absolutely did not want to see that ever happen. Chapter 127, Despicable Means. After having cultivated the divine acacia power, Zhang Guanyu's heart had a strong wish. That wish was to cultivate the divine acacia power to the peak of the 7th layer, and achieve a long period of youth, the time where his young essence would never fade. Once he achieved this boundary, he would have several hundred years of youth. He would be able to play with all the various beautiful and worldly women in society, take them, and plunder them. From the beauties of today to the beauties of several hundred years later, he would establish a massive harem that surpassed the royal family's harem of 3,000 beautiful women. Every day he would go visit his personal harem and wantonly engage in reckless fun with them. Thinking of this, Zhang Guanyu would be filled with burning desire, and his blood would bubble to the brim with a maddeningly ecstatic excitement. But with Zhang Guanyu's talent, to cultivate the divine acacia power to the peak 7th layer was easier said than done. He had just begun cultivating the divine acacia power. If everything went smoothly, and he picked the best beautiful women to cultivate from, there was a small possibility that he would be able to reach the peak of the 7th layer. But if 4 months from now, he was defeated by Lin Ming in front of the eyes of everyone, then his spirit and heart would be suppressed and his young essence would not flow smoothly. In that case, it would be very difficult to reach the peak of the 7th layer. So, Zhang Guanyu decided to completely and thoroughly defeat Lin Ming in the match 4 months from now. He would mercilessly trample over him so that he would never be able to stand up from his failure in his entire life. He would snatch everything from him, all the halos that surrounded him and all the beautiful women that admired him. His heart would be serene, his young essence would flow unimpeded, and his cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. That middle-aged man said, "Young master, this subordinate is too dull-minded. But this subordinate only thinks that if you do such things, it will enrage Lin Ming. When the time comes, it will only deepen the animosity of an enemy. Humph. So what if I enrage him? You think I am going to admit defeat without a fight? But. No buts. Lin Ming is scary, yes, and the 10th prince does not dare to move against him. I have to respect the crown prince, but this does not mean that I must be servile to him. If others rode on your head, would you also lie on the floor and act like a dog? Since this Lin Ming wants to defeat me, then I will eliminate him. Young master is ready. The middle-aged man did not understand what his upcoming plans and defeating Lin Ming had in common. I ask you, what is most fearful about Lin Ming? The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, his perception, martial intent, and heart of martial arts. Yes, but the most fundamental of all these is his heart of martial arts. As long as I can break his heart of martial arts, then he will lose his martial intent. If he does not have his martial intent, then he will just be some garbage third-grade talent. Even if he has monstrous heaven-defying perception, his cultivation will be limited to below the pulse condensation period. What sort of achievements could he possibly have? As long as he doesn't become stronger, his halo will gradually disappear until everyone has forgotten about him. At that time, he will be nothing but an ant. I'll crush him to death with a single step. He is under the protection of the 7 profound martial house now. It is impossible for me to publicly deal with him. I can only break his heart of martial arts. To deal with Lin Ming, it must be before he grows. Zhang Guanyu devilishly grinned, revealing a trace of his teeth. But that middle-aged man only felt sorrow in his heart. If he could defeat Lin Ming's heart, then that was of course good, but what if he failed? Then they would have seriously offended Lin Ming, and that might possibly affect the young master's future status in the Allied Trade Association. The Allied Trade Association would never appoint a successor that had offended a 7 profound envoy or the martial house master. However, Zhang Guanyu was paranoid by nature, and he practiced the divine acacia power, which strengthened his possessive instincts. How would he listen to his words? Many cultivation methods could affect a person's mind. For instance, cultivating the abiding Buddha mantra could cause one's thoughts to be stable and pure in heart. The golden bone forging divine formula would cause a person's qi and blood to be filled with yang energy and become indomitable. However, what the divine acacia formula did was cause a person's possessive instincts to grow stronger and stronger, and their thoughts would be increasingly extreme and violent. Young master, perhaps we should discuss this matter with the master. Zhang Guanyu's complexion immediately went cold, and he emitted a faint murderous intent. The middle-aged man jumped in fear, hurriedly saying, "This subordinate should die, this subordinate should die. Too much talk leads to error. All you have to do is your duty as a servant." Zhang Guanyu withdrew his murderous aura. This so-called master was naturally Zhang Guanyu's father. Zhang Guanyu knew that if this matter was known by his father, he would absolutely not be allowed to do so. Because in the eyes of his father, the Allied Trade Association's future was far more important than Zhang Guanyu's future martial arts cultivation. His father would never run the risk of offending Lin Ming and going up against him. In his opinion, in the worst-case scenario, Zhang Guanyu would lose and that would be it. But as for Zhang Guanyu, no matter how large the influence of the Allied Trade Association was, it was impossible for them to give him several hundred years of youth and never-ending young essence. Only strength would bring him this. As long as he had strength, all the worldly possessions of the Allied Trade Association were nothing but floating clouds. Geniuses were confident. Lin Ming was confident and Zhang Guanyu was similarly confident. A truly proud talent would never recognize from the beginning that they were inferior to others. Otherwise, his heart would be blocked, and Zhang Guanyu would be more paranoid. Geniuses always thought that they were the protagonists of the world's future, and so they would fight. However, these fights must have casualties. Sky Fortune City, southwestern suburb. The Sky Fortune City Royal Palace faced south. The northern end of town was where most of the mansions of the nobility were, and it was a relatively prosperous location. The south of the city was deserted, especially near the suburbs, where it was quite deserted. In the southwest suburb, there were some low-rise houses. Although these houses had been here for years, they did not look old. It was just that under the rain, the dull gray tiles, blank white walls, and the shading from the trees, did not have a fresh feeling. In the midst of all these houses, there was a new shop. The shop's original owner had returned to the countryside to retire, and had put his shop on sale. After the new owner took over, the shop doors were painted with fresh new tung oil, and the inside was spotlessly cleaned. There were even some flowers and plants that were placed around. It looked much more elegant. At this time, in the shop entrance, there was a young girl wearing a simple blue cotton dress. She was quite beautiful, with supple, tender skin. She gave off fresh and crisp feeling. She was fiddling with some cloths on the shelves. This girl seemed to be in delicate health, and the cloth she was moving appeared extremely cumbersome. However, the girl's skill was actually high, and she stacked the large and small fabrics neatly. This girl was Lan Yunue. Because her engagement contract had become invalid, Lan Yunue had left the Seven Profound Martial House. She had helplessly walked through Sky Fortune City for an entire day. She was too ashamed to return home, and she did not know where to go or what to do. In the end, she decided to set her foot down in Sky Fortune City. Therefore, she pawned some of her jewelry, and opened up this small fabric shop. All of the neighbors ridiculously loved this new young girl. The girl wore simple blue clothes every day, and she was always busy at work in her small fabric shop. Such a delicate and juicy young girl that was actually willing to endure such hardship was rare. Not only that, but this girl's hands and feet were deft, her strength was great, and she also cooked a good meal. It stood to reason that such a girl that had endured this hardship since childhood would have rough skin, and both her hands should at least have calluses, but they actually didn't think that both of this girl's hands would be soft and creamy like liquid jade. It was simply amazing. What kind of girl was this? After knowing that this girl was one person alone by herself, many of neighborhood ants' hearts were aroused with overwhelming sympathy. They curiously asked about the girl's life experiences, but the girl always ambiguously answered in vague terms. Some of these ants even wanted to act as a matchmaker for this beautiful young girl, but to these offers, the girl always faintly smiled and refused. "Young master, we're here." The middle-aged man pointed to a sign hanging over a fabric shop. That sign hadn't been hanging there for a long time. "Ha! What an elegant shop. Good." Zhang Guanyu shook the fan in his hands, and his face revealed a pondering smile as if was looking at a delicious prey. In order to break Lin Ming's heart of martial arts, he had to find the flaw in Lin Ming's heart of martial arts. To Zhang Guanyu, it seemed the only flaw in Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was Lan Yunue. When Lin Ming had spent half an incense stick of time to overcome the passive desire, that person in the dream realm must have been Lan Yunue. Although Lan Yunue's matter had already passed, Zhang Guanyu still believed that Lan Yunue was a knot in Lin Ming's heart. If he could take Lan Yunue and cultivate his divine acacia power with her, what would be the outcome once Lin Ming found out? Zhang Guanyu very much wanted to know. In a matter like a duel, if one was defeated, they would be fine to fight a second time. There would not be a situation where their spirit would be suppressed and blocked. But a girl was different. As long as he got her in his bed, that was a forever matter. Zhang Guanyu believed that even though Lan Yunue betrayed Lin Ming, she still had a place within his heart. If he took Lan Yunue, then this would forever be a thorn in his mind. This thorn would be something he could never ever erase. Even if Lin Ming defeated him, that thorn would still remain. If one's spirit wasn't smooth, then their thoughts would be clouded and their cultivation would be blocked. When Lin Ming tried to break through a bottleneck of his martial arts cultivation, this would be a demon of his heart that stopped him. And the key to this was, could Lin Ming defeat him? It was true that the Seven Profound Martial House protected Lin Ming. But, they did not protect Lan Yunue, and this girl had already withdrawn from the Seven Profound Martial House. If Lin Ming knew that he had obtained Lan Yunue for himself, would he rush towards him, head full of anger, and ask him to a duel? If Lin Ming came to his front door, that would simply be too good. At this moment, Zhang Guanyu had a 100% assurance that he could defeat Lin Ming. Even if he waited 4 months, he still had 90% assurance that he would win against Lin Ming. This was because recently, his divine acacia power had reached the large success stage of the first layer, and his strength had grown by a large margin. This was something that Lin Ming did not know. Zhang Guanyu expected that on the day of that decisive battle, Lin Ming, because of anger, would ruthlessly attack him, with each move desperately aggressive. In Zhang Guanyu's imagined scenario, that would be perfect. He would be perfectly justified to use some of the sinister and sadistic styles of the divine Acacia power, and leave Lin Ming to suffer with irreversibly severe injuries that would seriously impact his future cultivation. Even if he could not reach that point, he could still make it so that Lin Ming would be confined to bed for at least half a year. If Lin Ming had to recuperate in bed for half a year, then what would happen? Could he still pass the 7 Profound Valleys Core Disciple test? The test's deadline was in little more than a year. This was his only chance. As long as Lin Ming did not pass the test, in Zhang Guanyu's eyes he had nothing to fear. In addition to his future achievements and the disparity in their influence, Zhang Guanyu had full confidence that he could suppress Lin Ming for a lifetime. Chapter 128, Liao Wenyuan. First, he would snatch the jade virginity of the woman that Lin Ming had loved and use her to enhance his own cultivation. Then on the stage in front of the eyes of everyone, Lin Ming would be defeated by the men who had stolen his woman, and also experience a severe wound that would take half a year to heal from. This would cause him to fail the 7 Profound Martial House Core Disciple test. With so many attacks concentrated together, what would happen to Lin Ming? Would he ever be able to calm down his spirit? Would he be able to maintain his perfect heart of martial arts? Zhang Guanyu self-reflected. If he was placed in that situation, he would be wild with rage, and his spirit would be disrupted. If his spirit couldn't flow well, then one's cultivation would be hindered. Since ancient times, the frustrated geniuses everywhere that had never recovered from a setback all had one common characteristic. This was that before it had happened, everything had been smooth sailing, and then they would suddenly suffer a disastrous defeat. You think your future prospects are limitless, but these are all things given to you by your martial intent. If I take away your martial intent, then you will be nothing. Wait for me to plunder the virginity of the woman you once loved, shatter your martial intent, grievously wound you, and waste your future. Thinking of Lin Ming's inevitable fate, Zhang Guanyu really wanted to let out a hearty laugh. He looked again at Lan Yunue in her small fabric shop, and the corners of his mouth flashed with a ferocious macabre smile. He lifted his foot and walked towards her. "Hello, two customers, are you looking to purchase something?" Lan Yunue sweetly greeted with a smile as she saw the 2 silk-robed men walk into the shop. Although she and Zhang Guanyu had both attended the 7 Profound Martial House at the same time, Zhang Guanyu rarely appeared in front of others, so Lan Yunue did not recognize him. But as they approached Lan Yunue, her eyes gradually sharpened. The silk-robed man who was waving a fan was not some common or trivial person. Not even mentioning the richly brocaded silk fabrics he was wearing, but the jade pendant that he was wearing at his waist was worth no less than 5,000 gold taels. It was a top-quality white translucent jade pendant. Not only that, but it had delicate red veins within. It was a very beautiful blood jade. She remembered that not even Zhu Yan had such a high-quality jade pendant. To so casually wear a jade pendant that was equal to 1 or 2 treasures on his body, the young man's family background was simply too terrifying. Lan Yunue could not see through this young man's cultivation, but she could easily see that the middle-aged man accompanying him was at the Viscera training stage. To have a follower at the Viscera training stage, just who was this man? But the key was, why would the son of such a wealthy person come to such a small hole-in-the-wall shop to buy fabric? Although her fabric was decent, it was not something that this young man would ever deem worthy to be glanced at. This kind of person from a wealthy family probably used precious snow silk as his fabric. Also, those who bought fabrics were usually women. What would 2 men possibly be buying fabric for? Lan Yunue's mind flashed with all these thoughts, and in her heart she became secretly alert. Zhang Guanyu looked at Lan Yunue and revealed a faint smile. He joyously laughed and thought, what a charming and juicy young beauty. Even though she's wearing coarse homespun clothing, it doesn't hide her exquisite makings. No wonder Lin Ming and Zhu Yan were both infatuated with this girl. Moreover, I can tell that this girl truly has the body of a virgin. This is perfect. I'll settle her within my manner and thoroughly cultivate my divine Acacia power with her. I will certainly enjoy this. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, according to customs, a man and woman wouldn't have sexual relations with each other before marriage. Certainly, this logic did not apply to concubines and maids because one did not need to marry them. Are you Miss Lan? Zhang Guanyu asked straight to the point. Lan Yunue's heart chilled. Sure enough, they were looking for her. Since they've come to her door, they have already verified her identity. She nodded and said, "Yes, I am. What matter do you two have with me?" "Haha, I've seen Miss Lon before." The truth is, the first time that I saw Miss Lon, I was already attracted to Miss Lon. Whether it is appearance or temperament, Miss Lon is truly very charming. Lan Yunue unconsciously stepped back half a step, opening up a distance between her and Zhang Guanyu. The wariness in her heart became heavier. Zhang Guanyu saw Lan Yunue step back, and also quickly stepped back himself to show respect. He said, "My apologies, I hope that I was not too offensive and therefore scared Miss Lon. I do not have any other meaning, honestly. I just want to say that I very much admire Miss Lon, but before, Miss Lon was already engaged. My only regret is that I did not meet Miss Lon sooner. I recently heard that Miss Lon has broken her engagement, so I took the liberty to visit. I hope that Miss Lon is not offended by my brashness." Lan Yunue saw Zhang Guanyu's respect and felt a little more at ease. She calmly replied, "My engagement was not broken, but divorced." "Haha, Miss Lon is too serious. I actually already knew that Zhu Yan had been expelled from the Zhu family. How could he possibly be worthy of Miss Lon? I do not know why Miss Lon decided to open such a small fabric shop in this remote area. If Miss Lon does not mind, how about coming over to my house for a visit? I have some gifts that I must give to Miss Lon." Lan Yunue's heart began to race. This young man in front of her, his words were appropriate, his smile was gentle, and by all appearances he was a modest and classy gentleman that didn't give off any ill feelings. However, Lan Yunue suddenly felt that there was something wrong about him. Lan Yunue knew how sensitive her status was. She was Lin Ming's former girlfriend. Just on this point alone, even if there was a son of a rich family who had taken a liking to her, they wouldn't be so crazy as to come here and try to take advantage of her. Although Lan Yunue knew that Lin Ming no longer had any relationship with her, those nobles would not think such a thing. This was something that they would never dare to do. In their opinion, this was the same as insulting Lin Ming. But this young man actually dared to be Southwest flagrantly blatant to court her. There were only two possible meanings to this: he was completely crazy, or he was completely opposed to Lin Ming, or even had a grudge with him. Thinking of this, Lan Yunue had a very bad feeling, like an unlucky premonition that was slowly creeping up behind her, that someone would try to kidnap her and use her to threaten Lin Ming. Although she could not see through this young man's cultivation, she knew without a doubt that she was not his match. In addition to that old servant that stood behind him, she had no chance of escaping. Zhang Guanyu saw Lan Yunue tense up and go on high alert, smiled, and said, "I heard that Miss Lan has already withdrawn from the Seven Profound Martial House. It's really too bad. With Miss Lan's talent, with good pills supporting, it would be possible to break through to the pulse condensation period. Once someone breaks through to the pulse condensation period, their youth will be lengthened by decades. Isn't this something that Miss Lan desires?" Zhang Guanyu lightly coughed, and the middle-aged man immediately handed him a box. He opened it. There were 2 bottles of pills inside. Zhang Guanyu casually took out a bottle and opened it. The rich and fragrant aroma of high-quality medicines immediately wafted out. These were clearly top-quality medicines. Zhang Guanyu smiled and handed the pills to Lan Yunue. He said, "These are high-grade soul-gathering pellets, just a trivial little gift not worth mentioning. Miss Lan, please do not reject them. These are only a small gift that I prepared for our first meeting. In the future, I can give you anything you want. With my status, I will not bring disgrace to you. How about it?" Zhang Guanyu knew of Lan Yunue's past. He knew what Lan Yunue desired, and had always wanted. She was divorced now. It was impossible for her to remarry into any respectable family. He did not believe that if he appeared in front of her when she was in such a dire situation and offered so many pills, and even offered to help her break through to the pulse condensation period, that Lan Yunue would not be tempted by this. However, he hadn't expected that Lan Yunue would simply not take the bottle of pills. She refused them, and directly said, "This young lady understands and thanks good sir for his kind intentions, but must decline. I no longer wish to cultivate the path of martial arts, and would like to live out the rest of my days as an ordinary person. I thank good sir for his kind regards, and ask that good sir please never return." "Oh, is that so?" Zhang Guanyu's smiling visage slowly fell, and an imposing aura from his body slowly began to grow. The middle-aged man behind him stepped forward, blocking the rear door. Lan Yunue immediately became flustered, and her pretty face began to pale. What do you want to do? Zhang Guanyu said, it's a pity that Miss Lan does not seem very interested in returning to my home, but I think that as long as I bring you there, I can make you change your mind by fulfilling your interest of sex. As Lan Yunue heard Zhang Guanyu bite out this word, sex, she immediately turned ice cold. This person, he dares to rape her. He was insane. Was he completely ignoring the threat of Lin Ming and abducting her to his own house? Was he not afraid of Lin Ming's retaliation? Lan Yunue knew that even if she no longer had any relationship with Lin Ming, if some person was to rape her, Lin Ming would absolutely never let that person off. Lan Yunue's back was already soaked in cold sweat. Her eyes glanced at the booth, and she saw not a trace of the scissors she used to cut fabric with. Haha, such a young girl and also so beautiful. Don't take things too hard, look at the bright side. Zhang Guanyu's smiling face became all the more intense. Zhang Guanyu took a step forward. He revolved a bit of his true essence, and was just about to make a move, when at this moment a hearty laughter suddenly came from the entrance. Haha, is that not Sir Zhang? Sky Fortune City is such a small place, I can't believe that I would bump into you here. Zhang Guanyu frowned and he turned around. He was surprised to see a man with thick eyebrows smiling at him as he walked over. With every step this man took, he was emitting a strong aura that suppressed him. Liao Wenyuan. Zhang Guanyu recognized this person. He was a pulse condensation period master who was a subordinate of the Crown Prince. Not only that, but he was already at the middle pulse condensation period. Even if there were 4 of 5 or him, he still wouldn't be this man's match. The Crown Prince actually sent Liao Wenyuan to protect Lan Yunue. No, that's not right. It should be that there was someone following her, and as soon as the shadowy saw that he had come, had used a sound-transmitting talisman to immediately notify Liao Wenyuan. With a pulse condensation period master's speed, catching up so quickly was not a problem. Damn. Mr. Liao. What a fortunate meeting. Zhang Guanyu said as he cupped his hands together in greeting. Fortunate meeting, fortunate meeting. Liao Wenyuan clasped his hands together and returned the courtesy. He calmly asked, is Sir Zhang also here to buy fabric? Oh, it's for the beginning of winter. My family wishes to purchase a batch of winter clothing. Haha, I also have this plan for the coming winter. I came early, but didn't think that I would meet Sir Zhang also choosing out fabric. This is such a fortunate coincidence, how about Sir Zhang chooses fabric with me? Zhang Guanyu suddenly smiled, but his smiling face contained a faint trace of murderous intention. He coldly said, do not trouble yourself, Mr. Liao. Mr. Liao should feel free to choose his own fabric. When the winter comes this year, it will be best if you do not freeze to death. After Zhang Guanyu said this, he waved the fan in his hands, flicked his sleeves, and left the shop. Hearing Zhang Guanyu's apparent threat before he left, Liao Wenyuan only smiled and yawned. He was a pulse condensation period master, and did not fear the Allied Trade Association. He was also a subordinate of the Crown Prince. What could Zhang Guanyu possibly do to him? Chapter 129, Medium-Grade Human Step Sword. It was only when she could no longer sense Zhang Guanyu that Lan Yunue let out a breath of relief, her fingers trembling. A moment ago, did that man say Sir Zhang? Was it possible that the youth was Zhang Guanyu? Although she no longer kept thoughts of Lin Ming in her mind, Lan Yunue had still unintentionally heard news of Lin Ming. She knew that 4 months from now, Lin Ming would challenge Zhang Guanyu. Was it because of this reason that Zhang Guanyu had wanted to do something so ruthless to her? But it was nothing more than a challenge, so why would he do this? Lan Yunue didn't understand. It was not only Lan Yunue who didn't understand. It had never even occurred to Lin Ming that Zhang Guanyu would be demented to such a degree, that this person wished to obtain everything in the world. Glory, status, woman, all were his, and anyone who threatened to encroach on these would be a thorn in his side. Any normal person, such as the 10th prince, even if they regarded Lin Ming as a thorn in their side, they would never dare to move against them. They would outwardly smile and show goodwill. But Zhang Guanyu was different. Anyone that threatened him would receive his mad retaliation. Miss Lan, are you all right? Liao Wenyuan smiled. Although he knew Lan Yunue and Lin Ming's past, he did not look down on this girl. In this world, There were two kinds of companions that were worth feeling grateful for. The first was a woman. When everything went downhill, they would still stand by their men and cross the hard times with their husband. The second was a successful man with a rising career who would cross life together with just his first wife. Running into these two kinds of companions would be one of life's great fortunes. But, if one cannot meet someone like this, they know one can be blamed either. Thank you, Senior. May I ask Senior's name? Lan Yunue bit her lip and bowed. Without a doubt, this intimidating man with thick eyebrows had come to protect her. To be a martial arts master that would protect an ordinary female, he must have some sort of relation to Lin Ming. Miss Lan does not need to be polite. My surname is Liao. My name is Liao Wenyuan. Just call me Mr. Liao. Senior Liao's graciousness, this young lady will never forget. Haha, you don't need to thank me. I was just doing as I was instructed. Lan Yunue hesitated, and could not help but ask, may I ask how Senior Liao and Mr. Lin are? Liao Wenyuan heard Lan Yunue say this and smiled. Mr. Lin. Haha, Miss Lan, when you say it like that, how could I not respond? It's Lin Ming, right? Lan Yunue awkwardly nodded. She was now a commoner, and this Liao Wenyuan in front of her was probably a master at the pulse condensation period, and a titled aristocrat. She should refer to him in a respectable manner and call him Mr. But Lin Ming's status was that of a core disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House, so his status was actually higher than Liao Wenyuan's. Lin Ming also didn't have relations with her anymore. That's why in front of Liao Wenyuan she had called him Mr. Lin as a show of respect. Only someone who was incomparably intimate with Lin Ming, such as his younger sister or girlfriend, could call him Big Brother, or call him directly by his name. I was sent by His Highness the Crown Prince. But before this, Brother Lin has also asked me about you. Miss Lan, your status is quite sensitive now. It is probably impossible for you to ever live a quiet life again. How about this, you come with me back to the Crown Prince's palace, and the Crown Prince will guarantee your safety, so that something like this will never happen again. Lan Yunue nipped her lips and nodded. In this situation, she had no choice. So like this, Lan Yunue arrived at the Crown Prince's palace in awe and trepidation. Unexpectedly, she was personally received by the Crown Prince, Yang Lin, who politely inquired about her situation. Lan Yunue was then arranged into an elegant room within the Crown Prince's palace, and some maids were specially sent to take care of Lan Yunue. Here, there was a pavilion with a collection of rare books, rooms to practice calligraphy and painting, and masters that would teach her how. There were martial arts cultivation rooms, and also martial arts teachers. When Lan Yunue arrived here, her mood was extremely complex. She did not expect that so many things would happen within a few months, and that in the end she would finally be admitted to the Crown Prince's palace. In the inscription association, the guest inscription master would tailor their inscriptions based upon the customer's request. Each customer had different requests. Some only wanted an inscription symbol, some wanted their treasures repaired, or some wanted to improve their treasures. Every day, Lin Ming was exposed to a variety of strange materials, and he would face a number of different requests. In the drawing process, Lin Ming's understanding of the nature of various materials began to slowly become perfect. He also began to further comprehend and achieve mastery of the memories and theories in his mind. Meanwhile, the soul force also experienced significant growth. His use of the overbearing soul tactic became more skillful, even almost as well as his use of the true primal chaos formula. He would frequently push himself to the limit of his ability, then enter into the ethereal martial intent and rely on the true essence stones he had to restore his true essence. This caused Lin Ming's true primal chaos formula to steadily progress. Like this, it would only be a matter of time before he achieved the small success of the second layer. He had continuously been drawing inscription symbols for 3 days, and Lin Ming began to become famous. More and more martial artists of Sky Fortune City came to know of the new guest inscription master at the Inscription Association. They knew that he was young, but his inscription technique approached the pinnacle of Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription masters. The flame brand that Lin Ming placed in his inscription symbols also became a hot commodity. If a treasure had this flame mark on it, its value would increase tremendously. To a martial artist, a treasure that came from a famous expert was similar to a priceless mink coat to an aristocratic woman. It really was just as addictive and hard to let go. In the Seven Profound Martial House, Murongzi saw Bai Jingyun's treasure sword, and with eyes shining, said, While Big Mr. Jingyun, a medium-grade human step treasure sword. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, a medium-grade human step treasure was very rare. There were many post-condensation period martial artists who did not have a medium-grade human step treasure. But Murongzi and Bai Jingyun were only marital artists at the altering muscle stage. To an altering muscle stage martial artist, a low-grade human step treasure was already sufficient. A medium grade was simply overly extravagant. It's made by Hulua Nation's Master Jade Lotus. They've been open for less than a year, and my uncle gifted this to me. Murongzi said, so that's it, it must be great to have such a nice uncle. That sword probably cost 20,000 gold taels. Probably. But this money to you Murongzi is just some drizzle on a rainy day. Haha, younger sister, if you want to order a medium-grade human step treasure sword, it's not so easy. Come on. Our family would never be so lavish. Besides, my father is the worst cheapskate of all time. Only if I enter the top 10 of the ranking stone would get by something like that for me. To enter the first 10, it's hopeless to think it will happen in the next year. Bai Jingyun smiled, and said, you're lazy. As long as you work hard, with your talent, it's very easy. Oh, I hope so. But big sister Jingyun, how come I've never seen you take out this sword before? Bai Jingyun said with a smile, because I couldn't find a suitable inscription before, so I never took it out. But this time, I heard that there is a guest inscription master at the Inscription Association. He is young, but his inscription technique level has already reached the pinnacle. This person also can create an inscription symbol that suits my attribute. So I want to bring this sword and go to the Inscription Association to have a look. Bai Jingyun said as she inventoried some materials. These materials had been arranged long ago, but she had never found a time to use them. Usually a person would be very particular about a medium-grade human step treasure's inscription symbol. A lower-level inscription master was simply insufficient to draw an inscription symbol upon a medium-grade human step treasure, and even those inscription masters whose skill was high enough, often because of some reason or another, they could not meet the owner's demand for what inscription symbol to put on the treasure. For instance, Bai Jingyun wanted an inscription symbol on her sword that had a water attribute or ice attribute. However, in the Sky Fortune Kingdom school of inscription technique, there just weren't many inscription symbols with attributes, and the only water attribute inscription symbols were the water parting symbol, and a few others. But Bai Jingyun did not like these inscription symbols, and therefore had put this matter on hold. Murongzi curiously asked, a young inscription master whose technique has reached the pinnacle. How young is he? It is said that he is younger than 20 years old. But I'm not too clear of just how young. What a joke. That's simply too fabulous a tale. These rumors that people make up are become more and more odd. I don't believe that there can be a 20-year-old inscription master with such a high level of technique. I think that this guest inscription master is an old man who just looks a bit young. Either that or he's not so high level as people have blown him up to be. Bai Jingyun smiled and said, Z, you are just too dismissive of geniuses. When Lin Ming had emerged, you had also looked down on him. What kind of person is he now? Lin Min will become a core disciple soon. Your temper just isn't good, your jealousy is too strong. You just can't see those at your age that are better than you. Hey, just who is jealous? This young lady has already begun to try her hardest. Big sister Jingyun, you just wait and see. Even if I cannot compare to that farm animal Lin Ming in the future, I will compete in the 10,000 killing array match 3 months from now, and I will not lose to him. If he can really enter the top 10, then I will also enter the top 10 and show you just how cool I am. Haha, who was it that just said a moment ago that they would not be able to advance to the top 10 within a year? Bai Jingyun asked with a teasing smile. That's because, Murongzi blushed, and had nothing more to say. Bai Jingyun laughed. Okay, I won't make fun of you. Do you want to go with me to the Inscription Association? I'm too lazy to go. This thing is just a rumor, even if I go there's no point. You might as well ask Yuhan's grandfather to draw an inscription symbol for you. Yuhan's grandfather is the best inscription master in Sky Fortune City. If he is willing to help you, then what's not to like? Bai Jingyun said, I want a water attribute inscription symbol. President Wang does not excel at them. There were specializations within the inscription industry. Although Wang Xuanji had many attainments in inscription techniques and was very proficient concerning the 5 elemental inscription symbols, he only excelled at fire and metal attribute inscription symbols. Then I'll go first. You practice well, I will wait to see you in the top 10 3 months from now. Bai Jingyun teased. Alright, I'll go with you. I was just joking around, why are you so serious, Murongzi grumpily said. She sent a bullied look towards Bai Jingyun. I will show you how kind I am at heart and go with you to the inscription association. I want to see just how good this guest inscription master is. Okay. Chapter 130, One Tale of Star Obsidian. When Murongzi saw Wang Yuhan in the distance speaking to guests in the inscription master hall, she immediately ran up with joy. Yuhan. Long time no see, did you miss me? Murongzi called out from afar. Hey, you. It's really been a long time since we saw each other. Wang Yuhan, Murongzi, and Bai Jingyun were 3 girls of similar age, status, and outstanding natural talent. In Sky Fortune City, besides Qin Xingxian, the most talked about girls were these 3 proud ladies. These 3 girls had known each other since childhood and were close friends. However, Bai Jingyun and Murongzi later left to attend the 7 Profound Martial House. Since Wang Yuhan favored inscription technique, and was not interested in fighting, she gave up on her opportunity to enter the 7 Profound Martial House. Bai Jingyun asked, Yuhan, how come you aren't studying with your grandfather today? Why are you in the hall greeting guests? Oh, that's right, isn't there a very fierce guest inscription master who's come recently? Is he here today? Wang Yuhan slightly hesitated and immediately understood that there were many people who didn't know that the guest inscription master was Lin Ming. Murongzi and Bai Jingyun were disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House, how else would they not know that it was Lin Ming? A sardonic smile crossed her face as she said, he's in. I'm his assistant, so it's my duty to greet guests in the hall. Wow, an inscription prodigy that managed to have young Lady Wang as his personal assistant. He must be extraordinary. I must certainly experience this person. Murongzi said with a flare of exaggeration. Wang Yuhan, still smiling, said, being his assistant, I can learn many things. Would you like to see him now? Haha, yes, I must see. At this moment, Bai Jingyun commented, I came to little sister's place today because there is a matter I'd like to ask of the new guest inscription master. As she said this, she took out the medium-grade human step treasure long sword. I came this time to ask for a water attribute inscription symbol. I'd like to ask if the gentleman inscription master has time. Wang Yuhan covered her mouth and chuckled. Yes, he has the time. He's just restored his condition. Here, I'll lead you there. Lin Ming looked into the hall from the inscription room, and saw Wang Yuhan bringing in 2 women. As they opened the door, Lin Ming had just withdrawn from his ethereal martial intent state. His true essence and soul force had not yet restored to their optimum condition, and he heard some people come in. Lin Ming sat in meditation and said, please write down your request on paper, lay down the materials and treasure, and you may leave. After the inscription is finished, someone will call you. During this period, please do not come in. Lin Ming spoke these words, but hadn't actually gotten a response. He slightly frowned and slowly opened his eyes. He looked back at Murongzi and Bai Jingyun staring at him with wide, round eyes. Also, Wang Yuhan was standing to their side, her smiling face filled with a happy expression. It's you, Lin Ming naturally recognized these girls. They were the 7 profound proud pair of the 7 Profound Martial House. It's you. You are the guest inscription master. Murongzi did not know if this was simply a Lin Ming lookalike. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at him like 2 large quail eggs. She looked at Lin Ming's face with an unblinking expression, as if he was an illusion that would disappear at any time. Yes. I am. Now that Lin Ming had sufficient status and influence, he no longer needed to conceal his status as an inscription master. You, Murongzi stuttered. She had heard that the new guest inscription master was young, but she had never thought that this man would be Lin Ming. Heavens, this is just so damn depressing, is this some joke? This kick-ass elder sister has already recognized your strength. When you comprehended a martial intent, this elder sister did not have any words to say. When you had that evil monstrous perception I just took you as some hard-working farm animal, but damn, this is so depressing. Since when were you an inscription master? Ah, I'm going crazy, this is just too damn shocking. Even this elder sister can't stand this. This is a joke, right? Yes. Yuhan, did you plot with this fellow to tease elder sister so you can be happy? Good. I admit that your joke is a bit creative, but this can't be real, right? Murongzi saw Lin Ming's serious face and heard his words, but still simply could not accept this fact. Wang Yuhan shrugged and said, I might tease you for fun, but do you think that Lin Ming would join me in teasing you? Murongzi squinted her eyes. Yes, this Lin Ming fellow, besides cultivation, did not have the slightest interest in anything else, otherwise he would have already messed with countless young ladies. How could he join with Wang Yuhan to play a joke like this on her? Not to mention they didn't really know each other. When did you start to study inscription technique? When I was 12 years old. Lin Ming nonsensically said. When I was 12 I ran into my master, and I studied under him. Lin Ming said this lightly with some superficialness, but his tone made Murongzi extremely unhappy. It was just like a poor person asking a super wealthy man with 1 million gold taels where he got that much money, and the wealthy man finally said, I casually earned it when I was young. With this kind of indifferent tone, Murongzi had an impulse to beat someone up. Certainly, once she considered whether or not she could beat up this farm animal, and thinking that she might not necessarily win, Murongzi was forced to give up on this idea. By now, Bai Jingyun had recovered from her initial shock. She unnaturally smiled and said, It's you. I see, every time I thought I'd seen the full height of junior apprentice brother Lin, in the end, I find that I have underestimated junior apprentice brother Lin. This inscription technique, junior apprentice brother Lin only studied for 3 years to be at the level of a master. Lin Ming responded, I don't dare to call myself a master, but I can draw out some simple inscription symbols. This is all because of the help of my master. Haha, Bai Jingyun let out a hollow laugh twice. Some simple inscription symbol. She had heard that when Lin Ming had drawn the Ice Frost Guard symbol and placed it on some armor, the armor had changed color. Could this still be called a simple inscription symbol? 3 years to reach the point of being a master-level inscription master. Bai Jingyun could only attribute it to Lin Ming's monstrous perception that could comprehend a martial skill like the body-tearing bone-shattering fist, with a 70% loss rate. To become a master-level inscription master in 3 years, this also, she could reluctantly accept. However, for Lin Ming to be an inscription master, was his soul talent much more outstanding than this martial arts talent? What business do you two have here today? Lin Ming opened his mouth to ask. His time was very tight these days, he didn't have any to waste. Oh, yes, I have a matter. Bai Jingyun responded, and then drew out her treasure long sword to hand to Lin Ming. The treasure sword was more than 3 feet long, and the shining blade was dazzlingly bright like snow. Moreover, it was extremely soft and could easily circle around one's waist. At the center of the sword pommel, there were 2 characters written in symbols. It wrote, Blue Water. Good sword. Lin Ming praised as he probed the blue water sword with his soul force. He discovered that the array structure was very subtle and exquisite, it was superior to most medium-grade human step treasures. Bai Jingyun said, Junior apprentice brother Lin, I would like you to inscribe a water attribute or ice attribute inscription symbol on this sword. The true essence increase should be at least 36%. Water or ice attribute, 36%. Anything else? No, no more. Bai Jingyun listened to Lin Ming's casual tone, he obviously thought this request was very easy. She thought for a moment and said, if junior apprentice brother Lin can do better, that would be for the best. If the materials are insufficient, I can add more. Lin Ming glanced at the materials on the table. Although these materials were precious, they were useless to him. He could only use them to trade for points, but no matter how many points he had, there were some materials that were impossible to buy because the Inscription Association did not have them. Remembering his early plan, Lin Ming came to a decision. He would use this time to utilize all that he had recently learned, and see if he could draw up an inscription symbol that even Hotian stage masters would covet. Then, after he had attracted the attention of all the Hotian masters in the nation, he could have them help him find these rare materials. If so, they might even be collected in a short time. Thinking this, Lin Ming said, 1 tael of star obsidian. If apprentice Sister Jingyun can find one tael of star obsidian, then I will use my own materials and draw the highest level inscription symbol that I can. I can guarantee that apprentice Sister Jingyun will be satisfied with the end result. One tael of star obsidian. Bai Jingyun hadn't spoken, but Murongzi already cried, You are way too black. One tael of star obsidian costs 15,000 gold taels, and not only that, but it's very difficult to find in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. If you really wanted to buy it, then 15,000 gold taels might not be enough. Star obsidian was not only used in inscription, but also in refining. It was an extremely precious and rare material. Lin Ming said, My true essence has recently thickened and condensed even more, and the level of my inscriptions has risen. But, I can still only barely draw up this inscription, and there is a risk of failure. Moreover, the value of the materials will not be less than 6,000 or 7,000 gold taels. I can guarantee that as long as I succeed, it is absolutely worth it. Were it not for the fact that the Inscription Association did not have any star obsidian, I would not have proposed this request. This, Bai Jingyun clenched her teeth and said, Okay. My uncle in the Hulua nation has some influence. I think he can find it. I promise you. Bai Jingyun had a very high status within the Bai family. Although 15,000 gold taels was not a small amount, if it was just one time, she was able to bring this much out. Well, then I will thank apprentice Sister Jingyun. Lin Ming said. He took out a pen and immediately began to write down a detailed list of materials. For these materials, spend the money and points from my account. Lin Ming said as he handed the list to Wang Yuhan. This time was Lin Ming's personal business. Normally, according to the regulations of the Inscription Association, the guests had to pay the guest inscription master and Inscription Association in a 60-40 ratio. The Inscription Association provided the materials, and the guest inscription master provided the service. However, with Lin Ming's current status, the Inscription Association wouldn't haggle over him occasionally taking advantage of his reputation as a guest inscription master and using the Inscription Association's materials to take on a personal request. Wang Yuhan read the rows of materials, and she was slightly startled. The value of these materials was not low. Generally speaking, even tedious high-quality inscription symbols would only cost 1,000 gold taels in materials. But the cost of this inscription symbol that Lin Ming wanted to draw up was 7,000 gold taels, and there were also several materials that were fairly rare. After the materials were collected, Lin Ming did not immediately start drawing the inscription symbol. Instead, he took up a true essence stone and once again entered the ethereal martial intent state. He sat in meditation and adjusted his condition for half an hour, to restore his true essence and soul force back to their peak condition. Afterwards, Lin Ming began to formally draw the inscription symbol. What he was going to create today was the complete version of Cold Ice Fragments. Chapter 131, Resurgence of Wind and Clouds. The difficulty of Cold Ice Fragments was quite a bit higher than the Ice Frost Guard symbol. Even though the level of Lin Ming's inscription technique had progressed by leaps and bounds, there wasn't a guarantee that he would be able to draw it up successfully. Crush 1 crystal ice quartz, mix it thoroughly with 1 cup of water and filter out the residue. Lin Ming began to tell Wang Yuhan how to process the necessary materials. After a few days of coordinating with each other, Lin Ming and Wang Yuhan had formed a unique, tacit understand. As long Lin Ming gave the directions, Wang Yuhan was able to quickly and perfectly handle the materials. As Wang Yuhan's 10 slender fingers danced like spirits in the wind, each material began to be quickly processed by her one at a time. Lin Ming looked on, took a material, and revolved his overbearing soul tactic as he began his inscription drawing. Inscription symbols began to appear in the air, one after another. Some were round and luminescent like the moon, and some were small like pearls. They shined with a fantasy light, and seemed to breathe as if they were conscious beings given life. Lin Ming's inscription symbol drawing success rate was very high. From the start, almost none of the runes or symbols failed. But later, as Lin Ming's soul force and true essence began to steadily decrease, there were occasionally glistening inscription symbols that fell apart, and turned onto grains of light like twinkling stars. These failed inscription symbol shards hovered in the air like scattered fireflies dancing in the night sky. In the light of such unreal beauty, Lin Ming's expression was one of incomparable focus. His eyes were like black gems as they stared with dedication at the gorgeous inscription symbols in the air. There was almost a feeling of instant addiction when looking at him. Wang Yuhan's hesitant heart jumped. She quietly gazed at Lin Ming's profile, staring as the rays of light shadowed the contours of his face. For a moment, both her cheeks flushed red. She always thought that Lin Ming's most appealing and interesting time was when he was concentrating on drawing an inscription, and it was only at this time that Wang Yuhan had no fear of being discovered by Lin Ming. She would secretly watch him from her own angle. This scene continued for a long time, and soon the sun began to drop below the horizon of the Zhou mountain. The light within the inscription room began to gradually dim. This only served to accentuate the inscription symbol's light and make them appear even more enchantingly brilliant. Lin Ming's inscription plan was quite complex. He had continuously drawn more than 150 symbols and lines. The overlapping runes were like layers of ice blue light that wove together into a blissful picture, as if the curtain of night had fallen with shimmering stars glittering within. This was a scene that had never appeared within the Sky Fortune Kingdom's school of inscription technique. Even the usually heartless and mindless Murongzi, when she saw this magnificent display of shining light, was unknowingly enchanted. This was simply too beautiful. After a quarter hour, Lin Ming had approached his limit. He clenched his teeth, and forced himself to draw up the last inscription symbol. As both of his hands gathered together, the innumerable blue lights instantly fused into one like a woven piece of blue dream. Lin Ming took Bai Jingyun's blue water sword and directed the ice blue-colored flame symbol onto it. That inscription symbol fell onto the snow-white blade of the blue water sword. With a chi-chi sound, the blue-colored symbol mark on the blue water sword began to emit waves of sapphire flames that spread out from the center and covered the entire sword. Soon, there was the sound of cold air condensing, and a layer of frost settled on the blue water sword's blade. This sword seemed as if it was swallowing all the heat around it, and the temperature of the inscription room plummeted by several degrees. Murongzi helplessly looked on as the cold frost on the sword thickened, her beautiful eyes perfectly round. Bai Jingyun swallowed a mouthful of saliva, her eyes shining as she looked at the blue water sword. She hesitated for a moment, not thinking of picking up the sword. After Lin Ming rested for a moment, he concentrated a small amount of true essence and poured it into the inscription symbol. He casually swung the sword, and a crescent beam of blue light, visible to the naked light, was sent forth from the sword's blade. It was like a thin piece of tissue paper as it entered into a stone platform in the inscription room and vanished from sight. At that moment, the stone platform was cut apart by that blue light, the two halves neatly sliced apart. As the stone platform was falling, at that moment, a layer of ice suddenly froze the stone platform, and thus the stone platform maintained its original appearance. Skill of inscription. Yang Yuhan cried out in alarm as she saw this blue light. A skill of inscription was when an inscription master would use inscription symbols and place a miniature array formation that would change the treasure's flow of true essence, finally turning that true essence into a skill. This skill was similar to a martial skill that could wound an enemy. It was the equivalent of giving a martial artist another martial skill. In the school of Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription technique, the skill of inscription had basically been lost. Even many nearby countries did not have any inscription masters that were capable of this technique. Only some inscription grandmasters of Huluan Nation had even the faintest possibility of understanding this technique. Thinking this, Wang Yuhan was short of breath. To Wang Yuhan, who was obsessed with inscription techniques, this was something that she had only ever read of in the ancient records. To be able to see this in front of her caused her to feel incomparably excited. When Lin Ming had drawn up his first inscription symbol, the overwhelming rune had also come with a skill of inscription, instant violent strike. When a martial artist concentrated their true essence into the inscription symbol, the array formation within would absorb the true essence and compress it to the limit. In that instant, it would erupt, and create an extremely lethal close-range attack. At that time, Tai Feng had relied upon this inscription at the field to defeat his opponent, Li Qi, and become the unexpected winner of the tournament. Because of this, Lin Ming's inscription symbol was brought to Mui's attention, and that was how Lin Ming eventually met Mui as a result. However, a skill of inscription like instant violent strike was quite preliminary and simple. It was only equal to an ordinary low-grade human step martial skill. Its value was not very high. When Lin Ming had drawn up the inscription symbol, the cost of the materials had only been 100 gold taels. The reason that the effect of instant violent strike was able to help Tai Feng turn defeat to victory was because Tai Feng had been enlisted in the military since his childhood and his family circumstances were very poor. He had never had a formal education on cultivation methods or martial skills, thus a low-grade human step martial skill was very precious to him, and allowed him to raise his battle prowess to another level. This was the reason that Mui had paid Lin Ming 3,000 gold taels to purchase his inscription symbol. This was already a very high price. To put it plainly, the skill of inscription, instant violent strike, was something that someone like Tai Feng, who had never had a formal martial arts training, could ever hope to afford. However, to wealthy individuals like Bai Jingyun and Murong Zi, they had no need for such a weak martial skill. But this current, cold ice fragment supplementary skill of inscription was different. This skill of inscription was equal to a medium-grade human step martial skill, and it was also at the very top of that grade. What is the name of this skill of inscription called? Wang Yuhan asked somewhat excitedly. It's called Ice Cold Cut. Apprentice sister may feel it. As long as you pour your true essence into the inscription symbol, you can activate it. Lin Ming handed the blue water sword to Bai Jingyun as he said this. Bai Jingyun took a deep breath and carefully took the blue water sword into her hands. As soon as she touched the sword, Bai Jingyun immediately felt a cold chill spread up her arms, as if it were part of her flesh and blood. She then brought forth a small amount of true essence and injected it into the blue water sword. The entire process was lossless and incomparably smooth. The increased true essence effect is at least 40%. Bai Jingyun was startled. To her knowledge, only Wang Xuanji was at this level. Not only that, but this sword had a skill of inscription attached. Bai Jingyun concentrated her true essence into the inscription symbol as Lin Ming told her. She felt her true essence go through an amazing transformation as it turned into an icy air. As she continued pouring her true essence into the blade, the cold air around the blue water sword became increasingly terrifying. Little by little, the blue water sword began to excitedly ring, and the blade violently shivered. Bai Jingyun did not doubt that as long as she slashed her sword now, she could split apart the entire inscription room. This ice-cold cut is probably superior to the 2 medium-grade human step martial skills that I chose from the 7 profound martial houses depository. Although Bai Jingyun had yet to wield her sword, she knew what the result would be. After listening to Bai Jingyun's appraisal, even though Wang Yuhan was mentally prepared, she was also surprised. One must know that the martial skills and cultivation methods in the 7 profound martial houses depositories were already the best one could find within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. There were many martial artists in the Sky Fortune Kingdom that were unable to enter the 7 profound martial house. Or, even if they had entered the 7 profound martial house, if they hadn't entered the heavenly abode, they would not be able to choose a medium-grade human step martial skill. And even if they did enter the heavenly abode and were given an opportunity to choose a medium-grade human step martial skill, this choice was also limited by their ranking. Most of the time, they could only choose a martial skill that received little attention. Bai Jingyun was ranked 22, and the martial skills she could choose from were very good. Still, those choices were actually inferior to the ice-cold cut. How could Wang Yuhan not be startled by this? As one could imagine, if news of this kind of inscription symbol spread throughout the circles of Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial artists, it would inevitably cause uproar. Maybe even most post-condensation period martial artists or even Hotian experts would come and pay a visit to ask for this inscription symbol. Wang Yuhan lightly estimated that this inscription symbol could sell for at least 20,000 gold taels. Even if it costed 30,000 gold taels, there would be a high demand. However, no matter how high, it couldn't be much higher. After all, only a medium-grade human step treasure would be worthy of such an inscription symbol. The treasure added together with the cost of materials would easily cost more than 50,000 gold taels. This was a price that the majority of post-condensation period martial artists could not afford. So, after deducting costs, an inscription symbol could earn Lin Ming 20,000 gold taels. Although the consumption of true essence and soul force was very high, with Lin Ming's frightening resilience, he could most likely draw 2 a day. 2 of these inscription symbols were 40,000 gold taels. As long as there were customers that could afford this, he could earn 1.2 million gold taels in a month. That was simply mass robbery. An estimation of the number of martial artists that could afford more than 20,000 gold taels was no fewer than 100. In light of this, Lin Ming could gain more than 2 million gold taels with just this one inscription symbol. If Wang Yuhan thought of this, then Lin Ming had too. With his practice till now, Coupled with his cultivation of the peak third stage of body transformation and the crazy amount of training he had done in inscription technique these days, Lin Ming had just barely been able to draw this inscription symbol. What Lin Ming lacked now was not gold, but materials. There were many materials that simply could not be bought with gold. Therefore, Lin Ming had planned to trade the inscription symbol for those rare and precious materials that he needed. He would ask those that wished for his services to have the materials he wanted ready. He did not believe that with the help of all of Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial artists, he would not be able to collect all the materials he needed for the body inscription symbol in a short period of time. The news of Lin Ming trading top-quality inscription symbols for rare and precious materials was like a bomb. It rapidly spread throughout all of Sky Fortune City. True essence amplification factor of 40%, coupled with a top-tier skill of inscription. In Sky Fortune City, this inscription symbol could possibly be called an incomparable treasure. Even Wang Xuanji did not have the means to draw this inscription symbol, because in the Sky Fortune Kingdom School of Inscription Technique, this skill of inscription had already been lost. Chapter 132, Let's see who is more cruel. Usually, a pulse condensation period martial artist wouldn't have much interest in a preliminary skill of inscription. Because they had more advanced and stronger martial skills, these skills of inscription were just too weak. But once they knew that this skill of inscription was equal to a top-tier medium-grade human step martial skill, they became filled with jealousy. Of the Sky Fortune Kingdom's many martial artists, almost none of them knew a medium-grade martial skill. And even if they did, it certainly would not be a top-tier one. Which martial artist didn't hope that they would know several different kinds of martial skills? When the time came for them to fight their enemy, even if their first move was seen through, they would still have a second one. However, the most explosive part of this news was not the inscription symbol itself, but that the character who was creating inscription symbols turned out to be Lin Ming. He was the 7 profound martial house's genius of a century. He was also the Sky Fortune Kingdom's most dazzling star. Not only did he comprehend a martial intent, but he also possessed an exceedingly monstrous perception. Now, it seemed, he was simultaneously an inscription technique grandmaster who could draw up top-tier inscription symbols with skills of inscription. And his age was still several months shy of 16. Was this even possible? To Lin Ming's die-hard fans, as long as it happened to Lin Ming, there was nothing impossible. To learn inscription technique was truly difficult. However, with Lin Ming's monstrous perception, even this kind of shocking miracle of becoming an inscription grandmaster at the tender age of 15 was not unexplainable. However, there were also those who had some understanding of inscription technique, in particular inscription masters, that were not willing to believe this. After all, inscription technique was an art and experience that one slowly accumulated over time. Even with godlike perception, that was still insufficient to reach such a stage. But just 2 days later, the Inscription Association gave a categorically clear response. This rumor was, without a doubt, true. The next day, Sky Fortune City's official government newspaper explicitly wrote, "The 7 profound martial house heavenly abode disciple Lin Ming, while working as a guest inscription master for the Inscription Association, is trading an inscription symbol supplemented with a top-tier skill of inscription for rare and precious materials." The materials that Lin Ming wanted to find were listed in the newspaper. The official government newspaper was generally only used to send official statements and news of the government. It was very rarely used for matters outside of the government's jurisdiction. This time, they had written about Lin Ming in order to help him find all the materials he needed as soon as possible. So, people could not help but believe. As far as pulse condensation period martial artists were concerned, a top-quality inscription symbol placed on a medium-grade human step treasure would greatly increase their combat prowess. With a medium-grade human step treasure, it would be able to completely absorb their true essence, and it might even cut off an enemy's low-grade human step treasure. If they had no weapon, then how would they fight? A medium-grade human step treasure was common. As long as one was willing and able to prepare 20,000 gold taels, they would always be able to buy one if they spent some effort. However, an inscription symbol that was worthy of such a treasure was actually extremely rare. In particular those with an appropriately matching elemental attribute, those could only be discovered, they could not be sought. Therefore there were some pulse condensation period martial artists who had come to the Inscription Association to ask for an inscription symbol, even though they hadn't yet found a medium-grade human step treasure. Soon, martial artists all over began to utilize all of their connections to seek out the materials that were listed out in the government newspaper. Those martial artists that could afford this type of top-quality inscription symbol all had large fortunes, great strength, assets, aristocratic backgrounds, or deep family histories. Being such, it was only natural that they all had a wide web of influences and contacts. There were many large and respected families who had influences and connections that were even superior to those of the crown prince. With such a large force being launched to look for these rare and precious materials, its effects could be imagined. However, there were some individuals whose hearts pained to part with so much gold. Thus, they maintained an attitude of wait and see, hoping that the inscription symbols would be reduced in price. But, they soon began to quickly regret this. The materials required on that newspaper's list became fewer and fewer, and those that remained were the most rare and precious of all. As the required materials were slowly collected, Lin Ming's inscription technique became more skillful. Every day he would use high-quality materials to practice. In addition to the pure true essence stones he was using to restore his energy, it was burning through money. Lin Ming's inscription technique was becoming increasingly perfect. Before, he had just barely managed to draw up the top-tier inscription symbol, cold ice fragments. But now, this process was already familiar and easy to him. Aided by his ethereal martial intent, Lin Ming did not neglect his true primal chaos formula. He had now reached the small success boundary of the second layer of the true primal chaos formula. His vitality grew stronger, and his true essence became increasingly thick. Lin Ming believed that if he and Ling Sun both made an all-out effort to compare fist strength, he would not necessarily lose now. After 3 more days passed, Lin Ming only needed a few more materials. But these materials were actually the most precious and difficult to find. For instance, the invaluable 5th-level vicious beast blood had still not been found. Lin Ming looked at the list of materials that had been crossed out one by one, and felt a great sense of achievement. But as he looked at the last few, several of the most precious materials he needed, he felt some worries. If he did not find these within a short time, it would be somewhat troublesome. At this moment, a sound-transmitting talisman from the Crown Prince lit up and caused Lin Ming's complexion to fall. "Brother Lin, there's a matter that might affect your state of mind in practicing martial arts, so I did not want to tell you. However, I thought over it and reconsidered that I must bring up this issue with you. Several days ago, Zhang Guanyu brought people to where Miss Lan lives. His intention was malicious, but Mr. Liao promptly rushed over and rescued Miss Lan. I have arranged for Miss Lan to stay in a safe place at my palace. I suspect that Zhang Guanyu wished to use Miss Lan to provoke you into anger and attack your heart of martial arts, and in your duel 4 months from now, to use cruel and despicable methods and severely wound you so that you cannot pass the 7 profound martial house core disciple test. This Zhang Guanyu is someone who cultivates the divine acacia power. This cultivation method will cause one's possessive instincts to grow out of control. Moreover, Zhang Guanyu is a demented individual that has sunk into madness. I fear that in the future he will try to do something detrimental to Brother Lin. Brother Lin must be careful by all means possible. I have already sent some masters to guard the Lin family, and have also sent over some sound-transmitting talismans to help protect the safety of your mother and father." The sound-transmitting talisman stopped there. Lin Ming deeply frowned. A foreboding look crossed his eyes. Zhang Guanyu. He did not know this man. Although he had heard the name many times after entering the 7 profound martial house, he had never seen him, not even once. He had frequently seen Ling Sun and Ta Ku appear together. Obviously these 2 young men were good personal friends. Zhang Guanyu didn't seem to be very familiar with those 2. "I no longer have any connection to Lan Yunue, and I will not interfere or question how she will live in the future or whom she will marry. But Zhang Guanyu, if you want to deal with me by moving against her, you are simply courting death. Even if you are a disciple of the 7 profound martial house and an elite of the Allied Trade Association, I cannot kill you, but I will make you pay a painful price." Wang Yuhan noted Lin Ming's gloomy expression and guessed that the reason was because of the sound-transmitting talisman from earlier. She hesitated and could not help but ask, "Mr. Lin, is there something wrong?" "It's not a big deal. After my last match against Zhu Yan, the 7 profound martial house pushed me to oppose Zhang Guanyu. Zhang Guanyu wanted to put his dirty hands on Lan Yunue and attack my heart of martial arts. He probably thinks that 4 months from now he will absolutely win, so he wants to cope with me before I grow, and give me a severe wound so that I fail the 7 profound martial house test." Lin Ming did not conceal anything from Wang Yuhan. His story with Lan Yunue had already passed. Naturally, there was no need to hide anything anymore. Put his hands on Miss Lan. Miss Lan, only a few people in the circles of the aristocracy knew of the matter between Lin Ming and Lan Yunue. Wang Yuhan was a member of the Inscription Association, so she was also clear about this matter. She unconsciously covered her small mouth in alarm. If Zhang Guanyu had done anything nefarious to Lan Yunue, then it would be too tragic. This Zhang Guanyu was someone who practiced the divine acacia power. This cultivation used women as objects in order to increase one's cultivation. It absolutely did 100 harms without anything good. Lin Ming shook his head and said, Mr. Liao arrived there in time, so everything's all right. Fortunately. Wang Yuhan let out a sigh of relief, and patted her chest with her small hand. That Miss Lan is now. She's very safe. Oh, that's good. Wang Yuhan wanted to ask Lin Ming about his view of love, but hesitated. She thought that might be too abrupt or offensive, and after thinking about it for a long time, still didn't know how to start, so she didn't open her mouth. But at this moment, another sound-transmitting talisman lit in front of Lin Ming. It was once again a message from the Crown Prince to Lin Ming. Brother Lin, I would like to say some words of advice. According to my sources of intelligence, after Zhang Guanyu started cultivating the divine acacia power, he has made no small amount of progress. His strength has greatly improved from the past. Brother Lin, if you don't think you can fully grasp victory, it's better if you do not challenge Zhang Guanyu rashly. The divine acacia power is a very sinister and ruthless cultivation method, and its moves are the same. If an internal injury is left behind, I fear that Brother Lin may have some difficulty in passing the 7 profound martial houses core disciple test. The core disciple test only requires Brother Lin to achieve the peak altering muscle stage before you are over 16 years old. It does not require you to defeat Zhang Guanyu. This Zhang Guanyu is a very mad, crazy man. He will not hesitate in mutually wounding you. Brother Lin, please carefully think things over twice before acting, or else you might ruin your own future. The flame extinguished and coldly snorted in his mind. The divine acacia power is sinister and ruthless. I wonder if it is more sinister and ruthless than the pulse-cutting palm. I did not think that I would have to study the pulse-cutting palm so quickly. Now you have forced me to learn this. I feel really sorry for you. Since you want to give me a severe wound so that I will fail the 7 profound martial houses core disciple test, then I will waste your martial arts and destroy your manhood, so that you can peacefully and safely live out the rest of your sad days as a eunuch. This will also be a good deed for all of the girls in Sky Fortune City. This Zhang Guanyu was originally very strong. If his cultivation in the divine acacia power has progressed again, then I cannot lower my guard or take him lightly, or I might be defeated. After this body inscription symbol is complete, I must earnestly cultivate the heretical god force and golden rock shattering the void. With this 3-pronged attack, no matter how this Zhang Guanyu progresses, I will crush him so that he will never recover from this defeat. As Lin Ming was thinking these dark thoughts, Wang Yuhan suddenly became cold. She turned to Lin Ming and told him in a low voice, Zhang Guanyu, it's him. Lin Ming was surprised. Zhang Guanyu had actually come to the Inscription Association of his own initiative. Well done, Zhang Guanyu. You dare wish to lay your hands on Lan Yunue, and you still have the courage to see me. Lin Ming followed Wang Yuhan's gaze. He saw a smiling young man wearing a silk snow brocaded gown with a Kirin design. The young man had a 7-gemmed crown on his head, and he was holding an ornate fan. The young man's skin was clear and fair, with a slightly ruddy complexion. His eyebrows were slanted upwards and his mouth was red like a cherry. He carried around a bit of a woman's comeliness, but without losing the smooth grace of a man. He was overall a very beautiful and handsome man. His looks combined with his warm and congenial smile gave the impression that he was a true gentleman prince. With this appearance, it was hard to think that his innermost feelings were so demented and full of malice. Chapter 133, Digging Your Own Grave. Early bone forging stage. Lin Ming instantly judged. His cultivation was not too far off from Zhang Guanyu's, and he was able to see through his cultivation level. In the 7 profound martial houses heavenly abode, there were only 2 disciples at the bone forging stage. One was Ta Ku, and the other was Zhang Guanyu. Their true combat prowess outside of the seven profound martial house was absolutely stronger than regular peak bone forging stage martial artist. Oh, Mr. Lin. What a fortunate meeting, fortunate meeting. After Zhang Guanyu saw Lin Ming, he closed his fan and walked forwards with a bright smile plastered on his face. Lin Ming smiled as he saw Zhang Guanyu's acting. You're a good one, Zhang Guanyu, much better than Zhu Yan. At most, Zhu Yan was just sinister, vicious, and subject to changing moods. But this Zhang Guanyu, not only was he demented, but his skin was so thick to the point of making one's blood boil. I wouldn't have thought, I really wouldn't have thought. Zhang Guanyu pulled up his robes and sat down on a stool in front of Lin Ming. I didn't think that Brother Lin would actually be an inscription grandmaster. When I heard this news, I just couldn't believe it. Wow. A 15-year-old inscription grandmaster. What kind of concept is that? Ah, it's such a pity. The legacies of the seven profound martial house don't include an inscription master among them, otherwise with Brother Lin's amazing ability, you would have already been slated to be a core disciple of the seven profound martial house. Zhang Guanyu began to swing his fan while he familiarized himself with Lin Ming's appearance. After Zhang Guanyu had discovered that the rising star Lin Ming was the guest inscription master of the Inscription Association, he was truly quite shocked. This Lin Ming's perception was just too terrifying. In such a short period of studying he had already become an inscription grandmaster. This caused him to feeling all the more uneasy, but since he was now enemies with Lin Ming, he could not retreat. Lin Ming had not spoken, but Wang Yuhan was already angry. In her life she had seen two kinds of men she hated the most. The first were the womanizers, and the second were the vicious brutes. But this Zhang Guanyu just happened to be both. Zhang Guanyu, you are not welcome within the Inscription Association. I ask that you leave immediately. Coming from an aristocratic background, Wang Yuhan's self-control was very finely tuned. Even if she spoke words in anger, there wasn't a trace of anger in them. Zhang Guanyu simply disregarded these words. He would never be mad against beautiful women, especially beautiful women that he had yet to conquer. Zhang Guanyu looked at Wang Yuhan and smiled, saying, Miss Wang is so charming. I also like this straightforward temper. How about Miss Wang comes to my place another day and we can have a little chat and drink together? Listening to Zhang Guanyu's words, Wang Yuhan flew into a wild rage. Not only did he ignore her, but he was also propositioning her straight in her face. Then, Lin Ming coldly said, Sir Zhang, if you have no business here, then please leave. After 4 months, I will naturally pay a visit, but right now I am very busy, please do not bother me at my job. Haha, Mr. Lin. I heard that Mr. Lin is collecting the most rare and valuable of materials. I just so happened to bring some with me today. As Zhang Guanyu said this, he took out a small jar from his spatial ring. That small jar was filled with a dark, garnet liquid, very thick, as if it were some sort of heavy mercury. 5th level vicious beast blood. Lin Ming's eyes shined. He had already been looking for some 5th level vicious beast blood for a long time, but still hadn't found any. The Allied Trade Association, who had existed since before the Sky Fortune Kingdom was founded, truly had a profoundly terrifying capability. Haha, Brother Lin has such great eyes, this truly is 5th level vicious beast blood. I came here today to ask Brother Lin about a matter concerning inscription technique. Zhang Guanyu extracted a long sword from his spatial ring. The sword was 3 feet 3 inches in length. The handle was simple, and the sword edge was shimmering cold. Above the blade was a blue-colored flower pattern that looked as if it had been traced from 10,000-year-cold ice. One could see with just a glance that this was an excellent sword. Lin Ming probed with his soul force, and was immediately shocked. High-grade human step treasure sword. This was the first time that he had seen a high-grade human step treasure. Perhaps in the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, only figures like Mui and Wang Xuanji who were Houtian masters would have the qualifications to wield such a treasure as their weapon. This kind of treasure could not be bought in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Brother Lin really has some extraordinary experience. Indeed, this is a high-grade human step treasure. I hope to have an inscription symbol placed on it. I need in true essence increase of 50% inscription symbol that also comes with a skill of inscription. If Brother Lin can achieve this, I can have the Allied Trade Association help Brother Lin look for several materials that Brother Lin is missing. 50% true essence amplification inscription symbol. Lin Ming frowned. I can't do that. Right. That's really too bad, but perhaps Brother Lin is looking for these materials for his master. Perhaps Brother Lin can request his master to do this. I will reward him greatly. Zhang Guanyu said with a bit hesitation, and waved his fan. Lin Ming immediately understood Zhang Guanyu's intentions. The reason he came today was to investigate the matter of his master. Yes, even if Lin Ming's perception was astonishing, it was simply impossible for a 16-year-old to become a self-taught top inscription grandmaster. Lin Ming's inscription technique was not part of Sky Fortune Kingdom's school of inscription technique, it was clearly from somewhere else. This was what Zhang Guanyu was dreading. Lin Ming said, "You do not need to worry about why I am collecting the materials that I am. As for my master, he is usually wandering the world, I cannot find him. So you do not need to count on him to help you." Oh, so it's like this, Zhang Guanyu's thoughts raced. Although he was demented like a rabid dog would still not dare to bit a tiger. He was indeed probing what sort of person Lin Ming's master was. He guessed that Lin Ming's master should have been a Hotian stage martial artist whose strength would be comparable to Mui. But, this person's level of inscription technique actually surpassed Wang Xuanji. As for the Xiantian masters, he never thought of that. Xiantian stage martial artists were simply legendary existences. If they took in a disciple, how could they possibly have their disciple enter into the 7 Profound Martial House and have them struggle for the 7 Profound Martial House's resources? Not only that, but also compel them into a situation where they would have to undergo a core disciple test. A Xiantian master, even if placed in the 3rd grade sect, the 7 Profound Valleys, would be an extraordinary character. The Allied Trade Association, with their deep history and influence, would not fear a single Hotian stage martial artist. This because the Allied Trade Association had their own Hotian stage master. And it seemed that this Hotian master did not have a deep connection with Lin Ming. Before this, Zhang Guanyu had already investigated Lin Ming's past just to be sure. Lin Ming had always been living a very frugal and lonely life. He had used the most basic medicinal cures for a very long time. He had tried to sell his inscription symbols at the 100 Treasure Pavilion, but the 100 Treasure Pavilion was actually one of the Allied Trade Association's stores. What was most likely was that Lin Ming had encountered a fortuitous opportunity, and found the inheritance of a peak Hotian master. Relying on his amazing perception, he had become a self-taught inscription grandmaster. This would explain why he had such strength at his young age, but was still poor and had to enter into the 7 Profound Martial House. Zhang Guanyu was insane and demented, but he was not stupid. With just a few clues, he was able to come close to deducing Lin Ming's true situation. It was just that what Lin Ming had found was not the inheritance of a peak Hotian master, but the inheritances of the topmost powerhouses within the realm of the gods. Thinking this, Zhang Guanyu smiled, but within his smile was hidden a ferocious intent. He decided not to change the plan he had to deal with Lin Ming. He would make Lin Ming suffer an incomparably pitiful fate, so that his spirit would never be smooth again. Ah, that's such a pity. I missed a chance to meet such a senior expert of inscription. But, Mr. Lin, since I have already taken out this bottle of 5th level vicious beast blood, I have no intention of taking it back. I would like to ask Mr. Lin if Mr. Lin can personally help me and guarantee me a top skill of inscription along with the highest amplification that Mr. Lin can achieve. If you request a specific attribute, then I can go up to 41%. If there is no specific attribute, then I can go up to 43%. Hearing Lin Ming say this, Wang Yuhan anxiously said, "Mr. Lin, do not help him. He will use your own inscription symbol that you place on that sword to deal with you." This was undeniable. The reason that Zhang Guanyu came today was first to inquire about Lin Ming's master, and second was to find an inscription symbol for his high-grade human step treasure sword. At this time, within the Sky Fortune Kingdom, Lin Ming's inscription technique was second to none. Haha, if Mr. Lin is afraid of helping me with an inscription symbol, then I may have the Allied Trade Association use their connections and go to Hulua Nation to look. Although it will take a great deal of effort and a very high price, I think I will be able to find an inscription master that can conform to my needs. There were many powerhouses within the Hulua Nation, their level of inscription technique was correspondingly higher than Sky Fortune Kingdom's. But, to find an inscription master that knew the techniques to add a top-tier skill of inscription was simply impossible. At best they would have a few masters that could surpass Lin Ming's true essence amplification. Lin Ming smiled and said, "You don't need to taunt me. Since I've already decided to fight with you, then naturally I want to defeat you in your strongest condition. This is my Tao of martial arts. Lin Ming was certainly willing to draw an inscription symbol for Zhang Guanyu. He had just said a moment ago that the most important material he needed was some 5th-level vicious beast blood. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when the next time that he would find any was. It was not wrong that an inscription symbol could increase Zhang Guanyu's combat prowess, but a body inscription symbol would increase one's strength even more. Zhang Guanyu would never have even dreamed that the 5th-level vicious beast blood that he brought to Lin Ming's hand would be able to directly improve his strength and cultivation speed. Hee, then I'll trouble Mr. Lin. Zhang Guanyu licked his lips. He did not think that Lin Ming would really have complied. His original intention was to have Lin Ming refuse him, and then frustrate his proud heart a little. After all, the might of a high-grade human step treasure coupled with the power of a top-tier inscription symbol was simply terrifying. Even facing Lin Ming's dark purple elastic iron spear, if he poured enough true essence into his sword, he could simply cut that spear in half. If the weapon was sliced apart, then how would he continue fighting the battle? Zhang Guanyu said, I do not need a specific attribute, and 43% amplification is good. But what if Mr. Lin cannot achieve this, or if Mr. Lin places some sort of hidden secret within the inscription symbol? Lin Ming lightly coughed and said, Humph, if you don't believe me, then why look for me? Doesn't your so-called Allied Trade Association have an inscription master? Even if they cannot draw up a skill of inscription, they can still examine the truth of the inscription symbol that I draw up. I won't ruin my proud work merely to ruin some high-grade human step treasure of your Allied Trade Association. Good. Then I'll be waiting here. Seeing that this matter had come to a foregone conclusion, Wang Yuhan sighed. Lin Ming was just too impulsive. Now was not the time to be swayed by personal feelings. Zhang Guanyu's strength was very formidable, yet Lin Ming was actually helping him create a top-tier weapon. Nicely putting it, he was simply being impulsive with his own emotions, but crudely putting it, he was just digging his own grave. Chapter 134, Small Success of Movement. Lin Ming took a short period to prepare, and then began the drawing process. Lin Ming had become increasingly skilled at creating these inscription symbols. But because this was his first time working with a high-grade human step treasure inscription, he was a little slower than usual. Altogether, he had used half an hour of time. As he completed the last rune of the inscription symbol in one breath, the nearly 100 glistening runes congealed into a flame-marked inscription symbol that fell upon the high-grade human step treasure sword. Zhang Guanyu picked up the treasure sword and tested it. He poured his true essence into it, and found that it really did have a 43% increased amount of true essence. Afterwards, the true essence congealed into the skill of inscription. It was simply a magnificent power. Ha ha. Good sword. Zhang Guanyu laughed. This Lin Ming is such a sucker. I really cannot wait to see, 4 months from now, just how Lin Ming will come to regret when he is brought to grief under the blade of this treasure sword that he personally placed an inscription symbol upon. I'm going to enjoy his expression and the way his mind breaks. I can't wait to see his expression and state of mind when I use this sword and show him the most vicious moves of the divine acacia power. When I find the right opportunity, I will give him such a severe wound that even his cultivation will drop. I wonder just how you will pass the 7 profound martial houses core disciple test then. However, what Zhang Guanyu did not know was that Lin Ming was actually having similar thoughts. Lin Ming looked as Zhang Guanyu flourished that skill of inscription and inwardly sneered. This Zhang Guanyu is such a fool, he's really saved me a great deal of effort. I'll wait for the 4 months to pass, to see how Zhang Guanyu will suffer a miserable defeat at my hands because of these 2 body inscription symbols. What a pity it will be that Zhang Guanyu will never know the reason he suffered a defeat, and that the 5th-level vicious beast blood he brought to me would play a major role in his downfall. I want to see his expression when I use the most ruthless martial skill, pulse-cutting palm, on his body. Not only will I sever all the meridians in his body, but I will destroy his virility. Then, I wonder just how you will cultivate that divine acacia power of yours when you're with a woman. Although these 2 people's thoughts were diabolically dark, it was impossible to tell from the surface. Especially Zhang Guanyu, his brilliant smile was beaming to the extreme. Right. Mr. Lin, I think there were some misunderstandings with Mr. Lin about Lan Yunyue. About Miss Lan's matter, I visited Miss Lan at that time to pay my respects, and it seems Mr. Liao was too excited and misunderstood my intentions. Is that right? So that's the case. Lin Ming sneered in his heart. He wanted to have a good look at just what this Zhang Guanyu was up to. Let me speak the truth, I really, truly do admire Miss Lan, otherwise I would not have visited. Towards beautiful girls that I like, I will never use underhanded means. I will only pursue them. As Zhang Guanyu said this, an angry voice suddenly resounded. Zhang Guanyu, do you not even care about face? The pure-hearted Wang Yuhan had finally reached the limit of what she was able to bear. She immediately wanted to kill this beast in human skin. However, Zhang Guanyu's cultivation had already reached a high enough level that he was able to completely disregard Wang Yuhan. He self-servingly said, before, I heard that Mr. Lin liked to make bets with the people that he dueled, like Wang Yanfeng, Zhang Xang, and so on. Then, with this match of mine against Mr. Lin, how about we also make a gambling bet? How about this? Mr. Lin needs materials, and I just happen to have one, 7-star Oregon. How about I use this to bet with Mr. Lin on who Miss Lan belongs to? If I lose, then I will turn over the 7-star ore to Mr. Lin, and I will not disturb Miss Lan again. If I win, then I will also turn over the 7-star ore to Mr. Lin, but about Miss Lan's matters, Mr. Lin cannot meddle in them again. Whether or not I can move her heart will depend only on my own ability. So, regardless of the outcome, the 7-star ore will be given to Mr. Lin. But only if Mr. Lin loses will Mr. Lin never meddle in Miss Lan's matters again. How about it? Move Lan Yunue's heart with your own ability. Lin Ming brightly smiled. It seems that no matter what, this Zhang Guanyu wanted to use Lan Yunue to attack his heart of martial arts. If he lost in the battle 4 months from now, then it would be a defeat so horrible and appalling that he wouldn't be able to lift his head proudly anymore due to shame. He sneered in response to Zhang Guanyu, even if I'm sure to defeat you, I will never use a woman to make a bet. Lan Yunue already has nothing to do with me. Who she marries is her own choice, it's none of my business. If your moral character was any good and you decided to pursue Lan Yunue, then fine. But if you plan to deal with me by encroaching on Lan Yunue, then I will not sit idly by and do nothing. It's true that I lack several materials, but I do not need the Allied Trade Association, nor will I ever. If I cannot find what I need, then it's just a bit of trouble to me. Now you can roll out of here. Hearing this, Zhang Guanyu's expression finally sunk. Oh. It seems that you really are determined to win against me. Good. Very good. Zhang Guanyu, you think that 4 months from now you will crush me so I cannot stand up from the failure, but what a coincidence, I also have the same intention. When the time comes, let's see just who is suppressing who. Haha. Very good. Since that's the case, 4 months from now, I will have you regret ever being born into this world. Zhang Guanyu received his long sword, flicked his sleeves, and departed. Lin Ming thought little of Zhang Guanyu's threats. He took out a true essence stone and prepared to restore his true essence. At this moment, Wang Yuhan could not help but say, Mr. Lin, you were too reckless. Although 5th-level vicious beast blood is rare, it's not something that cannot be found. If we waited a few days, it would have been fine, but you actually helped that despicable Zhang Guanyu inscribe a symbol on his treasure sword. Even in the entire Hulua nation, there might not be anyone that can create an inscription symbol of your caliber. That Zhang Guanyu has probably cultivated the divine acacia power for several months. In these months, who knows how many women have gone to his manor. It's impossible to know just how far his strength has progressed. Mr. Lin, you. Wang Yuhan was genuinely concerned. This battle between Zhang Guanyu and Lin Ming would definitely be a death match. If he lost, he would pay a truly terrible price. Zhang Guanyu had long been famous for his sinister and ruthless tactics. If something was to happen to Lin Ming smiled and said, Miss Wang, please be assured that I know all of this fairly well. But. I think that, Wang Yuhan simply didn't know what to say. She knew that Lin Ming constantly created miracles in front of her. She thought that nothing was impossible concerning Lin Ming. But in this duel involving his Lin Ming's personal safety, Wang Yuhan worried, afraid of what would happen. Thank you, Miss Wang, for worrying over me. The truth is, if I really am not a match for Zhang Guanyu, then I'll simply withdraw. I'm afraid that there is no one else coming this afternoon, I will go back first. Lin Ming only drew the high-quality inscription symbols these days. However, he would only do so as long as someone brought one of the rare materials on the list. The materials were getting fewer and fewer now, and the customers that could find them were also less. So in the past couple of days, Lin Ming had only received a few jobs. He spent most of the time cultivating. All the time that Lin Ming had at the 7 major killing arrays was spent so that he could gradually become more aware of the concept of wind. Now Lin Ming had increased the difficulty from the 6th level to the 7th level, but even so, he still practiced in the violent wind tunnel every day until his appearance was miserable. Many of the disciples of the 7 profound martial house were aware of this strange phenomenon. As soon as the century genius of the 7 profound martial house entered the violent wind tunnel, at only 7 levels of difficulty, he would be beaten up until he was black and blue. This kind of matter was simply inconceivable. Those people that were jealous of Lin Ming said that Lin Ming's foundation was not solid, and his lower body was unstable. However, those that held this view were completely drowned out by the massive amount of frothing saliva from the Lin Ming fanatics. Did those insulting idiots not see how Lin Ming was motionless like a mountain on the battlefield? With which eye did they see that Lin Ming's lower body was unstable? These crazy fans believed that Lin Ming was using some sort of special method to practice. But what exactly was this special method of training? Nobody could actually explain it. A little girl that worshipped at Lin Ming's altar patted her heavy chest, wanting to understand. Senior apprentice brother Lin Ming is definitely practicing his get-hit ability. To let the violent wind blow against one's own body so that they freely hit the wall over and over again, this was the only explanation for the get-hit ability. To come up with such ridiculous reasoning, that young girl had a truly vivid imagination. This opinion rapidly spread. Regarding this rumor, Lin Ming could only force a smile. He did not want the publicity, but it was impossible to conceal the fact that he was turning black and blue from the bruising every day of hitting the walls in the violent wind tunnel. Even if he had very good healing medicine, it was futile to think that all his wounds and bruises would instantly heal. He could only bring his heavily injured body back to his room, soak in a medicinal bath, and then take the evening's time to remove the bruises and heal the hidden wounds. However, people began to gradually discover that Lin Ming's injuries were becoming less and less, even as the difficulty grew higher and higher, until a month later. Lin Ming had opened the 9th level of difficulty, but after he had stayed in for several hours, he had come out in perfect condition with no injuries. To a normal heavenly abode disciple, this didn't have much meaning. With someone at Lin Ming's ranking, they would easily be able to handle the 10th level of difficulty. But to Lin Ming's ardent Linmin IACs, their first impression was that he was practicing the almighty get-hit ability. He did not use any true essence or bodily strength to resist the force of the wind, and let his body repeatedly and wildly hit the walls over and over again. Since he now reached the point of not having any injuries, was his head now made of copper? They were afraid that if this was true, then Lin Ming had already become invulnerable to all damage. But if this were so, why would Lin Ming only open the 9th level of difficulty? What exactly do you think senior apprentice brother Lin is really doing inside? He only opened the 9th level of difficulty. If senior apprentice brother Lin displayed his true strength, that wind would only tickle him. I already told you that senior apprentice brother Lin is cultivating his get-hit ability, you just don't have faith. The young girl who had been the first to propose this theory grunted, showing her discontent at those that dared to doubt her. Senior apprentice brother Lin's get-hit ability is just too fierce, and it's not an exaggeration. To have that powerful wind of the 9th level blow him against the wall, and yet he still doesn't have a single injury, his body is simply steel now, he is invulnerable to all. Humph, this is nothing for senior apprentice brother Lin. Did you forget that he had used his empty palm to fend off Zhang Tsang's saber? That's because he had used the body-tearing bone-shattering fist. That was also the reason that Zhu Yan lost to senior apprentice brother Lin Ming. The disciple that was speaking seemed to be aware of many things. At this moment, another person also commented, "Have you seen that senior apprentice brother Lin's clothes when he goes in and out of the violent wind tunnel only have a little damage?" After this third disciple inadvertently reminded the other two, these two felt a chill in their hearts. Yes, when Lin Ming had gone in and out, he had worn the same clothes. His clothes only had a little damage, so he hadn't needed to change. It had to be known that when the violent wind tunnel reached the 9th level of difficulty, a common disciple could rely on their true essence and strength to resist the strong winds. However, because the wind speed was too quick, the clothes on their bodies would be torn. Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.